At 2 a.m., the update for the great island world took place. Some found themselves plummeting onto a deserted isle, while others were compelled to flee over the tumultuous sea, relying solely on a fishing rod for sustenance. As a veil of darkness enveloped the land, a shroud of white mist descended. The inhabitants could only huddle within the wooden cabins of the island, striving to survive as terrifying natural disasters and relentless monsters besieged them. Great winged abominations, capable of eclipsing the sun, and monstrous creatures the size of mountains, threatened the very fabric of existence. Unnameable eldritch deities and supreme hierarchies loomed ominously. When Muyu discerned the stark truth of the world, he suddenly realized he had ascended to the pinnacle of power. I, Muyu, shall become the sovereign of all islands, the terminator of cataclysms, the guardian of the seas, the supreme of the hierarchy, and the elemental dragon riding emperor. All of this is the fruit of my own labor, step by step. No, through toil in the fields. Muyu proclaimed, talent, evolutionary critical hit, ding critical hit successful. Congratulations, you have forged the legendary weapon, the god-slaying spear. Ding critical hit successful. Congratulations, you have crafted the extraordinary equipment, the wings of celestial fire. Ding critical hit successful. Congratulations, you have opened an epic treasure chest and obtained shattered divinity. Ding critical hit successful. You have slain the corrupted wind dragon beyond your level. You have earned the title Transcendent. Harnessing his critical hit talent, Muyu constructed the mightiest island, tamed fearsome beasts, amassed countless unparalleled wonders and extraordinary edifices, vanquished malevolent deities, and eradicated anomalies, gradually evolving into the supreme hierarchy. Chapter 1. Escaping the shark's maw, binding the deserted island. Ding. Universal transition successful. Young ones are temporarily sealed and will not be deployed. Those over 30 have been rejuvenated to a 30-year-old body, while the injured and disabled have been restored to health. This world is perilous strive to survive. Muyu male opened his eyes to find the vast ocean surging towards his nostrils, the waves threatening to engulf him. In a frantic effort, he poked his head above the tumultuous water, gasping for breath amidst the chaos. Thank heavens, I learned to swim, otherwise I would have been done for. Just as he felt relief, Muyu's expression shifted dramatically. He caught sight of a triangular fin emerging from the water, gliding towards him with a serpentine grace. Muyu thought to himself, with my superior intellect, years of experience, and extraordinary analytical skills, that must be a ravenous shark eager for a meal. In this scenario, I am the meal. In a panic, Muyu swam with all his might in the opposite direction. Whoosh! The dark fin that was once 100 meters away was now merely dozens of meters from him, rapidly closing the distance. Muyu, in a state of desperation, disregarded his fatigue and urged himself to swim faster. Faster! Faster! Even as he raced against the specter of death, time stretched unbearably, and despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he could not match the speed of the approaching fin. He could distinctly feel the water surging behind him, a harbinger of doom. A prickling sensation coursed through him, as if a dagger was lodged in his throat, and he could almost smell the metallic scent of blood, visualizing himself being consumed by the gaping maw of the beast. Is this how it ends? As he imagined the shark's jaws opening wide behind him, weary Muyu contemplated surrendering in that moment. However, he felt his hand brush against a wall of earth. In a surge of adrenaline born from the brink of despair, Muyu clawed his way up the bank, but felt a chilling sensation beneath his feet. Crack! It's over. Damn it! With a swift motion, Muyu yanked off one of his sneakers and, using the other foot, kicked the small black shark in the eye, propelling himself onto the shore, collapsing unceremoniously onto the ground. The little black shark, teary-eyed, circled the island a few times before reluctantly departing. Ha ha ha! Muyu lay on the ground, savoring his narrow escape. Ding! Congratulations, you have earned the title, Survivor of the Shark's Maw. Beginner swimming skill, Agility 1. Ding! Congratulations, you have earned the title, Shark Provoker, Strength 1, Constitution 1. Ding! A first-tier island has been discovered and can be bound. Do you wish to bind it? A voice echoed in his mind, and a warm sensation coursed through his limbs, lifting the heaviness that had weighed him down. After resting for a moment, Muyu rose to survey his surroundings. He found himself on a mere 30-square-meter deserted island, gazing out at the endless expanse of blue, a vast and desolate panorama, with golden sunlight bathing the island. Slightly blinding, in an instant, he had gone from idling at the office to nearly becoming fish food. Now, he had no choice but to accept his fate. Since I am here, I shall make the best of it. I wonder how my parents are faring. A twinge of worry crept into Muyu's mind, but dwelling on that was futile. All that surrounded him was the vast, indifferent ocean, and survival was the foremost priority. With that in mind, he recalled the notification he had just received. Bind. With a thought, a panel materialized in his mind. Announcement, personal, island, channel, backpack. Focusing on the announcement, a multitude of information flooded his consciousness. Announcement 1. There is a significant temperature difference between day and night. Please keep warm. Point 2. A 7A novice protection period is in effect. Creatures are unlikely to invade the island. As long as you don't seek death, you will survive. Use this time wisely to develop. 3. The ocean will be shrouded in mist at night, posing great danger. Please arrange your daytime activities judiciously. 4. The initial disaster will commence in 7 days. The island's level is crucial for survival. This is a new cycle and beginning, as well as your final opportunity. The announcement revealed a wealth of useful information. Prioritizing warmth was paramount, even though the temperature on the deserted island was still somewhat stifling. Muyu then shifted his focus to the personal and island tabs. Name Muyu. Age, 24. Strength, 41. Normal adult values are around 5. Agility, 41. Constitution, 41. Spirit, 7. Charm, 6. Talent, not yet drawn. Passive skill, beginner swimming. Titles, Survivor of the Shark's Maw, Shark Provoker. Combat power, mediocre. Evaluation, it seems my spirit is notably higher. Perhaps it is a trait of the new generation to withstand pressure. Muyu, having graduated only a few years prior, had spent more time in the office than exercising, resulting in a physique even below that of the average adult. Having frequented swimming pools during summer vacations in school, and having visited the beach a few times, he managed to survive by sheer luck. Now, however, he had no desire to return to the water. The thought alone sent shivers down his spine. At that moment, the glaring red talent on his personal panel caught his attention. Ding. Would you like to draw talent? Draw ding. Drawing successful. Talent. Evolutionary critical hit. Evolutionary critical hit. Epic unique. Refreshes at dawn. 3 times daily. Any action capable of a critical hit will indeed produce one, with a current critical hit. Probability of 200-10 for advancement. Indeed, those who survive great peril are bound for fortune. I wonder if all epic talents are unique, or just a select few. Muyu felt a sense of relief wash over him as his previously heavy heart lightened. This talent appeared to be quite formidable. Moreover, it could evolve, and being both epic and unique, it carried an air of prestige. Island. Name, unnamed. Level, first tier deserted island area. Approximately 30 square meters. Buildings, none. Resources, 1 ordinary coconut tree. Special output, resource rod. Ownership. Muyu, advancement requirements. Soil 50, stones 20. It was then that Muyu noticed a lone coconut tree on the diminutive island, bearing 2 ripe, brown coconuts. It appears that the water resources have finally improved in recent days. Meanwhile, Muyu discovered that within her 10-slot system backpack lay a blue fishing rod. Upon retrieving the rod, she noticed that instead of a hook at its end, there was an object resembling a suction cup, which instantly brought forth information about the rod into her mind. Chapter 2. The Demise of a Foolish Bird. First tier resource rod, island specialty, progresses with the island usable 5 times within a day. Air Force 20, decayed wooden box 70. Solid wood box 9, black iron box 1, special box 0001. Note, fishing at night may not yield boxes. Proceed with caution. The prospect of an Air Force seems far-fetched. As the sole resource for early stages, the unfortunate must be in despair. Muyu could not help but reflect on this. Yet he refrained from hastily pursuing resource boxes and instead pondered the other functionalities of the interface. Given the limitation on usage, he would inevitably explore them soon enough. Within the channel, there existed a trading platform, though it currently boasted no items for trade. Muyu turned his attention to the communication section. World channel. Ding. Not yet opened. Regional channel 7854100000. Could it be that a single region harbors 10,000 souls? Over 2,000 have perished in such a brief span. This is perilously alarming. However, if the initial experiences are akin to mine, it is indeed plausible. The regional channel operates similarly to a large group chat, showcasing authentic avatars and names that cannot be altered, resembling a vast reunion of lost kin. Zhang Yunyun, son. Where are you? Mother is here. Chai Xiaolu. Mother, I am so frightened. Please come save me. Rong Chung. Who is playing such a prank? Is this a Truman Show? Director, reveal yourself. Qin Hongda. Are you out of your mind upstairs? People from all over the globe have gathered. This is an insurmountable situation. El Fei Bai. A colossal bird is soaring above me, measuring roughly 3 to 4 meters in length. I'm terrified. What should I do? Songhai. Everyone, remain calm. I trust that the government will intervene swiftly to rescue us. Qin Hongda. Foolish upstairs. Everyone begins on a deserted island. Do you expect the government to send air to save you? Nye Jianjun. My son, I am here. Are you all right? I feel rejuvenated. Chiozei. Who initiated this deserted island venture? Was it not self-inflicted? I just swam ashore from the sea, and now my body aches terribly. Muyu was taken aback to discover that within this vast group of 10,000, someone had indeed succeeded in reuniting with their family. The odds of such fortune are undeniably remarkable, especially considering that the Summer Kingdom boasted a population of 17 billion before his journey. With this thought, Muyu composed a message and dispatched it. Muyu, Mom and Dad, if you see this message, please contact me as soon as possible. Ding. Remaining messages for today, 9. He was surprised to find that the regional channel had a limit on messages, effectively curtailing the potential for spamming. Muyu chose not to fixate on the regional channel. If his family spotted him, they would surely request to connect as friends. For now, he relied solely on himself. However, it appeared that each individual's starting experience varied significantly. The majority seemed to commence on deserted islands, while a fortunate few began at sea, seeking an island. Such a hellish start could lead to an untimely demise for those unable to swim. Yet, through misfortune came unexpected fortune, granting him 2 exceedingly useful titles, presumably hidden rewards. Having absorbed this information, Muyu approached the island's edge, which was merely a couple of steps away. Gazing downward, he noted that the distance between the island's surface and the sea was scarcely half a meter. Even a modest wave could submerge the island entirely. It appears that the time has come to expedite the upgrade of the island. Muyu placed all his hopes on the resource rod in his hand. After some contemplation, he decided to utilize his talent to open a box, as there was still a possibility of acquiring air support. He could not afford to gamble. With a crisp sound, the resource rod splashed into the sea, and the suction cup-like fish hook disappeared into the depths, the white line steadily descending beneath the waves. After approximately 4 or 5 minutes, Muyu observed the white line cease its movement, accompanied by a slight tug, signaling that something was indeed caught. He promptly tightened the line and began to reel it in. With a splash, the force from below was not particularly heavy, and with his strength, Muyu effortlessly pulled the object onto the island. It was an old wooden box, its surface rotting and damp. Ding. Congratulations on fishing up a decayed wooden box. Would you like to open it? Decline. Muyu resolved to open it later. Suddenly, piercing bird calls echoed through the sky, and he recalled a warning from the channel, which sent a jolt of alarm through him. He quickly looked up, only to discover that it was merely a few white seabirds circling above. Slightly larger than ordinary birds, not a cause for concern after all. How dare you frighten me? Muyu seethed, feeling frustrated. He scoured the island in anger, finding nothing but 2 small stones behind a coconut tree. This island was pathetically barren. With a swift motion, he hurled the stones into the azure sky, forming an elegant parabola, yet failing to even graze the seabirds. The birds soon noticed his actions, and several white objects plummeted from above. Muyu had no time to evade, and upon feeling the impact, he realized it was bird droppings. Just you wait, I will roast you all. Muyu fumed, unwilling to let the matter rest as he hurled another stone. Initially, the stone was some distance from the seabirds, yet one bird recklessly collided with it, plummeting to the ground. Seeing this, the other seabirds scattered in panic. Hastening to the spot where the bird had fallen, Muyu found a white seabird, roughly the size of his fist, lying still. He swiftly approached and snapped its neck to prevent it from awakening later. Ding! You have obtained 10 feathers. As he prepared to remove the droppings from himself, Muyu was astonished to discover that there was item information on the bird droppings. Bird droppings can be used as fertilizer to enhance soil nutrients. Feeling somewhat regretful, Muyu no longer despised the droppings and added them to his backpack. Ding! You have obtained 5 bird droppings. Gazing at his soiled and odorous clothing, Muyu could no longer endure the discomfort. After all, no one was watching. So what was there to fear? Muttering to himself, he stripped off his shirt and began washing it in the sea. It seemed that seawater wasn't ideal for laundry, but he decided not to concern himself with that. He could always go shirtless. After rinsing the shirt, he hung it on a coconut tree and continued his fishing endeavor. Bare-chested. Ding! Congratulations on fishing up a solid wooden box. Would you like to open it? Decline. Muyu felt a surge of joy. No wonder this chest was heavier than the previous one. It turned out to be a solid wood box. Ding! Congratulations on catching a solid wood chest. Do you wish to open it? No. Ding! This time, no resource chest was caught. Better luck next time. After one final cast, approximately 7 or 8 minutes passed without any movement, leaving Muyu with a sense of regret. Just then, a heavy pulling sensation emerged, igniting a flicker of excitement within Muyu, only for it to be swiftly overshadowed by trepidation. Indeed, the force was overwhelming. Unsure of what would happen if the resource rod fell into the sea, Muyu dared not take the risk. He could only grip the rod tightly and lean backward. Fortunately, the weight of the chest beneath the waves remained constant. With careful control, he gradually pulled it up, revealing an ancient black iron box. Ding! Congratulations on catching a black iron chest. Do you wish to open it? Equipment rarity: common, excellent, rare, uncommon, outstanding, supreme, extraordinary, legendary, epic, mythical. Combat power and chest rarity: rotten wood, solid wood, black iron, silver, gold, outstanding, supreme, extraordinary, legendary, epic, mythical. Land rarity: barren, common, fertile, abundant, rare, outstanding, supreme, extraordinary, legendary, epic, mythical. Skill rarity: low, intermediate, advanced, super, extreme, supreme, absolute, legendary, epic, mythical, equivalent to equipment. Chapter 3, Blueprint for a Miniature Well. No, as was his custom, Muyu declined. He took a moment to rest with a smile, replenishing some stamina while feeling a slight dryness in his throat. The burning sensation on his skin intensified. His shoulders were beginning to show a faint redness. Though the temperature was not excessively hot, he had been engaged in labor for an extended period, and his lack of physical exercise became painfully evident. Moreover, having developed dermatitis, he feared the lack of fresh water for cleansing might lead to complications. First, he would see what was inside the chest. If it proved unsatisfactory, he would procure a coconut to eat. Muyu resolved in his heart, suddenly grateful for the time he had spent at the seaside, for he knew how to open a coconut by hand. This old coconut was still crackable, otherwise he would be left anxiously gazing at it. Gazing at the 4 chests before him, all roughly the same size, Muyu decided to open the black iron chest first. Opening talent, evolutionary critical hit. With a thought, Muyu opened the black iron chest. Ding! Black iron chest opened. Critical hit successful. 1 miniature well construction blueprint. 1 random beginner skill book. 3 excellent berry seeds. It appeared the quality of the critical hit was commendable. A wave of joy surged through Muyu. What was most essential at present was undoubtedly water and food. If he succeeded in constructing a miniature well, he would certainly not lack for water resources. Miniature well construction blueprint. 10 stones, 10 wooden planks, 2 iron blocks, 5 ropes. The materials did not seem overly burdensome. The most challenging item, the iron blocks, could be obtained by dismantling the black iron chest, yielding 5 pieces. Muyu felt a slight sense of reassurance, then proceeded to extract the random beginner skill book. Beginner skill book. Upon use, randomly master 1 beginner skill. Use. There was no reason for hesitation. With a thought, Muyu would leave the outcome to fate. Ding! You have acquired a random skill, intermediate sea fishing. In an instant, Muyu felt a wealth of knowledge regarding fishing in the ocean flood his mind. Excellent berry seed. Requires fertile land or better for planting. Matures within a week at the latest. Possesses unique effects. He stowed the seeds in his backpack, as he currently lacked the means to cultivate land, and decided to keep them for now. Subsequently, Muyu utilized his talent to open 2 solid wooden boxes. Ding! Opening the solid wooden box. Critical hit successful. Lighters X2, Windbreaker X2, Casual Pants X2. Ding! Opening the solid wooden box. Critical hit successful. Bread X 5002, Mineral Water X 5002, Cedar Seeds X6. None of these items were particularly valuable, but the quantity of this critical hit was noteworthy. However, all were necessities. The lighters were from rolling stones, encased in a durable layer of metal. The black and red windbreakers had a slight fleece lining, while the casual pants were entirely black. Without hesitation, Muyu joyfully changed into his new attire, hanging his old pants on a coconut tree to dry. The vacuum-sealed bread could be stored for quite some time. And with 2 bottles of mineral water, Muyu finally turned his gaze toward the cedar seeds. Cedar seed. Plant in ordinary soil or better, matures in 5 days. Dies in 7, can yield 12 seeds. While not immediately useful, this resource would prove to be of great importance in the future. Muyu envisioned a vast cedar forest flourishing on the island. He dismantled the 2 solid wooden boxes, yielding 10 units of wood. Ding! Opening the decayed wooden box. 10 units of wood, 10 units of hay, 5 ropes. Upon opening the last decayed wooden box, a plethora of resources spread across the little island. He collected all the items into his system backpack, quickly filling its 10 slots. Muyu had no choice but to remove food, water, and lighters, as these items occupied minimal space. He dismantled the decayed wooden box without hesitation. Even the smallest morsel is sustenance, and he ravenously consumed half a loaf of bread and half a bottle of mineral water, finally feeling a sense of fullness. After resting for a while, Muyu set his sights on a goal, to construct a well today, followed by upgrading the island. However, the current lack of stones and soil rendered him unable to pursue other tasks. He could only rely on the trading platform for assistance. Turning his attention to the regional channel, he noted that no one had applied to add him as a friend, leading Muyu to suspect that his family was likely not in this area. After several hours of waiting, the number of individuals in the region had dwindled by dozens. The quest for family had become scarce, and discussions now revolved around more practical topics. Zhongsun Wu. Everyone, do not venture into the sea lightly. Without sufficient fresh water to rinse off afterward, one may develop dermatitis. Chu Jianqing. Thank you, Zhongsun, for the informative advice. Zhou Zhen. 1. LV Feibai 10086. Zhou Wenbin. What if I swam in from the sea? I'm in so much pain. Does anyone have fresh water to spare? I beg you. Chu Jianqing. There's no choice but to endure. I also seek fresh water. Zhou Wenbin. Woe is me. Peng Shui. Oh dear, I am so hungry and thirsty. Is there a kind young man willing to share some food with me? I have a private photo set to exchange. Qin Hongda. The flask upstairs. Identification complete. Muyu shook his head. He could only commend the woman for her cleverness. As the issue of food shortages worsens in the coming days, it is likely many women will imitate her. The competition will become fiercer, forcing them to cross their moral boundaries. However, That Lu Feibai survived such a massive bird encounter indicates that the 7-day safety period for newcomers is indeed quite secure. Brother Qin remains as irascible as ever. Muyu chuckled and shook his head, continuing to secretly observe the group. Zhizhan, ha ha ha, what a poor fellow. Shenjian, don't say that. I also have 3 empty slots, sob sob sob. Emo Shuxian, may I timidly ask, what if the resources fall into the sea? Zhizhan, another unfortunate soul. It can only be served cold then. Shenjian, why are you looking at me? Grab some food. Emo Shuxian, sob sob sob. I humbly request a kind young man to take me in. Tang Yu. I opened 5 rotten wooden boxes, all filled with basic resources. Not a morsel to eat or drink. Is there a kind soul willing to spare some food? I can exchange resources. Dai Qingguan. Is that even drinkable? The item description says that drinking this relies 30% on the stomach and 70% on luck. I dare not drink it. Songhai, damn. You all have puddles. Why don't I? Is it unfair that you all have them? I want to file a complaint. Zhizhan, I don't have one either. Shenjian, me neither. But I have 2 trees on my island. I can't make an axe right now. Otherwise, I would chop them down. Lu Feibai, I have a pear tree on my island that has borne 3 pears, and they look quite juicy. Emo Shuxian, could you spare me a pear, kind sir? I can privately show you my lovely photos. Tang Yu, brother, can I exchange resources? Would 10 units of soil suffice? Lu Feibai, those in need should privately message me with resources. Don't come looking for trouble if you have none. It seems each person's island possesses a randomly assigned basic resource. However, no one is willing to reveal their chat privileges, maintaining a degree of vigilance. What is said in the channel cannot be taken entirely at face value. In this new era, no one is a fool. Muyu couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly discovering advantageous news. Wang Yang, offering a handsome price for coconut shell carbon. Message me if interested. Dai Qingguan. Wow, is the big shot planning to make a filter? Tang Yu. Big shot, I would like to pre-order filtered water. Zhizhan. So would I. Shenjian. Same here. Wang Yang. Chapter 4. Trading coconut shell carbon. Indeed. Muyu intends to provide coconut shell carbon. He is unafraid of others competing for water resources. After all, the market is vast, and clean freshwater is always in demand. It is better to leverage others' needs to exchange for resources and expedite the construction of his well. In less than a minute, Wang Yang agreed, clicking on his profile, revealing a mature middle-aged man. Wang Yang, you have coconut shell carbon? What do you need? Muyu, stones, just 10 stones. Wang Yang, that's too many. Would 5 suffice? I can grant you priority purchasing rights for a certain amount of purified water. Muyu, no, I only want stones. This verbal agreement tests human nature profoundly, and Muyu does not require purified water. He will soon become a significant source himself. After a moment of silence, Wang Yang's message arrives again. Understood. Wait for me for 10 minutes. Muyu replies, no rush. I also need half an hour. Wang Yang responds, all right. With the transaction confirmed, Muyu hesitates no longer and swiftly climbs the coconut tree to pluck one of its fruits. He uses a stone to crush the fibrous shell of the coconut, rendering it fluffy enough to be easily peeled. He then secures the pointed end of the coconut upwards and strikes it forcefully against a rock. The outer shell begins to loosen, and finally, he inverts the coconut, with the larger end facing up, and strikes it down with great force, effortlessly breaking open the shell. For some reason, he finds this coconut more delectable than any he has tasted on Blue Star. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Muyu takes out a lighter to ignite a bundle of dry grass, tossing it onto a piece of wood, and finally adding the coconut shell. Once the fire blazes vigorously, he covers it with a bit of earth he had prepared earlier. After half an hour of labor, he uncovers the mound to discover a yield of coconut shell charcoal and wood charcoal. Coconut shell charcoal, inferior, a relatively good filtering material. Wood charcoal, inferior, a poor filtering material, suitable for burning. Perhaps due to the homemade nature of the items, they are of substandard quality. However, since they are not for personal use, he promptly initiates a trade with Wang Yang. Ding. Transaction successful. Coconut shell charcoal, inferior, X1, stones, X10. Wang Yang, received. A pleasant transaction. Smile. Closing the communication channel, Muyu checks his supplies. Wood X19, stones X10, ropes X5, iron blocks X5. With adequate resources, Muyu retrieves the blueprint for a miniature well, and with a thought, he activates it. Ding. Miniature well constructed. Wood X10, stones X10, ropes X5, iron blocks X2. The blueprint in his backpack vanishes, and a swirling mist envelopes the 1 square meter of land he selected. Moments later, the mist dissipates, revealing a small and pristine well before his eyes. The well's diameter is quite modest, barely half a meter by his estimation. The wellhead and inner walls are lined with stones, and a wooden bucket tied with a rope hangs from the opening, which currently holds only a shallow layer of water. Rather than a well, it resembles a slightly deeper puddle. Miniature well, occupies 1 square meter, generates 5 units of well water every 2 hours. Ceases water production after reaching a storage of 30 units. Upon reading the description, Muyu realizes that he must extract the water from the well within a maximum of 12 hours, or it will go to waste. However, The inability to construct a bucket to store the water poses a challenge. He must hasten the development of the island. For now, Muyu finds himself idly waiting for the well to produce water, akin to cradling a hen that lays golden eggs. In the meantime, he scoops some well water to wash his body, gradually alleviating the stinging sensation. After lying on the island and observing the channel for over 6 hours, he notices the transition from a lamenting factory to a begging factory. Complaints about the odds of opening supply boxes have shifted to pleas for food and drink, with various online beggars articulating their demands with remarkable creativity. At this moment, Muyu stretches lazily and lifts his head. The setting sun casts its golden glow upon the horizon, transforming the undulating sea surface into a magnificent expanse of shimmering gold. A brisk sea breeze swept through, causing Muyu to shiver involuntarily. Who had dared to show them a film? Approaching the palm trees, he touched the sun-dried fabric of his shirt and trousers, now remarkably stiff, speckled with white salt stains, prompting a moment of exasperation. With no other option, he donned a windbreaker, which alleviated the chill somewhat. Although there was bird meat available, Muyu had yet to find suitable cooking utensils, forcing him to settle for the leftover bread from earlier as his evening meal. After waiting for 6 hours and gazing at the clear water rising in the well, Muyu opened a channel and clicked on an individual avatar. Muyu, how many wooden cups do you have? I'd like to trade water for them. This person was someone Muyu had encountered while peeking at their screen. They had learned to craft wooden cups using a blueprint, exchanging numerous resources on the trading platform, as containers for holding water were still exceedingly rare. Jiang Yuechong, contaminated freshwater? 1 cup for 1 exchange. Muyu, well water, the drinkable kind. Jiang Yuechong, young man, no, Mu Daolao, how many do you desire for 100? With a light chuckle, Muyu found himself unfazed by the attractive avatar of the girl before him. He proceeded to negotiate. 10 for 100. Jiang Yuechong, you're being rather ruthless with your bargaining, Daolao. I'm not producing these cups without cost. The wood consumption is significant. 100 can fetch at most 3 cups. After persistent negotiation, they eventually agreed upon 5 cups for 100, and Muyu completed the transaction for 50 cups, leaving him with 14 units of well water. Low-quality wooden cup, maximum capacity of 500 liquid units. This wooden cup was modest in size. It was estimated that 1 piece of lumber could yield 35 cups, suggesting the seller likely profited handsomely, as the current market price of 100 could exchange for at least 5 units of wood. Yet, there was little choice, for they held a monopoly. 100 units of pure water, 7 units of soil, or 3 stones. 100 units of pure water, 4 stones. 100 units of pure water, 10 units of soil. Muyu scoured the trading market, discovering only a handful of pure water options priced at 100 for 5 basic resources, which remained in short supply. Most were considerably higher, requiring 7 to 8 units of resources, with some demanding over 10. Typically, an adult requires 2 units of water daily, under such scarcity. Even reducing to 1 unit was essential. However, the evident shortage of water resources had inflated prices excessively. He decided to fill 40 cups with 100 units of water and list them on the platform, proposing each cup for 5 units of soil or 2 stones. Do not inquire why the price was so low. He was focusing on volume. Just as he was preparing to promote his offer in the channel, he observed a tumultuous uproar within. Cui Tong, Zhao Shuiyo, are you adding urine to the water? You better not let me see you again, or else. Shenjian, the content is exceedingly high. What a poor child. Zhao Shuiyo, I'm dying of laughter. The water you purchased is contaminated, and the water I provided is also tainted. How was I to know you wish to drink it? With your intelligence, clearly lacking in calcium, refrain from barking here. Cui Tong Yu. Chapter 5, The Advancement of the Island. It is astonishing how shameless some individuals can be. This child is indeed pitiable. Fortunately, there exists a benevolent soul like myself to rescue you all. Muyu felt a surge of comfort as he disseminated the information within the channel. Muyu, I am currently offering a substantial quantity of certified pure well water on platform 100, entirely free of additives, refreshingly sweet and crisp. Only 5 soil or 2 stones are required. First come, first served. Should you possess other items, feel free to privately message me with images. Tangyu, is this for real? So cheap? Chin Honda, while others are racing ahead, you're still dawdling. It's all gone in mere seconds. I managed to secure 200, truly impressive. Tangyu, this is a disaster. I've lost a fortune. Heeing in, why charge at all? With such an abundance of water, shouldn't it be freely offered to assist everyone? Many are still parched. Where is your traditional virtue? What about your spirit of helping others? Shinjian, ignore the fool above. Zhizhan, the person above is indeed despicable. At that moment, Muyu paid no mind to the channel's disputes. Within mere seconds, the well water he had listed had vanished entirely, and numerous individuals were requesting to chat with him privately, ignoring the freeloaders and those seeking images. Muyu engaged with the 2 most sincere individuals. Chiozei, esteemed one, I offer an excellent apple seed in exchange for 500 water. Muyu, the cultivation conditions are too demanding. I can only offer 200. Chiozei, this is indeed excellent. I obtained it from a black iron box. Muyu, Precisely because it is exceptional that I cannot grant you 500. Alternatively, if you have blueprints, I can offer you one. Chiose. Hehe, 200 it is then. If it were ordinary, I wouldn't exchange at all. He then opened another individual S profile to converse, trading 300 for a wool blanket and a pair of casual shoes. He also spent 15 to procure some genuinely offered resources, leaving him with 8, and ceased trading once his water cups were depleted. At this juncture, Muyu surveyed the basic resources in his backpack. 100 soil, 74 wood, 40 stones, 10 ropes, 10 mud, 10 bird droppings, and 9 hay. Upgrade the island. Muyu thought. The upgrade was successful. 50 soil, 20 stones. Surrounding the island, a veil of white mist enveloped it, dissipating shortly thereafter. The once narrow island now seemed remarkably spacious, prompting Muyu to marvel at the extraordinary craftsmanship of this world. Island. Name. Not nameable. Level. Tier 2 small island. Area. Approximately 100 square meters. Structures. Miniature well. Resources. 1 common coconut tree, 1 herbal field. Special output. Tier 2 resource rod. Buildable. Wooden house. Fields. Wooden railings. Wooden raft dock. Owned by Muyu. Advancement requirements. 1,000 soil, 800 stones, 600 mud. 1 rare building. Extraordinary element stone can be added freely. Muyu felt a mix of joy and concern. He rejoiced in the island's advancement, which granted him an herbal field, and expanded his backpack to 20 slots. Yet, he lamented the staggering amount of resources required for the next tier, which had increased over 20-fold. However, it was still too premature to dwell on that. At this moment, the clock on the channel reads past 7, and the night has long since descended, with the silvery glow of stars painting the island. However, the moon's presence is conspicuously absent, and the sea breeze carries a chilling bite, causing the temperature to plummet. Even clad in 2 windbreakers, Muyu feels an undeniable chill. Construct the wooden cabin. Ding. Wood, 50, iron blocks. 3. The wooden cabin has been completed. The familiar recipe evokes a sense of nostalgia. As the smoke disperses, a modest wooden cabin, occupying an area of 20 square meters, emerges, claiming a fifth of the island's land. The enlarged isle takes on an oval shape. To the left front of the cabin stand coconut trees, while a water well lies not far ahead. Upon stepping into the cabin, Muyu is greeted by darkness. He ignites dry grass in the center of the room, tossing in 2 pieces of wood, and a roaring bonfire bursts to life, illuminating the interior. The cabin consists of a single room, with a workbench to the left and a narrow wooden bed to the right, creating a compact and cozy atmosphere. The floor remains packed earth, and Muyu quickly surrounds the bonfire with stones to prevent flames from escaping. He then props open the solid wood window to avoid the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. As the bonfire crackles, warmth begins to permeate the room. Muyu approaches the workbench to inspect its capabilities. Wooden cabin workbench, capable of crafting all basic items, such as stone axe, stone pickaxe, wooden table, bench, wooden barrel, wooden cup, rope, fishing net, fishing rod. Wood, 10, rope, 10, simple wooden barrel, 2. Without hesitation, Muyu crafts 2 wooden barrels, which are not particularly large but portable. Bound with layers of rope. Simple wooden barrel. Can hold 15 units of liquid, though not durable. Carrying one of the barrels, Muyu strides to the water well, filling it with all 10 units of water before bringing it back to the cabin. Although intrigued by the fishing rod and net, he resolves to postpone that exploration until daylight, given the treacherous night. Using the final 12 pieces of wood, he crafts 48 cups, filling them with well water and stowing them in his backpack. Wrapped in a wool blanket, he cozily reclines on the wooden bed, embarking on his scavenging journey and the nocturnal observations of the group. To Muyu's astonishment, after the island's upgrade, the communication limit in the area channel has expanded from 10 to 20 messages. Presently, the most fervent discussions revolve not around food and water, but rather methods of keeping warm and tools for igniting fires. Chinkong, only 1 match left. Just 20 basic resources needed. Come trade quickly. It will only grow colder in the latter half of the night. Songhai, what a profiteer. Hongyang Jiang, I'm freezing like a popsicle. It must be nearing 0 degrees. Any benevolent soul willing to part with a piece of clothing? Gaoyu, brother, I shall pray for you. Peng Shui, sister has worked hard all day and is drenched in sweat. I wish to exchange my original flavor for a thick coat. Gentlemen interested, please DM me. Muyu clicks on Peng Shui's avatar, not driven by any peculiar inclination, but merely curiosity. To his surprise, he finds her quite alluring. With a face reminiscent of a refined supermodel, imbued with the charm of a mature woman that stirs his senses. On her very first day in this place, the woman demonstrated remarkable adaptability, suggesting that her life on Blue Star was anything but ordinary. During her resource-gathering endeavors, Muyu rose to craft several water cups, successfully converting a total of 10 units of water into resources before settling down for a rest. Although the prices for ignition items within the channel were exceedingly high, Muyu harbored no intentions of trading for a lighter. Firstly, she wished to retain it as a backup, and secondly, the quality of items available on the first day was likely limited. As the first night in this world enveloped her, Muyu felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy. However, as the warmth in her room increased and fatigue washed over her, she quickly succumbed to slumber, her soft snores filling the air. Chapter 6. Exceptional light crossbow. The following day, as the faint light of dawn painted the horizon, the morning sun filtered through the wooden cabin, gently rousing Muyu from her slumber. Stepping outside her quaint abode, she was greeted by the breathtaking scenery of the island at dawn. The vast, azure ocean stretched endlessly before her, waves crashing against the shore and sending plumes of white foam into the air. Even the sea breeze seemed to have softened. Were it not for her presence in this foreign land, this would indeed be a delightful haven. Glancing at the time in the channel, she noted it was already 7 o'clock, and the number of participants had dwindled to 7,804. A sense of wistfulness washed over Muyu as she contemplated the dozens who had vanished from this world. Just then, a sudden cascade of water drenched her from above, accompanied by a foul odor that left her momentarily bewildered. Looking up, she spotted a massive white seabird, over 10 feet long, circling in the sky. Could it be the progenitor of that seabird from yesterday? Muyu's expression turned peculiar. The gigantic bird seemed to mock her from above. Yet, it appeared to harbor some fear of the island, refraining from diving down to attack her, perhaps indicative of the so-called protection afforded to novices, which brought her some comfort. However, being watched by such a creature was decidedly uncomfortable, as she worried about potential droppings if she remained oblivious. Sure enough, a sizable droplet plummeted from the sky, prompting Muyu to hastily dodge, her expression darkening with an intense desire to retaliate against the avian menace. Yet, using that small stone to strike back was evidently out of the question. Muyu collected her thoughts after the encounter with the bird droppings. With no alternative, she wasted some well water to clean herself up, quickly resolved her breakfast, and set off to face a new day's challenges with a fresh half-package of bread. By 8 o'clock, she had drawn all the water from the well, ensuring that she could retrieve it punctually every 12 hours. Presently, her water storage had reached an impressive 30 liters, which she planned to utilize in the afternoon to scour for resources on the platform. Upon returning to the edge of the island, Muyu noticed that her island had grown significantly taller. She retrieved the upgraded resource rod from her backpack, its blue hue deepening with advancement. Second-tier resource rod, island specialty, advances with the island. Usable 6 times within a day, Air Force 10, decayed wooden boxes 40, solid wood boxes 40, black iron boxes 9, silver boxes 1, special boxes 0001. Note: fishing at night may not yield boxes. Exercise caution. After reading the description, Muyu felt a surge of joy as she cast the resource rod. Ding! Caught something. Ding! Caught something. Ding! Caught something. After 6 attempts, Muyu's mood returned to a state of tranquility. The 6 casts of his fishing rod yielded 1 black iron chest and 4 wooden boxes, with only 1 being empty, a commendable outcome, indeed. Without hesitation, Muyu utilized his innate talent to unlock the chests. Ding! The black iron chest was opened, and a critical success was achieved. 1 blueprint for a crossbow, 10 iron blocks, and 1 exquisite rope. Muyu was overjoyed, his gaze fixed upon the crossbow blueprint. Crossbow blueprint: 3 iron blocks, 5 wooden planks, 1 rope, crossbow bolts, 1 iron block, 1 wooden plank, 10 feathers. Requirement: level 1 workbench. Fortunately, it was a crossbow. Had it been a bow, it would have posed a dilemma for which he was unprepared. Truly, this critical success seemed to possess a certain adaptability. What a delightful stroke of luck. Foolish bird, just wait. Muyu sharpened his resolve against the great bird, swiftly adjusting his plans to reserve 1 critical success for the crafting of the crossbow. Ding! The wooden box was opened, yielding a barbecue grill, 100 grams of cumin powder, and a complete set of cutlery. With a complete barbecue set in hand, he could now feast on roasted fowl. Muyu felt a surge of excitement. Merely 2 days into his journey and he could already indulge in roasted meat. What a remarkable improvement in quality of life. It was worth noting that even a mere loaf of bread was exorbitantly priced on the trading platform. Ding! Another wooden box was opened, revealing 3 corn seeds, 1 potato, and 1 can of luncheon meat. Ding! Yet another wooden box was opened, containing a rocking chair, 500 milliliters of mineral water, and 1 comforter. Ding! The last wooden box was opened, yielding 1 bandage, 1 bottle of alcohol, and 3 herbal seeds. Although there were no critical successes this time, the haul was nonetheless bountiful. Not only did he acquire sustenance, but also alcohol, a miraculous remedy for disinfection and survival. However, his backpack was now brimming with resources. After dismantling the iron chest, he placed the rocking chair outside while storing the remaining items in the wooden boxes, which he then carried into his quaint cabin. Once he had organized his belongings, Muyu resolved to plan his fields, as this would be vital for his future food supply. Cultivating land was ingrained in the very essence of his heritage, and having previously unearthed a potato, he intended to keep it until it sprouted for planting. He first approached the herb garden, situated to the right front of the cabin. Muyu harvested 3 mature herbs and discovered that beneath them lay a patch of ordinary soil. He promptly sowed the 3 herb seeds. Ordinary herb, when crushed and applied to a wound, It accelerates scab formation and healing. The effects of the herbs were indeed as Muyu had anticipated. After preserving them, he began to examine the construction of the fields. Field. Each occupies 1 square meter of soil. 5 units of soil are required. Fertilizer or manure can enhance the field's quality. Ding. With 10 units of soil, he unlocked 2 fields. Adjacent to the herb garden, 2 cultivated plots appeared before him, both barren land. Muyu inspected them and commenced the application of bird manure. Ding. 10 units of bird manure yielded 1 ordinary field. Ding. 1 unit of large bird manure also yielded 1 ordinary field. Gradually, Muyu discerned a pattern. At least 10 units of bird manure were needed to upgrade barren land to ordinary fields. While only a single unit of large bird manure sufficed, Muyu planted both corn and cedar seeds, watering them with well water. He no longer paid attention, knowing they would not mature in the short term. For now, he lacked the advanced fields necessary for cultivating top-tier crops. With 3 iron blocks, 5 pieces of wood, and 1 exquisite rope, he successfully crafted an excellent light crossbow. This fine weapon, enhanced by the critical strike technique, boasted significantly improved performance, inflicting a damage of 10. As the blueprints and materials vanished, a beautifully crafted light crossbow materialized upon the workbench. Muyu delighted in handling the crossbow, which, despite being classified as light, possessed a considerable weight and formidable presence due to its ironwood composite construction. Even he, a fully grown man, found it challenging to wield for an extended period. Regrettably, the weapon blueprint vanished upon use, unlike the endlessly reproducible blueprints for everyday items, thus severing his prospects of profiting from selling the crossbow. With 1 iron block, 1 piece of wood, 10 feathers, and 10 crossbow bolts in hand, he also utilized the accompanying blueprint to create the bolts, granting him the ability to engage in aerial combat. Chapter 7. The Hunt for the Great Cloudbird. Realizing that continuously observing the flock would be a waste of time, Muyu resolved to carve a new path to success. Fishing. He had contemplated using a fishing net, but standing on the island with such a low vantage point rendered it nearly impossible to catch any fish. Moreover, venturing out to sea was far too perilous. How he wished for a blueprint for a fish basket, allowing him to reap the rewards effortlessly. With 2 pieces of wood, 1 fishing line, and 1 iron block, he crafted a standard fishing rod. Holding the freshly made rod, he examined it closely. Its main shaft was wooden, reinforced with several metal rings. After crafting numerous wooden cups to store water, Muyu, armed with his fishing rod and a rocking chair, made his way to the shoreline. With only 200 units of canned luncheon meat, he reluctantly tore off a small piece to bait the hook, feeling a twinge of regret. He then cast the fishing rod into the vast sea. After an hour of attentive waiting, the rod remained still, yielding no sign of life. Resigned, he settled for a lunch of the remaining luncheon meat paired with bread. Lying back in the rocking chair, one hand gripping the fishing rod, he shifted his focus to the channel. Muyu, new stock, 200 cups for 100 units of well water in exchange for basic resources. If you have other items to trade, message me privately. Quantities are limited. First come, first served. LV Feibai. Wow, the big spender has arrived. Chinkong, everyone. Don't buy. I bought his water yesterday and ended up with a stomach ache. His water is not clean. Xinjian, stop talking nonsense. There were so many buyers yesterday, and you are the only one complaining. If you don't want to buy, others will. Come on, big shot. Restock quickly before it's all gone. Chiozei. Dude, your water is the real problem. It's overpriced and not properly filtered. I believed your hype and drank your water, and now I'm suffering from endless diarrhea. When I tried to contact you, you blocked me. Everyone, don't buy his water. Chinkong, you misunderstood me. I actually sell manure as a growth stimulant. It's a miracle for farming. Yin Muyu, since you have so much water, why not offer it for free to everyone? Whereas your spirit of generosity. So many are struggling just to quench their thirst. Chin Honga, the saint upstairs, could you kindly donate some water and food to me? I am on the verge of starvation. Muyu was acutely aware that his excessive water supply would incite envy, leading to both slander and defense. He possessed a resilient heart, refusing to squander time on their provocations, simply adding the detractors to his blacklist, prohibiting any transactions with them. To this, Muyu could only respond, I am not a water deity. Chinkong, Muyu, what do you mean by blacklisting me? It's just a bit of water. There are plenty of people selling it. I don't even care about your inferior supply. Chinkong, if you're so impressive, remove the blacklist. Songhai, it serves you right upstairs, still resorting to provocations. Mudao, don't fall for it. Moments later, as the water cups were completely depleted, Muyu beamed with joy as he gazed into his backpack. Soil, 680, wood, 260, stone, 166, rope, 50, iron, 20, mud, 70, hay, 27. Additionally, Muyu had exchanged 5 units of water for a blueprint of a bloodletting long knife, a blueprint for ironwood armor, and 3 seeds, each of cotton and cedar, as well as 3 excellent seeds of white radish. He reserved 5 units of water for personal use, lamenting only the absence of manure for new fields, likely because many had already discovered its remarkable utility. It appeared he would have to rely on self-production in the future. At that moment, Muyu's fishing rod suddenly jerked, a powerful tug drawing him from his rocking chair as he engaged in a contest of strength with the creature beneath the water. Possessing basic sea fishing skills, he did not hastily attempt to haul the creature ashore, but instead maintained a stalemate, gradually exhausting it. After a while, the creature seemed to tire, its force diminishing. Now was the moment. With all his strength, Muyu swiftly pulled it onto the shore. Lo and behold, it was a vibrant Red Sea fish, measuring around 20 to 30 centimeters long, clearly not a species native to Earth. It bore numerous sharp spines, and its teeth were exceedingly sharp, even attempting to leap at Muyu to bite him once ashore. Unyielding, Muyu promptly crushed its skull with a stone before examining it closely. If it had remained in the water, he surely would have struggled against such a creature. Red-spiked spirit fish, excellent, can be eaten raw. Consumption increases physical constitution. Muyu was overjoyed and immediately retrieved a small wooden table, a wooden plate, and utensils from his cabin. He washed the red-spiked spirit fish with well water, slicing off a translucent piece of fish meat to savor. A delightful sweetness erupted on his palate, and he couldn't help but indulge, unable to stop. After a brief feast, Muyu found himself devoid of any sense of fullness, only feeling a surge of warmth radiating from his stomach throughout his body. It took about 10 minutes for the warmth to subside, during which Muyu discovered a slight enhancement in his strength, agility, and physique, feeling considerably lighter. With a beaming smile, he purposefully retained the mushy fish head and tail as bait, eager to continue his fishing endeavors in hopes of further success. At that moment, a white figure appeared from the distance. Muyu's expression sharpened as he slowly retreated to the center of the island, a crossbow materializing in his hand from his backpack, an arrow readied and poised. The colossal seabird, having returned anew, continued to circle above Muyu without descending to launch an attack, undoubtedly harboring sinister intentions. In an effort to lower its guard, Muyu resolved to cease his evasions, for one must not hesitate in the pursuit of their goals. As anticipated, a dark shadow soon plummeted from the sky. Just as the shadow was poised to strike Muyu, the crossbow in his grasp emitted a crisp sound. Whoosh! The released arrow sliced through the air with remarkable swiftness, piercing the right wing of the soaring seabird. Thud! The dark figure landed on Muyu's windbreaker, and he suppressed his revulsion as he gazed up at the avian predator. In that moment, the bird had lost its previous grace, as blood began to drip from its injured wing. With a piercing cry, the colossal seabird was evidently enraged. The pain in its wing stripped it of reason, and it no longer feared the presence on the island. It dove down like a swift arrow, targeting Muyu. Unfazed by the imminent threat, Muyu stood resolute. After all, he was a man who had escaped the jaws of a shark. He swiftly readied his crossbow once more and continued to fire at the seabird. Whoosh whoosh. The premium string vibrated violently as the crisp sound of arrows being released filled the air. 2 arrows struck true, embedding themselves into the creature's body. Its form faltered, and it plummeted from the sky. The giant seabird let out a mournful wail, pooling a crimson stain upon the ground, evoking a semblance of pity. Yet, Muyu felt no compassion. He aimed for its head and loosed another arrow. Whoosh! The anguished cries abruptly ceased. Ding! Having achieved a significant kill, Muyu was bestowed with the title of Bird Hunter after defeating the black iron-grade grand cloudbird. Bird Hunter, Agility 2, Reflexes enhanced, 5 damage to avian creatures. Chapter 8, The Silver Chest. Approaching the fallen creature, Muyu was astonished to discover a black iron chest materializing beside the grand cloudbird. It appeared that slaying beasts could yield resource chests. He collected the chest, preparing for an anticipated opening the following day, and began to process the grand cloudbird. The decomposition was successful, yielding 30 exquisite feathers, 500 units of cloudbird essence, and 20 pounds of cloudbird meat. Cloudbird essence contains a trace of extraordinary wind properties, a valuable special material. Cloudbird meat, infused with mild extraordinary elements, highly nutritious, consumption can moderately enhance agility. Even the most efficient delivery service could not match the treasures delivered to his doorstep. Muyu was profoundly moved and, with tears in his eyes, resolved that this would be the main course for dinner. Gathering 3 crossbow arrows and the bird droppings, he rinsed off his windbreaker with well water before donning a fresh garment. In the designated farming area, Muyu utilized the rich bird droppings to cultivate a 4th plot of ordinary land, planting cotton seeds. After a day of adaptation, the channel had remained uneventful, save for a prominent figure named Changsun Wu, who frequently shared survival tips, while the rest of the messages pertained to resource exchanges. Life appeared to settle into a tranquil rhythm. Although many struggled with shortages of water and food, the daily catch provided enough resources for sustenance, albeit leaving them perpetually impoverished. Only a handful of unfortunate souls faced untimely demise. As of now, the mortality rate was remarkably low. In the blink of an eye, the setting sun once again painted the horizon crimson. Gazing at the spoils within the wooden barrel beside him, Muyu's expression turned to one of regret. He had indeed caught 2 red-spined spirit fish, but they were merely 4 to 5 centimeters long, akin to seedlings, with scarcely any flesh to savor. Additionally, he had 3 ordinary sand fish, each measuring 10 centimeters, their flavor pale in comparison to that of the spirit fish. While the grilled sandfish did not possess the same sweetness and exquisite taste as the red-spined spirit fish, they offered a distinct flavor, accompanied by a gentle warmth coursing through his body. Though a brief description suggested that consuming this fish could slightly enhance one's physique, the three diminutive sandfish did not contribute enough to merit any significant improvement. Oh, if only I had the blueprints for a pond, I would love to cultivate you. Muyu lamented as he transformed the two small red-spined spirit fish into sashimi and relished the taste once more. Moments later, his physique experienced a modest enhancement of 1 point, followed closely by increases in strength and agility. He felt invigorated, yet curiously unsated. At that moment, the small cloud bird was nearly finished cooking, and Muyu eagerly seized it, savoring the tender and chewy meat, which, even with minimal seasoning, proved to be a rare delicacy. After finishing the cloud bird, Muyu felt a newfound lightness throughout his body, noticing yet another increase in agility on his status panel. Seizing the moment of heightened vitality, he began to exercise fervently. As the clock struck 8, drenched in sweat, Muyu ceased his workout and made his way to the well, drawing forth all the water contained within. After a simple cleansing, he kept the water he needed for drinking, hanging the remaining 25 units on the platform. Perhaps it was the combination of a full belly and the comforting warmth of the woolen blanket, or perhaps the exhaustion from his intense workout, but that night, Muyu succumbed to sleep early. Ding. Soil, 450, wood, 240, stone, 180, mud, 70, rope, 30. As the night enveloped the world and the sea whispered softly, a solitary starry sky bore witness to a jungle island drifting slowly from the distance, coming to a halt about 100 meters from Muyu's own island. Awakening naturally at dawn, Muyu glanced at the time, and as a matter of habit, cast his eyes toward the channel area, only to discover that the group chat had erupted in excitement. Rongcheng, I see it too. Is it the same island? Chiozei, it must be a different one. Right? I see it as well, and that island isn't particularly large, estimated to be around 10,000 square meters. It's unlikely so many people could see it. Is anyone planning to go ashore? Rongcheng, how do we get there? Swim? That's too dangerous. Chiozei, once the island levels up, we can build a raft dock, and then we can paddle over. Rongcheng, I haven't gathered enough resources for leveling up yet. Chiozei, Zhizhan, good job, Qin. Gaoyu, I'm going to check it out as well. Muyu hurriedly exited the wooden cabin, and sure enough, a new island had appeared not far from his own. This island was exponentially larger than his, appearing lush and vibrant from afar. However, Muyu had no immediate plans to embark. After all, others were already preparing to explore. It would be prudent to first observe the group and gather information. Caution is paramount. Life is singular and precious, and he found his existence rich and fulfilling, rendering any unnecessary risks unwarranted. In the early morning, Muyu savored some roasted meat. Only to his astonishment, he found that even after consuming 2 pounds of it, he still felt unsatisfied, as if his appetite had been dramatically enhanced. To alleviate the heaviness, he plucked the last coconut fruit and indulged in its refreshing juice, finally feeling content. Although he felt a newfound lightness in his body, his agility had yet to improve. As he awaited 8 o'clock, he drew out 30 liters of well water. And after distributing 25 liters onto the shelves, he ceased to pay attention, knowing that everyone would be fishing for resource boxes in the morning, expecting them to be sold out by noon. Today, Muyu ventured to the opposite side of the island to fish for resource boxes, hoping for a change in fortune. Clink. He caught a wooden box. Clink. Another wooden box. Clink. A black iron box. Clink. Another black iron box. It was a fortuitous day, indeed. Muyu hummed a tune, reflecting his cheerful mood, and he noticed that what once required considerable effort to haul ashore, the black iron boxes, were now easily lifted. As he cast his line one last time, he felt that familiar sense of struggle return. Instead of frustration, he felt joy, gritting his teeth as he dragged the box from the sea, its silver sheen dazzling under the sunlight. Clink. He had caught a silver box. However, before he could revel in his success, an announcement echoed in his ears. Chapter 9, Black Diamond of the Sea. Congratulations to Lu Fei Bai for being the first in this area to fish out a special box, earning an additional reward. Muyu glanced at the silver box before him, his elation waning. Was his talent truly that of a lucky star? At that moment, the regional channel erupted with excitement. Shenzhen, Fei Bai is incredible. Chiozei, Fei Bai is amazing. What's in that special treasure box? I'm quite curious. Zhizhan, I'm curious too. Fei Bai, would you mind sharing? We'd love to see. Lu Tong, yes. I'm so curious. What could be inside such a low probability treasure? A divine artifact? A submarine, perhaps? Lu Fei Bai. All right, it is indeed fascinating, but it's not as exaggerated as you think. You'll see for yourselves. Lu Fei Bai, sharing the interface now. Muyu, intrigued, click to take a look. Friday, Chief, Ken Rue, age, 29, strength, 14, agility, 11, stamina, 13, spirit, 3, charisma, 1, talent, intermediate brute strength. Skills, Frenzy. Combat Power, Black Iron Level. Evaluation. The chief among Fridays, possessing low intelligence, extremely loyal, suited for heavy labor such as mining, logging, and transporting, incapable of fine work. A chorus of admiration erupted in the channel, and it would be disingenuous for Mu Yu to claim he felt no envy. With a strength of 14 points, enhanced by his title, he barely reached half of that, a feat that surpassed human limits. Choosing to ignore the channel, Mu Yu closed it and gazed at the silver box before him, his heart beginning to pray. Clink. Upon opening the silver box, a critical success was announced. Feces of the oceanic behemoth, Kraken, 1. Mu Yu stared at the dark, jelly-like substance before him, momentarily frozen in disbelief. Was this the reward from the silver box? It was utterly ridiculous. The excrement of the colossal sea creature, the Kraken, is replete with extraordinary nutrients, earning it the moniker of the black diamond of the sea, capable of enhancing soil quality or serving other remarkable purposes. Gathering this substantial fecal matter, Mu Yu prepared to fertilize the field shortly and resumed his exploration of the remaining chests. With a gratifying chime, he unlocked a black iron chest. Achieving a critical success, 2 beginner weapon enhancement scrolls, 2 basic knife technique skill books, and 2 strength potions. Another chime resonated as he opened another black iron chest, resulting in a critical success, 1 blueprint for a mud-making hut, 3 excellent tomato seeds, and 1 exquisite bottle of wine. Utilizing a beginner weapon enhancement scroll, Mu Yu's exquisite light crossbow underwent a fortification, augmenting its lethality to a level of 1. He carefully inspected the crossbow once more. Its texture, hue, and streamlined design bore an uncanny resemblance to its previous form. Had it not been for the alteration in the crossbow statistics, Mu Yu would have doubted any significant enhancement had occurred. With another chime, he employed a beginner knife technique skill book, acquiring the basic knife technique. The subsequent chime indicated that his experience in this discipline had increased. To his astonishment, Mu Yu discovered that identical skill books could be utilized repeatedly, flooding his mind with a plethora of insights regarding the art of the blade, subsequently reinforced by an influx of information. The exquisite bottle of wine, crafted from superior grapes, promised to enhance beauty, improve sleep, and provide a slight boost to wisdom and charm. Some extraordinary beings might find it intriguing, though caution was advised against excessive indulgence. Mu Yu deemed it prudent to reserve the wine for times of restless slumber or perhaps trade it in the future, recognizing its allure, particularly for the fairer sex. The strength potions were capable of enhancing one's strength by a single point, with a limit of 3. Consuming 2 of these potions simultaneously ignited a searing warmth in his abdomen. Mu Yu glanced at his status panel, noting that his attributes had yet to change, likely due to the effects still permeating his system. Enduring the discomfort, he resolutely opened the remaining wooden chest, determined to optimize his gains. Leaving only a black iron chest to be opened the following day, a chime announced the opening of wooden chest 3, revealing a Phoenix brand bicycle, 10 stones, 5 granite pieces, 1 clay pot, and 100 units of salt. What need have I for a bicycle? Mu Yu gritted his teeth, feeling the intensity of the pain in his belly escalate. His island spanned a mere 100 square meters. Even walking felt excessively cumbersome. After a moment, drenched in sweat, Mu Yu finally regained his composure, the burning sensation having dissipated. I should not have consumed them together. It nearly cost me my life. He reflected with a sense of trepidation. Yet, the rewards gleaned from his suffering were substantial, prompting him to review his personal information. Name, Mu Yu. Age, 24. Strength, 8. Reached human limits. Agility, 73. Physique, 61. Spirit, 71. Charm, 6. Talent, evolutionary critical hit. Passive skills, basic swimming, basic sea fishing, basic knife technique. Titles, Shark's Escapee. Shark Provoker, Bird Hunter. Equipment, exquisite light crossbow. Combat power, below average. Evaluation, congratulations. With your weaponry, you pose a formidable threat to weaker black iron tier creatures. Gently clenching his fist, the muscles in Mu Yu's arms bulged prominently, allowing him to feel the latent strength within. After tidying up his belongings, placing those meant for indoors inside and carelessly discarding his bicycle outside, Mu Yu proceeded to cultivate his 5th plot of land. Ding. Soil level 5, Kraken's excrement 1. Superior quality land 1. Superior quality land, a highly nutritious and extraordinarily energetic soil that significantly accelerates crop growth and has a chance to enhance the quality of crops below the rare level. Suddenly, Mu Yu felt the excrement was not such a burden after all. Contemplating briefly, he planted the 3 berry seeds he had obtained earliest. After watering them with well water, Mu Yu was astonished to discover green sprouts visibly emerging from the dark earth at an astonishing rate. However, no matter how fast they grew, they would not mature in the immediate future. With nothing else to do today, he decided to continue fishing. He cut the cloudbird meat into egg-sized pieces to bait his hook, determined to target only larger fish. Mu Yu also noted that even though the cloudbird meat would spoil if left in his backpack, the best way to preserve it was through salting and sun-drying. Originally, he had no means to do so, but the emergence of the clay pot offered a glimmer of hope. though he still needed a substantial amount of sand, which he had already sought to procure on the platform. As for the irritable Qin Laoj, just as Muyu thought of him, a message arrived. Songhai, do tell us more. Qin Hongda. Upon my initial arrival on the island, the periphery was a beach, followed by dense thickets. Venturing further in, I heard the howl of wolves. Ho Weikai wolves? That is not too alarming. Wolves aren't that fearsome, are they? Zhizhan. Indeed, whatever wolves or tigers. I could easily handle them with a swift slide. Qin Hongda, let me finish. From a distance, I caught sight of that wolf. And it was nothing like those on Blue Star. Over 2 meters long and as robust as a calf, it leaped onto a tree 4 or 5 meters high. Even if you brought a Blue Star tiger here, it would merely be a meal. Chapter 10, The Century-Old Stalactite Essence. Chiozei, is it truly that perilous? I had planned to take a look, but I'll refrain now. Shinjian, if you're not going, then neither will I. Ho Weikai, since you all are skipping it, so shall I. Zhang Sun Wu, not necessarily, not necessarily. I believe the appearance of the island is a boon for us. The sand from the island is excellent for both salt production and water purification. Everyone could simply dig the soil and chop wood at the periphery, thus avoiding encounters with the beasts deeper within, which also presents considerable resources. Rong Chong, Zhang Sun is right. For those of us reliant on resources for sustenance, who can't even gather the materials for island advancement, we should seize this opportunity. Is anyone willing to lend me a raft? I'll return triple the resources I acquire. Chen Kong, you're dreaming. Zhang Sun Wu's words undoubtedly ignited a fervor for island exploration. Yet they stirred no waves in Muyu's heart. Selling water was immensely profitable for him. Why risk gathering resources he deemed unworthy? As for the influx of sand leading to filters, Muyu felt no excessive concern. Without blueprints, the efficacy of a homemade filter in purifying water remains questionable. Moreover, the water in the puddle will only diminish with use, and it is likely that little remains now. Additionally, the influx of abundant basic resources into the market may lead to a rise in water prices. Most individuals arriving on the island are primarily in search of timber and soil, and those seeking sand are likely few in number. After some contemplation, Muyu promptly uploaded an offer of 500 units of water in exchange for 25 pounds of sand on the trading platform, anticipating that many would be inclined to trade. At that moment, new information arrived. Jianyuechangmu, are you there? Since the arrival of new individuals on the islands, the sale of cups of water had shifted from a monopoly to a modest profit, causing her to retreat into silence, although she had initially amassed a considerable fortune. Curiosity piqued, Muyu wondered why she sought him today. Muyu, I am here. Jianyuechang, I propose a lucrative business deal. Let us see if you can handle it. Jianyuechang, 1 unit of centenary stalactite essence, a rare treasure, an exceptionally gentle essence that, when ingested, can significantly enhance one's entire being. The effects vary based on the individual's condition. Muyu, what do you desire? Jianyuechang, I possess only 1 unit. But I can supply 1 unit daily, provided you offer 50 units of clean water in exchange, available only for this week. Muyu, striving to contain his excitement, furrowed his brow. A discerning individual could deduce that he would list 50 units of well water on the trading platform each day, yet she sought to monopolize all his water, truly a formidable opponent. Muyu, that is impossible. I have only so much water in a day. Jianyuechangmu, you understand the value of this item. It is worth its weight in gold. Muyu, I do not dispute its worth. But how many in the entire region can truly benefit from it? Jianyuechang, 45, that is my minimum offer. Jianyuechang, I will concede further to 40. Do not make me sell to others. Jianyuechang, very well, I will compromise to half. But you must provide me with the information of the well to prevent any deceit. Muyu, mini water well. Muyu, let us trade at 8 in the evening. You should still be awake then, I trust. Jianyuechang, very well, I shall await you. At that moment, on a rectangular island spanning 100 square meters, a girl with bright eyes counted on her fingers, murmuring, 30, that equates to 300 units of basic resources. No, I must save some. It has been days since I washed my hair. The layers of dirt could not conceal her astute gaze, and behind her stood a peculiar structure with a cave entrance. With a swift motion, she cast her line and landed another fish upon the shore, prompting Muyu to exclaim, using cloudbird meat as bait makes all the difference. The catches are substantial. In the span of 2 short hours, he had already reeled in a third fish measuring 30 centimeters. Although not of exceptional quality, Muyu felt a sense of satisfaction. At the very least, it would enhance his culinary experience. Even if not of superior grade, it contained a slight elemental essence, which could improve his attributes with sufficient consumption. His stomach grumbled in protest, and Muyu resolved to treat himself generously. In a different setting, 2 pounds of cloudbird meat were skewered on the grill, a bonfire ignited, and a sprinkle of cumin and salt was added during the roasting process. The crackling sounds resonated as the flames danced, the fat from the cloudbird meat sizzling and releasing an enticing aroma. After a while, the crispy exterior of the meat was savored, the rich oil bursting on the palate, and Muyu could not help but indulge. Once the barbecue was consumed, a slight heaviness lingered. Muyu's gaze shifted toward the clay pot. Lifting the lid, A waft of fragrant steam enveloped him, and the milky white fish soup bubbled contentedly within. A hearty sip of the soup invigorated Muyu, leaving him refreshed and thoroughly satisfied. The energy derived from the food coursed through his body, subtly enhancing his physical constitution. Seizing the moment, Muyu resolved to engage in some laborious tasks. He first used a stone pickaxe to excavate a small patch of water, then constructed a solid base with stones at the bottom, followed by digging a small drainage channel. During his toil, the well water he had listed on the trading platform was exchanged for sand. Muyu found a flat area on the island, laid down a wooden plank, spread most of the sand evenly, and drenched it with seawater, allowing it to bask in the sunlight. He then returned to his old craft, fishing. Occasionally, he checked the sand to see if it had dried. When it did, he would apply more seawater, repeating this process throughout the afternoon. As the evening glow painted the sky in hues of crimson, many white crystals had formed on the grains of sand. Muyu poured all of them into the water pit, adding seawater and stirring, allowing the highly saline water to flow into the wooden barrel he had prepared. He then added the accumulated ash from plant matter into the barrel, primarily composed of potassium carbonate, and awaited the precipitation of calcium carbonate and magnesium carbonate from the seawater. During this time, Muyu checked the trading platform. His listed water had already sold out, with numerous requests for transactions flooding his inbox. However, with water resources becoming slightly scarce, Muyu accepted the resources and closed the channel, taking stock of his current supplies: soil, 1530, wood, 610, stone, for 80, rope, 120, iron blocks, 30, mud, 210, hemp cloth, 20. Chapter 11. The Arrival of the Red Dragon. To his astonishment, Muyu realized he possessed such an abundance of resources. He had no doubt that if he extracted a significant quantity from his backpack, he could easily cover the island. The soil had reached its limit, and he would need to focus on collecting stones and mud tomorrow, mindful of his halved water supply. Speaking of mud, Muyu could not help but lament the newly constructed mud-making shed, which required a mixture of soil and fresh water to operate. Given the current scarcity of water resources, that structure would have to remain idle for the time being. Once the high-salinity seawater had settled adequately, Muyu crafted a conical filter out of wood, stuffing the bottom with hemp cloth, layering charcoal ash above it, followed by coconut shell-activated carbon, and finally topped with thoroughly cleaned sand. Pouring the high-salinity seawater over this assembly, he watched as it gradually filtered down, yielding a cleaner brine devoid of solid impurities. With the pot set ablaze, Muyu poured concentrated salt water into the clay pot, meticulously managing a low flame to avoid boiling. Upon observing the initial crystallization of salt, she ladled out 1/10 of the seawater into a wooden barrel. Subsequently, she boiled down the remaining seawater, yielding a pot of coarse salt. Despite the previous reaction with plant ash, the mixture still contained a substantial amount of calcium and magnesium ions, as well as a high concentration of potassium ions. She collected the coarse salt and placed it into the barrel. At this juncture, Muyu heated the previously extracted seawater to near boiling, scooping some to mix with the coarse salt, stirring and washing, before discarding the water. She repeated this process multiple times, with the insoluble salt remaining in the barrel representing the refined salt, while the discarded water was brine, toxic and deadly if consumed. Ultimately, she produced nearly 600 grams of refined salt. Muyu retained some cloudbird meat, preserving the excess 12 pounds of meat by hanging it on a freshly constructed wooden rack to air dry. Once she completed the task, Muyu sighed deeply and glanced at the channel, suddenly realizing it was already past 8 o'clock. Jin Yuechong had sent her several messages. Muyu, apologies. I lost track of time while making salt. Let us proceed with the trade. Ding. Trade successful. 30 well water, 1 unit of dairy spirit liquid. Jin Yuechong. I am quite upset. Unless you provide me with 100 units of salt, I will remain in a state of extreme anger all day. Muyu, haha. That is fine. Just tell me how you obtained that spirit liquid. Jin Yuechong. I think I'll continue being angry instead. Muyu. Cloudbird meat. Muyu. If you tell me, I'll throw in an extra 2 pounds of roasted meat, sprinkled with cumin and salt, exquisite in flavor and aroma, sizzling with juiciness. After a brief silence, Muyu suspected that the girl on the other end of the channel was undergoing a fierce internal struggle. Jin Yuechong. The source of the building is related to my talent. I shall not disclose further details, so handle it as you see fit. Jin Yuechong. Rare, centenary stalactite cave. Produces 1 unit of stalactite spirit liquid every 12 hours. Ultimately, the glutton's cravings triumphed over her intellect. Muyu. Alright. Get ready to feast. It seems this girl possesses quite a remarkable talent. Muttering to herself, Muyu traded the golden brown roasted meat to Jin Yuechong. Realizing her culinary skills had become increasingly refined. Jin Yuechong. This is absolutely delicious. Will I get to enjoy such delicacies again tomorrow night? Muyu, not this time. These are of considerable value. Unless you trade me another unit of spirit liquid. Jin Yuechong. Humph. You are quite greedy. Mere food cannot appease me. Muyu pondered for a moment, devising a plan to acquire her spirit liquid. Perhaps if she had an excess tomorrow, she might offer a little as a test. For the spirit liquid held substantial value to her. Were it not for the girl's potential assistance, Muyu would not have been so generous. In these times, every resource is exceedingly precious, and goodwill is rarely extended without a familial bond. For instance, this girl would not have voluntarily offered such a rare item unless it was to exchange for water resources. Soon, Muyu cast aside the matter, retrieving the spirit liquid and consuming it entirely. The liquid entered his mouth without eliciting any sensation, leading Muyu to ponder whether it had evaporated. However, he soon felt a gentle wave of energy permeate his limbs and bones, a fleeting sensation of ethereal bliss that left him yearning for more. Glancing at his personal attributes, he was taken aback to discover an increase of 2 points in his overall physique, with both spirit and charm also enhanced by 1 point. In retrospect, exchanging 30 water units for the spirit liquid was undoubtedly a tremendous gain. This evening, with no water available for trade, Muyu found himself with ample leisure time. The discussions within the channel revolved around the new island, with chatter primarily focused on how much wood had been chopped and how much soil excavated. Despite being far from Blue Star, the competition persisted. Notably, the death toll had risen significantly today, with over 300 individuals lost. Muyu could only remark on the dangers of venturing out to sea, cautioning that landing on the island required prudence. For improper rowing could lead to tears from loved ones. As the sun rose as usual from the front of his small cabin, Muyu felt a twinge of nostalgia for the days when he was awakened by the blaring of his alarm. He often questioned whether he had merely been dreaming, for aside from the absence of one moon, the days and nights here resembled those of Blue Star. Just as he stepped outside and stretched lazily, he suddenly noticed the sky darkening. Was it an overcast day? Glancing upward, he was instantly gripped by a chill. A colossal red dragon, measuring several dozen meters in length, soared through the sky. The immense dragon descended upon Muyu's island, creating tremors akin to an earthquake. He immediately pressed himself against the ground, paralyzed with fear. The fiery body of the dragon occupied the entire island and extended beyond, with its front half resting heavily upon the land, toppling even the wooden cabin. Muyu could clearly see the ancient and grand scales of the dragon, shimmering like precious rubies, exuding a raw and overwhelming draconic aura that rendered him breathless. He suspected that any minor movement might earn him a title, yet he was drenched in cold sweat, praying that the red dragon would not notice his presence. The dragon's arrival was abrupt, but its departure was swift, vanishing from sight within mere minutes. Muyu waited for half an hour before daring to rise, his body feeling somewhat drained. He muttered to himself, "Just you wait, I shall have my turn." Muyu had always possessed a resilient spirit, and after repairing his cabin, he surveyed the island. Aside from the broken coconut trees, the cured cloudbird meat had mysteriously vanished, and even the branches of the outstanding berry bushes had turned to wilted remnants. With no choice left, Muyu uprooted them and planted excellent apple seeds instead. Simultaneously, he discovered a clump of fiery, crystalline-like mud upon the island. Dragon's Dome. It contains a plethora of fire elements, which can be buried with 10 stones underground for 7 days to transform into a miniature crystal mine, or used as fertilizer, etc. Chapter 12, Talent Advancement. My apologies for misjudging you, dear dragon. Do visit often. Realizing he had not suffered any loss, Muyu immediately donned a new demeanor, contemplating his next decision. I already possess one outstanding plot of land. Having another would be less advantageous than acquiring a red crystal mine. Under the fractured coconut tree, Muyu excavated a pit to bury the excrement of the crimson crystal dragon along with stones. Once he completed this task, he confronted a grave dilemma. His breakfast had vanished. He found himself devoid of any stored provisions. This incident served as a stark reminder for him. One must always diversify their food reserves. After some contemplation, Muyu resolved to fish for boxes in hopes of a delightful surprise. Although he exchanged half of his water resources, he was determined that his quality of life should not diminish. He preserved the water for washing and drinking, allocating the remaining 20 wells of water for storage before proceeding to the shoreline. Ding. Congratulations, you have caught a decayed wooden box. Ding. Congratulations. You have caught a decayed wooden box. Surely, my casting technique must be flawed. Let me try again. Ding. No resource boxes were caught this time. Keep trying. Ding. No resource boxes were caught this time. Keep trying. Muyu's face darkened with frustration. Had his luck run dry for the day? Perhaps it was time to seek a new location. Ding. Congratulations, you have caught a solid wooden box. I will trade a decade of my life for a stroke of good fortune. Muyu fervently prayed as he cast his final line. Ding. Congratulations. You have caught a black iron box. Indeed, as the saying goes, shifting trees brings life. Perhaps one must learn the art of feng shui when fishing for boxes. Muyu's expression softened as he retrieved the black iron box he had saved from the previous day, now facing 5 boxes of similar size. He chose a decayed wooden box. His talent was but one step away from evolution, and today he would reserve the black iron box for last. Ding. Opening the decayed wooden box. Critical success. 10 ropes, 10 mud, 10 burlap. Ding. Evolution critical hit has leveled up. The current count has been refreshed. Evolution critical hit. Epic. Uniqueness refreshes at dawn. 4 times daily. Actions that can trigger a critical hit will indeed do so. Current critical hit rate, 300, 040 can evolve. The next evolution would require 10 days. While not excessively long, it was not trivial either, so Muyu chose to disregard the evolution information. Ding. Opening the decayed wooden box. 5 stones, 10 wooden planks, 5 mud. Casually, he opened another decayed wooden box, and for the ensuing solid wooden box, Muyu activated his talent. Ding. Opening the solid wooden box. Critical success. 1 excellent meat spirit mushroom seed. Excellent meat spirit mushroom seed. A wondrous plant that requires fertile land or better for cultivation. It absorbs nutrients from the soil daily, yielding a meat-like vegetarian product. Due to its substantial yield, delightful taste, and rich nutrition, it is an ideal food source for many carnivorous herbivores. Muyu was astonished that such a remarkable item could be found within the solid wooden box. The post-evolution critical hit was indeed formidable. This item was likely exceedingly rare even within the black iron box. Consequently, Muyu's anticipation for the opening of the black iron box grew exponentially. Ding. Opening the black iron box. Critical success. 1 rare fire spirit jujube tree seed. 1 sea blue fishing rod blueprint. 10 premium fishing lines. 1 bionic fishing hook. Rare fire spirit jujube tree seed. A precious spirit tree, a heavenly treasure, can be planted on fertile land or better, matures in 7 days, withers in 7 days, yielding once daily. In the black iron box, Muyu was at a loss for words upon discovering such extraordinary seeds. However, the subsequent blueprint made him feel as though he could perform somersaults out of sheer excitement. Sea wave 100-foot rod. Wood 1, iron block 20, fishing line 10. Although he did not obtain any food, Muyu felt no disappointment. He hastily made his way to the workbench to begin crafting. With wood 1, iron block 20, premium fishing line 10, and bionic fish hook 1, he achieved a critical success, the rare sea wave 100-foot rod. As Muyu examined the sea wave 100-foot rod, he marveled at its sturdy iron body, which could extend several meters. The rod guides and reel were already in place, and the fishing line featured a wooden bobber, while the bionic hook was strikingly realistic. He imagined that even without bait, a foolish fish might still take the bait. Arriving at the seaside, Muyu set up a pot to boil water and cast the hook deep into the waters. Once a fish was hooked, he would pull it up for a delightful feast, followed by a refreshing bath in the boiling water, emphasizing the importance of freshness. Before long, Muyu felt a tug at the end of the line, and upon reeling it in, he couldn't help but smile. To his astonishment, he had caught a large lobster, a creature he had never tasted on Blue Star. A striking red lobster, over 30 centimeters long, clamped tightly onto the bionic hook, causing Muyu to salivate. He tossed the lobster onto the shore, but it attempted to flee. Determined not to let it escape, Muyu swiftly crushed it with a stone, cleaned it, and placed it into a pot. Red sea lobster. Excellent, consuming it can enhance physical strength. With such intelligence, I hope it won't make me foolish, Muyu pondered. But the protests of his stomach prevailed. The tender, white lobster meat exploded with flavor as it entered his mouth, sliding down into his belly. It was only in the afternoon, after the system notified him that all the sold water had been exchanged, that Muyu ceased his fishing endeavors to assess his haul. Wood, 530, stone, 180, rope, 40, iron block, 3, mud, 90, cloth, 10. Indeed, all were obtained through wood. Next time, I shall not bother collecting wood. Muttering to himself, Muyu gazed at the 2 large barrels beside him, a smile gracing his face. He had caught more than 10 sizable fish, along with a large shrimp, marking a successful day with his new rod. Even among the excellent grade seafood, 2 resided in the barrel, heightening Muyu's eagerness for the pond blueprint. Unfortunately, despite numerous inquiries in the channel, he had received no information. Seizing the remaining time in the afternoon, Muyu set aside 5 large fish and 1 shrimp, preserving the rest by marinating and drying them for future sustenance. This, however, led to a swift depletion of salt. It seemed he would need to produce more salt tomorrow, though some had already appeared sporadically for sale on the platform, indicating that others were also capable of successful salt production. This group should not be underestimated. As Muyu immersed himself in thoughts of tomorrow's plans, a colossal cloud bird, with wings spanning over 3 meters, swept through the air, stirring a fierce wind as it approached Muyu's island with a thunderous sound. Muyu's heart skipped a beat as he hastily raised his crossbow towards the cloud bird, instantly feeling the absurdity akin to using a slingshot against an aircraft. The cloud bird, accompanied by a fierce gale, approached with great intensity, only to abruptly halt as it neared Muyu's island. After a moment of hesitation, the cloud bird turned away and departed, much to Muyu's relief. Perhaps it was the lingering aura of the crimson dragon from the morning that prompted the retreat of this colossal avian creature. However, such a reprieve was not a lasting solution. The emergence of the gigantic cloud bird instilled in Muyu a sense of urgency, akin to a Damocles sword hanging perilously overhead. As the day's toil came to a close, Muyu looked up to behold the orange-red sun painting the sky, harmonizing beautifully with the flame-like clouds, a sight he could never tire of. With dinner still some time away, Muyu glanced at the channel. discovering it was once again in a frenzy. After scrolling up, he grasped the unfolding events. Wang Yang, if you're gathering resources on Jungle Island, for heaven's sake, do not linger overnight. Chapter 13, The Dangers of Staying Out Overnight. Gao Yu, what is going on? Can someone explain the situation? Wang Yang, screenshot. Wang Yang, how much did you gather last night? I collected soil and stones. Li Kai, where are you? 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 Mu Yu looked at the screen flooded with where are you? Messages, feeling a chill run down his spine. Xinjian, I just added him. He really only knows that one phrase. Has he lost his mind? Dai Qingwen, I tried it myself, and it's true. Rong Cheng, I was so scared I didn't dare go out during the day. Zhou Kai, I have a friend in the same situation. I told him the island coordinates. What do you think will happen? Xinjian, not sure. It shouldn't be too serious. After all, the vast sea. Can he really find you on a small raft? Zhou Kai, hearing you say that puts me at ease. Mu Yu peered out the window of his wooden cabin, observing the dense white fog that had spread across the sea under the cover of night. It had surged to the island's edge, creating a separation between two worlds. The island lay desolate and eerily quiet, which left Mu Yu feeling quite insecure. He felt as though some terrifying presence lurked within the fog, poised to pounce at any moment. After all, people often envision the unknown as the most fearsome of foes. Wrapping himself tightly in his tactical jacket, he found solace only in the warmth and brightness of his small cabin, having prepared a delightful dish of fish and shrimp stew. Mu Yu packaged a portion and sent a picture to Jian Yuechong. Jian Yuechong, that looks delicious. Could you spare me a portion? Mu Yu, what do you think? Jian Yuechong, shall we trade again, if possible? Mu Yu, I'll consider it. Jian Yuechong, I beg you. How about we trade tomorrow or the day after? Mu Yu, I'll think about it. After a brief moment, Jian Yuechong sat on her wooden bed, holding the hard-earned fish and shrimp stew, her ears flushed crimson, clad in a snug sweater that accentuated her graceful figure. The illustration was not particularly precise. Under Mu Yu's ambiguous stance, the trade with Jian Yuechong was successfully completed. Having savored an exquisitely delightful dinner, Mu Yu consumed the stalactite essence, allowing it to be fully digested in a mere moment. He effortlessly performed 1,000 sit-ups, 1,000 push-ups, and 1,000 squats, breaking only a light sweat. Mu Yu felt invigorated, his face aglow with vitality, devoid of any discomfort. At this moment, glancing toward the channel area, he noted that it was nearly midnight, with only a few night owls engaged in conversation. Suddenly, a message piqued Mu Yu's alertness. Zhou Kai, I feel something has boarded my island, and I'm a bit frightened. Tang Yu, don't be scared. It's probably just a strong wind. Zhou Kai, no, it's knocking on the door, asking where I am. That S. Ming Zhihui's voice. He stayed on Jungle Island last night. This is bad. It has broken in. What should I do? Dai Qingwen. Zhou Kai, you can't be serious, can you? Tang Yu, Zhou Kai, what is happening? After a succession of messages, Zhou Kai fell silent for over 10 minutes, and Mu Yu surmised that his fate was grim, serving as a sobering reminder for himself. The fog indeed harbored mysteries. He would not leave the island, and his coordinates must remain undisclosed. Zhou Kai, where are you? 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 Jiang Yinghua, where are you? 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 Sang Yuding, where are you? 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 The screen was flooded with repetitive phrases, and no one dared to speak further in the channel. Mu Yu held his breath, feeling an eerie sensation of presence outside. Qin Hongda, what is happening? I was sound asleep when the system woke me. Zhizhan, look at the number of survivors. So many have suddenly vanished. Mu Yu glanced at the count, and indeed, only 6,000 remained, having lost nearly 1,000 overnight, with many not even surviving the first week. Subsequently, some night owls shared the events in the channel, and Mu Yu, feeling drowsy, succumbed to slumber. The following day, despite only having slept for 6 hours, Mu Yu felt remarkably refreshed and full of energy, likely due to the enhancement of his attributes. He prepared a pot of white soup with 2 salted fish, completing his nutritious breakfast. At 8 o'clock, he set up the water resources and returned to the seaside where he had fished the previous day, skillfully casting his rod. Ding. Congratulations. You have caught a black iron chest. Ding. Congratulations. You have caught a black iron chest. Ding. Congratulations. You have caught a solid wood chest. Ding. Congratulations. You have caught a rotten wood chest. Ding. Congratulations. You have caught a solid wood chest. Ding. Congratulations. You have caught a black iron chest. In high spirits, Mu Yu appreciated the rarity of silver chests, but at least today, he had secured 3 black iron chests without any interruption from aerial forces. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, he resolved to henceforth utilize his talents solely on chests of black iron grade or higher. The night's occurrences had issued a warning. He needed to bolster his combat capabilities, and it was time to craft some equipment with critical strikes. Ding. Opening the black iron chest, critical strike successful. Blueprint for a luxurious 2-story villa. With a sound, the black iron chest was opened, and a critical success was achieved. Blueprint for small water pool 3, blueprint for filter faucet 3. With another sound, the black iron chest was opened again, resulting in a critical success. Rare blueprint for chi enhancing scabbard 1, advanced magnet stone 2, advanced sharpening stone 2. Luxurious 2-story cottage blueprint, 200 wood, 100 stone, 100 mud, 20 glass, 20 iron, 20 linen, 20 rope, 10 granite. Occupies 70 square meters, with a built-in 40 square meter basement and a 50 square meter poultry pen. This was undoubtedly the most material-intensive structure Muyu had encountered, clearly not intended for his current use. The footprint of this house alone exceeded that of his current island, so it had to be stored for the time being. Small water pool blueprint, 30 stone, 30 mud, 10 wood, occupies 12 square meters, capable of storing 70 tons of water. Filter faucet blueprint, 5 iron, 5 wood, 2 linen, 2 charcoal, 1 gravel. The small water pool alleviated Muyu's immediate concerns, serving as a pond or a reservoir for rainwater collection. However, the recent days had been marked by clear skies, likely a benefit of the novice period. Otherwise, most individuals would be without shelter from the rain, and a downpour could lead to the elimination of many. The filter pipeline was presumably designed to work in conjunction with the water reservoir. Once he resided in the cottage, convenient access to running water would make this item indispensable. Rare chi-enhancing scabbard blueprint, 2 iron, 2 magnet stone, 2 sharpening stones, and any extraordinary materials can be added at will. Chapter 14. The Rare Wind Cloud Chi-Enhancing Scabbard. The treasure chest's output must be exquisite. Muyu could only lament, as he happened to possess a portion of extraordinary essence from the cloudbird. Once he finished opening the chests, he would create one to see what effects it would yield. With a sound, the solid wood chest was opened, yielding 3 chili seeds, 1 stone mortar, 1 flashlight, 1 safety helmet, 1 reflective vest. Well then, a delightful surprise. Muyu was not particularly adept at handling spicy food. Yet dishes devoid of that zest always felt lacking in spirit. Now, the seeds of soul had arrived. However, the insufficient fertilizer was a significant regret, preventing him from cultivating new farmland, despite having amassed numerous plant seeds. Extracting 500 units of cloud bird essence from storage, he approached the workbench to commence crafting the chi-enhancing scabbard. Utilizing 2 iron, 2 advanced magnet stones, 2 advanced sharpening stones, and 500 units of cloud bird essence, a critical success resulted in the Rare Wind Cloud Chi-Enhancing Scabbard. Rare Wind Cloud Chi-Enhancing Scabbard, an extraordinary weapon crafted with advanced materials infused with wind attribute extraordinary materials and techniques that yield triple critical hits. After inserting a longsword, it can cultivate a blade of wind energy after 2 hours. It can be nurtured for up to 72 hours. And drawing the sword will unleash a strike. Note, a weapon of inferior quality may break upon drawing. Damage, 720. The scabbard was dark and heavy, yet it glimmered with a faint azure light, clearly indicating its exceptional nature. Applying the last of his beginner weapon enhancement scrolls, Muyu subsequently forged an ordinary bloodletting longsword, inserted it into the scabbard, and prepared to test its efficacy. Having completed his tasks, Muyu arrived at the fields, where only 3 apple saplings had ripened. The exceptional land cultivated with superior seeds required merely a day to yield fruit. He harvested a total of 9 plump, crimson apples, only to realize that he could fell the apple trees for timber and plant the rare fire spirit jujube tree instead. The splendid apples, when consumed, could enhance one's physique and alleviate fatigue. Indeed, they were remarkable. Muyu promptly picked one and savored its sweetness, which was both juicy and crisp, instantly banishing his weariness. With resources collected, 60 stones, 60 mud, 20 timber, and 2 small water reservoirs, Muyu set about constructing 2 small reservoirs on the land near the sea, combining them into a larger pool covering an area of 24 square meters. He then excavated a channel to connect with the ocean, erecting a fence at the mouth of the channel with wooden planks. Before long, seawater filled the pool. After completing these tasks, Muyu began to sprinkle seawater over the sand while occasionally fishing to stock the reservoir, and soon it was time for lunch. Rubbing his stomach, he used the newly crafted fishing net to catch 2 ordinary fish from the reservoir and prepared a barbecue. With resources gathered, 20 well water, 200 stones, 20 ropes, 220 mud, 30 hemp cloth, and 10 iron blocks, he found that apart from the mud, all other resources were sufficient to elevate the island. However, there was no news of rare building blueprints, and worrying was of no use. After enjoying the grilled fish, he consumed another apple, which swiftly dispelled the fatigue from the morning's exertions. Seizing the opportunity during his midday rest to digest his food, Muyu turned his attention to the channel, where he recognized a familiar name, Wu Jiangwo. Seeking a disinfectant, willing to trade for pork, consuming it can enhance attributes. Chose wow pork. It can also enhance attributes. I really want it. Where did the expert hunt for this? Chin Hongda. Where else but Jungle Island? But why is it that the Jungle Island I discovered has no pigs, only wolves? Tangyu. Expert, if you don't have disinfectant, can it be exchanged for resources? Wu Jiangwo. I only need the disinfectant. I can also reveal an important secret. Tangyu. What a pity. I have nothing but resources. Zhao Shuiyo, such ostentation. Disinfectants are precious now, being strategic resources. Who would trade them? And secrets, who knows if they're true? Muyu clicked on Wu Jiangwo's profile, revealing a resolute middle-aged man with a prominent scar across his face, a mark left from a bare-handed struggle with a cheetah. He recalled that in Blue Star, Wu Jiangwo was a master of wilderness hunting, hailing from the same hometown as Muyu, Ningxue Town. Therefore, Muyu paid particular attention to him, as his reputation was quite esteemed in the town. Trusting Wu Jiangwo's words, he accepted his friend's request and left a note. In a humble wooden cabin, Wu Jiangwo leaned against the wooden wall, drenched in sweat, his expression contorted in pain as he grimaced. 3 thick quills, akin to chopsticks, were embedded in his thigh, and the wounds were showing signs of discoloration. Wu Jiangwo's complexion was pale as he typed messages in the regional channel, his expression tinged with despair. Clutching a silver blueprint, he cast a reluctant glance before finally summoning his resolve. Just then, a message arrived. Muyu, I have some disinfectant alcohol here. Do you need it? Wu Jiangwo, yes. How much pork do you require? Is 30 gene sufficient? Muyu, no rush. Use it first, and take care of your wound. Muyu poured out 1/3 of the alcohol and added a portion of crushed herbs to initiate the trade. Muyu, is this enough? Wu Jiangwo, yes, thank you. Thank you. After a while, Muyu received another message. Wu Jiangwo initiated a trade. 30 gene of Gongshan porcupine meat for 1 unit of wood. Muyu did not decline and promptly received a sizable chunk of meat, marbled with fat and lean. Gongshan porcupine meat. Regular consumption can enhance strength and physique. Muyu's menu expanded yet again, and soon after, a message from Wu Jiangwo arrived. Muyu, it's all good. Uncle Wu, I'm Mu Jie's son. Wu Jiangwo, so you're old Jie's son. No wonder you look familiar. I didn't connect the dots right away. Have you managed to get in touch with your father? Muyu, not yet, but I believe it will happen sooner or later. Wu Jiangwo, it surely will. Muyu, by the way, Uncle Wu, what was that important secret you mentioned before? Wu Jiangwo, at the center of Jungle Island, there is an altar. If you slay the guardian beast of the island and offer its head, you can obtain rare building blueprints, rare beast eggs, random advanced skill books, random extraordinary elemental stones, or a choice of 1 out of 5 beginner totems. Chapter 15, Entering Jungle Island. Wu Jiangwo, however, the guardian beasts on the island possess strength far surpassing the large beasts of Blue Star, so exercise utmost caution. If necessary, I can teach you how to set some traps. A storm of emotions surged within Muyu. He was fortunate to have assisted Wu Jiangwo, or he might have missed this secret entirely. He had not intended to venture to Jungle Island. Perhaps the need for my island's advancement lies within, Muyu mused. Feeling adequately armed, with carefulness and his critical strike talent, he had a considerable chance of overcoming the guardian beast. Although his hunting skills were not on par with Wu Jiangwo's, his equipment was undeniably luxurious. Muyu, thank you, Uncle Wu. I will be cautious. Wu Jiangwo, good. Let me know if you need anything. After concluding the conversation, Muyu gazed toward the lush expanse of Jungle Island. A decision solidified in his heart. It was not that he shied away from risk, but rather that the stakes had not been compelling enough. With sufficient justification, he could brave any perilous situation. With a swift motion, Muyu drew his blade towards the sea, unleashing a streak of azure energy that sliced through the air like a blade of wind. Crashing against the water's surface. Boom. The sea erupted in a cascade of splashes, raising towering waves. Excellent. Muyu tightly gripped the hilt of his Feng Yunqi sword, nodding with satisfaction. This was evidently a manifestation of extraordinary power, instilling him with greater confidence for his journey to the island. He sheathed the long knife, allowing it to absorb energy overnight, anticipating the fierce blade aura it would unleash come morning. As the twilight painted the sky with hues of crimson, Muyu spent his afternoon as he always did. Perhaps having passed the novice protection period, he could no longer catch the exquisite seafood he once did. With deft hands, he produced a pound of salt, reserving a portion of the porcupine meat while preserving the majority. Muyu was acutely aware of the impending calamity following the 7-day safety period, and when the time came with no sources of food, he would rely solely on the provisions he had stored in advance. At 8 o'clock that night, as per routine, he exchanged a unit of stalactite essence with Jianyu, providing her with some delicacies. However, Muyu was cautious and refrained from offering the porcupine meat, instead presenting her with ordinary fish soup and fish meat, which nonetheless delighted the young girl immensely. Consuming both the porcupine meat and stalactite essence, a surge of power coursed through him, making Muyu feel as if he had broken through some invisible shackles. After a considerable time, he shed a layer of foul, oily residue, and his entire demeanor transformed, shedding the frailty of his former self. Name, Muyu. Age, 24 strength, 111 agility, 103 constitution, 91 mind, 91 charm, 8 talent, evolutionary critical strike equipment, excellent light crossbow, rare wind and cloud chi cultivation scabbard passive skills, basic swimming, basic sea fishing, basic swordsmanship titles, escapist from shark's jaw, provoker of sharks, bird hunter combat power, black iron level evaluation, There is no problem that cannot be resolved with a single strike. If there is, please allow me 72 hours. To his astonishment, he had indeed reached the black iron level. Glancing at his personal panel, Muyu's expression brightened, brimming with confidence for the actions of the morrow. After cleansing himself with the well water he had collected during the day, he soon succumbed to sleep. The following morning, the sun rose punctually at Muyu's bedside, bringing an end to his lingering dreams. Today marked the 6th day, with only 2 days remaining until the disaster. An undercurrent of urgency surged within him as he hastily finished his breakfast and approached his workbench. With 5 units of wood, 5 iron blocks, and 5 ropes, he successfully crafted the ironwood armor. Ironwood armor, a full-body armor made from the fusion of iron blocks and wood, characterized by high defense, yet hindered mobility. Defense 6. Muyu stowed the ironwood armor into his organized backpack, placed the well water onto the trading platform, and made his way to the coast. With 20 units of wood, 10 ropes, and 1 raft dock, a modest dock emerged from the dissipating white smoke. With 10 units of wood and 5 ropes, a simple wooden raft materialized at the dock, its components secured with rope, adorned with a single paddle, exuding a certain rustic charm. Equipped with dried fish, a light crossbow, bolts, and the scabbard, Muyu leapt onto the raft, ready to set sail towards the jungle island. Inhale, exhale. This marked Muyu's first departure from the island, akin to a blind person losing their cane, instilling a sense of unease within him. Even as the sound of paddling and the briny sea breeze composed a soothing melody, Muyu found no solace, quickening his strokes as he navigated the raft. After a brief moment, Muyu successfully approached the island of the jungle, and the wooden raft came to rest upon the sandy shore. Disembarking from the raft, he extracted the rope and secured it to the nearest banyan tree, allowing him the opportunity to survey the island. The beach, adorned with fine grains of sand glistening like golden brocade under the sun, sparkled brilliantly. Beyond the shore lay countless towering trees, evoking an illusion of being within a primeval forest. Muyu donned his ironwood armor. With his current strength, its weight was negligible, while significantly enhancing his defense. A crack echoed beneath his feet as a brittle branch snapped. Holding his breath, he listened to the undulating chorus of insects in the depths of the forest, yet no trace of the guardian beast could be discerned. However, as Wu Jiangwo had mentioned, the altar resided at the island's center, and Muyu feared not its absence, but rather its sudden manifestation. Gripping his light crossbow and the scabbard at his waist tightly, these cold weapons provided him with a semblance of security as he cautiously advanced towards the island's heart. Suddenly, a striking azure figure leapt into view. Muyu's taut expression relaxed as he swiftly released an arrow, piercing a half-meter-long blue serpent firmly against a robust tree trunk. Surprised by his own quick reflexes, he felt the tangible essence of his digitized attributes. Panic surged within him as he glanced upward. Not far off, a formidable silhouette charged towards him, carrying a gust of foul wind. Trees were toppled in its wake, and in an instant, Muyu discerned the creature's identity, a forest overlord, the bear. Arrows flew in rapid succession, quivering as they embedded into the bear's form. Yet, despite the injuries inflicted, the bear's size swelled, rising to over 10 feet tall, its imposing presence bearing down upon Muyu like a mountain. The stench from its cavernous maw wafted towards him, a harbinger of doom. Chapter 16, Critical Strike Altar Reward. Evolutionary Critical Strike. In this moment of peril, Muyu had little faith that his slight frame and ironwood armor could withstand the bear's onslaught. His only source of confidence lay in the scabbard at his waist, which had absorbed energy for 20 hours. Under the auspices of the talent for evolutionary critical strikes, he unsheathed his bloodletting long knife, unleashing a crescent of azure blade energy that cascaded forth like a waterfall, reducing the blade to mere powder in an instant. It was as if the air trembled. The sharp and swift blade energy cleaved the bear in twain, turning its entire form into a mass of flesh. The resounding crash of giants echoed as countless towering trees fell behind the bear, stretching into the unseen distance. What a loss! Muyu lamented, tears unshed. The bear's several hundred pounds of flesh had now become sustenance for the forest. He had not anticipated that the enhancement of the evolutionary critical strike would yield such power, carving a grand avenue through the woods. Wait, what shall I do about the beast's head? Muyu was suddenly seized by panic, realizing there lay a bloodied bear skull upon the ground. Oh, how terrifying! With a sigh of relief, Muyu disregarded the foul odor emanating from the skull and cradled it as he made his way towards the central altar. At the heart of the jungle island stood a rudimentary altar crafted from stones, adorned with intricate patterns of an unknown origin, exuding an air of mystery. He placed the bear's head upon the rocky altar, whereupon the designs illuminated with a radiant white glow. Activating the primary altar, please select one reward. 1. Rare level architectural blueprint. 2. Advanced skill book. 3. Rare level beast egg. 4. Extraordinary elemental spirit stone. 5. Basic totem. The choices are tantalizing. Although each option made Muyu salivate, for the sake of the island's development, he opted for the rare level architectural blueprint. He wondered if the evolution crit could be applied to the reward selection. With a thought, He activated the evolution crit. Please select 3 rewards. Everything can achieve a crit. At that moment, Muyu truly felt the immense power of the evolution crit. He chose the architectural blueprint, beast egg, and basic totem. Once he made his selections, the white glow from the patterns faded, and the bear skull vanished, replaced by a shimmering silver blueprint, a pristine beast egg, and a banner emblazoned with the bear's likeness. Boom! Just as Muyu retrieved his rewards, the rocky altar collapsed with a thunderous sound. It appeared to be a one-time use. Feeling fortunate, Muyu harbored little regret and turned his attention to his newfound treasures. Lightning Tower Blueprint, rare building 50 iron blocks, 5 lightning stones. Muyu felt a twinge of worry. After all, this blueprint was not drawn from a chest, lacking the requisite materials, and he was uncertain if he could procure them from the trading platform. Snow Silver Lion Egg, rare level after binding with blood. It can hatch into a snow silver lion within a day. In 7 days, it can grow to a black iron level combat strength, and with ample nourishment. Its growth can be expedited. Without hesitation, Muyu bit his fingertip to draw blood. Having been alone on the island was becoming unbearably lonely. And even a pet would be a splendid companion. Bear Totem, basic plant this totem upon the island, and it shall receive the blessing of the bear god, granting a strength amplification of 10. The imposing figure of the bear on the totem resembled a war deity, bestowing a considerable boon. Though Muyu felt a slight discomfort with the notion of the bear god. Collecting 20 wood, collecting 20 wood, collecting 20 wood. After securing his spoils, Muyu followed the path of the fallen giant tree to gather wood, amassing a total of 2,000 pieces before he paused. Judging by the relentless sun, he deduced it was now midday. With only a single guardian beast on the island and no other resources of significance, Muyu decided not to linger further and headed towards the direction of his raft. Upon reaching the beach, Muyu was struck dumb. The tree trunk bore only a severed rope, and his wooden raft had vanished without a trace. Splash! A small black shark leaped from the water, regarding Muyu with a provocative glare. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt was released, piercing the water before dissipating. Splash! The little black shark once again leapt above the surface, seemingly proclaiming that it had evaded capture. In the vast ocean, the little black shark moved with remarkable speed, and given the distance, it was indeed challenging to strike it with a crossbow. Moreover, each shot depleted Muyu's limited supply of arrows, causing him to feel a twinge of regret. This would not do. If he allowed it to linger, he would surely meet his demise once night fell. Feeling increasingly anxious, Muyu lamented the loss of his bloodletting longsword. Otherwise, he could have taught the creature a lesson with a single stroke of his wind and cloud blade chi. Observing the little black shark persistently circling the surface, Muyu gathered numerous rocks weighing dozens to hundreds of pounds from the jungle. With his impressive strength attribute of 11, he hurled the stones into the water like cannonballs, generating waves that soared several meters high. Boom, boom, boom. After a relentless barrage, the little black shark dared not resurface. After consuming 3 apples from his pack, Muyu continued until he had emptied his supply of rocks. At this moment, the ocean lay tranquil, and the little black shark had not reappeared. After waiting a bit longer, reassured by the absence of the creature, Muyu finally relaxed. He retrieved some timber and secured it with rope, crafting a rudimentary wooden raft. Gazing at the vessel, which was even more rudimentary than those constructed at the dock, Muyu couldn't help but scratch his head. Well, something is better than nothing. Removing his ironwood armor, he pushed the raft into the sea and leapt aboard, using a piece of wood as a paddle as he embarked on his journey home. The calm sea mirrored the azure sky and drifting white clouds, the nearby island representing his home. In this moment, Muyu's heart swelled with the joy of a wayfarer returning home. Suddenly, a jolt disrupted his elation. The raft collided with something beneath. The sound of snapping rope echoed, and the raft disintegrated, sending Muyu plunging into the water, where the little black shark revealed its formidable jaws, charging toward him. Not today, Muyu roared, summoning his courage as he pulled stones from his backpack and hurled them toward the shark's open maw. Taking advantage of the moment, he swam fervently towards the island, fearful that the scent of blood would attract piranhas. At that instant, his basic swimming skill proved effective. He felt as if he were born to the water, moving with greater ease and speed than ever before. Just as Muyu was nearing the shore, the little black shark, its eyes aflame with fury, surged toward him like a missile, intent on dragging him down with it. Chapter 17, The Special Box. Swish, swish, swish. With only 5 bolts remaining in his crossbow, Muyu had no time to mourn their dwindling number and rapidly loosed 3 shots. The bolts sliced through the water, creating splashes as they embedded deeply into the flesh of the little black shark. With each impact, the creature's speed diminished and torrents of blood erupted, staining the ocean crimson. As the little black shark drew nearer, the power of the bolts intensified. One arrow struck its skull, causing its momentum to falter noticeably. In the blink of an eye, the shark was merely a few meters away. In that moment, Muyu felt an extraordinary calmness wash over him. His fingers steadied on the trigger. The final bolt flew true, piercing the shark's eye with precision. Crack! The sound of shattering bone reverberated as the little black shark, propelled by its own inertia, collided with Muyu. Blood gushed from the eye sockets, devoid of any hint of life. Simultaneously, a black iron chest materialized around the little black shark. With his backpack already brimming, Muyu could only clutch the iron chest and scramble onto the island. Pain. Only after the life and death crisis had passed did Muyu realize the agony of flesh torn from his body. 3 or 4 piranhas clung tightly to the base of his thigh. If they had ventured 10 centimeters higher, the consequences would have been dire. He yanked the piranhas off and smashed them to the ground, then hastily glanced at the sea, his heart sinking painfully. A swarm of piranhas was feasting on the corpse of the little black shark. Muyu threw a few stones to scare them away and managed to hoist the remaining carcass onto his makeshift raft. In just a few minutes, only a small portion of the little black shark remained. Disassembly successful. Black shark fin X2, black shark essence blood 200, black shark meat 100 pounds, crossbow bolts X5. Black shark fin, rich in nutrients and trace extraordinary elements, a delectable ingredient that enhances agility and affinity with the ocean. Black shark essence blood contains a hint of extraordinary water element, a valuable special material. Black shark meat contains trace extraordinary elements, though its taste leaves much to be desired, not recommended for cooking, except for those with a strong palate. Gazing at the bloodied shark meat, Muyu felt a deep sense of regret. Even the description indicated it was unpalatable, and as a connoisseur of cuisine, he naturally would not seek discomfort. After organizing his belongings, Muyu casually planted a bear totem on the island, immediately infusing the area with a feral aura, and he felt his strength increase slightly. Subsequently, Muyu washed himself with well water and used bathing water to clean his clothes. Perhaps due to his robust physique, the wound on the base of his thigh showed signs of healing. Nevertheless, to be safe, he applied some alcohol to it. Having completed these tasks, Muyu checked the resources on the trading platform. Ding. Well water 20, stones 100, mud 255, hemp cloth 17, iron blocks 20, glass 8. With this, all materials needed to upgrade the island had been gathered. Everything was in place, save for a favorable wind. Meanwhile, Muyu searched for a long knife on the trading platform in exchange for a low-priced, subpar long knife blueprint. After all, as a disposable weapon, it need not be exceptional. Unfortunately, there were no transactions for thunderstones on the trading platform, and Muyu had no choice but to seek help in the chat channel. Muyu, to the omnipotent crowd, I am offering a handsome reward for 5 thunderstones. Please message me privately with your prices. Zhijian, what is that? Can it be eaten? Xinjian, clearly, it's for pickling vegetables. Songhai, we are all seeking water, food, and resources, and here is a big shot looking to acquire rare materials. Truly impressive. Daiqingwen, I'm just guessing. But this seems to be a material for rare buildings. Is the big shot looking to advance to a third-tier island? Tangyu, what is with you all? Aren't you going to the island to dig? Muyu, offering a handsome reward for 5 thunderstones. Please message me privately with your prices. After sending several messages, Muyu closed the chat channel. It appeared that there were quite a few astute individuals in this area. His intentions had been swiftly discerned, but it mattered little. He had never intended to keep it a secret. While awaiting the arrival of materials, Muyu first fashioned a wooden sword to insert into the sheath of the wind and cloud chi blade. Subsequently, he resolved his hunger with a delightful combination of barbecued meat and fish soup before heading to the seaside to fish for resource crates. Ding. Congratulations. You have caught a decayed wooden crate. Ding. Congratulations. You have caught a decayed wooden crate. Ding. Ding. This time, no resource crates were caught. Keep trying. Ding. Congratulations. You have caught a decayed wooden crate. Ding. Congratulations. You have caught a decayed wooden crate. Taking a deep breath to stave off dizziness, Muyu exerted himself to cast his line one final time. The sensation upon pulling the rod was unmistakable. This time, it bore a distinctly different weight. Neither heavy nor light. It was evident that he had indeed hooked something significant. With all his strength, he yanked, and a striking red crate glimmered under the sunlight, transforming into the embodiment of Muyu's dreams. Second-tier special crate. 100,000 fishing attempts may only yield a fleeting encounter with the luckiest of individuals. Ding. Opening the second-tier special crate. Critical hit successful. 9 Fire Spirit Stones. Fire Spirit Stone contains potent fire elements, exceptionally stable, and is a rare extraordinary material. Hesitating for a moment would be an affront to the special crate. After the critical hit, Muyu now possessed 9 of these items, which could only be obtained by opening a primary altar. Each Fire Spirit Stone radiated with the vibrant hues of a blazing flame, crimson and fervent. After securing the Fire Spirit Stones, Muyu retrieved the black iron crate acquired from hunting the small black shark. Ding. Opening the black iron crate. Critical hit successful. 1 Small Iron Mine Blueprint. Small Iron Mine Blueprint. When placed, it occupies approximately 30 square meters, with 1/10 automatically replenished each week. With the island being too small to accommodate this iron mine, Muyu decided to store it away. After opening the remaining 4 decayed wooden crates, which offered a meager supply of resources, Muyu finally received a private message. LV Fei Bai, does Master Mu need 5 thunderstones? I have some. Muyu, no need for such formality, please state your price. LV Fei by 200 soil, 200 stones, 200 mud. Given how long Master Mu has been trading water resources, this should not be excessive. Gazing at LV Fei Bai's offer, Muyu furrowed his brow in contemplation. LV Fei Bai, what do you say, Master? Muyu, I can agree to the exchange, but I can only provide 20 water resources in return. You can scour the trading market, and in an hour, you should be able to acquire the necessary resources. After sending the message, Muyu noticed a moment of silence from LV Fei Bai. LV Fei Bai, all right. Moments later, LV Fei Bai sent the exchange details. Subsequently, Muyu prepared 20 buckets of well water and completed the transaction with LV Fei Bai. 20 well water for 5 thunderstones. As for the evening trade with Jian Yuchang, Muyu speculated that a method to obtain purified water might emerge after reaching the 3rd tier of the island. If all else fails, he could always concoct a delightful meal to distract. Trading would remain an option for the following day. Ding. The construction of the Thunder Tower is complete. 50 iron blocks. 5 thunderstones. At this moment, every second counted. Without a hint of hesitation, Muyu erected the Thunder Tower upon the open ground. As the white mist dissipated, a hollow iron tower, occupying 5 square meters and soaring 10 meters high, materialized before him. The entire tower is cloaked in black, crowned with a lightning rod, and the base features a platform. Chapter 18. Ascending to Tier 3 Island, Fire Dragon Island. Lightning Tower, rare actively attracts lightning within a radius of 100 meters, approximately 30,000 square meters. By placing iron or copper blocks on the platform, one can convert them into rare materials such as lightning-infused iron blocks or copper blocks, as well as store other lightning harvesting materials. With this newfound source of rare materials, Muyu promptly extracted 10 iron blocks and filled the platform beneath the lightning tower, upgrading the island. With a mere thought, Muyu submitted 9 fire spirit stones, signaling the commencement of the main event. The upgrade was successful. Soil 1000, stone 800, mud 600, fire spirit stones 9. At this moment, a significant portion of the accumulated resources was expended, resulting in a regional announcement. Congratulations to Muyu for being the first in this region to promote to a Tier 3 island, earning additional rewards and unlocking the island leaderboard. Additional rewards. Wonder Level 1, 9-fold Earth Fire. Enveloped in mist several times larger than the island itself, a new island emerged moments later. What astounded Muyu the most was the emergence of a nearly 100-square-meter hollow at the island's center, from which a plume of crimson flames surged skyward, as if 9 fire dragons were entwined within, soaring and magnificent. Island name, Fire Dragon Island. Level, Tier 3 Small Island. Area, approximately 3,000 square meters. Structures, mini water well, small cabin, mud hut, raft dock, lightning tower, water reservoir X2. Resources, ordinary fields X4, extraordinary field X1, mini red crystal mine, small firestone mine. Special outputs, Tier 3 resource rod, 9-fold Earth Fire, rare wonder, fire healing spring, rare structure. Earth Fire smelter, rare structure. Fertilizer catalysis room, rare structure. Buildable, 2-story small cabin. Wooden boat dock, pressure well, furnace, stone wall, wooden watchtower. Ownership, Muyu. Advancement requirements. Pass the advancement trial. Soil 10,000, stone 10,000, mud 10,000, rare wonder 1. Rare structures 10, rare building 1. Extraordinary elemental stone can be added at will. The information from this update was extensive, and before Muyu could even delve into it, private messages bombarded him like a machine gun. Tangyu. Wow, the first Tier 3 island has emerged. Jose, incredible. I haven't even glimpsed a rare structure yet. Songhai, don't even mention rare structures. I'm still a significant way from having enough resources. Zhou Wenbin resources? I'm merely scraping by. Xinjian, to put it bluntly, tomorrow is your last day. Jinkong, damn it. The wealthy dog's making a fortune off selling black water. I'm not convinced. Zhao Shuiyo not convinced. Zhizhan, the two above are in a state of discontent that could last all day. Yet, speaking of which, did Muyu manage to obtain a rare structure from the silver chest? I am so eager to see what it is. Muyu, picture. Zhizhan Muyu. You're amazing. Do you need any accessories? Xinjian, Muyu, you're incredible. Do you need any accessories? Tangyu, Muyu, you're simply remarkable. Satisfying the curiosity of the crowd, Muyu opened the private chat channel. Wu Jiangwo, Xiaoyu, congratulations. Jian Yuechong, congratulations. I never expected you to be the most formidable ally hidden beside me. El Feibai, gritting my teeth. Congratulations to El Feibai for being the second in this region to promote to a Tier 3 island, earning additional rewards. Congratulations to Wang Yang for being the third in this region to promote to a Tier 3 island, earning additional rewards. No wonder someone was gritting their teeth. Muyu was in high spirits, almost losing out on the first place. However, Muyu was surprised to find that he assumed the third promotion would be Jian Yuechong or Wu Jiangwo, with El Feibai having the Friday boss as a shield. Defeating the guardian beast seemed quite reasonable, yet Wang Yang appeared to possess considerable skill as well. 9 Dragons Ground Fire, rare wonder and exceptionally rare high-level ground fire, containing extraordinary fire elements. It requires a weekly release of flames or an active discharge, which can be used for defense. Damage, 1000 to 700. Possessing the 9 Dragons ground fire equates to wielding a trump card. However, once this damage is unleashed, it is feared that the enemy would leave not even a trace. The 3 rare structures unique to Fire Dragon Island must be attributed to this 9 Dragons ground fire. Due to the existence of the 9 Dragons ground fire, the materials for these buildings have dwindled to mere ordinary resources. The ground fire furnace and fertilizer catalysis room require a substantial amount of iron blocks and must be temporarily shelved until tomorrow when the iron mine can be fully excavated. As for the fire therapy hot spring, it necessitates 500 units of pure water. If Muyu had such an abundance, he would surely clear the entire trading market first. Using 2 units of water to trade for 15 iron blocks and 5 rubber pieces, Muyu commenced the construction of a water pressure well beside his small wooden cottage. Ding! The water pressure well has been successfully constructed. Iron blocks 10, rubber 5. Water pressure well can produce 20 units of well water per hour. Upon seeing the introduction of the water pressure well, Muyu realized that water resources were about to witness their final flourish before fading into obscurity. Perhaps this moment arrived more swiftly than Muyu had anticipated, as on the trading platform, El Feibai and Wang Yang were already selling large quantities of water resources. Many would soon understand that Tier 3 islands would achieve water freedom, preferring to hold on to resources for promotion rather than consume them immediately. Muyu promptly traded for 5 more iron blocks and 5 rubber pieces. Tonight, he would harness his 20-plus years of singlehood and pave a path toward divinity for himself. Water God. Thud, thud, thud. Muyu firmly believed that water could never be fully exhausted. With each press and release, the colliding water would emit a resonant sound, as a copious amount of pure water flowed into the wooden barrels. In terms of stamina, Muyu was unafraid, for he had 5 red apples to sweep away his fatigue. He worked tirelessly from the afternoon until nearly dawn, a total of 9 hours. When Muyu finally listed the last batch of water on the platform, after excluding the 30 units traded to Jian Yuechong, he had successfully listed 400 units of water. Through Muyu's extraordinary efforts, he exceeded the normal output of the water pressure well. As night deepened, the 9 Dragons ground fire at the island's center radiated a scorching glow, alleviating Muyu's fear of the white mist beyond the island. The thought that all of this was built step by his own hands filled him with immense pride. Adhering to the principle of waste not, Muyu dedicated his final evolution critical hit today to the crafting of crossbow arrows. With 1 iron block, 1 piece of wood, and 10 exquisite feathers, he achieved a critical success, the wind crossbow arrow. Wind crossbow arrow, rare lethality 20. After placing the arrows carefully, Muyu consumed 5 pounds of porcupine meat and swallowed a droplet of stalactite essence, yet his arms still throbbed with a tearing pain. The moment he touched the bed, he succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he experienced a beautiful reverie, entwined with a stunning woman with silvery hair, engaged in tender kisses. Chapter 19. First Snowfall Sizzle. Don't make a fuss. A slight sting on his face prompted Muyu to turn over and continue sleeping, only to suddenly awaken with a start. It dawned on him that he was on a deserted island. How could there be anyone else here? Cold sweat trickled down his brow. Just then, a delicate pink tongue brushed against his cheek, sending a faint jolt of discomfort through him. Turning to investigate, he found himself staring into the innocent, snow-furred face of a lion cub. It gazed up at him with 2 sparkling eyes, radiating a pitiful charm that belied any semblance of regal authority a lion should possess. Gurgle. The little snow lion squatted at the head of the bed, its stomach rumbling. Ah, so it was hungry. Muyu reached out to stroke the cub's fluffy head. Feeling somewhat bashful, the little snow lion nodded eagerly, blinking its eyes as though on the verge of shedding a few tears, which evoked a pang of guilt in Muyu. Unnamed. Species, rare snow silver lion. Strength, 3. Physique, 3. Agility, 3. Spirit, 3. Charm, 5. Talent, none. Combat power, mediocre. Contractor, Muyu. Since you are a snow lion, I shall name you First Snow. Observing its rather dismal attributes, Muyu resolved to treat it merely as a pet. First Snow, it's time for breakfast. With that, he rose and called to the little snow lion, slicing off 5 pounds of porcupine meat, rinsing away the saltiness, and placing it into a wooden basin he had fashioned. The little snow lion bounced joyfully outside, resembling a lively little ball, utterly adorable. Tentatively, First Snow dipped its head into the basin, and upon receiving Muyu's approving nod, it began to feast with abandon. Meanwhile, Muyu prepared his own breakfast and opened the system interface, which now featured a newly added island leaderboard. Island leaderboard, Area 2222. The island leaderboard evaluates islands based on architectural prowess, military strength, prosperity, potential, and other comprehensive data, symbolizing the foremost tier of the region. Islands that make the list receive special rewards every weekend. Fire Dragon Island, rare Muyu. Floating Island, rare Lu Fei Bai. Whale Island, rare Wang Yang. Tortoise Island, rare Chong Sun Wu. Treasure Island, rare Jian Yu Chong. Beast Hunting Island, rare Wu Jian Gua. Falling Cherry Island, common Peng Shui. Dominate Island, common Hongda. Whether it was due to disturbing the lair of a third-tier island, 5 more islands had emerged overnight. Though he had gained in rankings, Muyu felt a loss of prestige and suddenly recalled something, hastily checking the trading platform. The inventory reveals 400 well water, 8,000 soil, 2,000 stones, 3,000 mud, 500 ropes, 100 iron blocks, 500 hemp, 50 rubber, and 50 glass. Fortunately, all of his water supply has been exhausted, prompting Muyu to examine the market prices for water resources. 1 unit of well water exchanges for 2 units of timber, 1 unit of well water exchanges for 2 units of soil, and 1 unit of well water exchanges for 1 unit of stone. The water trade appears unviable, and Muyu suspects further decline is imminent, ultimately relegating it to mere labor compensation. The prices stand at timber 1,100, soil 8,530, stones 2,160, mud 3,155, ropes 650, iron blocks 100, hemp 590, rubber 50, glass 58, and silver blocks 5. After tallying the resources in his backpack, Muyu's breakfast was fully cooked. After finishing the stewed pork from the clay pot, he extracted water from the micro well, as the hot spring treatment required an additional 500 water. He then ventured to the seaside to fish for resource crates, where the first snow eagerly followed along. The waves crashed against the shore, sending up white froth that shimmered with enchanting hues under the sun's reflection, creating a scene reminiscent of a dreamlike realm. At this moment, the island's bank rose more than a meter above sea level. He retrieved a resource rod from his backpack. Its azure hue as profound as the ocean, its quality elevated. Tier 3 resource rod, island specialty, advancing with the island usable 6 times within a day. Decayed wooden crate 30, solid wood crate 40, black iron 27, silver crate 3, gold crate 1, special crate 0001. Note: nighttime fishing may not yield crates. Proceed with caution. An epic enhancement indeed. This is a boon for the Air Force. Elated, Muyu cast his line with confidence. Ding. Congratulations on catching a decayed wooden crate. Surely, my technique is flawed. Ding. Congratulations on catching a decayed wooden crate. My direction must be incorrect. Ding. Congratulations on catching a decayed wooden crate. My breathing technique must be off. Ding. Congratulations on catching a decayed wooden crate. Muyu felt a wave of frustration. This endeavor is purely reliant on luck. Strength is of little use. Oh whoa. The first snow extended its forelimbs, gesturing toward the left front. Do you suggest casting this way? The first snow gazed with bright eyes, puffing out its snowy chest, exuding an air of authority. Very well. Muyu, delighted, cast toward the left front. Ding. Congratulations on catching a decayed wooden crate. Point me to another direction. If no advanced crates appear, you shall be deprived of meals. Ding. Congratulations on catching a silver crate. Excellent. You shall receive an extra meal today. Upon hearing this, the first snow proudly lifted its head, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, embodying an adorable arrogance. Ding. Opening the silver crate, critical success. Blueprints for the Mother-Child Teleportation Tower 1. Blueprints for Mother-Child Teleportation Tower, Rare Mother Tower, 50 stone, 50 mud, 10 silver blocks. 3 spatial spirit stones. Child Tower, 30 stone, 30 mud, 5 silver blocks, 1 spatial spirit stone. Gazing at the blueprints for 1 Mother Tower and 3 Child Towers in his hands, Muyu fell into deep contemplation. This is extraordinary, absolutely astonishing. Uncertain of which adjectives to employ, the architecture bridges the distance between islands, fostering a closer connection among hearts. However, its singular drawback lies in the necessity for spatial spirit stones. Elemental spirit stones are already elusive, and the requirement for specific spatial types exacerbates the challenge. Suddenly, a message interrupted Muyu's train of thought. Ding. Chang Sun Wu invites you to join the first-tier group chat. Will you join? Oh, has the group chat channel been activated? With a flicker of curiosity, Muyu opened the chat channel, discovering familiar faces within. First Tier 5. Chapter 20. Chang Sun Wu's Proposal. Chang Sun Wu. The group chat channel is not yet established. This is a special item I obtained to initiate a group chat. Elfei Bai. Such an item exists? How marvelous. Wang Yang. Everyone is quite busy. Brother Wu must have something important to discuss to gather us here. Chang Sun Wu. Indeed, we have all ascended to third-tier islands. And I trust you are all aware of the secrets of the Jungle Island. Jian Yu Chong. The secrets of Jungle Island? What secrets? Chang Sun Wu, you don't know? Ascending to a third-tier island is impossible without relying on Jungle Island. Knowing or not knowing is inconsequential now. Wu Jiangwo, what do you mean? Chang Sun Wu. Have you all noticed something? We belong to the 2222 region. Muyu. So there are other regions. Chang Sun Wu. Yes, our region started with only 10,000. Based on the population of Blue Star, there must be at least 600,000 regions. Sooner or later, we will come into contact with other regions. Wang Yang. The relationship with other regions warrants investigation. Chang Sun Wu. Indeed, if all remains peaceful, it would be well. However, we must be wary of potential conflicts of interest. I believe that friends within our region will be more reliable than those from outside. Chang Sun Wu. Moreover, As individuals within our region prosper, their reciprocation will be richer. In short, as the saying goes, wool comes from sheep, which is why I have been dedicated to popularizing survival knowledge in this channel. Elfei Bai. So you mean to disclose the secrets of Jungle Island? Changsun Wu, precisely. Not only to reveal the secrets, but also to teach them how to deal with guardian beasts, craft traps, and sell weapons, among other aids. Elfei Bai. Then you should proceed directly. Why consult us? Changsun Wu. I seek your consent to establish a mutual defense alliance, guiding the development of the 2222 region together and preparing for unforeseen circumstances. What are your thoughts? Wang Yang. It may be too early to discuss this, but I agree to disclose the secrets of Jungle Island. Wu Jiangwo. I concur. Elfei Bai. 1. Mu Yu. 1. At this moment, Jian Yuchang resembled a disgruntled wife. Jian Yuchang. You rascal. How could you not inform me of such a significant matter? Jian Yuchang. Here I am, thinking of you daily. Jian Yuchang. I even intended to continue trading stalactite essence with you. I must have misjudged you. Mu Yu, please calm down. They risked their lives in Jungle Island solely for the rare architectural blueprints. You already possess them. What more do you seek? Mu Yu, do you think such rewards come easily? You, a slender young girl with fragile arms and legs, do you truly believe you can contend with formidable beasts? You are hardly worth their while. Jian Yuechang. I am certainly not seeking rare architectural blueprints. I am in pursuit of a beast egg. Being the sole inhabitant of such a vast island feels exceedingly lonely, and I yearn for an animal companion. Mu Yu glanced at the freshly fallen snow at her feet, where it twirled playfully, attempting to bite its own tail. Upon noticing Mu Yu's gaze, it tilted its head and stared back with innocent, wide eyes. Mu Yu, very well, for the beast egg, it is indeed worth the risk, but you must prioritize your safety. It would be prudent to possess extraordinary weaponry. Jian Yuechang. Extraordinary weaponry? Are you implying that you possess such items? Mu Yu. I do, yet I have no intention of lending it to you. So do not harbor such thoughts. Joking aside, the wind and cloud chi blade sheath is my most formidable weapon. Should Jian Yuechang encounter any mishaps or succumb to greed, she would find herself in a most regrettable predicament. Jian Yuechang. Automated iron arrow tower blueprint, rare. Jian Yuechang. 9-loop broadsword, rare. Mu Yu trade. At that moment, Mu Yu envisioned a Katyusha of arrow rain. Disappointment washed over him. This young girl was no fool and would not be easily deceived. Mu Yu. Wind and cloud chi blade sheath, uncommon. Mu Yu. Additionally, I require 3 units of stalactite spirit liquid, 1 unit per day. Jian Yuechang, deal? The weapon trades would only reveal the most basic information and values, alleviating Mu Yu's concerns about exposing his talents. After completing the transaction with Jian Yuechang, Mu Yu gazed fervently at the iron arrow tower blueprint. Perhaps it was best to let it go. The sheath held considerable value, and this girl had many worthwhile items. Creating enmity now would be a fruitless endeavor. After securely storing the teleportation tower and arrow tower blueprints, Mu Yu opened the group chat channel, which erupted with activity. Changsun Wu. Based on discussions, validations, and confirmations with the leaders of the previous 5 islands, I have uncovered a significant fact. Defeating the beasts on Jungle Island and placing their heads upon the central altar will unlock the altar, granting rare architectural rewards. Changsun Wu. The beasts encountered by each individual vary, yet they are all undeniably larger and more formidable than those found on Blue Planet. Everyone should assess their strength wisely to avoid losing their lives in vain. Dai Qingwen. I humbly thank the esteemed leader for sharing this invaluable information. Worship. Xinjian. 1. Tang Yu. 1. Qiuzhe. 1. Songhai. 1. Chengkong. Wait a moment, I noticed Jian Yuechang and Peng Shui have also advanced to the 3rd-tier island. Surely, these 2 young women could not have slain large beasts as well. Are you withholding something? Peng Shui, huh? I am unaware. I acquired the blueprints through other channels. Xiao Yueza. Peng Shui, my love, I adore you. Chu Jinai. Peng Shui, my love, I adore you. Qin Hongda. I can attest to the truth of what Changsun said. My strength is at a staggering 10 points, and I barely managed to defeat a large chicken after a harrowing struggle. Wang Yang. Iron weapons, water explosives, and other items are now available for purchase to assist everyone in slaying beasts. Stock is limited, so act swiftly. Elfei Bai. Iron weapons are now available, and several void-cleaving swords are up for rent to aid everyone in their hunt for beasts. Wu Jiangwo. I am a master of outdoor hunting. Having dedicated 40 years to this craft, I can devise specialized hunting strategies and guide you in trap construction, all at a favorable price. Half off for the first 3 customers. First come, first served. Zhao Shuiyo. What a grand persona. Merely a group profiting from disaster. Zhizhan. We are all adults. There is no such thing as an unearned kindness. If roles were reversed, you would be even more unscrupulous, peddling superiority along with your wares. Yin. Why can't we assist each other and foster mutual affection? Those with weapons could lend them to the unarmed, and those with surplus food could share with the hungry, together weathering the storm. Qin Hongda. Do not provoke me to insult. The sanctimonious up above are still alive, and everyone present bears responsibility. Currently, the iron reserves are low, and the number of iron weapons is woefully insufficient. Muyu sensed a business opportunity. He possessed a blueprint for a small iron mine, and if fully mined, it could yield a substantial amount of iron. Dusting off his long-neglected bicycle, Muyu prepared to survey the island in search of a suitable location for the iron mine. At last, there was a purpose for his endeavors. Just as Muyu set out, Chushua eagerly followed. Perhaps due to recent meals, Muyu noticed Chushua had visibly grown. The previous structures were in close proximity to the wooden cabin. To the left, the miniature red crystal mine had yet to form. Setting off from the right, passing the thunder tower, he arrived at the farmland. At that moment, in the farmland stood a jujube tree, taller than a person, with 7 branches gently swaying, adorned with lush greenery. One branch bore a deep crimson fruit, resembling fire. The fire spirit jujube tree, which typically required 7 days to mature and bear fruit, yielded its bounty in just 2 days, nourished by the extraordinary soil. Muyu plucked the fiery fruit, feeling its searing warmth in his palm, and was astonished by its effects. Chapter 21. Fertilizer Catalysis Chamber and Geothermal Furnace. Fire Spirit Jujube. Rare, consuming it grants 2 strength, 1 agility, 3 constitution. Increases affinity with fire elements, and has a small chance of imparting fire-related skills. Up to 3 can be consumed if 1's attributes are black iron or below. Under the covetous gaze of little Chushua, Muyu consumed the Fire Spirit Jujube. The intense heat coursed down his throat into his stomach, unleashing a torrent of warmth that surged through his organs and limbs. Muyu felt a flame coalesce in his heart, but despite his efforts to maintain it, it ultimately dissipated. What a pity. He did not comprehend any fire-related skills, and though slightly disappointed, he reminded himself he still had 2 opportunities left, so he brushed it aside. Perhaps due to his recent diet of porcupine meat from Gongshan, Muyu noticed a subtle increase in his strength. And with the boost from the stalactite essence and the fire spirit jujube, his base attributes had astonishingly reached 16 points. At that moment, Muyu felt strong enough to arm wrestle with a bear. Stone 50, Iron 50, the fertilizer catalysis chamber has been successfully constructed. As the white mist dissipated, a square iron room materialized, spanning over 30 square meters, devoid of windows, save for a single large door, purposefully erected beside the farmland. Muyu opened the iron door, revealing a ground paved with stone, enveloped in a stifling atmosphere, with vibrant fire elements swirling in the air. Fertilizer catalysis chamber, rare when meat or plants are thrown inside. They can be catalyzed into fertilizer after 24 hours. How close I am to achieving agricultural freedom. Muyu rejoiced, suddenly recalling that there lay a 100-pound chunk of shark meat on the island. He swiftly dragged the now foul-smelling black shark meat into the catalysis chamber and secured the door tightly. As for the other 4 ordinary fields, where the plants had yet to mature, Muyu paid them little mind and continued pedaling forward. Before long, Muyu stumbled upon a small earthen mound, slightly raised, with a few fiery red stones exposed to the air. Small firestone mine, 100 units. This would serve as an ideal mining area. After planning the locale, he retrieved the blueprint for a small iron mine and placed it upon the land. The mound swelled, revealing a more abundant supply of iron ore. Small iron mine, 300 units. After gathering 80 stones, 20 iron pieces, and 20 mud, the geothermal furnace was successfully constructed. The furnace, predominantly made of stone, settled upon the ground, distinguished from a regular furnace by flames that erupted from beneath, originating from the same source as the Geolong geothermal fire. Geothermal furnace, rare, utilizing geothermal flames, the quality of crafted items is enhanced, capable of producing metal shovels, picks, axes, knives, swords, shields, and even refining into rare metal blocks. With 10 iron pieces, he successfully forged an excellent iron pickaxe. Armed with the pure iron pickaxe, Muyu set to work on the firestone mine. Clang, clang. He extracted 10 firestones. Firestone, rare material imbued with fire elements, useful for crafting weapons, fire-based enhancements, and special items. Considering the recovery rate of minerals, Muyu had only mined 10 firestones before turning his attention to the iron mine. Clang, clang. Muyu spared no effort on the iron mine. Wielding the pickaxe with his formidable strength of 186, augmented by his enhancements, the pickaxe soon succumbed to the strain. He extracted 10 iron pieces, successfully forging another excellent iron pickaxe. Clang, clang. He garnered 300 iron pieces. Given that iron is a non-rare resource, waiting for weekly recovery proved impractical. It was far more advantageous to deplete the resource at once, especially during this peak period for iron usage. With 100 iron pieces, he successfully crafted 10 excellent iron knives. Excellent iron knife, forged from Geolong geothermal fire. This excellent iron knife boasts a damage output 10 higher than items of the same quality. Damage, 11. With another 100 iron pieces, he crafted 10 excellent iron shields. Excellent iron shield, crafted from Geolong geothermal fire. This exceptional shield offers a defense 10 higher than items of the same quality. Defense, 11. With 90 iron pieces, he produced 9 excellent iron swords. Excellent iron sword, forged from Geolong geothermal fire. This superior sword inflicts damage 10 higher than items of the same quality. Damage, 11. Finally, with 10 iron pieces and 200 units of black shark essence, he achieved a critical success, a rare black shark blade. The rare black shark blade, forged using the essence of 9 dragons fire and a triple critical hit craftsmanship. It can be imbued with a layer of water blade after soaking in water for an hour. Lethality, 2030. Soon, Muyu crafted 29 standard weapons and 1 extraordinary weapon. Upon opening the trading platform, the market price of iron blocks surged from the original 5 basic units to 15 basic units. The crafted iron implements could fetch double the price. In the market, only LV Fei Bai and Wang Yang sold iron weapons, interspersed with a small number of excellent grade items. Even with prices tripled, they would be immediately sold out upon listing, unable to match Muyu's consistent excellence. It can be said that the quality of Muyu's weapons could dominate the market. Muyu, I am now listing a batch of excellent grade weapons, each priced at 30 iron blocks, available for resource mixing trades, with a minimum guarantee of 10 iron blocks. Additionally, I am selling a rare weapon. Details available through private chat. First come, first served. Muyu, rare black shark blade. Chui Tung, incredible. If I had such a weapon, I would keep it on display. How could Mu De Lao sell it? Tang Yu, woe is me. I have already rented LV De Lao's blade of void. Qin Hongda, this is of far superior quality to mine. Please, Mu De Lao, spare me a chance. Shunjian, I firmly believe that Muyu De Lao will release exquisite items. Indeed, I have managed to snag one that is even 10 times stronger than weapons of the same grade. Haha, I am off to hunt tigers. Chen Kong, how envious. All of you are so jealous. Don't believe it unless Muyu can release me from this small black room. Songhai, you lot are always lamenting your poverty. Yet in the blink of an eye, you snatch everything away from me? Chu Jincheng, Mu De Lao, please, release another batch of weapons. Meanwhile, Muyu's private messages chimed incessantly, but upon scanning through, none of the items appealed to him. Muyu noticed a message from a middle-aged man with a buzz cut. Zhong Junfeng, Muyu De Lao. I hail from a martial arts family and have trained since childhood. My strength has now reached 10 points. May I borrow a weapon from you? I can offer 2,000 basic units as collateral. Once I slay that giant wolf, I am willing to give you all its flesh and blood. Muyu, that is acceptable. Though I do not require all of the flesh. Just 100 pounds of meat and 500 drops of giant wolf essence will suffice. You may handle the rest. Zhong Junfeng agreed. Subsequently, Muyu completed the transaction with Zhong Junfeng. Even if Zhong Junfeng met his demise on Jungle Island, Muyu would incur no loss. While others might make a small profit, Muyu would undoubtedly come out ahead. Ding. Wu Jiangua has initiated a trade. 20 pounds of red-eyed rabbit meat for 1 wood. Ding. Wu Jiangua has initiated a trade. 20 pounds of 2-headed dog meat for 1 wood. Ding. Wu Jiangua has initiated a trade. 20 pounds of burrowing mouse meat for 1 wood. Ding. Wu Jiangua has initiated a trade. Chapter 22, The Iron Market. Muyu, Uncle Wu, what are you doing? Looking at the 5 pieces of fresh flesh containing trace elements before him, Muyu sent a message. Wu Jiangua, little you, this is the meat I received for helping others deal with beasts. There is too much for me alone to consume. Please, take a little to share the burden. Muyu, I cannot accept this. I will compensate you based on the market value of this meat. Wu Jiangwo, your words anger me. Were it not for you, I would still be awaiting my demise. This world is perilous, and we hail from the same town, fortuitously residing in the same district. In the days to come, we must support one another. Muyu, very well, I shall not be polite then. Wu Jiangwo, indeed. Uncle Wu is rather kind. The variety of salt available on the platform has increased significantly, even with an abundance of meat. It can now be preserved without the previous fears of spoilage. Gazing at the drooling Chushua, Muyu tossed a 20-pound piece of meat before it. Feast. This is your reward for today. Chomp, chomp. As Chushua tore into the meat, Muyu stowed away the remaining pieces and began to examine the trading platform. Soil 800. Wood 600, stone 170, iron 290. Though the prices are steep, acquiring weapons to slay guardian beasts yields altar rewards and an entire beast's flesh and essence, compelling most individuals to grit their teeth and make a purchase. The continent of Blue Star has never lacked gamblers, even in the face of all-or-nothing bets. Some would claim such gambles require wisdom. After repeatedly listing 3 batches of weapons, the sky gradually darkened, prompting Muyu to cease further crafting. Soil 2600, wood 1800, stone 310, iron 290. These fundamental resources can be procured on Jungle Island. Thus transactions currently revolve around these materials. As a result, Muyu's stock of soil has surpassed 10,000. The decision to halt weapon forging stemmed from the realization that purchasing weapons and entering Jungle Island would be time prohibitive, leading to a decline in buyers. Consequently, Muyu's meat supply had also reached over 280 pounds. So, have you consumed all 20 pounds of meat? Owl. Chushua howled, nodding its head. You mean to say you wish for more? Owl. Chushua nodded again. I must say, you do look quite delectable, Muyu remarked through gritted teeth. Instantly, Chu Xue's demeanor wilted, its head drooping as it shook it, casting a mournful gaze at Mu Yu, reminiscent of a heartbroken maiden encountering a rogue. Seeing Chu Xue in such a state, Mu Yu felt a pang of sympathy. Very well, eat away. After all, I cannot finish it all myself. Who told me to raise you? Mu Yu mounted his bicycle, beckoning Chu Xue to follow. Ow! After emptying the wooden cabin of its contents, Mu Yu flattened the small structure and scoured the trading platform for the necessary materials. Wood 200, stone 100, mud 100, glass 20, iron 20, cloth 20, rope 20, granite 10. Construction successful, luxurious two-story villa. As the Forjanlong mist dissipated, an ancient yet elegant two-story wooden house materialized, its silhouette becoming increasingly graceful under the glow of the setting sun, resembling a three-dimensional painting. The front of the house faced the magnificent spectacle of the Nine Dragons' fire, while the back opened to an endless ocean. To its left, a poultry area was enclosed by a wooden fence. As Mu Yu pushed open the grand door, a spacious hall came into view, featuring a wooden dining set centrally positioned. The ceiling of the hall on the first floor is vaulted, offering an expansive view. In addition to this, the first floor features a kitchen area, a workspace, and a sanitary zone. The kitchen, covering approximately 10 square meters, is semi-open, separated from the living room by a wooden bar. Inside, there is a stone hearth, with flames emerging from the ground, eliminating the need for firewood. The workspace contains a secondary workstation, capable of producing various daily necessities such as pipes, faucets, glass, ropes, rubber, linen, paper, fabric, and animal clothing, among others. This area, spanning 22 square meters, can also accommodate some miscellaneous items. As for the restroom, it is equipped with a flushing toilet. However, Mu Yu considers that once the hot spring is constructed, it will be of little use to her. Next to the restroom, Mu Yu ascends the sturdy stone steps to the basement, which is dimly lit, devoid of direct sunlight, and maintains a cool temperature, an ideal place for food storage. After exploring the first floor and the basement, Mu Yu and Chu Xue ascend the wooden staircase to the second floor, traversing the corridor until they reach a spacious 40 square meter bedroom. In this room stands a large wooden bed measuring 2 meters in length and width, accompanied by a desk and wooden chair. The window above faces the spectacle of the Nine Dragons' flames ascending into the sky, providing light around the clock. In this perilous world, Mu Yu finds it unsettling to sleep in complete darkness at night. The bedroom also features front and back balconies. One allows for sipping red wine while admiring the sea view, while the other offers a vantage point to savor delicacies while overlooking the island she has built. Additionally, there is a fireplace that extends from the first floor to the second, supplied with warmth by the flames below. With 30 stones, 30 mud, and 10 wood, she successfully constructs a small water reservoir. Mu Yu uses her last water reservoir blueprint adjacent to the building, connecting pipes to establish a water supply system, pouring all the well water into the reservoir. With 15 iron pieces, 15 wood, 6 linen, 6 charcoal, and 3 gravel, she returns to the workstation area within the wooden structure, where she utilizes the filtered faucet blueprint to create 3 filtering faucets, each accompanied by a filter hose over a meter long. Mu Yu heads to the kitchen area to replace the kitchen faucet with a filtered one, ensuring that tap water can be utilized at any time, even if the water in the reservoir becomes contaminated. Following this, she begins to simmer fish fin soup in the kitchen as a reward for her hard work, while also cutting off 10 pounds of leftover wolf meat to toss to her little shadow, Chu Xue. Gazing out at the sea, where a white mist is about to rise, Mu Yu feels a sudden pang in her heart. Although she has swapped her arrow tower blueprint without loss, Mu Yu believes she can gain even greater benefits from her and does not wish for her life to be lost so easily. Chapter 23, Natural Disaster Storm. Just as Mu Yu is engulfed in worry, a private message arrives, bringing her some relief. Jian Yuechong. It is currently circulating in the channel that the guardian beasts on Jungle Island are classified into 3 tiers. The first tier includes tigers, lions, bears, and crocodiles. The second tier consists of dogs, wolves, leopards, and snakes, and the third tier comprises rabbits, chickens, ducks, and mice. Jian Yuechong. I encountered a one-eyed tiger, but fortunately, my sword sheath was formidable, and I dispatched it with a single blow. Mu Yu. That sounds quite good. Jian Yuechong. However, my luck has been rather dismal. I encountered a hawk that descended to feast upon the carcass of a one-eyed tiger and remained long after its fill. Upon hearing this, Mu Yu felt a wave of shame wash over him. Had he only prepared a blade, he would not have been so defenseless against the little black shark. Ding! Jian Yuechong initiated a trade, a rare wind and cloud chi nurturing blade sheath, a blueprint for a 9-ring broadsword, rare, for 100 gene of one-eyed tiger meat, and 300 gene of hawk meat in exchange for an automated iron arrow tower, rare. Mu Yu. Gazing at the 2 hefty portions of meat that had appeared before him, Mu Yu wore a puzzled expression. Jian Yuechong. The meat is yours, in return. You'll cover my 2 meals from now on. I won't eat lunch. The reward is a unit of stalactite essence each day. Deal? Mu Yu, deal. However, what kind of beast egg do you have? It should also require meat, right? Jian Yuechong. It's a myrmecophagidae, an omnivorous creature. I saved some meat. If you happen to see bamboo seeds, please keep an eye out for me. Muyu. Alright, but I've already prepared dinner. Shall we commence the trade now? Jianyuechong. You are remarkably swift. Muyu. Just tell me if you're trading or not. If not, I shall devour it all. Jianyuechong. I will trade. Instantly, Muyu ladled out a bowl of shark fin soup and traded it with Jianyuechong, while he savored it himself. The delectable broth slid down his throat, and the tender fish meat burst with sweet flavors in his mouth. Following this, Muyu swallowed the stalactite essence. After finishing his meal, Muyu felt as light as a feather. He noticed his attributes had all increased, with agility receiving an extra boost. Sated, he affectionately patted Chushua's fluffy head. From now on, there will be food for you. Awoo. Chushua gently pushed Muyu's greasy hand away with its paw. As night deepened, the white mist outside the island thickened to the point of obscuring everything beyond, as if the wind carried whispers, and the fog seemed restless, yearning to break free and shroud the island. Noticing he still had 2 critical hits left unspent for the day, Muyu made his way toward the earth fire furnace. Little Chushua followed closely, displaying a similar apprehension at the sight of the mist beyond the island. Upon reaching the earth fire furnace, the intense and radiant flames dispelled the gloom within Muyu's heart. He retrieved all the iron blocks and began the purification process. Iron blocks, 300 purification successful. Excellent iron, 30. With 10 excellent iron, critical hit successful. Secret iron, rare. Secret iron, rare, a metal block formed from a large quantity of purified steel. It is exceedingly rare and possesses exceptional hardness. When mixed into weapons, it significantly enhances their durability. Content with the description of secret iron. Muyu nodded in satisfaction and took out the blueprint for the 9-ring broadsword. 19 excellent iron, 1 secret iron, 10 firestones, 1000 residual wolf blood, critical hit successful. Bloodthirsty fire ring blade, rare. Muyu withdrew the newly forged bloodthirsty fire ring blade. The weighty blade shimmered with a subtle dark red hue, while the 9 rings on the back glowed a fiery red. Grasped in his hand, it felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds, and with Muyu's current strength, wielding it single-handedly proved somewhat arduous. The bloodthirsty flame ring blade, forged from a rare blend of fine iron and secret steel, infused with the blood of the remnants of wolves and firestones, is a magnificent weapon crafted using the techniques of activating the 9 dragons' earth fire and critical strikes. This exceptional blade possesses the ability to ignite the fiery essence within, dramatically enhancing its lethality. Its unique characteristic allows it to swiftly siphon blood upon contact with wounds, thereby augmenting its malevolent aura. Lethality, 50999. While the bloodthirsty flame ring blade and the wind and cloud chi nurturing blade sheath may appear comparable, the latter requires 2 hours to unleash a single strike, whereas the former maintains its destructive capability continuously. Regrettably, the sheer size of the bloodthirsty flame ring blade renders it incompatible with the wind and cloud chi nurturing blade sheath. Otherwise, there would be no need to burden oneself with several redundant blades. Muyu sighed, noting that the price of iron blocks on the trading platform had stabilized. He scavenged some iron blocks and crafted a few iron swords for his inventory. Upon returning to the wooden loft, Muyu adorned his large bed with the blankets and comforters he had gathered. The first snow promptly climbed onto the bed, frolicking and rolling about. Sighing, Muyu abandoned his intention to create a nest for the first snow and lay down on the wooden bed himself, as there was ample space. According to the announcement, new challenges awaited the next day, so he decided to rest well. Soon, he succumbed to the embrace of slumber. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, jolting Muyu from his dreams. Peering through the window, he beheld a scene that filled him with dread. In an instant, a colossal flash of light rent the darkness asunder, surging forth from the depths of the vast cosmos, beyond the 8 extremes. It clashed like swords, trembled like mountains collapsing, and raged like divine wrath, causing the world to shudder. The sky appeared to shatter, and shackles seemed to break free, plunging Muyu into an inexplicable unease. Lightning cleaved through the dense white mist, and beneath the nocturnal canopy, a pair of monumental eyes, reminiscent of mountain ranges, flickered into view. They seemed to embody the essence of chaos, the abyss of sin, or perhaps an ominous deity heralding doom, instilling lifelong terror. Following this, countless silver serpents danced wildly in the air, akin to a stampede of steeds, as heavy clouds and connecting whirlwinds descended in succession. Torrential rain poured down like a waterfall, and Muyu felt the entire island sway under the onslaught of the waves. It was as if the harbinger of the world's destruction had arrived. Is this merely a minor natural disaster and not the end of the world? Muyu quickly retrieved the announcement, only to find its contents had changed. Announcement 1, minor natural disaster, storm, has been activated. 2, the protection period has elapsed. Beasts and sea creatures may attack the island. 3, the island is no longer safe after nightfall. Unknown pollutants may invade, requiring vigilance at night. 4, a more terrifying calamity will descend in 7 days. Seize every opportunity to enhance oneself to glimpse even a sliver of hope in this brutal world. Muyu's heart sank as he absorbed the new announcement. In comparison to the previous one, this announcement was akin to a descent into hell. It was likely that many would perish on the island. Chapter 24, Fire Sun Date. Opening the communication channel, it was rife with chaos, flooded with cries for help, as no one could expect a peaceful night. Chi Hongjun, esteemed ones, please save me. My wooden cabin has been blown over, and the entire island is submerged in seawater. Yu Jingsheng, why is my island still submerged despite being a second-tier island? I am unwilling to accept this. Chiozei, my third-tier island is shaking violently. I wonder if it can withstand the night after that terrifying thunder. Changsun Wu, we have reached a critical moment of life and death. Second-tier island masters should abandon any false hopes and quickly exchange their treasured items for resources to upgrade their islands. Changsun Wu, furthermore, I urge the island masters who are on the brink of demise to trade their resources for cooked food on the platform, allowing themselves a hearty meal for the sake of prolonging the lives of others. Those who are already on third-tier islands should refrain from trading resources, granting more people a chance at survival. Chu Tsaija, I haven't had a decent meal in days. I am ill-suited to survive in this world, rather than starve to death. I would prefer to die with a full stomach. 300 resources for a meal, let's go. Qigong, I feel the same. 400 resources for me, hurry up. The seawater has reached my ankles. Dai Qingguan, I hold great respect for Changsun and all of you. In the next life, let us be brethren. Xinjian, I share that sentiment. Zhong Dantong, let us carry our hopes forward and uncover the true nature of this world. Mom and Dad, forgive me for not being able to find you and fulfill my filial duty. 250 resources, come quickly. Zhao Shuiyo, a third-tier island is a safe path. More resources mean more options. Those who do not exchange are foolish. Qin Hongda, don't let me catch you, or your fate will be dire. Zhizhan, such scum. Mom and Dad, how are you now? At this very moment, Muyu began to worry about her family. Where are they? Are they helpless? Are they facing death? How? Sensing Muyu's despondency, Chu Xue playfully licked her cheek with her pink tongue. Rest assured, I will pull myself together, both for myself and to reunite with them, to provide them with a safe haven. With such fierce winds and rain, what will happen to my fields? Muyu suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Other matters could be set aside, but the fire spirit jujube tree was of utmost importance. If it were to be uprooted, it would be a tremendous loss. Urgently, Muyu instructed herself and hurried downstairs, flinging open the door. Whoosh! The howling wind swept in, accompanied by torrential rain, even shifting the furniture slightly. Bracing against the resistance, Muyu made her way toward the fields. Boom! It sounded like thunder exploding in her ears. A flickering silver light illuminating her face as a silver serpent struck the lightning tower beside her, surging down the tower and flowing into the platform. Soaked to the bone, Muyu jolted, her heart racing. Had that lightning struck just 10 meters closer, it would have left her bruised and battered. Cautiously, she passed the lightning tower, collecting all the iron blocks infused with electrical elements before replacing them with 10 new ones, and continued her journey toward the fields. Upon reaching the fields, Muyu was instantly bereft of tears, aside from the fire spirit jujube tree, which remained resilient amidst the storm. The other green plants had been uprooted and vanished without a trace. 3, 4, 5, 6. Thankfully, the fire spirit jujube tree had matured, yielding 6 fruits, neither too many nor too few. At this rate, the tree would soon be uprooted by the raging winds. Muyu meticulously plucked the fire spirit jujubes one by one, and without hesitation, he severed the fire spirit jujube tree, prematurely ending its life. The fire spirit jujubes, 3. The fire sun jujubes, 3. The fire sun jujube wood, 10. Rain blurred Muyu's vision as waves surged high into the air, crashing upon the island, heralding the impending storm and thunder. Despite the unexpected turn of events, Muyu did not pause to check his attributes. Instead, he hurried towards the wooden building. With a decisive click, he closed the heavy door behind him. Soaked to the skin, Muyu was greeted by the sight of the first snow descending from above, filling him with a sense of comfort. He changed into a fresh set of clothes and brewed a pot of nourishing tiger meat soup, which he consumed in one gulp. A warm surge enveloped him, dispelling the chill, and he finally reclined on his bed in contentment. The thunder rumbled incessantly above, ensuring that Muyu would find it difficult to sleep through the latter half of the night. He was not alone in this. The majority of the inhabitants of this island realm shared his plight. The communication channels and private chats were abuzz with activity. Jian Yuechong exclaimed, "The thunder is terrifying. Thankfully, I have Xiao Tuan to keep me company." Muyu chuckled, "Are you really afraid of thunder?" "Ha ha." Jian Yuechong retorted, "Is that so amusing? I am not only afraid of thunder, I also fear straight men." How infuriating. Perplexed, Muyu scratched his head, unsure of where he had provoked her ire, and chose to disregard it. He drew forth 6 fire jujubes and jujube wood, noticing that 3 of them radiated an even greater heat. Fire Sun Jujube, rare, consuming this will grant 5 strength, 3 agility, 6 constitution, increase affinity for fire elements, and greatly enhance the probability of comprehending advanced fire skills. Only 2 can be consumed by those of silver rank or below. It may aid in breaking through bottlenecks. Fire Sun Jujube Wood, rare infused with fire elemental energy. It carries a potent yang essence, proving remarkably effective in exorcising evil and purifying pollution. It appeared that under the nurturing conditions of an exceptional tier, the Fire Spirit Jujube tree had transformed into a rare Fire Sun Jujube tree. What a pity that with just a little more time, the Fire Jujubes could have upgraded. Muyu carefully stored the precious Fire Sun Jujube wood, suspecting that the malevolent creatures lurking in the mist would soon become unavoidable adversaries. He swallowed a Fire Spirit Jujube, feeling a surge of heat course through his body, a warm current flowing through his limbs, as if flames were about to erupt from within him. Yet, this sensation dissipated swiftly. He still had not comprehended any new skills. Muyu consumed another Fire Spirit Jujube. This time, the warmth was considerably milder. Yet his connection to the flames was significantly heightened, a small flicker of fire igniting in his palm. With a soft pop, the flame extinguished after a brief moment. And Muyu realized that both his strength and constitution were stuck at 19 points, shrouded by an invisible barrier that he could not breach. This seemed to be the so-called bottleneck period. Ordinary attribute enhancements were rendered ineffective for him, and only exceptionally rare items could assist in his breakthrough. Without hesitation, Muyu swallowed a Fire Sun Jujube. After a while, he felt no significant effect. He ingested another Fire Sun Jujube and was immediately struck by a sensation. If the Fire Spirit Jujube was akin to a trickling stream, then the Fire Sun Jujube was a mighty river, its warmth a continuous torrent, relentlessly forging and refining the limits of Muyu's being. Muyu's entire body felt as though it had been plunged into boiling water. Beads of sweat saturating the wooden floor beneath him, wisps of steam rising from his hair, exuding a tantalizing aroma. Beside him, Chu Shue's eyes sparkled with curiosity. It felt as if a fiery brand were searing every inch of his being, each fragment of skin pierced with excruciating pain. Muyu howled in anguish, releasing his torment. Just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of oblivion, the overwhelming heat surged once more, flooding his mind. In that instant, his skull erupted. Chapter 25, The Fiery Gaze. His eyes burned with a fervor surpassing that of the stars, akin to a dormant volcano suddenly erupting. Two blazing golden beams shot forth from Muyu's eyes, piercing through the dense clouds, dispersing the thick mists, revealing the multitude of sinister beings lurking in the shadows. All around him were grotesque, unknown creatures. The fog in the air comprised countless floating white eyeballs. Beneath the ominous clouds loomed a colossal bird, its neck stretching endlessly, with countless heads vying for dominance, entwined in chaos. Many of these heads were already decayed, their bodies ensnared by black tendrils, filled with malevolent eyes. Countless tainted, deformed creatures roamed, wicked and chaotic, brutal and terrifying. Yet, none of this instilled fear within him. Ding. You have acquired the title, High-Level Pollutant Observer. High-Level Pollutant Observer, Mental Strength 50. Ding. You have glimpsed a portion of the world's essence and detected sufficient potential to join the Sequence Candidate program. Will you participate? A sudden notification echoed in Muyu's mind. To his astonishment, the voice, though cold and detached, bore a stark contrast to its previous emotionless tone. What is the Sequence Candidate program? What exactly did I just witness? Muyu inquired, not expecting a reply from the system, yet it responded. Participating in the Sequence Candidate program will present you with tasks that confront the sources of pollution directly. Completing these tasks will enhance your sequence ranking. Attain the top 10 to become a true member of the sequence, granting you partial system privileges and resource allocation. What you beheld were the many-headed evil bird, one of the malevolent deities, and the Krull beasts. They are high-level pollutants lying in slumber. When this region becomes sufficiently eroded, they will awaken, annihilating all. Such terrifying entities. How can we resist them? It would spell our doom, were it not for that fiery gaze. Muyu suspected that merely casting a glance at those monsters would have resulted in his own corruption. To become part of the sequence is to wield the power to vanquish evil deities. I shall join. With a flicker of hope for survival, Muyu hesitated no longer. Death was the worst that could happen. Ding. You have joined the Sequence Candidate program. Your sequence ranking, 1999. In 3 days, the first task will be issued. Please prepare yourself, and do not disclose your identity, or you will face annihilation by the evil deities. Ding. You have acquired the title, Sequence Candidate. Sequence Candidate. All attributes 3, skills below high level will be enhanced by 1 tier. As the voice in his mind fell silent, Muyu gazed at the ever-concerned Chu Shue, gently patting its head. It's all right now. This world is far more terrifying than one could ever imagine. Having unearthed a glimmer of truth, it is time to unveil it step by step. However, I did not anticipate that the number of candidates for the sequence would exceed my expectations. Perhaps, the participants in this plan are not solely human. Muyu inexplicably thought of the red dragon, this formidable and untainted creature. Which side does it truly belong to? Eye of fire, transcendent at the cost of mental energy. Both eyes emit a ray that can pierce through countless distances. Damage is calculated based on current combat power and consumed mental energy, with double damage against polluted beings. Lethality, 300. Characteristics, Observe higher-level sources of pollution without being contaminated. The Eye of Fire is a growth-type damage ability, requiring mental energy for each use. Once mental energy is depleted, it can only be restored gradually through rest. Unless in a crucial moment, Muyu had no intention of utilizing it. Fighting without mental fortitude is perilous. Simultaneously, Muyu examined his personal panel, witnessing a dramatic surge in his attributes. Name: Muyu. Age: 24. Strength: 297. Agility: 216. Constitution: 314. Spirit: 2014. Charm: 103. Sequence number: 1999, can be concealed. Island ranking: 22 zone, first. Talent: Evolutionary Critical Strike, unique, epic. Equipment: Light Crossbow, excellent. Wind and Cloud Chi Blade Sheath, rare. Bloodthirsty Fire Ring Blade, rare. Active skill: Eye of Fire, transcendent. Passive skills: Intermediate Swimming, Intermediate Sea Fishing, Intermediate Swordsmanship. Titles: Shark's Escapee, Shark Provoker, Bird Hunter, High-Level Pollution Source Observer, Sequence Candidate, up to 5 can be worn. Combat Power, Mid-Level Black Iron. Evaluation: Luxurious Equipment, Astonishing Potential, Young Man. Do you aspire to be a savior? In that moment, Muyu felt an unprecedented sense of strength, yet thoughts of the malevolent deity extinguished his elation. Why has my mental energy increased so drastically? Could it be that my prior deficiency in mental energy made the promotion process so agonizing? The sudden surge of 10 points in raw mental energy raised his suspicions, and memories of the painful advancement made him break into a cold sweat. After refreshing himself in the bathroom, the clock struck 7 in the morning, and Muyu proceeded to prepare breakfast. The meal consisted of pan-seared tiger steak, stewed chicken soup, and roasted wolf meat. After all, Jian Yuechong provided the meat and the stalactite essence, so a bit of indulgence was justifiable. It seems that foods rich in trace elements no longer have an effect on me. I shall send most of the meat to the catalytic chamber soon. Upon finishing his breakfast, Muyu lamented quietly. Suddenly, the rain lashed against the window like a whip, propelled by the howling wind. Muyu looked up towards the newly replaced window. The white mist beyond the island had dissipated, yet the storm showed no signs of abating. The sun remained shrouded by thick clouds, and the horizon resembled the darkness before dawn. Chiozei, did you really not see it? Just a beam of golden light shot up into the sky from afar. I'm not joking, am I? Shinjian, it seems that this scene occurred. But I saw it falling into the sea. Zhao Shuiyo, I also shot into the sea. Did you all see that? Haha. Chiozei, get lost. What an annoying thing. Dai Chengwen, so many strange occurrences in one day. The announcement states that the dangers ahead are increasing, yet this storm shows no sign of abating, leaving us unable to fish for resources. Songhai, exactly, we cannot accomplish anything. The plants I cultivated are on the verge of ripening. Last night, I helplessly watched as they were uprooted. It's infuriating. Rongcheng, I can't tell how many days this storm will last. I haven't stored much food. I'll be facing hunger tomorrow. Chongsun Wu, if resources were sufficient, we could construct stone houses in the fields. Although the plants cannot continue to grow, we could at least preserve their lives. Tang Yu, let us not kid ourselves. My meager plants are not as valuable as a stone house. Gao Yu, my wooden house is barely holding up. It leaks air and water everywhere. It's on the verge of becoming a water curtain cave. Chongsun Wu indeed has some merit, but it's a pity he sent his message too late. I've already cut down the trees. Muyu sighed, testing the wind. Muyu was hesitant to go fishing by the sea. If the wind swept her into the ocean, there would be no escaping the tumultuous waves. The strength of an individual pales in comparison to the calamities of nature. Little Tuan Tuan, are you nibbling on the corner of my chair again? Chapter 26, The Teleportation Scroll of the Ancestors' Island. Within a spacious cavern, yellow crystals embedded in the walls emitted a gentle glow, illuminating the interior. With limbs sprawled awkwardly, Jian Yuechong clumsily rose, clutching a basketball-sized iron-eating beast, her gaze a mix of affection and irritation, her raised palm still hesitating to strike. The black and white little Tuan Tuan rubbed against Jian Yuechong, causing her anger to dissipate instantly, and she embraced it tightly. It must be that the raw meat was too unappetizing. Let me introduce you to some delicacies. Jian Yuechong presented a sizzling wolf meat skewer before it, and upon catching the enticing aroma, little Tuan Tuan's eyes lit up, and it began to devour it eagerly. Although she had straightened up a bit, her culinary skills were undeniable, and her strength was formidable. Little Tuan Tuan, do you think I should trust him? Jian Yuechong cradled her youthful face pensively, suddenly noticing little Tuan Tuan had climbed onto the table and was reaching for her prized tiger chop. Little Tuan Tuan, I can't bear to eat that. If you dare to take it, I will. The external storm did not penetrate the warmth of the cavern. However, at another island, no. There aren't enough resources to rebuild the wooden house. If repairs aren't made soon, it will collapse. Battling against the wind and rain, Songhai painstakingly leaned a wooden ladder against the house. The ladder trembled under the fierce gusts, and gritting his teeth, Songhai ascended. Each step sent shivers down his spine. Crack, crack. After much effort, Songhai finally repaired the roof, but it seemed the storm was playing tricks on him. Whoosh. The ladder shook violently, threatening to topple at any moment, sending his heart racing. Empty. The ladder ultimately succumbed, collapsing into the mud, yet Song Hai did not follow suit. In that critical moment, he clung to the roof and climbed up. Whoosh! The wind howled mournfully, and the relentless rain pelted down upon him as Song Hai lay half prostrate on the rooftop, his heart finally succumbing to despair. This dire predicament mirrored the plight of many. They had exhausted all means to ascend to the third-tier island, yet lacked even the resources to construct a humble wooden shelter. Only a select few could recline peacefully in their beds, free from the tempest and food scarcity that plagued the outside world, leading lives of normalcy. Ding! A private message chimed, and the idle Mu Yu clicked to open it. Wang Yang. Mu, do you have a moment? Mu Yu. Quite free, what's up? Wang Yang. Scroll of teleportation to the island of ancestors. Rare. Wang Yang. Are you interested in a little adventure? Scroll of teleportation to the island of ancestors allows 3 individuals to be randomly transported to a 35-tier ancestral island, exploring the unknown, potential for abundant rewards, fearsome foes, or merely a desolate, barren isle. As Mu Yu perused the scroll's description, a flicker of intrigue ignited within him. Observing the tempest's ferocity, he surmised that little else could be accomplished that day. Mu Yu. Yes, what are your stipulations? Wang Yang. As expected, you're straightforward. You're not alone. Lu Feibai has also consented. To prevent discord, all spoils from the island will be distributed collectively at the end. Wang Yang. I will have the right of first choice for the spoils, alternating selections. If there's an extra item, it's mine. If there are 2 extras, you will share one. If you agree, please sign this. Wang Yang. Curse of the Backstabber, rare. Curse of the Backstabber. The signatory will be bound by the power of the oath within a day, required to fulfill the written terms. Violation results in a curse, reducing all attributes to 90 for black iron level and below. Mu Yu scrutinized the curse tome Wang Yang had procured. Its stipulations merely forbade mutual conflict and harm on the island of ancestors, which appeared unobjectionable. With a sense of assurance, he inscribed his name. In the depths of his consciousness, Mu Yu sensed he was being observed, likely by the power of the oath. Mu Yu. Signed. But what if, after such a grand investment, we find ourselves on a desolate isle? Wang Yang. Fear not. I assure you that this journey will bring you substantial rewards, though some danger may accompany it. Prepare yourself. We depart in half an hour. Mu Yu. Excellent. This is intriguing. A spark of determination ignited in Mu Yu's eyes. This was an expedition into the unknown. Despite his newfound strength, Mu Yu remained cautious, for combat was not his forte. He meticulously checked his equipment. The Wind Cloud Chi blade had been nurtured for 8 hours, and the combination of the light crossbow with wind arrows held considerable power, coupled with the bloodthirsty flame ring blade. His attributes gleamed with opulence, granting him a sense of security. Ding! Wang Yang has chosen to use the scroll of teleportation to the island of ancestors with you. Do you agree? Failure to respond within 30 seconds will be deemed a refusal. After giving his final instructions, a burst of white light enveloped him, and he vanished from the room. Chu Shues stood dumbfounded, staring at the spot where Mu Yu had disappeared, before abruptly regaining her senses and dashing towards the kitchen, where meat awaited. Happiness often arrives quite unexpectedly. In a whirlwind of sensation, Mu Yu suddenly found himself emerging from his bedroom into a primordial forest, surrounded by dense shadows of trees, with twisted vines in the distance and a thick carpet of moss underfoot. Mu Yu was astounded to discover that above the forest was not the sky, but a vast expanse of cerulean ocean. Countless fish swam freely, and a transparent glass dome divided the world inside the island from the outside, creating 2 incompatible realms. How extraordinary! Mu Yu heard a similar expression of amazement beside him. Turning to look, he saw a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes gazing up at the sky, dressed in a tiger-skin coat and bearing a large sword. He resembled a chivalrous hero from ancient times. Alongside him stood a middle-aged man with distinct facial features and a composed demeanor, clad in sturdy black armor. He raised a towering azure shield in his left hand while wielding a curved blade in his right, with several finely crafted iron spears strapped to his back, reminiscent of an elite knight from the Middle Ages. Didn't they say I was the protagonist template? Why do these 2 seem even more extraordinary? Wang Yang's thoughts questioned. Chapter 27. The Abnormal Lion Beast. I truly do not know whether to say you are fortunate or unfortunate. However, do not be too disheartened. Genius does not necessarily equate to being the protagonist. With my assistance, you will eventually surpass them. This underwater island is merely the beginning of your journey to overtaking them. Listening to the resolute voice in his mind, Wang Yang felt reassured and actively greeted the 2. Brother Lu, Brother Mu, it is a pleasure to finally meet you today. Brother Wang, you are the first living person I have encountered in this past week. Indeed, Brother Wang, Brother Mu, the same goes for me. After a brief exchange filled with excitement at seeing kindred spirits, Wang Yang continued, please refrain from calling me brother. It feels awkward. I am slightly older. You may call me Wang Gu. There are many matters awaiting our exploration on this island, so let us get to know one another before we set off. All right, I shall heed Brother Wang's words. Brother Mu, you may call me Fei Bai. Lu Fei Bai nodded and added, My profession is that of an ordinary swordsman. Consider it as having an enhancement in swordsmanship. My melee capabilities are fairly competent. I suppose I am half a knife wielder, capable in both close and range combat. Muyu raised his light crossbow in acknowledgement, surprised that his profession had emerged so readily. With his mid-level expertise in knife techniques, he considered himself half a knife wielder as well. Brother Mu, why do you carry 2 blades at your waist? Lu Fei Bai inquired curiously. Have you heard of the dual-wielding technique? Could it be that, Brother Mu? Lu Fei Bai's eyes widened in astonishment, and even Wang Yang leaned in closer, intrigued. Yes, but this is unrelated. Both Lu Fei Bai and Wang Yang were momentarily taken aback. You seemed overly tense, so I thought I would lighten the mood, haha. Muyu chuckled. Indeed, there is no need for apprehension. This shield of mine is a rare-grade giant shield crafted with great effort. Designed to absorb damage while I lead the way, you two need only focus on dealing damage, Wang Yang stated, and with their introductions complete, the trio felt a sense of ease as they ventured deeper into the forest. Swish! A flash of white light sliced through the air, cleaving a rabbit with bumps on its chest in two, dark blood dripping to the ground with a soft sound. Brother Wang, what tier is this island? We've been walking for quite a while, yet we haven't even exited this forest. This is the 5th order island, where the vast expanse of higher tier islands is astonishing. And foundational resources must be gathered independently, thus the presence of extensive forests is quite natural. As they traversed the terrain, Wang Yang, leading the way, held aloft a massive shield, each step leaving an imprint upon the ground. Wang, you seem quite familiar with high-tier islands. This one is known as the Island of Ancestors. Could it be that others, like us, have ventured into this realm before? Muyu pondered aloud, following closely behind Wang Yang. Be careful, Muyu suddenly exclaimed, spotting a grotesque creature resembling a lion with the tail of a serpent hanging from a tree branch, its eyes gleaming with an eerie light. The beast, with large patches of decaying black flesh, leapt from its perch and lunged towards Wang Yang. Water flow 1,000 curtains. The momentary panic dissipated as Wang Yang raised his shield high, a brilliant blue wave enveloping him. With a resounding crash, the creature landed upon the azure waters, the tremendous impact forcing Wang Yang into a half-crouch. With a swift motion, Lu Fei Bai soared into the air, his longsword in hand, merging seamlessly with the blade as he shot forth like a piercing arrow towards the aberrant lion creature. Sensing the imminent threat, the grotesque beast evaded the water's surface and leapt to the right. However, Lu Fei Bai adjusted his sword, slicing horizontally across the creature's body, leaving a long gash from which black blood gushed forth. As the lion creature landed, a crossbow bolt, propelled by a fierce wind, hurtled towards it. Muyu had anticipated its landing spot the moment it leapt, and pulled the trigger, releasing the wind-infused bolt. With no means of escape, the creature twisted its head in a futile attempt to evade, but the bolt lodged itself deep into its thick neck, unleashing a violent explosion of blood and viscera. This undoubtedly provoked the aberrant lion, which began to emit a foul odor as it conjured a pitch-black water sphere. With swift agility, Wang Yang sprang to his feet, his heavy steps echoing as he positioned his shield protectively in front of Muyu. The dark water sphere collided with the shield, and Wang Yang braced himself against the impact. The sphere burst apart, releasing a noxious stench, revealing not only black water, but also indiscernible chunks of flesh and viscera, which splattered upon the ground like boiling water, shrouding the area in thick black mist. The trio's coordination was seamless, their moves flowing like water. As distinguished members of Zone 2222, their combat responses had been significantly enhanced, and after a few exchanges, they had developed a remarkable synergy. Muyu once again pulled the trigger to unleash another wind-infused bolt. The grotesque lion creature, with a disdainful expression, leapt to the left, effortlessly avoiding the arrow. Yet, a smile crept across Muyu's lips as Lu Fei Bai, akin to a coiled serpent, seized the opportunity, leaping into the air with his sword aglow in a radiant white light. With a swift motion, Lu Fei Bai's sword cleaved through the creature's body as if it were soft tofu, spilling forth a mixture of shredded flesh and black water, its innards corroded beyond recognition. Collection successful. Unknown contaminated meat 300 pounds, contaminated blood essence 500, contaminated scales 30. Brother Mu, these contaminants are toxic. They are neither edible nor usable. El Fei Bai spoke up to remind them that he had previously encountered a few contaminated small animals and had gained insight into their characteristics. Let us proceed. Moments later, Muyu's vision was no longer obstructed by dense trees. It seemed the landscape ahead had opened up. At last, they were about to escape this wretched forest, filled with nothing but polluted beasts, having gained naught from their efforts. El Fei Bai, his expression brimming with excitement, resembled a gambler who had just spotted a casino, hurriedly rushing out of the forest, only to halt abruptly. Muyu and the others, startled, quickly followed suit. As Muyu emerged from the forest and the canopy of leaves no longer obscured the sky, a vast expanse unfolded before his eyes. Beneath the cerulean heavens lay thousands of acres of flat fields. This is the essence of a fifth-tier island. So many fields, imagine how many plants could be cultivated here. El Feibai mused aloud, clearly enchanted by the scene before him. These fields alone are a treasure. Wang Yang's eyes sparkled with delight. Do not rejoice too soon. Look at these fields. There is not a single blade of vegetation, and the soil appears rather yellow. After lying fallow for so long, it has likely degenerated to a state of barrenness. Mu Yu's words doused their enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. El Feibai and Wang Yang hurried forward to investigate. And moments later, their expressions darkened. Behold the withered tree at the center of the field. Perhaps the soil's quality remains intact. Mu Yu's words prompted both men to gaze in the indicated direction, and indeed, there stood a withered tree over a yard tall. The three of them rushed over. Next to the desiccated wood, which was dry enough to be used as firewood, their eyes widened in astonishment as they noticed 3 ice blocks suspended from the tree, through which blue fruits could be seen. Chapter 28, Slaying the Fifth Commander. These must have been preserved in ice. Wang Yang stepped forward to pluck the 3 ice blocks down, and then lowered his gaze to examine the moist, black soil of the field. His eyes sparkled with joy as he felled the withered tree and began to excavate the soil. Look at these fruits. Before Mu Yu and El Feibai could inquire, Wang Yang eagerly shared the information about the fruits. Icy vein spirit fruit, rarest spirit fruit for beast kind. Up to 3 can be consumed if of rare grade or below. It enhances affinity for ice and water elements, evolves bloodlines, increases potential, and has a high probability of comprehending advanced skills, with a small chance of awakening silver-level talents. These fruits are indeed remarkable. But since the initial snow is not a water or ice-type beast, even if I were to awaken the related bloodline by consuming the fruit, my own Fire Dragon Island Lord's fire would clash with it. Thus I find myself disinterested, Mu Yu thought, echoing El Feibai's sentiments. It is a fine treasure, but alas, I do not raise water-type beasts, El Feibai lamented, voicing the same regret as Mu Yu. Do not rush. This field is of rare grade, and holds value comparable to these 3 fruits. Mu Yu, you should collect it first, and we can select together at the end. Wang Yang suggested, handing the excavated soil to Mu Yu, which eased the expressions of both Mu Yu and El Feibai. There are surely more treasures ahead. Let us hasten, Wang Yang urged, while El Feibai cast a lingering glance at the vast fields before catching up with Mu Yu. This appears to be the residence of the island's lord, quite spacious. El Feibai exclaimed. I find it rather simplistic, resembling a communal dormitory. Mu Yu gazed in bewilderment at the simplicity of the wooden building before him. A long corridor divided it into numerous rooms, reminiscent of the classrooms on Blue Star. Come, let us explore and see if there are any treasures within. Wang Yang, bearing the massive shield, was the first to approach the wooden structure. At that moment, the entire building shuddered violently. Empty, empty, empty. A throng of burly, ragged men surged forth from the wooden edifice, their skin marred by a dark taint. Their eyes devoid of any glimmer, filled solely with a ferocious urge for slaughter. Moreover, men from the 2nd and 3rd floors followed suit, heedless of their surroundings, leaping down as though they were dumplings. What is this? Lu Feibai felt an uncanny familiarity wash over him. These are savages, akin to your Friday, Mu Yu cautioned. Wang Yang lamented, brandishing his enormous shield like a human bulldozer, charging into the mass of men. The immense force sent several savages hurtling away. Swish. Without uttering a word, Lu Feibai's sharp sword aura signified his intent as he glided into the fray, moving with the grace of a ghost, each swing of his sword resulting in severed heads. At this point, Mu Yu too joined the fray, wielding the bloodthirsty fire ring blade, cleaving through foes with ease. Each savage struck by his blade bled dark blood, which quickly enveloped the weapon in a thick, malevolent aura. The trio unleashed a relentless slaughter, akin to tigers among sheep. Though the savages possessed great strength, their lack of combat prowess led them to their swift demise. Crack! The 3rd floor of the wooden structure exploded open, and a colossal savage emerged. With eyes the size of bells, filled with darkness, he wielded an iron pickaxe and leaped down from the 3rd floor. Boom! Like a mountain crashing down, the massive savage created a deep crater upon landing and immediately charged at the 3. Is this the leader of Friday? Mu Yu inquired, observing the savage's menacing demeanor. No, this is the commander of Friday. Wang Yang's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible glint as azure waves emanated from his shield, propelling him forward to intercept. The iron pickaxe struck the giant shield with a resounding clang. Bang! The sound reverberated, shocking their eardrums, as Wang Yang staggered back several steps, overwhelmed by the force. What immense power! Whoosh! An arrow from the wind crossbow shot forth, aimed directly at the commander's eyes. The commander raised his broad, calloused hand to shield himself. The arrow penetrated only 3 inches before halting, the force creating a gaping wound in his palm. Unfazed by the pain, the savage commander lowered his hand, and Lu Feibai, akin to a sharpened blade, leaped, thrusting his sword towards the giant's abdomen. Swish! Before even making contact, the fierce sword aura sliced through the commander's flesh. Yet, just as Lu Feibai sought to advance further, the iron pickaxe came crashing down, forcing him to retreat. Crash! Wang Yang raised his giant shield to meet the blow, sparks flying from the metal collision as he absorbed the heavy impact. Whoosh. Mu Yu seized the moment when the wild leader was distracted and loosed another arrow, which effortlessly pierced through the leader's left eye socket, causing the eyeball to explode and leaving behind a hollow pupil, seeping with dark liquid. Remarkably, he seemed devoid of any sensation of pain. What an aberration. The wild leader, with his eye obliterated, appeared unfazed as he raised his iron pickaxe once more, prompting a sarcastic remark from Wang Yang. In a swift motion, Fei Bai seized the opportunity to inflict a sword wound upon the wild leader's abdomen before retreating behind Wang Yang. With a grimace, Wang Yang absorbed the blow, and Mu Yu unleashed another arrow, shattering the wild leader's right eye. Excellent. With both eyes gone, how can he possibly fight now? Just as Wang Yang's words fell, two black tendrils emerged from the wild leader's eye sockets, each adorned with a pair of eyes that scrutinized the trio. What on earth is this creature? Even Mu Yu couldn't suppress his incredulity. Very well, if this is how it shall be, you compel me to unleash my full power. Wang Yang, filled with rage yet laughing, set aside his massive shield and planted it into the ground. The sound of popping beans echoed as he clenched his right arm. The bulging muscles tore through his iron gauntlet, revealing an arm bursting with explosive strength, as if he wielded the might of 1,000 tons. With a thunderous roar, Wang Yang hurled the finely crafted iron spear from behind him, and it soared forth with a rapidity that produced a series of explosive sounds, piercing through the wild leader's chest and emerging from the other side. The inertia of the impact propelled the wild leader into the wooden structure behind him, where he was firmly lodged. With a resounding crash, Wang Yang launched 2 more spears, targeting the wild leader's head, obliterating it beyond recognition. He was dead beyond any doubt. Chapter 29, The Mining Area. Wang Yang exhaled deeply, observing the 2 stunned companions, and remarked, "It's primarily due to my frustration. I understand. Do you need a moment to rest? No need, let us proceed. I feel this island is becoming increasingly real, as if it were not merely a virtual construct of the system." As they continued onward, Mu Yu spoke up. "I share your sentiment. It feels too authentic. But where has the original island master gone? Could he have perished beyond the island?" Fei Bai concurred, pondering the possibilities. "Stop overthinking it. Given the system's capabilities, even if they fabricated a false narrative, we would be unable to discern reality from illusion. What matters most is our gains, not these trivialities," Wang Yang advised. Suddenly spotting something in the distance, he shouted, "Look, there are numerous mounds ahead. It is highly likely to be a mining area." Mu Yu suppressed his thoughts, a flicker of joy crossing his face as the trio quickened their pace. The undulating hills varied in height, with the tallest being a sizable iron mine, surrounded by 10 rudimentary furnaces, now long abandoned. These furnaces were likely used by the wild men to smelt metal blocks. A 5th-tier island master would not forge weapons in such rudimentary apparatuses. With a swift stroke of Fei Bai's sword, one of the furnaces collapsed instantly. There were a total of 6 mines: a large iron mine, a medium copper mine, a small fine iron mine, a small silver mine, a small waterstone mine, and a miniature blue crystal mine, all brimming with ore. Wang Yang surveyed the scene, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he turned to the 2 companions. "What do you say? Shall we dig?" "Dig? But wouldn't that be an extravagant waste? Ever since my childhood, I have aspired to be an excavator. No need for such bravado. Even if we were to dig for 3 days and nights, we wouldn't exhaust the resources. We ought to set a time limit, and moreover, the value of each mine varies. Who should excavate which mine?" Mu Yu analyzed thoughtfully. "Let us consider this: 200 units of iron ore, 150 units of silver ore, 100 units of waterstone, and 10 units of blue crystal, each counted as 1 yield, to be mined collectively and divided afterward. As for the iron and copper mines, we shall rely on our own skills for 2 hours. Whatever we manage to extract shall be our own. We cannot squander too much time here, for we do not know what lies ahead," Wang Yang proposed. "Isn't 10 units of blue crystal rather extravagant for a single piece of water spirit stone?" Fei Bai interjected. "While that may be true," Wang Yang explained, "it takes 100 water stones to fully purify a single blue crystal. If we were to place it in the ocean to absorb water elements, it would require months to fulfill its potential. Even at great value, it remains but an empty shell." At this, Fei Bai nodded in agreement. "It seems that the red crystals on my island can also transform into fire spirit stones. It would be a waste to purify them with fire stones. I wonder how long it would take to fill them in the 9 dragons magma," Mu Yu mused, realizing that these first-tier individuals indeed possessed knowledge unknown to the majority, from which he too greatly benefited, nodding in support of Wang Yang's distribution plan. "Very well, let us commence mining. We shall reconvene here in 2 hours to excavate precious minerals." With this declaration, Wang Yang, followed by Fei Bai and Mu Yu, swiftly retrieved their iron picks from their bags and hurried towards the copper mine, akin to a drunken man encountering a stunning beauty clad in Valentino, irresistibly alluring. Chop, 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 crack. As Fei Bai discarded a broken iron pick, he halted his efforts. "Had I known I should have crafted a fine iron pick. Having discarded 3 already without yielding much copper, I shall switch to the iron mine. Alas, I too Wang Yang tossed aside his nearly useless iron pick and turned towards the iron mine. Ding. Copper, or 30. After nearly half an hour of labor, Muyu paused, feeling a sudden disillusionment, akin to having removed one's trousers only to find that the alluring beauty possesses something far grander. The iron pick used by Captain Friday seems rather exceptional. Could it be of superior quality? He grasped the iron pick tightly held by the barbarian leader, his eyes sparkling with delight. Steel great pick, rare, a large iron pick forged from substantial steel, extraordinarily sturdy, requiring considerable strength to unleash its full potential. Heave, heave. The sound of the steel great pick striking was distinct from that of the iron pick, each blow yielding several pieces of copper ore. Ding. Copper or 5. Ding. Copper or 4. Ding. Copper or 6. Ding. Copper or 3. Moments later, drenched in sweat, Muyu gazed at the 300 pieces of copper ore in his backpack, his heart brimming with joy. Even though 300 pieces of copper ore amounted to merely a drop in the bucket compared to an entire medium-sized copper mine. The medium-sized copper mine boasts 3,000 units of copper, yet after laboring diligently, Muyu has only managed to extract a mere tenth of that. He gazes enviously at the copper mine, longing for it to be situated on his own island. As for the enormous iron mine nearby, resembling a hill in stature, Muyu cannot even fathom its grandeur. It harbors an astounding 50,000 units of iron, with its expanse covering several thousand square meters, practically a foundation for his island. With a bit of time remaining, he muses, I should gather some more iron blocks, as my reserves are dwindling. With a steel pickaxe slung over his shoulder, Muyu selects a corner of the iron mine and begins to excavate. Clink. Iron block 10. Clink. Iron block 10. Clink. Iron block 10. Moments later, after extracting 500 units of iron, Muyu estimates that enough time has passed, retracts his steel pickaxe, and makes his way to the designated meeting spot. In truth, Muyu recognizes that his greatest treasure is this steel pickaxe, which alone is worth at least 1,000 units of iron. The three of them gather, and both Lu Fei Bai and Wang Yang exhibit expressions of satisfaction, clearly having reaped considerable rewards from the iron mine. Excellent, Lu Fei Bai responds. And with their iron pickaxes in hand, the trio boldly strides toward the rare mineral. An entire hour passes before they finally deplete all the mineral resources saved for the silver mine. I can't go on. I'm utterly exhausted. And I hardly have any picks left. Lu Fei Bai collapses onto the ground, panting heavily. Chapter 30. The Ruined Multi-Element Tower. Alright, good. Wang Yang's suggestion receives the assent of both companions. After a brief respite, they continue their journey towards the center. Ahead lies a cluster of buildings. They must be nearing the heart of the island. Lu Fei Bai exclaims, as Muyu observes that most of the structures are in a state of disrepair, resembling abandoned apartment complexes. Let us see if we can uncover anything of value. Wang Yang calls out, taking the lead as he assumes his role of protector. Boom. As Lu Fei Bai gently brushes against the statue of a goddess, the entire edifice collapses with a thunderous crash, startling Muyu and the others into a tense silence. How long have these buildings been abandoned? They crumble at the slightest touch. There is likely nothing of worth left, Lu Fei Bai speculates, clicking his tongue in disappointment. Indeed. Wang Yang relaxes, no longer pressing forward with his massive shield. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shoots from the towering structure, which, although half-collapsed, still discharges a formidable attack. Wang Yang hastily drives his giant shield into the ground, retreating a few steps as the lightning wraps around the shield and dissipates into the earth. Phew. After stepping back, Wang Yang finds himself free from further assault and breathes a sigh of relief as he contemplates the situation. Despite the prolonged disuse of the other buildings, this lightning tower still retains some functionality. The energy source sustaining it must be extraordinary, likely a thunder spirit stone. In its prime, the lightning tower surely possessed far greater power. However, now it is like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to collapse at any moment. If we can withstand a few bolts of lightning, we can topple this decrepit tower. Muyu also analyzes the situation. How difficult can it be? Watch me pierce it with a spear. Wang Yang firmly grips a long spear and hurls it toward the lightning tower. Crack! As lightning struck the spear, a multitude of sparks erupted. Nevertheless, the spear continued its relentless charge towards the lightning tower. Just as Wang Yang's heart brimmed with joy, a wall of earth surged around the tower, halting the spear's impact. It appeared not to be a mere lightning tower, but quite possibly a multi-elemental tower. Muyu exclaimed in astonishment. Regardless of its nature, I shall prevail. Infuriated by what he perceived as a slight, Wang Yang hurled 5 spears in quick succession. Boom, boom, boom. Although the might of these spears did not rival that of the previous strike against the wild chieftain, their force should not be underestimated. They collided with the earthen wall, creating deep craters, causing the wall to crack and ultimately collapse. At that moment, a graceful figure darted through, leaping over the shattered wall and advancing toward the remnants of the multi-elemental tower. The recent lightning strike had already struck the spear, and new bolts of electricity were still coalescing. Fei Bai was now perilously close to the tower, under the expectant gaze of Muyu and the others. The elemental tower suddenly erupted in a blaze of fierce flames, the scorching heat rushing towards El Fabai. Caught off guard, he could not retreat in time. With a swift motion, El Fabai drew his sword and slashed at the flames, releasing a fierce wave of sword energy that cleaved through the inferno, parting the flames like a curtain and revealing the dilapidated elemental tower behind it. He leapt through the fiery passage, his sword pointed at the elemental tower, and lightly touched it, as if a dragonfly alighting upon water. With a resounding crash, the elemental tower crumbled, revealing 3 dimly glowing elemental spirit stones. Impressive, Wang Yang exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. He continued, however, the elements contained within these stones are rather scarce. I suppose we can consider these 3 a worthwhile find. Indeed, El Fabai nodded, promptly stowing the 3 elemental stones away. Most of the structures here were already inoperative, yet some still harbored elemental spirit stones. Let us search through them together. Wang Yang's suggestion was met with enthusiastic agreement from the other 2, and they meticulously combed through every building's debris. To El Fabai's astonishment, he discovered a water spirit stone within a spring. This water is astonishingly cold, he exclaimed, retrieving the stone from the flowing waters, only to find his hand encased in a thick layer of ice as soon as it emerged. This water is no ordinary substance. Wang Yang filled his water bottle with the spring water and shared its properties with his companions. Extreme cold water. Rare, this water can freeze ice blocks, exert cold, and forge water. Using this water to temper ice-type weapons enhances their extraordinary effects. This spring must contain at least 100 of such stones. Who knows how long it has accumulated such a bounty? It can certainly be considered a significant find. Wang Yang filled his bottle to the brim, successfully gathering 50 portions of the extreme cold water. Having amassed a considerable haul, the trio pressed onward, their spirits high with elation. There are many rare structures here. Perhaps this ruin once housed extraordinary edifices before its collapse. Mu Yu marveled, gazing at the various peculiar buildings, stone columns, glass houses, water pavilions, tall towers, iron cages, and grand halls. Such a powerful island, still thriving beneath the sea. I wonder where its master has gone. El Fabai exclaimed in astonishment. What is this? Mu Yu gazed ahead at a structure, its base formed from a circular stone floor, topped with a floating stone door, embedded with an elemental spirit stone. It bore a resemblance to the buildings atop the teleportation towers, yet it was distinct. It was likely a foundational structure for future inter-island teleportation. With a sudden inspiration, Mu Yu stepped forward and pried the elemental spirit stone from the top of the stone door, causing it to lose its power and descend. Ding. Detected that you possess a spatial spirit stone. Would you like to consume it to enhance your backpack capacity by an additional 100,000 units? Decline. To Mu Yu's surprise, the spatial spirit stone could indeed augment his backpack space. However, having already reached 30 slots after ascending to a third-tier island, it was currently sufficient. Moreover, utilizing the spirit stone now would complicate future explanations. This is a spatial spirit stone, Mu Yu elucidated, to which Wang Yang and the others nodded in agreement, seemingly having anticipated such a revelation. This building resembles a furnace chamber, and it appears to be no ordinary one. Let us see if there is anything of value. The trio, like a swarm of locusts, hurried into the furnace chamber, leaving no worthwhile item behind. Upon entering, they discerned that the furnace was extraordinary, featuring 3 pipes that simultaneously belched flames for forging, yet it had long since fallen into disrepair, lacking the grandeur it once possessed. Undeterred, they rummaged through the remnants of the furnace and indeed unearthed a fire spirit stone from the ashes. We're still using firewood, while they have begun utilizing fire spirit stones. How infuriating. El Fabai gritted his teeth in envy. Indeed, quite infuriating. Mu Yu and Wang Yang exchanged peculiar glances, nodding in agreement. Look here, there are weapons and armor. They must have been forged but never collected. El Fabai pointed to a room adjoining the furnace, where 5 gleaming suits of armor hung. Each suit was completely encased from helmet to toe, its surface shimmering with a faint aquamarine hue, perfectly equipped for battle. Accompanying them were a chilling crescent blade and 3 robust aquamarine spears. Chapter 31, Dividing the Spoils. Submersible steel armor, rare, crafted from steel in the 3 Flames furnace. Infused with water stone and tempered in frigid waters, it is exceptionally sturdy. Attributes: weight significantly reduced in water, defense 20, total defense 100. Chilling crescent blade, rare, crafted from steel in the 3 Flames furnace, infused with water stone and tempered in frigid waters, it is exceptionally sturdy. Attributes: absorbs sufficient liquid to unleash a chilling slash. Damage 30, 110. Water burst spear, rare, crafted from steel in the 3 Flames furnace, infused with water stone and tempered in frigid waters, it is exceptionally sturdy. Attributes: when soaked, throwing the spear triggers a water burst. Impact 200. Damage 100. I feel that my meticulously crafted armor and spear pale in comparison to these casually placed items, Wang Yang remarked with a melancholic expression. Wang Ge, have some confidence. Let go of that feeling. El Fabai asserted with unwavering confidence. Each suit of armor paired with its weapon requires a foundation of at least 5,000 iron blocks, not to mention some rare materials. I possess fewer than 300 iron blocks myself. This is indeed a remarkable windfall. Wang Yang cast a glance at El Fei Bai, his eyes laden with melancholy, which was soon replaced by joy. Had the previous Friday commander donned this armor, we would have found it far from easy to overcome him. Mu Yu was equally astonished by the suit of armor, noting its comprehensive enhancements. The only caveat was the necessity for considerable strength to wield it, making it perfectly suited for the barbarian commander. Clearly, the 5th-tier island lord could not wear this suit. It was likely intended for the barbarian commander but had yet to be distributed, thus falling into our hands. Have you not noticed? This island is vast, and the barbarian tribes we encountered previously were solely engaged in mining and agriculture. There must be others involved in different tasks, such as combat and protection. If we were to encounter them, it could yield us a significant bounty, Wang Yang speculated, to which Mu Yu nodded in agreement. Let us proceed. The day grows late, and we should explore further. The three collected 5 suits of armor each and exited the forge room to continue their sweeping expedition. Soon arriving outside a manor surrounded by blue stone walls. From a distance, they could see a cluster of palaces at the center of the estate, where a robust column of water surged skyward, dispersing like waves, forming a translucent shield that enveloped the island, separating it from the sea. What is that? A rare and magnificent spectacle. El Fei Bai marveled once more. Indeed, it is likely the key to this island's status as an underwater enclave. It is truly magnificent. Wang Yang mused, somewhat enraptured. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that there is an unsettling aura within this manor. It may harbor complexities beyond our comprehension. Mu Yu interjected suddenly, disrupting Wang Yang's reverie. He promptly inquired within his mind, "May I enter the manor?" "Haha, can't wait, can you?" "I cannot ascertain if he is present within the manor. If he is absent, I can assist you in claiming this wonder. If he is present, danger may await you. The choice is yours. However, should you feel fear, when next you acquire the ancestral teleportation array, I can still guide you back to this island. Did you not declare me the protagonist? Moreover, I have crafted this solid water shield specifically for this purpose. If all else fails, I shall make my escape and take a gamble, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle." Mu Yu and El Fei Bai exchanged astonished glances before nodding in agreement. They then laid out all their gathered treasures. Ice Pulse Spirit Fruit, rare farmland, 200 units of fine iron, 100 units of water stone, 10 units of blue crystal. Elemental Spirit Stones of Thunder, Earth, and Fire, Water Spirit Stones, 100 units of extreme cold water, Space Spirit Stones, Fire Spirit Stones, and 5 sets of rare armor. In total, there were 15 rare items, each one a coveted treasure that countless individuals would yearn for and compete over. Now, with such an abundance laid out before them, even the affluent Mu Yu and his companions felt a surge of excitement. Were it not for the binding curse book, they might have turned suspicious of one another long ago. "I demand 10 units of blue crystal." Wang Yang was the first to stow away the blue crystal. Neither Mu Yu nor Lu Fei Bai was surprised. After all, Wang Yang's island was inherently aligned with the water element, and he must have other means to recharge the blue crystal. However, since he had brought them to this island, they refrained from voicing any objections. "I choose the spatial spirit stone," Mu Yu declared, tucking it away as both companions exchanged astonished glances before returning their focus. Before long, the trio meticulously divided the 15 rare items among themselves. Wang Yang opted for 10 units of blue crystal, an ice vein spirit fruit, a water spirit stone, and 2 sets of rare armor. Mu Yu acquired the spatial spirit stone, along with elemental spirit stones of thunder, earth, and fire, and extreme cold water, and 2 sets of rare armor. Lu Fei Bai received a rare field, a fire spirit stone, 100 units of water stone, a set of rare armor, and 200 units of refined iron. By this point, all 3 had amassed a considerable fortune. "I intend to explore the manor. What are your plans?" Wang Yang inquired after their distribution of spoils. "Wang Gu, I'll accompany you inside to take a look," Lu Fei Bai replied, his eyes glinting with excitement at the sight of the manor. "All right," Wang Yang smiled, then turned his gaze toward Mu Yu. "Mu Yu, do you wish to join us?" I think I'll mind for a while first. I'll seek you out later," Mu Yu responded, his demeanor somewhat uneasy. "Mu Gu, with my offense and Wang Ji's defense, you can provide cover. There's no need to worry," Lu Fei Bai encouraged. "Enough, if Mu Yu prefers not to go. Let him be. You can come find us in an hour," Wang Yang said, suppressing his displeasure as he led Lu Fei Bai into the manor, disappearing from Mu Yu's sight. As the saying goes, the lean camel is bigger than a horse. This island was a vast treasure trove, even if it had lain abandoned for an indeterminate time, and the mining area was merely a fragment of its bounty. In a secluded corner of the mining district, as the white mist lifted, a stone tower materialized. Beneath the tower was a silver base that spun incessantly, with a spatial spirit stone embedded at its center, seemingly locking onto the coordinates of this spot. This was Mu Yu's aspiration. Should he gather 3 spatial spirit stones in the future, this would become his private sanctuary, where all resources would transform into nourishment for his growth. Leaving the hidden corner, Mu Yu made his way to the silver mining area. Previously, The trio had attempted to extract silver blocks using ordinary iron picks, only managing to dislodge one after much effort, leading them to abandon the endeavor. However, the situation was different now. Muyu hefted a steel pickaxe and, with all his might, struck down upon the silver ore. Crack! The sound of silver blocks shattering filled the air, and Muyu rejoiced. One silver block. Crack! Crack! Although each strike yielded only one silver block, Muyu transformed into a whirlwind, and under his frenzied swings, he quickly excavated 149 units of silver ore. Not long after, he murmured, "It shouldn't take much longer. I ought to hurry," and swiftly headed in the direction of the manor. I shouldn't have brought Muyu along. Just the two of us would have sufficed, and we could have kept more of the good stuff, the duo inside the manor lamented. As they made their way toward the center of the palace complex, with Wang Yang fixated on the enormous shield, expressing his frustration as they walked. It cannot be said otherwise. Muyu has indeed contributed significantly, though he may merely lack prowess in combat. LV Feibai, gripping his longsword, felt the tension in the air. His instincts warned him of the peril that lay ahead. He mused that his role was to provide cover while the output relied on others, and defense rested upon him. What purpose did he serve? Let me tell you, Feibai, some individuals are simply fortunate, yet he does not possess the destiny of a protagonist. Wang Yang scoffed, continuing, the moment he heard of danger at the manor, he dared not approach. This is a display of cowardice. Yet he still wishes to join us later. That reveals his greed. When we acquire treasures, we shall share none with him, and that will infuriate him. Wang, stop talking. We are nearly at the center. Look ahead. Does it not seem that someone lies in the black water pool? LV Feibai pointed towards the pool not far ahead. A segment of armor was visible above the water, leaving one to wonder whether it was discarded armor or a person lounging in it. Wait. Wang Yang gestured for LV Feibai to halt, a subtle glint flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, a sound akin to two rusted iron plates scraping against each other pierced the air. The mask of the armor shifted, revealing a pair of crimson eyes glaring from the darkness. At that moment, Wang Yang, engrossed in the panel information, abruptly raised his gaze, filled with terror. Simultaneously, LV Feibai's combat instincts screamed to him that they were on the brink of a life-and-death crisis. The two exchanged a knowing glance. Clenching their jaws as they conveyed a singular thought, escaped swiftly. The wind howled ominously as they retreated, yet no matter how fast they were, they could not outpace the figure emerging from the black water pool. With a powerful leap, the armored figure surged from the depths, encased in heavy armor, and crashed onto the ground, leaving deep footprints in the soil. With a flourish, the black-armored figure drew a sword from his side, unleashing a torrent of dark sword energy that surged forth with immense force. The water rippled violently. Wang Yang braced himself, his left shoulder and foot pressing against the massive shield while his right foot anchored to the ground. His arm muscles bulged as he summoned every ounce of strength, preparing for the impending clash. Boom! The black sword energy collided with the massive shield, causing the azure ripples to shatter instantly. Wang Yang was violently thrust backward, shield and all, as the impact sent him sprawling. Coughing, blood seeped from his right arm, the pain akin to a fracture, while his insides felt misaligned. A throbbing agony spreading through him. Having merely withstood one blow, Wang Yang's formidable defense crumbled, rendering him as vulnerable as a lamb awaiting slaughter. With a swift motion, the black-armored figure swung his sword once more, unleashing another wave of dark energy, and Wang Yang sensed the chilling breath of death drawing near. In that moment, a fierce white sword energy sliced through the air from behind Wang Yang, colliding with the dark energy, as if a fishing vessel had crashed into a cargo ship. Boom! The black energy faltered, shattering the white sword energy, yet it continued its relentless descent toward Wang Yang. Clash! LV Feibai positioned himself before the oncoming dark energy, his longsword striking fiercely against it. Ah, cleave for me! Lu Feibai gritted his teeth and shouted, the blade of his sword shimmering with a flow of white light, its sharp aura extending outward, tearing through several strands of his own garment, staining them crimson. Crack! Who? Lu Feibai gasped heavily, the dark sword energy severed by the sword in his hand. Feibai, you must flee. This creature is a silver tier monster. You cannot defeat him. Wang Yang exclaimed with tearful eyes. A swordsman never retreats. Lu Feibai's gaze remained clear and resolute, his spirit ignited with a fervent desire for battle. I must ascertain the extent of our disparity. With that, Lu Feibai leaped forward, charging toward the armored figure. Is victory possible? Wang Yang's eyes brightened at that moment, as if he beheld the dawn of a miracle. Smack! A figure crashed to the ground like a heavy sandbag. Lu Feibai sprawled on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The gap is far greater than I imagined. I'm doomed. What should I do? Facing the approaching armored being, Wang Yang desperately sought aid from the voice in his mind. Fear not, the protagonist shall not perish so early. Look, someone is coming to your rescue. Outside the manor, Muyu heard the sound of intense impacts emanating from within. Alarmed, he swiftly vaulted into the manor, searching for Wang Yang and Lu Feibai. Who goes there? Wang Yang cried out. Suddenly a figure burst into his view, bearing two blades at his waist and wielding a light crossbow. akin to a savior crashing into his heart. Ding. Detection of low-level pollution sources adjacent to the sequence candidate. Mission prompt. Eliminate the low-level pollution source. Deadline, 7 days. Completion rewards. 1 golden chest, 100 hidden sequence points. The abrupt system notification echoed in Mu Yu's mind, causing him to shudder. Mu Gu, you are no match for him, flee. Lu Feibai called out with great difficulty. Who says I cannot contend with him? Mu Yu scoffed, tightly gripping the hilt of the Feng Yun Qi gathering blade at his waist. Just then, Mu Yu received shared information from Wang Yang. Low-level pollution source. Strength, 62-62. Agility, 60-60. Constitution, 69-69. Spirit, 99-99. Charisma, 0-0. Talent. Equipment, contaminated secret iron water armor, rare. Contaminated black water sword, rare. Active skills. Passive skills. Traits. Low-level pollution source. Exalted directly viewing the low-level pollution source causes a 20 reduction in all attributes. Non-crushing physical or elemental damage cannot result in death. Purification excluded. Title. Low-level pollution source. All attributes doubled. Charisma reduced to 0. Combat power. Silver tier intermediate. Evaluation. A golden tier powerhouse thoroughly transformed into a pollution source. Although his strength has plummeted to its nadir, the unique traits of the pollution source render him all the more formidable and troublesome. Hey, you all go ahead. I'll cover your retreat. What a jest. This is akin to battling a silver tier powerhouse with doubled attributes. It's a guaranteed template. How can one fight this? With one S-head? Chapter 33, Return to the Island. Mu Yu, Mu Gu, Wang Yang and Lu Feibai gazed at each other with glistening tears in their eyes, their faces reflecting deep reluctance. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 arrows of the wind crossbow struck the black-armored figure's armor, merely to elicit a sound. With a sudden movement, the black-armored warrior leaped before Mu Yu, his dark sword emanating a spectral glow as it descended. Fire Fury. Mu Yu raised his bloodthirsty fire ring blade, slashing upward. The 9 fiery rings behind the massive blade ignited simultaneously, akin to a cluster of spark plugs. The malevolent energy surged forth like gasoline, igniting instantly in a violent outburst. The bloodthirsty fire ring blade, engulfed in flames, propelled fiercely toward the dark sword. Clang. The clash between Mu Yu's bloodthirsty fire ring blade and the black water sword was evenly matched, yet his strength paled in comparison to that of the black-armored warrior. The impact reverberated through the blade, and Mu Yu gripped the weapon tightly, fearing it might be wrenched from his grasp. Yet the overwhelming force threatened to overturn him along with the blade. I cannot allow Mu Gu to perish. We must flee. Lu Feibai, struggling to rise with his sword, leaned on Wang Yang as they limped towards the estate's exit. The black-armored warrior fixed his deadly gaze upon the retreating duo, seemingly poised to appear behind them in the next moment. Hold on, your opponent is me. Mu Yu gritted his teeth and struggled to rise, though his hands gripping the bloodthirsty fire ring blade trembled from the shock. Allow me to switch blades and face you again. Thud. The sound of armor swiftly moving echoed. In the next moment, the black-armored warrior stood before Mu Yu, the black water sword slicing through the air with a ferocious torrent of sword energy aimed at Mu Yu. Evolved Critical Strike. With a surge of determination, Mu Yu swiftly drew the colossal blade from the wind and cloud-nurturing blade sheath. After nearly 24 hours of cultivation, combined with an enhancement of 300 for critical strikes, he unleashed the weapon's utmost potential. The azure blade energy surged like a tumultuous sea, cascading for several seconds, producing a sound reminiscent of a hurricane sweeping the land, enveloping the black-armored figure entirely. Moments later, a shattered great sword fell to the ground, alongside the tattered black armor in a pool of viscous, ink-like liquid. Yet Mu Yu's brow furrowed in concern. He had not received any notification from the system indicating a successful kill, nor did he see the coveted golden chest. The dark liquid on the ground writhed like maggots, seemingly attempting to coalesce once more. Consider yourself fortunate. I did not bring my fire Yang Zao Mu, or else I would scatter your ashes. Mu Yu reluctantly retracted his fire eye true sight, casting a threatening glance at the writhing black water before turning to chase after Wang Yang and the others. Outside the estate, Wang Yang tore open the teleportation scroll of the first island's denizens, a circular pattern glowing beneath his feet, radiating white light. Crack. What's wrong? Brother Wang? Lu Feibai inquired, astonished as he observed Wang Yang slapping himself. I truly am a fool. Wang Yang suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, and tears welled up in his eyes. Mu Yu, in a selfless act of heroism, had risked everything to rescue them, ultimately sacrificing himself to provide them with a chance to survive. How could anyone dare to speak ill of such a magnanimous soul? I truly deserve to reproach myself. In a fit of frustration, Wang Yang couldn't help but strike himself a few times. What was he doing? Just then, a voice broke through the tension as Mu Yu scaled the estate's wall. Mu Yu, come quickly. The teleportation array has activated. Wang Yang called out urgently. Startled, Mu Yu dashed into the array. Mu Yu, I am unworthy. I am so grateful you made it. Otherwise, I would never forgive myself. Wang Yang, a middle-aged man, wept openly, yearning to embrace Muyu. Wang Degu, please, don't be like this. It makes me feel uneasy. Muyu quickly sidestepped him. At that moment, the blinding white light beneath their feet flared, and the three of them vanished in an instant. Shortly after their departure, a figure clad in black armor burst forth from the estate. His armor was grotesquely teeming with flesh, a pair of grotesque wings sprouted from his back, and his arms were ensconced in bloodied flesh that encircled a sinister blade, transforming him into a monstrous apparition. In a fit of rage upon losing Muyu and the others, he began to wreak havoc on everything in sight. Outside, the storm raged on with lightning and thunder, while the island, scattered and shrouded in mist, appeared untouched by such calamities. Muyu felt a pang of envy for the underwater island. Such a degree of natural disaster would likely have no impact on it whatsoever. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Upon checking, Muyu found a message of gratitude from LV Fei Bai, while Wang Yang had sent a letter of contrition. Wang Yang had revealed his ability to probe into others' information, a talent or skill unknown to Muyu. Recalling Wang Yang's final shared information, Muyu realized this skill would greatly aid him in dealing with the pollution source in the future. He contemplated whether he could locate 3 spatial spirit stones within 7 days to construct a mother teleportation tower. If unsuccessful, he would have to abandon the system task, uncertain of the consequences. As Muyu rubbed his abdomen, a wave of hunger surged over him. The bounty of the day was ample enough for a satisfying meal. He decided to prepare dinner before that girl, Jin Yuchong, would press him again. Chushua, Chushua, Muyu called as he made his way to the kitchen, only to find a robust adult white lion sprawled on the floor, gnawing on chunks of meat, its mouth stained crimson. You beast, did you devour my Chushua? Muyu exclaimed, a mix of fury and concern washing over him, as he brandished his bloodthirsty fire ring knife. With a roar, the white lion shrank and transformed into Chushua. Is this the skill you've mastered? Quite impressive, haha. Muyu sheathed his knife, noting with dismay the kitchen had been stripped of at least 300 pounds of meat. In that instant, he felt a pang of inadequacy in providing for her. Go ahead, eat. I'll keep a tab for you. When you grow up, you owe me a dragon, plus interest. Now, give me your paw print. Chushua blinked her innocent eyes, as if to say, just me? Only me? Jian Yuechong. Could you possibly add an extra serving of food for me at each meal? I can provide equivalent ingredients. Muyu. Sure, but aren't you worried about gaining weight with such copious amounts? Muyu, why are you silent? Muyu, speculating that Jian Yuechong may have gone to take a bath, decided to turn off the private messages. Since she was providing the food herself, an additional serving was of little consequence, a mere convenience. How can I purify this fire yang jujube wood from pollution? Muyu gazed at the warm fire yang jujube wood, along with the foul-smelling blood and blackened flesh before him, momentarily perplexed. Chapter 34 Update Announcement. Some sources of pollution spread through the ocean. Perhaps I can soak the fire yang jujube wood in water for purification. Upon this thought, Muyu constructed a sealed wooden box, placing a piece of fire yang jujube wood along with the blackened flesh and scales inside, and then filled it with clean water to submerge the meat. Hiss! The clean water was instantly tainted black by the flesh, yet bubbles began to rise, gradually lightening the color. Indeed, it proved effective. With this, I can utilize the fire yang jujube wood to create purified water to combat pollutants. Chushua nodded, casting a disdainful glance at the blackened flesh. Only then did Muyu feel reassured, fearing this little glutton might consume the contaminated meat. Exiting the wooden building, the relentless winds on the island howled mercilessly, yet Muyu stood resolutely, like an unyielding stone. At this moment, his attributes were starkly different from the previous night. The fierce winds that had made walking arduous were now akin to a toothless tiger. Apart from avoiding fishing by the seaside, the rest of his activities on the island remained unaffected. He mused that the pain of wind and rain was trivial, urging himself to dry his tears without question. Braving the storm, Muyu arrived at the Thunder Tower, only to find that the platform beneath it held merely a piece of fine iron. Thunder Essence Iron, rare, contains a significant amount of lightning elements. It seemed that the frequent lightning had transformed the iron block into fine iron. He then proceeded to the fertilizer catalysis chamber, where the 100 pounds of black shark meat had been converted into 10 portions of fertilizer. However, given the current weather, Muyu was not in a hurry to establish new fields, continuing to circle back to the fire melting furnace. Muyu contemplated not wasting the remaining 3 opportunities for critical hits today, deciding to use them on refining metal stones. Ding. Silver block 100. Refinement successful. Fine silver, excellent, 10. Ding. Fine silver 10. Critical hit successful. Secret silver, rare, 1. Secret silver, rare, composed of a large amount of refined steel silver. This is the most exceptional among rarities, possessing excellent elemental conductivity. When mixed into weapons, its extraordinary effects will be greatly amplified. The mere fact that secret silver is among the most exceptional of rare metals speaks volumes of its scarcity. Muyu gazed at the dazzling silver light emanating from the secret silver, rivaling the brilliance of certain gemstones. Once the Thunder Spirit Stone was fully charged, he would infuse the secret silver with lightning elements. Stowing away the secret silver, Muyu commenced the refinement of copper blocks. Ding. Copper block, 300. Refinement successful. Fine copper, excellent, 30. Ding. Fine copper, 20. Critical hit successful. Secret copper, rare, 2. Secret copper, rare, a substantial metal block forged from a significant quantity of steel and copper. It is one of the most elusive metals known, possessing remarkable elemental isolation properties. When infused into armor or utilized to craft cages, it effectively obstructs extraordinary elements. Upon encountering secret copper, Mu Yu's immediate thought was to forge a shield and armor for himself using both secret iron and secret copper. This would provide defense against physical and elemental damage alike. Once the weather improved, he hoped to procure a suitable blueprint. Now that everyone had surpassed the foundational phase, no one would part with valuable items for mere trifles. Mu Yu stowed the secret copper into his backpack and placed the fire spirit stone into the furnace, maximizing the geothermal intensity to replenish the fiery energy within the stone. After departing from the furnace, he hastened towards the wooden tower. Gazing at the fiercely burning 9 dragons' geothermal fire at the island's center, he felt reassured. Even after a relentless day and night of torrential rain, the flames remained undiminished. Returning to the wooden tower, Mu Yu embraced Chushua and succumbed to a deep slumber. Throughout the night, the Thunder Tower absorbed countless silver serpents, while the flames in the geothermal furnace blazed fiercely, the fire spirit stone growing increasingly crimson and searing. As the rain gradually subsided, the morning sun pierced through the clouds, illuminating the damp earth, and the puddles on the island sparkled like stars scattered across the night sky. Upon awakening and gazing out the window, Mu Yu reflected on the tempest that had raged for 2 days and nights. Perceiving it as merely a warning not to underestimate the natural disasters that arrive weekly, he opened the announcement panel, discovering further developments. Announcement 1. The primary disaster storm has ceased. New challenges have emerged. 2. 3 medium-sized islands, 7 small islands, and 24 micro-islands have been refreshed in this area, each presenting corresponding opportunities and threats. Brave explorers are encouraged to venture forth. 3. The depths of the sea conceal boundless treasures, yet they also harbor formidable marine forces. Proceed with caution. 4. A medium-level disaster will commence in 7 days. Concurrently, Mu Yu noted that following the storm, fewer than 3,000 individuals remained in the 2222 region. It could not all be Tier 3 islands, for some fortunate Tier 2 islands surely existed. Songhai. The primary disaster nearly cost me my life, and now a medium disaster is on the horizon. I would rather perish from the cold beneath the eaves. Xinjian, the rooftop recluse. Songhai. Please, spare me from this topic. Qin Hongda. It infuriates me. I awoke early to find a horde of savages had invaded my island and planted numerous wooden spears in my field. Zhejian. Your island must surely have spawned nearby wild islands. I just saw a group of savages departing by boat. Chuiteng. No way. Now we have a savage faction? Is it truly so difficult for me to peacefully cultivate my land? Chong Sunwu. Have you considered a particular notion? Xinjianwao. Chong Sun is back with strategies. Tengyu. Chong Sun is impressive. Xiao Zhe. 1. Chong Sun Wu. LV Fei by previously captured as savage chieftain. He could be of assistance. Might these savages be one of the resources offered to us, aiding and liberating us from laborious toil? There must be a unified method to tame the wild ones. I must find it as soon as possible. The thought of having hundreds or even thousands of wildlings laboring for him filled Mu Yu with excitement. Just then, a private message notification chimed. Wu Jiangwo. Island hunting is my forte, little Mu. Keep an eye on the names of the nearby islands. If we happen to be on the same island, I can guide you and impart some hunting knowledge. Mu Yu. All right, I will pay attention. After some contemplation, Mu Yu traded a piece of steel armor. Chapter 35. The enormous cloud bird approaches. Wu Jiangwo. Little Mu, this armor is far too valuable. You should keep it for yourself. Mu Yu, Uncle Wu. I already have a set of armor. You can use this one. Just remember to share any good spoils you come across in your hunts. Wu Jiangwo. I've always regarded you as a child. Achieving first on the island and presenting such a precious piece of equipment, I've underestimated you. Whenever you need assistance from your uncle, do not hesitate to call. Mu Yu. Understood, Uncle Wu. Giving Wu Jiangwo a set of steel armor was a decision weighed with careful consideration. His expertise thrived in this world, and he was known for his gratitude, making him a worthy investment. The reason for not gifting him a weapon was clear. As a master hunter, he would only wield the weapon best suited to himself. In the entire zone 2222, Wu Jiangwo was the only one Mu Yu truly trusted and depended upon. In unfamiliar lands, the bonds of home became all the more pronounced. Today, fishing was on the agenda. After rising with joy, Mu Yu prepared breakfast and packaged 2 portions for Jian Yuechong before sending them over. He also set aside 50 pounds of flesh for Chushua's feast. As long as you point me in the right direction today, we shall feast. With a grand gesture, Mu Yu led Chushua toward the coastline. As they approached the shore, the salty sea breeze enveloped them. Mu Yu gazed out at the vast, boundless sea. A seemingly endless canvas of blue. Aren't there supposed to be wild islands? Why can't I see any? A sudden pang of anxiety struck Mu Yu, prompting him to circle the coastline. Phew. It turns out the islands lay in other directions. Muyu breathed a sigh of relief. Only the direction he planned to fish in was devoid of islands. Approximately 10,000 meters to the north, there was a sizable island. About 1,000 meters to the west, another island similar to Jungle Island appeared. As for the south, the farthest point revealed only the silhouette of an island. Standing resolutely in the sea like a majestic mountain, surely one of the 3 medium-sized islands. Roar! Just as Muyu prepared to fish, Chushuet let out a roar towards the sky, her white fur bristling. Muyu followed her gaze and beheld an enormous cloud bird soaring towards them. Do not fear. Upon witnessing this scene, Muyu felt a surge of exhilaration rather than dread, soothing Chushuet with a gentle hand. At first, you did not come to seize me. But now that I am equipped with 6 divine pieces, you remember me, do you? Come to offer yourself, then. The colossal cloud bird, enveloped in a tempest, descended upon Muyu as if it had a vendetta. Without hesitation, Muyu drew the blade from the scabbard of the wind and cloud chi cultivation knife. The blade energy, cultivated for 8 hours, whistled forth, its sharp wind slicing through the tempest. The colossal cloud bird, unable to evade in time, found the blade energy embedded within its massive form. Warm blood rained down from the sky, and the giant cloud bird plummeted like a rogue aircraft, crashing heavily onto the island and skidding several meters, leaving a long trail of blood. Yet, the cloud bird was not yet fully vanquished. It raised its head, gathering wind elements in its mouth, faintly coalescing into the shape of a wind blade. Seeing the cloud bird preparing to retaliate, Muyu drew forth a water-explosive spear, the seawater saturating it, forming a thin layer of moisture upon its surface, which he hurled with all his might. The water explosive detonated, doubling the spear's velocity and piercing the air with a resounding crack. Boom! The water explosive spear shattered the wind blade that the giant cloud bird had just formed, penetrating its head and embedding half of it into the ground, staining the earth a deep crimson, cold in death. Suddenly, a black iron box materialized beside the cloud bird. Ding! Decomposition successful. 500 pounds of cloud bird meat, 30 wind blade feathers, 800 cloud bird essence, 1 cloud bird egg. What does this mean? Are you offering me an egg? Muyu gazed at the cloud bird egg in his hand, momentarily taken aback. Cloud bird egg, rare level after blood binding. It can hatch a cloud bird within a day and grow to black iron level combat strength in 7 days. Adequate nutrition can accelerate growth rate. Muyu found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel elated or sympathetic. Had it been a chicken or duck egg, he would have readily consumed it. But a bird egg stirred something within him. Given his maritime surroundings, the presence of a bird would undoubtedly render many tasks more convenient. Ultimately, he decided it wouldn't hurt to nurture one more creature. After a moment's contemplation, Muyu let a drop of his blood fall upon the egg. But he felt too guilty to consume the cloud bird meat. It would be repurposed as fertilizer instead. With no further disturbances from creatures, Muyu could finally relish the joys of fishing, casting 6 lines in the direction indicated by the first snow. Ding! Congratulations, you have caught a black iron box. Ding! Congratulations, you have caught a black iron box. Ding! Congratulations, you have caught a solid wood box. Ding! Congratulations, you have caught a rotting wood box. Ding! Congratulations, you have caught a black iron box. Ding! Congratulations, you have caught a black iron box. 4 black iron boxes. Though slightly disappointing, Muyu felt overall satisfaction. For human nature is inevitably greedy. Ding! Opening black iron box. Critical success. Rare blueprint for a Lifan coastal ship X1. Blueprint for Lifan coastal ship. Rare requires 100 wood, 30 iron blocks, 20 ropes, 30 hemp cloth. As he gazed at the shipbuilding blueprint in his hand, Muyu felt drowsiness wash over him. He had been pondering how to navigate the vast ocean on a mere wooden raft. Ding! Opening black iron box. Critical success. Seed of the ancient beast vein tree X1. Ancient beast vein tree. Rare must be planted in fertile land, or better, matures in 7 days. Upon hearing this name, Muyu instinctively surmised the tree's effects, which were precisely what he desperately needed. This week, the island had ceased to be safe. He required biological guardians while either venturing off the island or resting. Clearly, the current initial snow was inadequate for the task. Normally, it would take 7 days for maturity, but planted on an exceptional grade of soil, it would ripen in just 1 day. With a chime, the black iron chest opened, signaling a successful critical hit. 1 blueprint for an automatic stone digger, rare. 1 power generator, 1 track, and 1 automatic scanner. Blueprint for automatic stone digger, rare 30 iron blocks, 20 refined iron, 1 automatic scanner, 1 power generator, 1 track. Upon viewing this blueprint, Muyu realized his journey of opening chests was nearing its conclusion, reserving the final critical hit for the automatic stone digger. Among the 3 essential resources for upgrading the island, only the soil was sufficiently abundant. Once he tamed Friday, his mud hut would finally be operational. Yet the stone remained an elusive goal. This contraption would undoubtedly assist him in stone extraction. He opened the wooden and decayed wooden chests, supplementing his meager resources with a few paltry items. There was a peculiar sensation that the variety of items in the resource chests had increased. Uncertain of the reason behind this feeling, Muyu secured the remaining 2 black iron chests and approached the lightning tower. After a day and night of being washed by the tempestuous elements, the lightning tower gleamed even more brightly. Chapter 36. The Super Automatic Stone Digger. Retrieving the Thunder Spirit Stone from the platform, Muyu could feel the tumultuous electric elements surging within, as if on the verge of overflowing. In normal weather, the lightning would be rather limited, he mused, and so he decided to place the mithril into the lightning tower. Next, Muyu ventured to the agricultural area. Placing 500 pounds of cloudbird meat into the fertilizer catalysis chamber, he planted the ancient beast vein tree seeds in the exceptional grade soil and watered them, thus cultivating a new plot of land. Ding. Soil 5, fertilizer 10, fertile land 1. As anticipated, 10 units of fertilizer could elevate the land to rare grade. After some contemplation, Muyu sowed excellent meat spirit mushroom seeds. Given the current appetite of the initial snow, a substitute food source was urgently required. In the other 4 plots of ordinary grade soil, he planted cedar seeds in 2 of them, while the third plot was sown with long-preserved potatoes, uncertain whether they would survive. As for the final plot, Muyu had no ordinary seeds at present, leaving it fallow. Upon arriving at the mineral area, he noted that the excavated iron mine had automatically filled itself. Suddenly, he recalled the miniature red crystal mine to the left of his doorstep, which seemed poised to take shape by tomorrow. Entering the underground fire furnace, a wave of heat washed over him, prompting Muyu to quickly shut off the flames. The fire spirit stones within were intensely hot and vibrantly colored. Although merely a rare-grade furnace, the fire was genuine 9-dragon fire, which had fully charged the fire spirit stones overnight. With a joyful expression, Muyu stowed the fire spirit stones into his backpack and retrieved a substantial amount of refined iron, preparing to upgrade the hardware of the automatic stone digger. Ding. Iron blocks 500, refinement successful, refined iron 50. Ding. Refined iron 50, automatic scanner 1, energy engine 1, track 1. Critical success, super automatic stone digger, rare. Super automatic stone digger, crafted entirely from refined iron. It can automatically scan, excavate, and package stones, powered by energy conversion, achieving a maximum strength of 99 points. When confronted by destroyers, it can unleash a thunder strike. Muyu felt fortunate to have a substantial amount of iron infused with lightning elements, along with a piece of thunder spirit stone. Otherwise, even if he constructed the stone digger, it would be of no use. However, this machine could not be used on his own island, as that would be tantamount to digging his own grave. It needed to be taken to a wild island. Having tasted the sweetness of exploration, Muyu could not relinquish the opportunity to explore wild islands. Remaining at home would only lead to a gradual lag in resource acquisition compared to others. Muyu stored the super automatic stone digger and approached the wooden building, constructing the final rare specialty building. Ding. Stones 100, construction successful, fire therapy hot spring. Fire therapy hot spring, rare, a unique construction of the earth fire wonder. Soaking for an hour daily can alleviate fatigue, stretch muscles, accelerate healing, expel impurities, and enhance physical limits. 2 days and nights of torrential rain had filled the reservoir Muyu constructed with rainwater. He directly connected a filtered water faucet to the fire therapy hot spring, ensuring that even with daily consumption, it could be replenished at any time. Ding. Wood 100, iron 30, rope 20, hemp cloth 30, creation successful, leaf on nearshore boat, rare. Muyu arrived at the raft dock, first upgrading it to a wooden ship dock, then constructing the leaf on nearshore boat. Leaf on nearshore boat, rare, equipped with human-powered sails. It allows multiple people to paddle simultaneously, making it an excellent vessel for short-distance navigation. The leaf on nearshore boat was truly a ship in every sense, measuring about 10 zhang in length, easily accommodating over 20 individuals, and featuring sails to harness wind power, making it more than sufficient for short voyages. Glancing at the frail and helpless initial snow on the shore, Muyu pondered for a moment before producing a fire spirit date and tossing it to her. It's delicious. Eat up. Upon hearing this, initial snow immediately swallowed the fire spirit date. Roar. With a mighty roar, she expelled a small flame from her mouth, which quickly extinguished. Did it not succeed? Perhaps another would do. After all, these fire dates were of no effect to him now, although they held significant value for trade. Muyu did not wish to benefit outsiders, so he tossed the last fire yang date to initial snow. After consuming the fire yang date, initial snow became engulfed in a surge of heat, bouncing around uncontrollably, her form expanding dramatically, ultimately igniting in flames as if a fire lion from the depths of hell. Demanding souls. Roar. Initial snow. Breed. Rare snow silver lion. Strength. 15. Constitution. 17. Agility. 12. Spirit. 10. Charm. 10. Talent. Gigantification. Black iron level. Skill. Solar fire transformation. Advanced. Battle power. Intermediate black iron level. Contractor. Muyu. Observing the significantly enhanced attributes of initial snow, Muyu still felt a twinge of unease and began to search the trading platform. After a brief moment, Muyu exchanged a black shark knife for a blueprint. With 20 stones, 10 wooden planks, and 5 bundles of hay, he successfully constructed a signal tower. After giving instructions to Chushua, who nodded earnestly, he felt reassured and boarded the Lifan near-sailing vessel to embark on an adventure. He decided to explore the nearby miniature island first, gradually moving outward. With a vigorous motion, Muyu began to row with the human-powered oar, his powerful arms propelling the Lifan vessel forward at an astonishing speed, akin to a small motorboat, leaving a frothy wake behind. In no time, he approached the miniature island, which bore a striking resemblance to the previous jungle island. He wondered if there might be an altar on this island. Filled with excitement, Muyu disembarked onto the miniature island, dragging the Lifan vessel ashore and securing it to a nearby tree. He then deployed the super-automatic stone excavator in the vicinity. With its lightning protection, the excavator would also keep an eye on the Lifan vessel, allowing Muyu to explore the jungle without worry. He placed 10 iron blocks infused with lightning elements into the energy machine, and the super-automatic excavator immediately sprang to life. The 2 large shovels on its front began to dig into the boulders, depositing the stones into a container above it, which would then be processed in a grinder, eventually producing 10 complete stone blocks. After a quick calculation, Muyu estimated that at this rate, the excavator could provide him with 500 units of stone in just 1 hour. Chapter 37. Encountering the primary altar again while the super-automatic excavator continued its work. Muyu donned his diving steel armor and ventured alone into the jungle. As he walked through the serene woods, each step left deep impressions in the decaying earth, while the lush foliage formed a verdant canopy that obscured the sunlight. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the high treetops, and several sharp-edged stones were dislodged and fell towards Muyu. He hardly flinched, feeling only a slight force against his gleaming armor, which bore no marks. Listening intently, Muyu directed his wind crossbow towards the areas of greatest disturbance among the leaves, and 2 brown figures plummeted from above. This seemed to anger the unseen entities concealed by the foliage, as dozens of stones began to rain down upon him. Unperturbed, Muyu withstood the barrage of stones with his steel armor, drawing forth his bloodthirsty fire ring blade and striking at the nearby trees. With a resounding crash, he cleared a space, toppling numerous towering trees and revealing the culprits behind the chaos, a group of long-armed monkeys. In an instant, Muyu, clad in armor, dashed towards the monkeys, who hastily armed themselves with stones and wooden sticks to fend off his approach. The clash ensued, and the bloodthirsty fire ring blade absorbed most of the bloodshed, leaving behind 5 withered monkey corpses while the remaining monkeys, seemingly terrified by the scene, scattered in all directions. Success. Decomposition complete. 700 pounds of long-armed monkey meat. Continuing towards the heart of the island, Muyu soon beheld a familiar structure in a spacious area at its center, the primary altar. There were a total of 24 miniature islands, and here he stood, the sole possessor of one. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Had he been graced by the luck of the emperor? However, the altar demanded a head for sacrifice, and without hesitation, he placed the severed head of a long-armed monkey upon it. Yet, to his dismay, nothing happened. Gazing at the inactive primary altar with a puzzled expression, he suddenly heard commotion emanating from the dense foliage behind him. A long-armed monkey, over 2 meters in length, with arms extending past its knees and a robust physique, emerged, wielding a stone club and leading a group of armed companions. So, the offering was here. A smile crept across Muyu's face as he brandished his great blade and charged forth. Slash, slash. The long-armed monkey king could barely withstand Muyu's onslaught, its stone club remarkably resilient. Even under the heavy strikes of Muyu's blade, it showed no signs of breaking. While the other long-armed monkeys occasionally flitted about to harass him, fire fury, Muyu ceased to waste any further time, igniting the malevolent aura surrounding him. The bloodthirsty fire ring transformed his blade into a fiery weapon. With a decisive crack, Muyu spared none, dispatching all 7 long-armed monkeys present. Ding. Decomposition successful, yielding 1,000 pounds of monkey meat and 500 drops of long-armed monkey essence blood. Long-armed monkey essence blood contains earth elemental essence. After methodically dismantling every long-armed monkey, Muyu severed the head of the long-armed monkey king and placed it upon the primary altar. A brilliant white light flickered to life on the altar, accompanied by a melodious notification sound. Activating the primary altar, please select 1 reward. 1. Rare architectural blueprint. 2. Advanced skill book. 3. Rare beast egg. 4. Extraordinary elemental spirit stone. 5. Basic totem. Ding. Error data corrected. This altar's reward selection is fixed at 1. Muyu had never intended to delay until the morrow to unleash a critical strike. The remaining monkeys were in disarray, and he feared that the island might soon be discovered, leading to the altar's destruction. Nonetheless, this blatant diminishment unsettled him momentarily. He chose the extraordinary elemental stone. Without hesitation, a verdant, vibrant elemental spirit stone materialized upon the altar. It was a wood spirit stone. Muyu felt a twinge of regret, wishing instead for a space spirit stone. Yet, such treasures were elusive, and he quickly adjusted his mindset. Each spirit stone was exceptionally precious. Possessing the wood spirit stone was still a fortunate outcome. After spending over an hour roughly surveying the entire island, Muyu found no further rewards, having eradicated the monkey population entirely. Returning to the coastline from whence he came, the ultra-automated stone excavator had prepared a pile of stones for him. Ding. Stones, 750. Muyu contemplated his next move, deciding to leave the ultra-automated excavator on the miniature island, as he had cleared the area of danger, and the excavator possessed a thunderous counterattack feature, alleviating any concerns. With time still on his side, Muyu boarded his swift vessel and set sail towards the small island. Just as he distanced himself from the miniature island, a small boat appeared in the distance, approaching the little isle. A young man clad in a wolfskin coat leaped from a small wooden boat, wielding a curved knife as he cautiously approached the shoreline. Behold, wild stones. His heart brimmed with joy at the sight of neatly stacked stones along the shore, and he was about to gather them when a thunderous noise reached his ears. Looking up, he beheld a beetle-like machine excavating the very stones he coveted. Incredible! A wild machine. A peculiar expression crossed his face, sensing an underlying dissonance, as a metal probe from the automated stone digger aimed directly at him. Crack! A spark of miniature lightning erupted, and the young man, caught off guard, was jolted, collapsing onto the beach. What a grand island! When shall my island be this vast? As he drew nearer, Muyu realized the so-called small island was indeed immense, at least 10 times the size of a jungle island. And it was not solely covered in dense foliage. There were also patches of earth and mounds. The approach he chose to land lacked a beach, so he leapt directly to the shore, embedding his iron knife deep into the ground and securing a rope to its hilt. Ding! You have landed on Silver Wolf Island. Muyu was slightly astonished. This small island already possessed a name. With a swift motion, Muyu activated his crossbow, releasing a bolt that struck a small bird with a beak resembling a toothpick. Just then, a silver-horned rhinoceros charged toward him from a distance, its eyes glowing red, knocking down every coconut tree in its path. Is there love that transcends species? Muyu pondered, though he felt a sense of respect and decided to aid the silver-horned rhinoceros in its reunion. Chapter 38. The Silver-Furred Wolf King. With a whoosh, an arrow propelled by the wind pierced only an inch into the rhinoceros's body, inciting it to charge even faster. This robust target stirred Muyu's instincts, and he retrieved a water-explosive spear, drenching it with water. The spear was enveloped in a watery membrane as Muyu gripped it tightly, watching the silver-horned rhinoceros close the distance. 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters. Now, at this moment, Muyu could feel the fierce wind generated by the rhinoceros's charge. With all his strength, he hurled the water-explosive spear, causing the water membrane to explode, doubling the impact speed. Boom! The sound of thunder echoed as the rhinoceros sensed the impending threat. A glimmer of silver light emanated from its horn, and a fine layer of silver dust enveloped its body. Crash! The sound of breaking bone resonated as the spear embedded itself into its foreleg and torso, creating a tremendous force that drove the spear deeper. The silver-horned rhinoceros, having lost a leg, could not maintain its balance, crashing into several coconut trees before finally halting its forward momentum. Seizing the opportunity while the rhinoceros was still dazed, Muyu drew his knife, and the bloodthirsty fire ring blade siphoned most of its blood, leading to its demise. Ding! Disassembly successful. Silver-horned rhinoceros meat, 500 pounds. Silver-horned rhinoceros essence, 500. Silver horn, rare 1. Rhinoceros hide, 1. Silver-horned rhinoceros essence, an extraordinary material infused with golden elements. Silver horn, rare and extraordinary material imbued with the essence of gold, accompanied by the basic skill of silver transformation. Rhinoceros hide, leather containing trace amounts of gold elements, possessing decent toughness and hardness, making it an excellent material for crafting leather and soft armor. Muyu approached the toothpick bird once more, dissecting a meager few pounds of bird meat. Simultaneously, he severed the silver horn from the rhinoceros's head, contemplating its potential use should he encounter an altar again. Boss, wait up. Boss, don't leave us behind. Have I revealed my identity? Boss, take us along. I can provide cover. Boss, I can absorb damage for you, though you might not need it. 2 young men ran eagerly to Muyu's side, their excitement palpable. One wielded an iron bow, while the other brandished an iron shield. To Muyu's surprise, the shield was one he had crafted himself. The iron forged with 9 dragon fire gleamed more brightly than ordinary metal. From where do you hail? Muyu inquired. Boss, I came from the south, and he came from the north. Oh, then what about your flatfishing horn? Muyu asked, his expression peculiar. What are you talking about? Boss, when we arrived, we discovered a nest of wild men and a pack of wolves on this island, all of considerable strength. We thought to gather more allies to confront them, explained the youth with the iron bow, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. Boss, let us join forces. We only need to share 2/10 of the spoils. How did you know I was the boss? Muyu questioned, perplexed, only to be met with expressions akin to disbelief as they scrutinized him from head to toe. Boss, look at your armor. It shines brilliantly. Now glance at us, dull and complex in composition. If you're not the boss, who is? Muyu's apprehension subsided. It was not his identity that had been exposed. After the recent bouts of slaughter, his once pristine armor was now marred by blood, coupled with the intimidation it exuded, indeed bestowed upon him an aura of authority. Look, the wolf pack approaches. Thud, thud, thud. Not at all, boss. Just joking. How could we possibly team up? Good things are meant to be ours alone. Muyu felt a stark disparity in strength between himself and these ordinary individuals. They offered him no assistance and would only siphon off resources, something he could not abide. To extricate himself from their persistent entreaties, he spun a falsehood and slipped out of their sight. As he traversed through the grove of coconut trees, the vista before him opened up magnificently. Muyu beheld a waterfall, standing 20 to 30 zhang high, cascading down like a white silk ribbon, creating a crystalline curtain of water. Beneath the waterfall lay a pool, its surface shimmering with a radiant sparkle under the sun's embrace. At that moment, dozens of enormous wolves, each the size of an adult tiger, were drinking from the pool. These colossal wolves exhibited distinct fur, a gray hue subtly laced with silver. Among them was a wolf of calf-like proportions, its fur nearly entirely silver, exuding an extraordinary grace as it stood upstream, quenching its thirst at the waterfall. Beside it, a cluster of silvery grass swayed gently in the breeze, harmonizing beautifully with its fur. At that moment, the entire pack of wolves turned their heads, their gaze fixed upon the unexpected visitor, revealing a glint of savage intent in their eyes. You all continue to drink. I shall take my leave without any need for farewells, Muyu declared as he turned and dashed towards the coconut grove. A sharp, resonant howl echoed across the island from behind him. A woo. In an instant, Muyu felt as though a legion was pursuing him. I said I didn't need to be seen off. Why the unnecessary courtesy? His expression grew slightly serious as he unleashed the last 3 intact wind arrows behind him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The leading trio of gray-furred behemoths were struck by the fierce wind, creating gaping wounds in their flesh. Yet this did little to deter the pack. Instead, they surged forward with even greater speed. I see now, you are merely an accelerator. Observing the gray wolves navigating the forest with ease, Muyu realized he could not allow them to catch up. With so many agile and sharp-clawed giants, they could easily wear him down. Perhaps this horde was meant to challenge multiple island lords, and now they were all drawn to him alone. It seemed necessary to deliver a little shock to them. Stopping in his tracks, Muyu planted 6 water-explosive spears before him and quickly doused them with water from his bottle, enveloping the spears in a watery membrane. Boom, boom, boom. In their explosive state, the impact of the 3 spears surged, creating a thunderous sound that sent the 3 charging gray wolves sprawling, akin to deflating balloons. One crashed into the ground, another collided with a rock, while the last was impaled against a coconut tree. This stunning spectacle caused the remaining wolves to halt, fear flickering in their eyes. Boom, boom. Seeing that the gray wolves remained undeterred, Muyu launched 2 more water-explosive spears, pinning down 2 eager giants. He lifted the final spear high, and this action sent a wave of trepidation through the pack, prompting them to retreat. A woo. A resounding howl stabilized the wolves' demeanor. Emerging from the coconut grove was a colossal wolf with silver fur, causing all the gray wolves to lower their proud heads in submission. Chapter 39, Silvergrass. Muyu fixated on the silver-furred wolf king, his expression grave. The formidable aura emanating from the silver wolf king suggested it was far beyond a mere black iron-tier beast. Dozens of gray wolves silently formed a ring around the two, creating an arena. The silver wolf king fixed its piercing gaze upon Muyu, pacing back and forth as if searching for a flaw to exploit in order to deliver a devastating blow. Moments later, it appeared to have found Muyu's weakness. Like a streak of silver lightning, it lunged towards him with astonishing speed. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, it was mere steps away from Muyu. Startled, Muyu hurled the water-explosive spear with all his might. With a resounding clash, the spear met the silver fur of the wolf king's body, creating a shower of sparks as it fell to the ground. Muyu, no longer hesitating, withdrew the wind and cloud chi blade from its sheath after nurturing it for merely 2 hours. With a swift motion, the azure blade of energy failed to compel the silver-furred wolf king to retreat, instead drawing blood from its elongated head. Drawing forth the frost blade crescent moon, Muyu shattered a vial of extreme cold water and aimed it at the silver-furred wolf king, who was poised to leap forward. The frost blade, infused with the essence of the icy water, unleashed a piercing cold aura that enveloped Muyu, who was clad in steel armor, rendering him as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. At that moment, beneath the blazing sun, the surroundings transformed into a frigid winter, with the forest winds turning sharply biting. With a clash, the silver-furred wolf king collided with the frost blade, transforming into an ice wolf sculpture. As the ice sculpture shattered upon hitting the ground, the silver-furred wolf king shook off the ice fragments, shivering slightly. With a glint of trepidation in its eyes, it regarded Muyu with heightened malice. It seemed that a life-and-death struggle was inevitable. Muyu brandished the bloodthirsty fire ring blade, preparing for a desperate fight. Suddenly, a volley of spears soared through the air, wooden, stone, and even iron. Several gray-furred giant wolves were struck down, their blood staining the coconut grove crimson. A stone spear struck Mu Yu's steel armor, causing him to stagger, and he realized that this band of wild men was not friendly. With a resounding howl, the silver-furred wolf king retreated, leaving behind several corpses, like a receding tide. Having exited the coconut grove, Mu Yu refrained from pursuing the fleeing wolves and instead seized the opportunity to climb to the mountainside, seeking refuge within the waterfall's embrace. Upon his first glance at the mountain wall, he noticed a remarkable silver grass growing at the summit. Now was the perfect moment for thievery. However, after 30 to 40 wild men had driven away the wolf pack, they approached the waterhole, heaving several gray-furred giant wolf carcasses and drinking deeply from the pool. Mu Yu lay concealed on the mountainside, camouflaged by foliage, afraid to move as he watched the wild men frolic in the water. He observed that among them, 4 or 5 were notably robust, with a larger stature. The leader, towering nearly a yard high, appeared even more formidable than the chieftain he had encountered on the island of the ancestors. His iron armor seemed on the verge of being torn apart by his bulging muscles. After quenching his thirst, the wild chieftain paid no heed to the others still drinking. Instead, raising his gaze to the mountaintop, as if he had made a discovery, a sense of dread washed over Mu Yu. Could it be that the chieftain had spotted the silver grass? His heart sank, and he fervently hoped that the chieftain had seen nothing. Yet, contrary to his wishes, the wild leader descended to the mountain's base and began to ascend. This could not continue. Discovery was inevitable. As he watched the chieftain slowly climb, Mu Yu's heart raced, and he found himself at a loss for a plan. Now he was like a cornered beast, trapped in a predicament with no way out. In light of this, he resolved to take the initiative. As he recognized that his hiding places were dwindling, Mu Yu decided to strike first. He swiftly dashed out, heading straight for the summit, where he plucked the elusive silver grass. This rare plant, rich in golden elements, bestowed a remarkable enhancement of 3 points each in strength, agility, and constitution upon consumption, with a significant probability of unlocking the advanced passive skill, Silver Skin Technique, its efficacy increasing with greater intake. After reviewing the attributes, Mu Yu immediately swallowed the silver grass. Instantly, he felt a surge of liquid coursing through his body, enveloping him entirely, while a silvery sheen glimmered across his skin. Ding! You have comprehended Silver Skin Technique, Advanced. Silver Skin Technique, Advanced. Your entire body is enveloped in a layer of silver atoms, enhancing your defense. When your body is on the brink of significant injury, the silver atoms will instantly converge at that point, bolstering your resilience. The wild men in the pool and the chieftain ascending the mountain seemed momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated the sudden appearance of an individual at the peak. In the next heartbeat, the chieftain, now animated, charged at Mu Yu like a human bulldozer. Sensing the augmentation of his strength, Mu Yu positioned the 6 water explosive spears before him. The wild men below hurled wooden and stone spears towards him. But the high winds rendered their efforts futile, inflicting little damage even upon Mu Yu's armor. Mu Yu doused the 6 spears with water, then seized one and launched it at the ascending chieftain. Water explosive. Boom. The spear roared as it surged downward with tremendous force towards the chieftain. Crack. Realizing the impending danger, the chieftain bellowed, his muscles straining against his iron armor. A crimson hue ignited in his eyes, and a wave of fervor emanated from him. Hiss. Just as the water explosive spear was about to pierce the chieftain's chest, he surprisingly grasped it with his hand. The spear's tip penetrated his flesh by merely an inch, abruptly halting its momentum. Cackling, the chieftain, now in possession of the water explosive spear, appeared to handle it with ease, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he hurled it with all his might towards Mu Yu. In that instant, Mu Yu's heart raced. He hastily dodged. However, the spear was remarkably swift and struck his chest armor unexpectedly. The armor cracked, and Mu Yu was forced back by the impact, tumbling into the river and cascading down the waterfall. In this dire moment, Mu Yu extended his right hand, grasping the cliff's edge amidst the waterfall's torrents, the rushing waters battering his body, a perilous situation. Chapter 40, The Wild Man Abu. Crack. With his left hand, he extracted the water explosive spear lodged in his armor. To his astonishment, he discovered he had sustained no injuries. His chest had transformed into a silvery hue, and the spear's tip had left only a faint mark. With a formidable strength of 36 points, Mu Yu could effortlessly lift half a ton if he were on Blue Star, and he easily leaped back up the cliff. Yet, gazing at the blood-red chieftain, a sense of unease stirred within him. The chieftain's ability to catch the water explosive spear with one hand indicated that his strength far surpassed Mu Yu's. He knew he must first shatter the chieftain's frenzied state. As the frenzied wild man chief charged forward, Mu Yu racked his brain before suddenly recalling the principle of thermal expansion and contraction. He promptly drew 2 crescent-shaped blades imbued with frost, shattering 2 vials of frigid water. With a simultaneous sweep of his arms, he unleashed 2 icy slashes. Whoosh, whoosh. The icy winds of the bitter winter howled atop the cliff, causing even the river's surface to freeze, halting the cascading waterfall in its tracks. The 2 azure blades collided forcefully against the wild man chief's blood-red form, causing his skin to wither like a shriveled eggplant. turning pale as a thick layer of ice encased him. Crack! Crack! The wild man chief shattered the ice, trembling violently, frost clinging to his brows and hair. His gaze betraying a flicker of retreat. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Muyu charged forward, wielding his great cleaver. The sound of flesh being rent asunder echoed as Muyu struck the chief's blocking arm, the bloodthirsty blade greedily siphoning away his lifeblood. With a thud, the wild man chief slumped weakly to the ground, his complexion ashen. Muyu had never seen a countenance so pale, not even after a pound of foundation was applied. I submit, the chief uttered, his voice trembling. Can you speak? Just a little, he replied haltingly, clearly struggling to communicate coherently. What is your name? Abu. Tell your subordinates not to charge. Muyu's tone shifted, turning menacing. Abu shuddered, a glint of fear flickering in his eyes. And he bellowed a strange command to the wild men rushing up from the foot of the mountain. Upon hearing his call, the wild men indeed retreated like a receding tide. Observing their compliance, Muyu seized the opportunity and instructed Abu, send someone to bring the carcass of the gray-furred wolf up here, and then everyone leave. This time, however, Abu hesitated, his gaze fixed on Muyu with uncertainty. Speak quickly. Muyu pressed, placing the bloodthirsty blade against his wound, blood seeping onto the blade's surface. In agony, Abu hastily shouted a few commands toward the base of the mountain. A commotion stirred among the wild men, and soon 2 robust warriors emerged, hoisting the bodies of 8 gray-furred giant wolves. They laid the carcasses before Muyu, casting a lingering glance at Abu before retreating down the mountain, their expressions filled with reluctance. As all the wild men vacated the vicinity of the pond, Muyu pondered the notion of subjugating the wildman tribe by first taming an elite wildman. Yet, without access to Abu's attributes, how could he ascertain his loyalty? Without the system's verification, Muyu felt uneasy about keeping this potential time bomb by his side. Who knew when he might turn against him? Ding. Disassembly successful. Gray-furred wolf meat. 2, for 100 pounds. Gray-furred wolf essence. 4,000. Gray-furred wolf pelts. 8. Gray-furred wolf essence. An extraordinary material containing trace amounts of gold elements. Gray-furred wolf pelts. Containing trace amounts of gold elements. Hard and warm. Suitable for crafting coats or wolf fur blankets. After dismantling the 8-headed gray-furred giant wolf, Muyu gazed towards the direction of his island, where only a distant black could be discerned against the vast expanse of the ocean. If I can tame Abu and enlist this band of wild men, I will be able to encircle the wolf pack and monopolize the resources of this island. This succinct plan occupied Muyu's thoughts. He securely bound the wild man Abu's hands with ropes, facilitating his control over him. As soon as a hint of color returned to Abu's face, Muyu would inflict a wound with his bloodthirsty flame ring dagger, drawing forth his blood to keep him in a state of perpetual weakness, which only intensified the terror in Abu's eyes. Upon reaching the coastline, Muyu led Abu aboard a swift sailing vessel, first making a trip to a miniature island. Ding. Stone fragments. 1200. Chushua, keep a close watch on him. If he dares to escape, you are to bite him, Muyu instructed, unceremoniously dropping the wild man Abu, tightly wrapped in ropes and wires, onto the ground. Awu. Chushua nodded fiercely, her gaze fixed on him as though he were a delectable morsel. Ding. Purified flesh. 500 pounds. Purified scales. 30. Extracting the fire sun jujube wood from the bottom of the box, Muyu noted its surface was tinged with a faint blackness, yet it remained usable. Recalling the grotesque visage of the deformed lion monster, he had no intention of consuming that flesh. In the catalytic chamber, he separated the cloudbird meat he had placed earlier. Muyu allocated 500 pounds of purified flesh, 1,700 pounds of long-armed monkey meat, and 2,300 pounds of gray-furred giant wolf meat, reserving 100 pounds of wolf meat for Chushua's dinner. Having completed all his tasks for the day, Muyu reclined in the fire therapy hot spring, the warm currents infiltrating every inch of his skin. Ah, delightful. He could not suppress a moan. Feeling the gentle caress of the warm breeze enveloping him, soothing both body and spirit, relaxing every muscle. Even his previous indulgence in a 998-time massage back on Blue Star paled in comparison to this comfort. After a brief period of enjoyment, Muyu searched the trading platform for items related to taming wild men, yet found nothing of consequence. Disheartened, he shut down the chat channel and settled into the warmth of the hot spring. After an hour of soaking, as twilight descended, Muyu emerged, having washed away the fatigue of the day. Ding. Wu Jiangwo initiated a trade. Slave contract. Rare. X1. Timber X1. Chapter 41. Enslaving Abu. Slave contract. Rare enables Friday to initiate a contract. Grants attribute information. Loyalty increases to 80. Current contracts. 03. Muyu, Uncle Wu. It's not that I'm being difficult. This item is something you could certainly use as well. Though Muyu felt a strong desire for it, he restrained his yearning and messaged Wu Jiangwo. Wu Jiangwo, while I am a master hunter, I also have my methods for taming animals. Wild men are quite similar to beasts. I have already tamed one. Once loyalty exceeds 60, attributes will be displayed. Wu Jiangwo, Friday Chief, Highstone. Wu Jiangwo. Thus, I don't quite need this item. Feel free to use it. Muyu. Thank you so much, Uncle Wu. After preparing dinner, Muyu swiftly packed a portion for Jian Yuchang and finished his own meal. He then consumed today's share of the stalactite essence. It remained uncertain whether his body had developed a resistance or if the essence ceased to enhance his attributes after surpassing 30 points, aside from strength and physique. Other attributes had each increased by a slight margin. Nevertheless, its value persisted, and Muyu chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he sought out the wild man Abu and Chushue, armed with a slave contract. He presented 100 pounds of fresh wolf meat for Chushue to gnaw upon, then turned his gaze towards the wild man Abu. Abu showed no signs of attempting to escape. He was indeed incapable of doing so. Having been drained of blood and deprived of food for a day, he was on the verge of collapse. With a swift motion, Muyu inflicted another wound upon him, allowing the bloodthirsty flame ring blade to feast once more. Upon unbinding the wild man Abu, he spoke with trepidation. Muyu laid before him a yellowed sheepskin scroll alongside the bloodthirsty flame ring blade. You have a choice. Either press your handprint to sign this contract or continue to be drained of blood. Choose wisely. Hearing this, Abu hastily bit into his own fingertip and pressed it onto the slave contract. Ding. Slave contract completed. Loyalty at 80. Friday, leader Abu. Age, 29. Strength, 41. Agility, 24. Physique, 45. Spirit, 7. Charm, 2. Loyalty, 75. Below 60 may result in escape or rebellion. Reaching 100 will make him a staunch loyalist. Talent, advanced brute force. Strength increases abnormally, granting an additional 30 power attribute. Active skill, high-level frenzy. All attributes 20, significant decrease in spirit, impervious to pain. After termination, all attributes minus 30, entering a state of weakness. Evaluation, a leader among Fridays, possesses average intelligence, suited for heavy labor and relatively simple tasks, such as leading other Fridays, mining, logging, and transportation. It was uncertain if Abu's excessive fear of him contributed to the immediate drop of 5 points in loyalty upon signing the contract. Eat. Muyu instructed, tossing a freshly prepared 20-pound portion of roasted wolf meat to Abu. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, and despite its heat, Abu eagerly grabbed it and devoured it ravenously. In mere moments, a hint of color returned to his face. This is delicious. I've never tasted anything like it. Abu praised between bites, as if experiencing such exquisite flavor for the first time. With the successful construction of a stone house using 50 stones, 30 pieces of timber, and 20 clumps of mud, Muyu erected a small stone dwelling adjacent to the wooden lodge for Abu to reside in, subsequently locking the door tightly. If Abu made any noise during the night, the sound of him breaking through the door would be sufficient to rouse Muyu. Returning to his bedroom, he reclined on the spacious wooden bed and engaged in a chat with Wu Jiangwo, lamenting their unfortunate circumstance of logging in on different islands. Shortly thereafter, Muyu opened the group chat channel, which had been inundated with discussions due to the fervor of island exploration. Hu Yangjin, did you all know? Today, I discovered a wild robot on an island. Xinjian, you're just blowing smoke. Is there even such a thing as a wild robot? Furthermore, in this primitive existence we now endure, who is capable of constructing robots? Lu Fei Bai, haha indeed. Song Hai, esteemed one, I too wish to venture forth. Yu Hui, compared to Lu, I yearn even more to visit the island of Peng Shui's wife. I would willingly sacrifice 10 years of my lifespan for that. Zhizhan, currently, every island serves as one's home, a vital lifeline. Allow me to speak on behalf of Lu Fei Bai. No one desires their island's location to be disclosed to others, do they? Tang Yu, what of it? A larger gathering is simply more festive. Zhizhan, very well. Why not share your island's location in the group chat? Everyone can visit you. Changsun Wu. Today, many have sought assistance in the channel, and I have received private messages begging for help. They readily trust others, exposing their island locations, and now they have invited danger into their homes. Changsun Wu. In this world, there are no laws to govern. Only strength holds sway. Men may find their resources seized, reduced to slavery, while women face an even graver fate, subjected to inhumane torment and wanton exploitation. I have even received private messages from female compatriots imploring me to save them, yet I am powerless to assist. Tang Yu, is it truly that dreadful? I have already shared my location with a friend. What shall I do now? Qin Hongda, what else can be done but to strengthen oneself? When they come, we shall confront them. Chiuze, aside from family, one must not reveal their island's location to anyone. The fervor to leave the island has unveiled other drawbacks. Muyu believes that even so-called friends and relatives may succumb to primal impulses and greed for gain. Never challenge human nature. It is infinitely more complex than the cosmos itself. Unless it pertains to the closest kin, one must focus on enhancing their own power, ensuring they are impervious to the treachery of others. Suddenly, the jarring sounds of destruction interrupted Muyu's thoughts, startling him. He hurriedly descended the stairs with Chu Shui. The island at night bore a certain stillness. The fiery breath of the 9 dragons dispelled the chill, although the sound of crashing waves could be heard. A thick mist obscured all vision. Muyu beheld the stone house, erected for the wild man Abu, now largely in ruins. At that moment, he swung a mighty fist towards the head of a mutated lobster towering over 2 meters. This scene was somewhat shocking to Muyu. Each of the creature's tentacle openings spewed forth black ink, staining Abu a deep shade. Simultaneously, its formidable pincers clamped tightly around Abu's waist, mingling blood and ink in a grotesque union. Though Abu possessed considerable strength, he could not dislodge the mutated lobster. It was a pollution beast. Chapter 42, Designing the Island Terrain. Muyu hesitated no longer. He drew forth the bloodthirsty fire ring blade and aimed for the back of the pollution lobster. With a sharp sound, the lobster's shell proved harder than iron, producing a shower of sparks upon impact, yet failing to penetrate. Fire shot. Crack. The blade, enveloped in seething energy, struck down with force, severing the lobster's pincers in one stroke. Muyu pivoted, slicing off its pointed head. However, the pollution lobster did not collapse immediately. Several tentacles flailed and surged towards Muyu, seeking to ensnare him. Swish. Muyu grasped the long sword and leaped into the air, cleaving the polluted lobster in two from above, as a torrent of black water splashed upon the island. At that moment, a black iron chest materialized beside the decaying creature, leaving Muyu slightly astonished. It appeared that only the death of wild animals could trigger the emergence of such chests. Noticing Abu struggling to pry open the lobster's claws, Muyu stepped forward to assist him. He collected the black iron chest, and regarding the heaps of contaminated lobster meat strewn across the ground, Muyu felt it unwise to waste the purified essence of the Fire Sun Jujube wood and promptly discarded it into the mist beyond the island. The mist outside roiled with activity, as the sounds of numerous creatures gnawing echoed from the sea. The presence of these polluted beasts was certainly not insignificant. They were likely lurking around the periphery of the island, their eyes keenly observing. Although there was no chill in the air, Muyu felt a shiver run down his spine. Observing Abu's pained expression, Muyu couldn't help but smile. He hurriedly fetched the purified water to allow Abu to cleanse himself. He certainly did not wish for the wild chieftain he had painstakingly tamed to succumb to contamination. After washing, Abu's skin returned to its sun-kissed hue, though the wounds on his sides were still gaping and evidently serious. Muyu could not allow Abu to fend for himself. After all, he was his first labor intermediary. Sprinkling alcohol over the wounds, he crushed 2 herbs and applied them to the injuries. "Thank you," Abu expressed, as his loyalty soared to 90. Muyu pondered for a moment before assigning him to the wooden hall, instructing him to patrol the island periodically. Abu nodded vigorously in agreement. "Good. Tomorrow, I shall craft him a set of equipment." With Abu's prowess, if he were to don suitable gear, even I would find it challenging to best him without critical hits, let alone contend with that polluted lobster. The heavy mist hung like a pall over each heart, and Muyu succumbed to a restless slumber, laden with unease. Early the next morning, he was roused by the urgent calls of birds. Loosening his embrace from the still-sleeping Chushua, Muyu stepped onto the balcony and gazed below, where Abu was in pursuit of a petite white seabird. "Stop chasing. That's one of our own," Muyu shouted, prompting Abu to halt. The white cloud bird fluttered its wings and perched on Muyu's hand, casting a challenging glance at Abu. Unnamed. Species, rare cloud bird. Strength, 2. Constitution, 2. Agility, 4. Spirit, 3. Charisma, 3. Talent, none. Combat power, unremarkable. Contractor, Muyu. Don't cause a ruckus. The small cloud bird nearly toppled, flapping its wings to regain balance, which elicited a chuckle from Abu. "Why do I feel like a chef?" Muyu mused as he entered the kitchen, preparing breakfast for himself, Jinyu, Chushu, the little cloudbird, and Abu. Once the island expands further, I shall definitely hire a chef to indulge in a life where meals are served and garments are at hand, Muyu declared through gritted teeth, finishing his breakfast first and making his way to the seaside. Ding. Congratulations on fishing out a black iron chest. Ding. Congratulations on catching a silver chest. Has fortune finally smiled upon me? Muyu's expression brightened with joy as he hastily cast his line again. Ding. Congratulations on catching a rotting wooden chest. Ding. Congratulations on catching a solid wooden chest. Ding. Congratulations on catching a rotting wooden chest. Ding. Congratulations on catching a solid wooden chest. It seemed he had indeed overestimated his luck. However, catching a single silver chest was already quite commendable. With the gains of 1 silver and 1 black chest a day, Muyu now possessed 1 silver and 4 black resource chests. Ding. Opening the silver chest, critical success. Island Terrain Editing Blueprint, Rare. Island Terrain Editing Blueprint, Rare allows for reasonable modification of the terrain during island advancement. This is truly astounding. Although it is not immediately useful, it does not prevent Muyu from expressing such a sentiment. A terrain modifier can be considered a true masterpiece of ingenuity. If he could transform the entire coastline into smooth, curved cliffs, leaving only a few necessary entrances and exits, he would no longer need to worry about the invasion of oceanic creatures. Stowing away this invaluable blueprint, Muyu continued to open chests. Ding. Opening the black iron chest. Critical success. Blood Essence Purifier Blueprint, rare. Blood Essence Purifier, rare, requires 10 iron blocks, 10 glass, and 1 fire spirit stone. Muyu possessed a considerable amount of blood essence from the gray-furred giant wolves, and there would be more to come. While this item has some utility, its quality is too low. It would be perfect for purification, especially since he had the required fire spirit stone. However, Muyu did not rush to create the purifier. Even if he purified the blood essence now, there would be no immediate use for it. Ding. Opening the black iron chest, critical success, small iron, or blueprint. Muyu noted that this time it was a 500-unit iron vein. Though it felt somewhat stingy compared to the other rewards, it was better than nothing. Ding. Opening the black iron chest, critical success, cultivation room blueprint, rare. Cultivation room blueprint, rare, requires 10 fields, 100 stones, 50 mud, 30 glass, and 1 earth spirit stone. The cultivation room blueprint is undoubtedly related to fields. Muyu planned to exchange resources for some glass, retrieve the earth spirit stone buried in the soil, and construct it to see the results. Accompanied by Abu, Muyu arrived at the mining area, placing the small iron or blueprint on the ground, causing a mound of earth to rise. He tossed Abu a steel pickaxe and instructed him to mine the iron ore. Ding. Suddenly, a private message notification sounded. Zhong Junfeng, Seed of Blood Ju Fruit Tree 1, rare. Zhong Junfeng, boss, do you need this? Seed of Blood Ju Fruit Tree, rare, must be planted in fertile fields, or better, maturing within 7 days at the latest. Muyu, what do you wish to exchange? With an excellent field in hand, the rare grade seed held significant latent value for Muyu, greatly enhancing its worth. Chapter 43, Ancient Beast Pulse Fruit, rare. Zhong Junfeng, boss, I wish to exchange for an extraordinary weapon. If the Blood Ju fruit exceeds 3, I would need you to provide me with 1. Although Zhong Junfeng maintained a humble demeanor, it was essential to negotiate the price. Muyu remarked, the worth of an extraordinary weapon is certainly not inferior to such fruits. How many individuals can cultivate rare-grade plants nowadays? Why should I provide you with another fruit? Zhong Junfeng replied, you, esteemed one, may decide as you wish. Even an excellent grade extraordinary weapon would suffice. Seeing Zhong Junfeng's understanding, Muyu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Casting a glance around at Chuxue, Xiaogu, and Abu beside him, Muyu reached a resolution. Muyu stated, if you surpass 4 fruits, I shall gift you 1. What type of weapon do you desire? I shall forge it shortly for an exchange. Zhong Junfeng responded, would a spear be acceptable? If not, a blade will do. Thank you, esteemed one. I shall forever remember your kindness, and I express my gratitude to your ancestors. Muyu replied, no need for such formality. Entering the magma furnace, Muyu sought the formula for forging a standard spear. A spear, lacking a certain level of skill, is indeed less useful than a sword or knife. This highlighted that Zhong Junfeng hailed from a lineage of martial arts, albeit without much fortune. After some contemplation, Muyu retrieved an iron block infused with trace amounts of lightning. Ding. Trace lightning iron block 10, long-armed monkey essence blood 500, gray-furred giant wolf essence blood 500. Forging successful, long-armed hard iron spear, rare. Although merely an iron spear, the incorporation of gray-furred giant wolf essence significantly enhanced its hardness. Coupled with the residual lightning, it possessed a slight paralysis effect. The essence of the long-armed monkey allowed the spear to unexpectedly extend during battle, catching opponents off guard. After exchanging this exquisite item with Zhong Junfeng, the latter expressed his gratitude profusely. Considering the time, Muyu felt the day was drawing to a close. He picked up a pickaxe and began to dig in the left front corner of the entrance. Ding. Red crystal 10. Soon, he had excavated the miniature red crystal mine. Muyu then proceeded to the catalysis chamber, where 500 pounds of cloudbird meat had transformed into 50 portions of fertilizer. Retrieving all the fertilizer, Muyu headed to the fields. Remarkably, after just 1 day, the blood-red flesh spirit mushroom had grown to the size of a basin, weighing at least 20 pounds. He sliced off a piece of flesh spirit mushroom, finding its weight comparable to firm flesh, with enticingly red juices oozing forth. Bringing it to his nose, he detected an alluring aroma. This was not merely a plant, it was akin to well-cultivated meat. Muyu promptly resolved to replace his basic meat supply with flesh spirit mushrooms, as they could be harvested fresh at any time. The remaining meat would be utilized for fertilizer. He distributed all 50 portions of fertilizer into the plot dedicated to cultivating flesh spirit mushrooms, enhancing its fertility, though it had not yet reached a bountiful state. Approaching the exceptional grade field, he found that the ancient beast vein tree had matured, standing over a meter tall and bearing 5 fruits as pure as jade. After plucking all 5 fruits, Muyu deftly felled the tree and planted the blood ju fruit seeds. Ding. Ancient beast vein fruit, rare, 5. Ding. Ancient beast vein wood, rare, 5. Ancient beast vein fruit, rare. The ancient beast vein fruit seeks the most noble and potent ancient bloodline within a beast, activating it to elevate the beast's potential. With a small probability of comprehending new talents, the ancient beast blood tree possesses a natural allure for beasts, and prolonged contact is said to enhance the richness of their bloodlines. The fact that this tree has advanced to a rare level truly astonished Muyu. However, whether it can elevate the rank of the beasts remains uncertain, as the ancient beast blood merely serves as an activation tool. Ultimately, it hinges upon the ancestral bloodline. Muyu decided to take 2 branches of the ancient beast blood tree to create nests for Chushue and Xiaogu. With the collection of stones, mud, glass, and a spirit stone of earth, the construction of the cultivation chamber was successful. As the white mist enveloping the ground dissipated, a rectangular structure built of stone emerged, its roof composed of glass. Upon entering the cultivation chamber, Muyu found it occupied an area of 10 plots and a passageway, encompassing the existing fields. The cultivation chamber, classified as rare, boasted a nutrient level of 20 within its fields, allowing for normal growth even in the absence of sunlight or under adverse weather conditions. With the establishment of the cultivation chamber, Muyu felt liberated from concerns regarding potential natural disasters that could obliterate his agricultural endeavors. Subsequently, he summoned Chushue and Xiaogu, feeding each a fruit from the ancient beast blood tree. After a brief moment, Chushue let out a burp, falling silent thereafter. In contrast, Xiaogu flapped its wings incessantly, shedding large clumps of feathers until it was enveloped in a blood-red cocoon, remaining utterly still. Perhaps your powerful ancestral bloodline lies not in the recent past, but in the distant ancient times. I shall try a different fruit for you next time. Muyu comforted Chushue, noticing its despondent expression. Chushue nuzzled against Muyu's chest, and he continued, even if your bloodline isn't exceptional, I will use rare materials to transform you into a formidable divine beast. Do not worry. You will have many little companions in the future. As the leader, you must set a good example. Chushue nodded, hopping down from Muyu's embrace to circle around Xiaogu's cocoon. Are you going to protect Xiaogu? Muyu inquired. Chushue nodded again. Observing that Chushue did not appear to covet the cocoon, Muyu felt relieved and departed. Upon arriving at the iron ore area, Abu had already excavated all the iron blocks. I shall forge a wild man army for you, Muyu declared solemnly to Abu as he entered the magma furnace, leaving an astonished Abu behind. After processing 500 iron blocks, Muyu successfully crafted 50 excellent iron spears. These excellent iron spears, forged from the 9 dragons magma, boasted a lethality 10 stronger than weapons of the same quality, with a damage rating of 11. Muyu realized that wild men were inherently suited for throwing weapons due to their considerable strength and reliance on brute force. In their hands, such weapons would exponentially increase in damage, with spears being their weapon of choice. With over 40 wild men wielding excellent iron spears, Muyu could hardly fathom the devastation they would unleash upon a pack of wolves when all were thrown simultaneously. After securing all the spears, Muyu fashioned a spear pouch to hang on Abu's back, placing 3 water explosion spears inside. 10 crimson crystals were placed into the magma furnace, while Muyu adjusted the flames to their utmost intensity. Leaving the first snow to guard the small island, the pair set sail on a leaf-on skiff, heading out toward the outer islands. Chapter 44. Journey to the Wolf's Den. Muyu first arrived at the diminutive isle, positioning the ultra-automatic stone excavator upon its surface. He then inserted the highly electrified thunder magma steel into the excavator before proceeding with Abu to Silver Wolf Island. Indeed, I would not deceive you. There truly exists a wild robot excavating stones here, a young man declared earnestly as 3 small boats approached the miniature island. Upon disembarking onto the beach, the trio beheld the ultra-automatic excavator diligently at work. Remarkable. Jean, you are truly impressive. Exercise caution, for it emits electricity, Hu Yangjin warned with a hint of trepidation. Is that so? Just how potent is its electric discharge? Can it prove fatal? A middle-aged man inquired, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Not to that extent, however. The experience can be rather exhilarating, Hu Yangjin replied, shaking his head. With a grand gesture, the middle-aged man led the charge forward. After all, what a few electric shocks. A wild robot is indeed a rare marvel. Hu Yangjin's resolve strengthened, and he followed suit. We are doomed. Let us go all out. One more time, it must be running low on power. This is unbearable. The miniature island echoed with bizarre wails of despair. As a Friday chief, Chi Rue felt somewhat overwhelmed. He had been content to play second fiddle, but with the leader captured, the heavy burden of leadership now rested upon his shoulders. Heaven must pity him. With his limited intellect, it sufficed to bully small beasts and tease the wild women. But leading a team was beyond his capabilities. Would he not end up burning himself out? Now, he found himself being chased by a pack of wolves. What to do? I am anxiously awaiting guidance. A resounding wolf howl pierced the air as dozens of giant wolves howled through the forest, hot on the heels of the fleeing wild men. Any wild man who strayed alone would be besieged and torn apart by several giant wolves. This grim scenario had persisted for several hours, and without their leader, no wild man could escape the lethal strike of the silver-haired Wolf King. This time, the silver-haired Wolf King set its sights on Chi Rue. Weaving through the wild men like a silver specter, each strike it made claimed a wild man's life. As Chi Rue fled, he suddenly felt a foul wind rush from the side. It's over. Chi Rue turned to see a massive maw gaping, ready to sink its teeth into him. Just as despair enveloped him, an iron spear shot forth from the distance, striking the body of the silver-haired giant wolf and sparking a shower of flames. Although the silver-haired giant wolf remained uninjured, the tremendous force sent it crashing to the ground. Breathless with relief, Chi-Rue spotted his leader waving to him from afar and erupted into joyous exclamations. All the wild men raced towards Abu's direction, as several iron spears flew forth, successfully halting the wolf's pursuit. Roar! The silver-furred wolf king rose and let out a long howl, while the gray-furred giant wolves dragged away the corpses of the wild men. Departing with reluctance, Abu communicated with the wild men using his unique language, and moments later, all eyes turned to Muyu. In an act of submission, the wild men knelt on one knee, raising their hands high and bowing their heads. Abu nodded towards Muyu, who, without hesitation, placed an iron spear in each of their hands. It became apparent that there were a total of 37 wild men in the group. With a triumphant shout, Abu raised his spear, inspiring the wild men to rise in unison, igniting a fervor within Muyu. Subsequently, the tides turned, and Muyu led the wild men on a journey to hunt the wolf pack. The spoils were plentiful: 1,500 pounds of gray-furred wolf meat, 2,500 units of wolf essence, and 5 wolf pelts. As the results of the 2-hour hunt were fully processed, Muyu let out a gentle sigh. Dreams may be grand, yet reality is often stark. Empowered by their iron spears, the wild men proved to be a sharp blade, causing any encountered wolf pack to flee. However, the wild men were ultimately unable to outrun the wolves. Now, upon encountering a wolf pack, they would retreat without offering a chance for confrontation. Coordinating the wild men for a hunt proved to be quite challenging. With so many wolves around, they must have a den nearby. Do you know where it is? Muyu suddenly pondered and asked Abu. Abu nodded in affirmation before quickly shaking his head. What does that mean? Do you know or not? Muyu frowned, demanding clarity. There are many wolves. You mean there are numerous wolves? Indeed. Abu nodded vigorously. Is that so? Lead the way. Let us take a look. A glint of determination flashed in Muyu's eyes as they made their way toward the island's center. Soon, they arrived at a valley surrounded by mountains. Abu cleared away the obstructing branches, guiding the group through the uncharted terrain, where the trees concealed their presence. To the lower right of the valley lay a narrow mountain path. While it was constricted, it could accommodate 3 to 5 people side by side. Continuing onward, they reached the innermost part of the valley, where a plain encircled by mountains revealed streams, caves, and dozens of wolf pups, alongside numerous adult giant wolves. No wonder you dared not challenge the wolf den. It appears the wolf king only takes a third of his pack to hunt, leaving the majority to guard the den. Yet, no matter how cunning the prey, it cannot outsmart the hunter. Observing the narrow mountain path, Muyu devised a strategy and promptly instructed Abu. From that moment on, armed with their sharp and sturdy weapons, they struck the wolf pack with ferocity. This was indeed a positive development. But the leader was intent on attacking the wolf den itself. Goodness, there were 70 or 80 adult giant wolves there. Provoking them could lead to dire consequences. Yet, this heavy burden fell upon Muyu, all because he had pursued the lovely maiden from the neighboring tribe. The leader was simply envious. Chi-Rue cautiously traversed the mountain path, where he could faintly discern a pack of wolves patrolling ahead. Steeling himself, he subtly quickened his pace, drawing nearer to the wolves. Sighing, he determined the distance was just right and let out a whistle. At that moment, to hesitate would be folly. Chi-Rue took off running. He could guarantee that this was the fastest he had ever run in his decades of life, even swifter than when he had pursued Xiaomei. Teetering on the brink of danger was undeniably exhilarating. Chapter 45. Luring the wolf pack, more than a dozen massive gray wolves sprinted along the mountain trail, possessing an advantage over the wild men, and the gap between them and Chi-Rue continually narrowed. After a brief chase, they had traversed quite a distance from the wolf den, yet Chi-Rue found himself growing somewhat fatigued. Suddenly, as the lead giant wolf leapt toward him, a water-blue steel spear pierced the air with a thunderous sound, impaling the creature and pinning it to the ground. Immediately, several black iron spears followed suit, obstructing the path of the pursuing wolves. Realizing the peril they faced, the gray wolves turned and fled back the way they had come. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More spears soared from the valley, severing their escape route. They looked up toward the valley, their eyes filled with dread. The sky rained down iron spears like a tempest, howling as they descended. Swish, swish. The sound of iron spears embedding in flesh resonated, and blood sprayed, staining the mountain path crimson. Not a single giant wolf's corpse remained intact. They had no time to utter cries of anguish. Soon, dozens of wild men descended the mountain to retrieve the spears, gathering the wolf carcasses to drag them away. Before long, a new wild man leader cautiously approached the wolf den along the mountain path. No one is coming out. Abu gestured while speaking to Muyu. Disassembly successful. Gray wolf meat 19, 500. Gray wolf essence 32, 500. Damaged gray wolf hide 65. Not coming out, are you? Then we shall enter. Having disassembled all the gray wolf corpses, Muyu felt the moment was ripe and boldly led the wild men toward the wolf den. The blood left by over 60 wolf carcasses filled the valley with a thick, oppressive atmosphere, wrought with carnage. On the plains of the valley, adult giant wolves had gone out in waves, yet none returned. As the numbers dwindled to a mere handful, the remaining gray wolves at the den finally sensed something amiss. Despite the wild men outside the plains blowing whistles and taunting, the gray wolves resolutely guarded the den and refrained from venturing out. However, unbeknownst to them, a far greater crisis was looming. Whoosh! As the first black iron spear struck the plains, the gray wolves' nightmare commenced, soon followed by dozens of spears raining down from above. Whoosh! Swish! Whoosh! Swish! The sounds of spears flying and flesh tearing intertwined, and within mere moments, the once tranquil plains were stained with blood. 4 or 5 gray wolves, risking their lives, evaded the spear assault and fled in disarray from the mountain path. The remaining gray-furred giant wolves were not so fortunate. They either perished or were grievously wounded, lamenting in agony. Herd all the pups into the cave, and do not spare the injured. Break their legs to let them howl in pain, Muyu commanded, demonstrating by shattering the limbs of one gray-furred giant wolf, prompting the wildlings to follow suit. Why let them escape? Abu inquired, scratching his head in confusion. Patience, let the bullets fly for a while. Muyu replied with a smile, observing the lamenting giants on the ground, feeling an inexplicable flutter in his heart. Had I truly become this cruel? Or was it because I viewed them merely as system-generated entities, not as true lives? Yet they had flesh and blood. How did they differ from genuine existence? Muyu pondered, suddenly slapping himself. What am I thinking? At this point, survival is paramount. I must not succumb to compassion. As he guided the wildlings to confine the young wolves within the cave, Muyu was astonished to discover a grand altar inside. One far more intricate and larger than a basic altar. It seemed a wolf king's head was required for sacrifice. Upon placing the head of a gray-furred giant wolf upon the altar, it remained utterly still, leading Muyu to speculate. Additionally, he uncovered a medium-sized iron mine and a small gold and stone mine on the inner side of the valley, a delightful surprise that elicited a smile from him. After a time, outside the valley, a solemn pack of wolves arrived. The silver-furred wolf king gazed upon the bloodied remnants of its kin within the valley, its eyes reddening with tears that fell to the ground. A few gray-furred giants obstructed the silver-furred wolf king, preventing its advance toward the anguished den of its kind. With a mournful howl, the silver-furred wolf king, resolute, pushed past the obstructing giants and raced toward the den. The remaining gray-furred giants exchanged glances and, with determination, pursued the silver-furred wolf king. Outside the plain, over 20 gray-furred giants, led by the silver-furred wolf king, surged forth, witnessing the tragic scene before them. The remaining gray-furred giants howled in anguish, their legs shattered. The silver-furred wolf king, filled with rage and sorrow, sought the instigator of this calamity. Swiftly, the wildlings revealed themselves atop the valley, casting a rain of javelins. The sight of their adversary ignited fury in the silver-furred wolf king, which charged forth alongside the giant wolves. The sound of iron spears piercing flesh echoed as one by one, the gray-furred giants fell beside their leader, until only the silver-furred wolf king remained, sprinting toward Muyu and his companions. Muyu planted 6 water-explosive javelins before Abu, drenching them with sufficient water until a layer of liquid film formed. It's in your hands now. The water-explosive javelins wielded by Abu bore far greater intimidation than in Muyu's grasp. Abu nodded, letting out a great roar, his muscles swelling, blood surging within him, radiating heat until his skin turned crimson. In a state of heightened frenzy, Abu seized the water-explosive javelin, swinging his massive arms as if they were explosive, launching the javelin like a soaring rocket. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound of an explosion reverberated through the valley, as the water-burst spear erupted once more mid-flight, crashing into the shimmering fur of the silver-furred wolf king. Sparks ignited, trailing like lightning, as the water-burst spear carved a crimson gash through its seemingly impenetrable coat. Glistening droplets of blood cascading onto the plain. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of piercing sounds, Abu hurled 5 water-burst spears in quick succession, tearing away large patches of silver fur and slicing through the silver skin, revealing the vibrant red flesh of the silver-furred wolf king. Seeing the silver-furred wolf king continue its relentless charge, Abu's temper flared. He swung his fists in defiance. Chapter 46. The Slaying of the Silver Wolf King. Swiftly. Although Abu possessed greater strength, the silver-furred wolf king's speed was unmatched, leaving Abu unable to reach it and only subject to its blows. Each strike from the silver-furred wolf king left a fresh wound upon Abu's body, and soon he appeared as a figure drenched in blood. Abu, fall back. Muyu bellowed. Naturally, Abu obeyed Muyu's command without hesitation, instantly collapsing onto the ground. However, the silver-furred wolf king, driven by a frenzy, leaped towards Abu. Seizing the opportunity, Muyu drew forth the wind and cloud chi blade, which had been tempered for 13 hours. The sharp azure blade energy surged forth. By the time the silver-furred wolf king sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade, it was already too late. With a swift motion, The blade energy struck the creature's soft underbelly, tearing flesh apart and sending it crashing to the side. A roar attempted to escape its throat, but blood choked its voice. A massive wound gushing blood, exposing mangled innards and intestines. The silver-furred wolf king gazed towards the cave, its eyes dimming with a reluctant acceptance of defeat. Its life force fading away. Survival of the fittest, do not blame me. Muyu approached the fallen silver-furred wolf king, victorious and poised to claim the entire small island. Yet he found himself devoid of the anticipated joy. Perhaps after a week, once he had endured more life and death struggles, he would become even more indifferent. Suppressing any feelings of pity, Muyu crouched beside the silver-furred wolf king's lifeless form. Ding. Decomposition successful. Silver wolf king's flesh, rare, 800 pounds. Silver wolf king's essence, rare, 1000. Silver wolf king's fur, rare, 1. Silver wolf king's flesh, rare. This meat contains considerable extraordinary elements. Prolonged consumption enhances agility and bodily defense, as well as the silver skin technique. Overindulgence may yield a slight chance of comprehending the initial stage of the silver skin technique. Silver wolf king's essence, rare. This bloodline, rich in golden elements, when infused into armor, bestows remarkable enhancements to defensive capabilities. Silver wolf king's fur, rare. Infused with abundant golden elements, boasting hardness superior to steel and exceptional resilience, making it an excellent material for crafting soft armor, leather, and fabric shields. What a treasure trove! Muyu envisioned a splendid set of light armor beckoning to him, now merely lacking the blueprints. After completing the disassembly of the silver wolf king, Muyu turned to commence the disassembly of the remaining gray-furred giant wolf carcass. Ding. Gray-furred giant wolf meat 12,000 pounds. Gray-furred giant wolf essence 20,000. Gray-furred giant wolf fur 40. The bounties appeared plentiful, yet they were merely the result of Muyu monopolizing the resources of the wolf pack. If divided among the inhabitants, there would be at least 100 individuals sharing this island, rendering the yield rather meager. Nevertheless, this was the fruit of Muyu's relentless efforts, and sharing with others was not an option. He summoned Abu to lead half of the wild men to hunt other animals and to drive away any intruders. This island had already been claimed solely by him, and he would not permit others to encroach upon it. The remaining half of the wild men assisted Muyu in extracting gold and iron ore. Muyu, bearing the head of the silver wolf king, approached the cave and placed the head upon an altar constructed from stacked stones. The patterns on the altar radiated a dazzling white light. A notification chimed. Intermediate altar activated. Please select one of the following rewards. 1. Random rare building blueprint 1. 2. Random rare weapon blueprint 2. 3. Random small rare or 2. 4. Random advanced skill book 2. 5. Random exceptional seed 1. The rewards from the intermediate altar far surpassed those of the beginner altar, igniting a fervor within Muyu. Yet he found himself at a loss as to which to choose. Undoubtedly, the rare building blueprint held the utmost value, as blueprints of the same tier were superior to other items. However, he already possessed a rare building blueprint, and the materials required for its construction were exceedingly hard to come by, making it likely that it would gather dust. Although the other items were commendable, Muyu felt they lacked a certain appeal. Only the exceptional seed piqued his interest, for the gleaming word exceptional set his heart racing, especially since he had just the right land for it. Thus, Muyu made his choice. Ding. Exceptional physique tree seed X1. Exceptional physique tree seed requires planting in exceptional or higher quality land, matures in no more than 7 days. After receiving the seed, Muyu gazed at the 40 or so cubs huddled in a corner, contemplating deeply. There was no need to slaughter them now. He was not in want of resources. Perhaps he could raise them as carnivores until he upgraded his island, and then relocate them. Muyu resolved to nurture this pack of cubs on the island for the time being, intending to establish ecological balance later. Stepping out of the cave, he found the wild men fervently mining for ore. Muyu seized a steel pickaxe and joined their efforts. A gentle breeze swept across the hillside, bringing with it a refreshing chill. He looked up to find the sun had shifted to the opposite side. Ding. Iron or X2000. Ding. Goldstone X20. Goldstone, a remarkable material rich in gold elements. When infused into weapons, it enhances physical damage, and when mixed into armor, it increases durability. Abu, you shall remain here tonight, Muyu instructed, handing the steel pickaxe to Abu. The goldstone ore was notoriously difficult to extract, and even after 2 hours of effort, he had only managed to unearth 20 units. He could not afford to waste another day on this small island. He had already extracted all the valuable resources here. Leaving Abu to lead the wild men in an overnight mining endeavor, Muyu also allocated 1,000 pounds of giant wolf meat for their sustenance. Subsequently, Muyu hurried towards the direction where his boat was docked. A sudden crackle pierced the air. Who goes there? Muyu called out sharply, as peculiar sounds emanated from the coconut grove. Oh, it's you, he exclaimed upon recognizing a familiar figure. You haven't left yet? Keep your voice down. Shill. The young man wielding an iron shield hurriedly gestured for silence, seemingly wary of some dreadful presence. Ah, it's just Llama and the mute. What are you two doing hiding here? Muyu inquired, surprised to see acquaintances. Don't you know, my friend? The wild men on this island have become quite formidable. We don't even know who killed them, but they have taken all the iron spears that were made. Now, these wild men, armed with iron spears, have begun hunting us. The leader among them wields a spear as thick as a fist, and when he throws it, it rivals a rocket. Just recently, a fellow, clad in iron armor, thought himself invulnerable and was turned into a sieve by the wild men. This island is cursed. After a whole day, we've gained nothing. We are hiding here, hoping to encounter a solitary wild man. If we could eliminate one, we might even obtain an iron spear for free. Would you like to join us in this vigil? As the two spoke, they eagerly relayed the unfolding events, their eyes brimming with anticipation directed towards Muyu. With you here, even if two wild men appear alone, we can take them on together. Let us unite and grow stronger. Huh, no thanks, Muyu replied, dismissing their enthusiasm. Another self-important fool, he thought. Just wait. He had yet to witness the true ferocity of the wild men. If he did, he would understand that dealing with them required cunning rather than sheer brute strength. The duo resumed their concealment among the trees. Moments later, it seemed as though the heavens had heeded their unspoken prayers, as a solitary wild man entered the coconut grove. Here he comes. Quick, let us go. Attack. The two sprang from the foliage, only to sense something was amiss. A quick glance revealed that dozens of muscular wild men had encircled the area. The wild men's gazes were charged with an unusual atmosphere, and the two felt a wave of dread wash over them. How could this happen? We're done for. Don't come any closer, tread lightly. At that moment, Muyu had already altered his course and boarded a nearby swift boat, heading towards a small islet. Not wishing to harm those of his own kind who bore no malice, Muyu decided to let the wild men impart a lesson they would never forget. Stone block acquired, 1750. Upon activating the energy converter of his ultra-automatic stone extractor, Muyu noticed that the thunderous iron had dimmed slightly. Why does it feel like the energy consumption is unusually high today? Is the stone somehow consuming power? Puzzled, Muyu could not fathom the reason. So he chose to set it aside. After all, he still possessed a Thunder Spirit Stone, which would surely suffice for the advancement to the 4th-tier island's stone blocks. As twilight descended and the sea breeze turned brisk, the island's weather shifted notably, with great temperature fluctuations between day and night. Upon reaching Fire Dragon Island, he was greeted by the lively approach of Chushua. Has little Gu come out yet? Muyu inquired. Chushua lowered her head and shook it gently. It appears that the awakening of its bloodline is quite extraordinary. It has been a full day, yet it has not fully evolved. Muyu found himself filled with anticipation as he gently ruffled the fur of Chushua, offering it a generous portion of fresh giant wolf meat weighing 100 pounds. After extricating himself from Chushua's playful grasp, Muyu proceeded to the fertilizer catalysis chamber, where he needed to promptly process the substantial amount of meat he had acquired that day. With a notification chime, he noted he had accumulated 400 units of fertilizer. Gathering all the blood and flesh he had stored since the previous evening, Muyu piled a staggering 30,000 pounds of giant wolf meat within the chamber. The mound of flesh now reached his waist, occupying nearly 1/3 of the entire space of the fertilizer catalysis chamber. Upon entering the cultivation room, he observed that the blood jade fruit tree had developed a trunk and bore 6 small azure fruits, which he anticipated would fully ripen by the following morning, allowing him to plant superior-grade seeds. A fertile field paired with excellent seeds, this plot of land, long underutilized, was finally poised to demonstrate its potential. Nearby, the meat spirit mushroom appeared to have swollen considerably, with its crimson stalk rising from several inches to over 1/2 meter in height. With another notification, he received 40 units of fertilizer, along with 1 fertile field and 1 prosperous field. After expending 100 units of fertilizer, a barren plot had finally reached a prosperous level, capable of nurturing even rare-grade seeds. Turning his attention to the other 3 previously cultivated fields, Muyu began to add fertilizer. With another notification, he noted 297 units of fertilizer, 3 ordinary fields, and 3 prosperous fields. Once he completed these tasks, Muyu made his way to the fire therapy hot spring, ready to begin his healing routine for the day. The soreness from intense physical exertion would soon dissipate. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Dressed once more, Muyu arrived in the kitchen to prepare a feast with Silver Wolf King meat and other meats. After some contemplation, he decided to share the Silver Wolf King meat with Jian Yuechong, considering that their daily exchange of stalactite essence had heavily favored him. Wow, the quality of today's meal is exceptional, Jian Yuechong exclaimed. Just a little improvement in our diet, Muyu replied. By the way, have you used that automated iron arrow tower blueprint yet? Don't dwell on that blueprint, Brother Mu, she responded. I've already used it. And now I'm overwhelmed. I'm in desperate need of iron blocks. Do you have any other defensive blueprints or items for your islands? I have valuable items to trade. Muyu offered, presenting the Ancient Beast Bloodline Fruit and Ancient Beast Bloodline Tree. That sounds promising. Give me a moment to search, Jian Yuechong said before closing the chat panel, allowing Muyu to enjoy his dinner peacefully. From the moment Jian Yuechong began her elaborate quest for beast eggs, Muyu had recognized her vulnerability. Where could it have been placed? How strange. In a softly illuminated cave, Jian Yuechang was unperturbed by appearances as she rummaged through a large wooden chest. I remember it being in this chest, she thought, half of her body submerged within it. Surrounded by an assortment of mundane items typically found in low-tier treasure chests, occasionally uncovering a few blueprints. At last, she located what she sought, Little Tuan Tuan. Jian Yuechang's heart soared with joy as she held up 3 blueprints. However, when she turned to celebrate with Little Tuan Tuan, she found it already feasting heartily on its food. Little Tuan Tuan. Muyu had barely finished his dinner when a message from Jian Yuechang arrived. Jian Yuechang, Fire Condensation Tower Blueprint, Rare. Water Condensation Tower Blueprint, Rare. Wood Condensation Tower Blueprint, Rare. Jian Yuechang, which one do you want? Fire Condensation Tower, Rare 60 iron ingots. 10 silver, 1 fire spirit stone, or red crystal. Water Condensation Tower, Rare 60 iron ingots. 10 silver, 1 water spirit stone, or blue crystal. Wood Condensation Tower, Rare 60 iron ingots. 10 silver, 1 wood spirit stone, or green crystal. Muyu, is your family in wholesale, or did you open a blueprint factory? Jian Yuechang remarked that she had mentioned her talent was somewhat related to this. Muyu, so your talent is a modifier? Jian Yuechang, whether you change or not. If you don't want to, then forget it, stop dilly-dallying. Muyu gazed at the information regarding the blueprints, a complex interplay of envy and admiration swirling within him. After contemplating for a moment, he finally steeled his resolve and cautiously sent a message. Muyu, can I trade for all of them? Chapter 48, Advancement, The Celestial Eagle. Ding. Jian Yuechang initiated a trade. Fire Condensation Tower Blueprint, Rare, 1. Water Condensation Tower Blueprint, Rare, 1. Wood Condensation Tower Blueprint, Rare, 1. Ancient Beast Pulse Fruit, Uncommon, 1. Ancient Beast Pulse Wood, Uncommon, 1. Upon completion of the trade, Muyu breathed a sigh of relief. Astonished that he had managed to acquire 3 rare defensive building blueprints at once, 2 of which he possessed the core materials for. However, he also developed a profound interest in Jian Yuechang's talent. Even if it was not as epic as his own, it was certainly not ordinary. Muyu, with so many rare building blueprints, why don't you construct them yourself or actively put them up for trade? Jian Yuechang, there aren't enough materials, you know? This girl is losing hair daily over gathering them. As for trading, it's not as plentiful as you imagine. I just have a slightly higher quantity than the average person. Muyu, I see. Nevertheless, thank you. After sending the message, Muyu closed the chat channel and swiftly consumed the Silver Wolf King meat, instantly feeling lighter on his feet, as if a gentle breeze accompanied him. It had been a long time since he had eaten food that enhanced his attributes. Seeing an increase in agility on his panel, Muyu couldn't help but marvel, feeling as if ants were crawling on his skin. After tidying up the kitchen, Muyu departed from the wooden cabin. On the island, only the distant sound of waves crashing against the reefs broke the serene silence by the sea, drowning the past of those who listened to the ocean. Muyu's thoughts soared along with the sound of the waves. As he passed through the white mist, the cool sea breeze caressed Muyu's sorrow, dispelling his melancholy. It was merely a touch of wind and frost. Suppressing his yearning, Muyu selected 2 spacious locations to construct buildings that would safeguard the island. Ding. 60 iron ingots. 10 silver, 1 fire spirit stone. Construction successful. Fire condensation tower, rare. Ding. 60 iron ingots. 10 silver, 1 wood spirit stone. Construction successful. Wood condensation tower, rare. As the white mist dissipated, 2 towering iron spires, each over 10 zhang high, emerged. Atop these spires, silver-like hands cradled the suspended spiritual stones, radiating brilliance beneath the night sky. The area surrounding the fire condensation tower was enveloped in a searing heat, while the wood condensation tower was entwined with emerald vines, exuding a refreshing and comforting aura. The fire condensation tower, a rare elemental stronghold, centered around the fire spiritual stone, primarily replenishing itself with the free-floating fire elements in the air. Should any hostile entities approach the island, it would automatically conjure fireballs to retaliate, boasting a lethality of 100 to 300. Conversely, the wood condensation tower, also rare, was anchored by the wood's spiritual stone, drawing from the ambient wood elements. In the face of adversaries, it would instinctively unleash constricting vines, with a similar lethality. With these formidable sentinels, Muyu could finally rest easy. After contrasting the mist surrounding the towers, he marveled at the divine and sacred ambience it imparted during construction. In contrast, the white mist beyond the island, though similarly pale, concealed countless indistinct dark specks, evoking the unsettling sensation of innumerable eyes watching him intently. How? Utilizing the ancient beast pulse, he constructed 2 small nests from the trees. Yet the first snow failed to catch his eye. Instead, it instinctively climbed to the head of Muyu's bed. Sighing in resignation, Muyu collapsed onto the wooden bed. A piercing eagle cry echoed from outside the wooden structure, reminiscent of a thunderous stone shattering the silence, resonating with a soul-piercing power. Reluctantly awakened, Muyu stepped onto the balcony, gazing skyward, where a Wenzhong fledgling eagle soared upward, embracing the vast expanse. It resembled a liberated soul, its sharp gaze piercing through the layers of clouds to survey the sprawling landscape below. Mu Yu's expression brightened as he hastily examined the panel of his companion, Xiaogu. Xiaogu. Species, Supreme Skyhawk. Strength, 199. Stamina, 199. Agility, 2914. Spirit, 2914. Charm, 94. Talent, Sky Sovereign. Supreme possesses the highest deterrent against other avian species, enhancing all attributes by 50 while airborne, with escalated benefits at greater heights. Skills, Sky Strike, Ultra, Hurricane Whirlwind, Ultra. Combat Power, Black Iron, Initial Stage. Contractor, Mu Yu. Xiaogu rushed towards him, bringing with it a fierce gust that brushed against Mu Yu's cheek. Under the sunlight, its lithe form and striking plumage were nothing short of breathtaking. This was the oppressive presence bestowed by a supreme beast. Once matured, could it rival a dragon in combat? At that moment, Mu Yu contemplated all the creatures in his mind, realizing that only the aura of the Crimson Dragon could possibly compare. With a swift motion, Xiaogu extended its steel-like talons, grasping Mu Yu and lifting him into the sky. Stop it! Let me go, quickly! Mu Yu commanded urgently, aware that Xiaogu was still in its juvenile phase, and a misstep could send him plummeting from great heights, resulting in a multitude of bruises. Xiaogu, with a puzzled expression, complied with the command and released its grip, allowing Mu Yu to fall from the height of several meters. Oh no! After swiftly finishing his breakfast, Mu Yu immersed himself in the therapeutic hot springs, emerging moments later as if nothing had happened. Arriving at the seaside, he cast his fishing rod and began to fish. Ding! Congratulations on catching a black iron chest. Ding! Congratulations on catching a black iron chest. Ding! Congratulations on catching a rotting wood chest. Ding! Congratulations on catching a solid wood chest. Ding! Congratulations on catching a black iron chest. Ding! Congratulations on catching a black iron chest. As anticipated, Mu Yu had little to comment on. With the 4 black iron chests acquired during this fishing session, he now possessed a total of 5. However, today he needed to craft a blood purification device, limiting him to a maximum of 3 uses of his talent. Ding! Opening black iron chest, critical success, 1 blue crystal. The translucent blue crystal gleamed in the sunlight, refracting a dreamlike world. Holding it aloft, Mu Yu gazed skyward, as if a city in the clouds awaited him. Now, I can construct the water condensation tower. Without hesitation, he built the tower near the other 2. Ding! Iron block 60, silver 10, blue crystal 1. Construction successful, water condensation tower, rare. Water condensation tower, rare, an elemental tower centered around the blue crystal, which replenishes itself with free water elements from the air. Capable of releasing mist to accelerate healing. Healing power, 0-100. As the white mist dissipated, a tower enveloped in a blue water membrane stood tall on the ground. Although constructing the water condensation tower with a blue crystal felt somewhat lackluster, it could still gather free water elements to recharge the crystal, ensuring that one day it would transform into a water spirit stone. Mu Yu felt a sense of relief and continued to open the black iron chests. Ding! Opening black iron chest, critical success. Blueprint for elemental release injector, rare, silver 5, copper 10. Chapter 49, The Limitless Potential of the Flesh Spirit Mushroom. This was something Mu Yu could not comprehend, but adhering to the principle that critical drops must yield quality items, he decided to reserve today as critical success for it. Ding! Opening black iron chest, critical success. Blueprint for strength training room, rare. Blueprint for strength training room, rare, requires 30 iron blocks, 30 stone blocks, 30 mud, 5 gravity stones. A rare class building blueprint, missing 1 essential material. After searching the trading platform, Mu Yu discovered that quite a few were indeed for sale. He sought the most affordable option and successfully exchanged 5 gravity stones for 250 pounds of silver-horned rhinoceros meat, igniting a glimmer of anticipation for this structure. Placing the remaining 2 black iron chests in the wooden building, Mu Yu moved to an empty space on the left side of the wooden structure. Iron blocks 50, stone blocks 50, mud 50, gravity stones 5, construction successful, strength training room. A closed room made of stone stood on the flat ground. As Mu Yu entered, he found 5 different weights of iron weights neatly arranged inside. Strength training room, rare, lift the iron weights in ascending order. Each successful lift increases strength by 1 point. Ineffective for silver grade and above. Mu Yu approached and lifted the lightest iron pillar, only to discover it was heavier than he had anticipated. He exerted at least 30% of his strength to raise it, bearing in mind that on the island, he benefited from the enhancement of the bear totem. He sequentially lifted 3 iron pillars, but when it came to the 4th, his face flushed as he summoned all his might to finally hoist it. Despite only adding 4 points of strength, Mu Yu felt a twinge of regret. He estimated that only Abu, in a state of frenzy, could lift this 5th pillar. Mu Yu resolved that the primary function of this strength training room was to facilitate a collective enhancement of power, a value that was self-evident. Upon exiting the training facility, he hurriedly made his way to the cultivation chamber. The moment he entered, he was astonished by a blood-red column that towered before him. The flesh spirit fungus had grown to over 10 feet tall, exceeding his own height by a significant margin. As he approached for a closer inspection, he noted the densely packed meat petals forming concentric layers that created this towering column. He plucked a single meat petal, which weighed a staggering 10 pounds, and broke off all the flesh column above the root system, revealing a total weight of 1,000 pounds. This prompted Mu to deeply question his previous underestimation of the fungus's potential. I must cultivate this plot of land to an extraordinary level, allowing the flesh spirit fungus to mature into a rare-grade plant. At that point, the petals it produces will surely surpass even the flesh of the Silver Wolf King. Mu eagerly anticipated the surprises the flesh spirit fungus would bring him. As for the substantial meat petal he had just harvested, he had already devised a purpose for it. With the small island's wildlife nearly hunted to extinction, the food supply for both the wild man tribe and the young wolves had become a pressing concern. While the wild men could manage, it was unthinkable to let the young wolves consume wolf meat. Thus, the flesh spirit fungus emerged as the optimal solution. Mu then turned his gaze to the 3 fertile plots nearby, where 6 cedar trees had matured entirely, alongside a bountiful harvest of potatoes. Given that these were ordinary seeds, their rapid maturation was to be expected. He felled a few cedar trees for a meager supply of timber and dug up the potatoes, yielding over 10 pounds that he could use as a supplemental food source, with the option to plant more if necessary. Subsequently, Mu planted his remaining excellent white radish and tomato seeds into the fertile land. He also exchanged 50 pounds of rhinoceros meat for a superior apple tree seed on the trading platform, ensuring that the last fertile plot was sown with seeds. Finally, Mu's gaze fell upon the blood-red fruit tree, where 6 vibrant fruits glowed like hearts, full of vitality. He harvested them all at once before cutting down the tree. Ding. Blood-red fruit, rare, X6. Ding. Blood-red wood, rare, X3. Blood-red fruit, rare. This fruit is imbued with rich vitality. Upon consumption, it cannot be immediately absorbed but will attach itself within the body, enhancing your recovery ability to a terrifying degree until the vitality is entirely consumed. The first fruit must be fully depleted before the second can be ingested. Blood-red wood, rare. This wood, saturated with vitality, accelerates recovery when in prolonged contact, fortifying the body. Upon reading the description of the blood-red fruit, Mu realized it served as a powerful safeguard. Any injury he sustained would be promptly healed. Without hesitation, he swallowed one. Mu suddenly felt the blood jus fruit within him explode, an overwhelming surge of vitality sweeping through his internal organs, limbs, and bones, until it settled beneath his delicate skin. With a swift motion, Mu inflicted a deep gash upon his own arm, only to witness the wound miraculously heal at a visibly rapid pace. This regenerative ability was indeed terrifying. Satisfied, Mu nodded, having planted an extraordinary grade seed in the field. Given its current growth rate, he estimated it would reach maturity by the first day of next week. He had adorned himself with a string of wooden prayer beads, creating a beast circle for Chushue and Xiaogu. Summoning the 2 playful little creatures, he fed each a blood jus fruit, leaving 3 fruits remaining in his possession. As for the fruit promised to Zhong Junfeng, Mu had no intention of reneging on his word, merely deferring the gift for a later time. Should he reveal that he could cultivate rare fruits within a day, potentially advancing them to the uncommon grade, it might invite unnecessary complications. Speaking of Zhong Junfeng, Mu approached him for a particular reason. Your blood jus fruit seeds were obtained from the silver box, were they not? Mu inquired. To be honest, Mu Daolao. That is indeed the case, Zhong Junfeng replied. Then you still possess 5 units of silver blocks, correct? I require them. What would you like in exchange? The trading notification chimed. Silver block 5 for wood 1. Zhong Junfeng responded, Mu Daolao, you jest. The spear you crafted for me has been immensely helpful. Consider the silver blocks a gift. Accepting the silver blocks, Mu, pleased with Zhong Junfeng's thoughtfulness, decided to share some good news. The blood jus fruits have exceeded 4 in number. Once they mature in a few days, I'll present them to you. Is that true, Mu Daolao? Thank you. Zhong Junfeng exclaimed. Upon closing the chat channel, Mu browsed the trading platform, exchanging rhino hide for an additional 5 silver blocks. Consequently, the number of silver blocks in Mu's possession had reached 40. Passing by the thunder-attracting tower, he retrieved the secret silver stored within, its gleaming brilliance encapsulating a significant amount of electrical elements. Despite the absence of storm-like calamities over the past 2 days, regional thunderstorms, owing to the oceanic environment, were not uncommon, providing the thunder-attracting tower with ample opportunities to draw lightning. Chapter 50, Extraordinary Weapons. Upon arriving at the volcanic forge in the mining area, Mu was immediately engulfed by a massive wave of flames, prompting him to rush inside and extinguish the raging fire of the 9 dragons. Nevertheless, the temperature within the forge remained akin to that of a charcoal grill, refusing to dissipate, and the stones used to construct the furnace had already begun to melt. Despite this, the 10 crimson crystals that had burned for a day and a night appeared rather dim. It seems the fire elements are still insufficient. It needs more fuel. Mu sighed, contemplating the immense fire elements contained within a fire spirit stone. Reconstructing the volcanic forge with new stones, Muyu commenced his forging process. Ding. Silver block 40 successfully refined. Excellent silver 4. Ding. Excellent silver 4, lightning secret silver 1, fine copper 8, secret copper 2, critical hit success. Element conversion ejector, extraordinary. It exploded. It exploded. Muyu exclaimed with fervor, for he had expended his rarest materials in crafting his first extraordinary grade weapon. Hastily, he grasped the element conversion injector. Its design reminiscent of a flamethrower, yet adorned with a touch of futuristic weaponry. The front featured a silver barrel, with flickering bolts of lightning dancing upon its surface. The entire apparatus required both hands to wield, and at its rear lay an empty chamber, seemingly intended for the placement of extraordinary elemental items. Element Conversion Injector, extraordinary activates the 9-Dragon Earth Fire and Earth Fire Forge, crafted with triple critical hit technology, utilizing lightning secret silver as the core for output release, and secret copper for safety and stability, resulting in an extraordinary grade weapon. The conversion chamber accommodates release-type extraordinary elemental materials, which can be transformed into output elements. Amplified by lightning secret silver, lethality is determined by the elemental materials. Lethality, 3333. Though this weapon was not particularly remarkable among extraordinary grade armaments, it had nonetheless surpassed the damage threshold of 1000. Even without critical hit talents in battle, Muyu now possessed a formidable weapon in reserve. Contemplating this, he felt an irresistible urge to test the weapon's might, placing an uncharged red crystal into the element conversion injector. A low hum resonated as the injector vibrated slightly, and a sense of annihilation coalesced at the silver muzzle. In a moment of urgency, Muyu halted the elemental conversion. With a thunderous roar, a dragon of crimson flames erupted forth, and Muyu was immediately engulfed by a searing wave of heat. The fire dragon surged toward the ocean, unleashing a deafening explosion that sent towering waves crashing into the air, boiling the seawater and creating a dense mist that enveloped the surroundings. Truly impressive. Muyu even caught a whiff of a fish broth aroma. With a swift motion, Muyu opened the conversion chamber and withdrew the red crystal. Discovering that the fire element within had nearly been depleted, it appeared that he could not use it carelessly. With a twinge of regret, Muyu stowed away the element conversion injector and resumed his forging in the Earth Fire Forge. Ding. Iron block 380, blood of the gray-furred giant wolf 3800. Forging successful. Gray wolf armor, excellent, 38. Gray wolf armor, excellent and outstanding armor forged from the 9-Dragon Earth Fire, infused with a trace of gray-furred giant wolf blood, significantly enhancing defense. Defense, 22. Ding. Iron block 370, blood of the gray-furred giant wolf 3800. Forging successful. Gray wolf iron blade, excellent, 37. Wolf iron blade, excellent and exceptional blade forged from the 9-Dragon Earth Fire, infused with a trace of gray-furred giant wolf blood, greatly increasing lethality. Lethality, 22. Ding. Iron block 1200, forging successful. Iron spear, excellent, 120. Having utilized all 2000 iron ores excavated the previous day to craft weapons, Muyu prepared to equip his band of wildlings to the fullest, providing each with a suit of iron armor, a great sword, and 4 or 5 iron spears, readying them for an expedition to a medium-sized island. Once all was prepared, Muyu took 5 red crystals, leaving the remainder to charge in the Earth Fire Forge, and entrusted the task to Chu Shui and Xiao Gu before embarking on a journey aboard the Li Lifan skiff. Since Xiao Gu has advanced to the Sky Eagle, I no longer need to reserve food. It can catch a large fish from the sea at any moment. This time, Muyu did not head towards the micro-islands, but instead sailed directly to the medium-sized island. During Muyu's journey, a small boat swiftly approached from the distance. If you wish to avoid death, do not come closer. Muyu immediately donned his diving armor and brandished his water-explosive spear, calling out loudly, "Please, help me." A cautious head emerged from the small boat, revealing a young woman. Though unadorned with makeup, her complexion was fair and delicate, akin to a pure pebble. Her lips were pallid, and her eyes were filled with a mix of fear and trepidation, evoking a sense of compassion for her seemingly fragile state. "Who are you?" Muyu inquired sternly. "Brother, my name is Cheng Qian. I reside on the island to the east. This morning, a man secretly boarded my island and attempted to capture me. Fortunately, I managed to escape quickly, otherwise, I would have faced a fate worse than death," she sobbed, tears streaming down her face as she rowed closer to Muyu. Muyu regarded her with a peculiar gaze, but did not impede her approach. As the boat neared, he noticed that the woman wore revealing animal skin attire, showcasing her smooth waistline and long legs. The edges of her leather skirt were adorned with protruding lace, subtly hinting at her figure, attire that, in the current context, would undoubtedly possess a striking allure. "Brother, I am now homeless. Would you take me in? I am willing to do anything for your kindness." "Oh, anything you say?" Muyu replied with a teasing tone. Cheng Qian, now without a home, expressed her desire for a brother to protect her, even suggesting she would be willing to engage in other activities. A flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. quickly replaced by a seductive demeanor as she sweetly addressed Mu Yu, the boat now almost alongside him. However, all of this was keenly observed by Mu Yu beneath his mask. Cheng Qian gracefully climbed onto Mu Yu's boat, while he silently watched her performance. Brother, your boat is quite large, and your armor is so cool. You must be a big shot. Can you take it off so your sister can see your face? She cooed, wrapping her arms around him and twisting her body provocatively, brimming with confidence. Just wait until I captivate you, you old lecher. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Mu Yu's tone wavered between excitement and hesitation, clearly betraying his inner conflict to Cheng Qian's eyes. Don't you think this is thrilling? She teased, batting her eyelashes and leaning closer to Mu Yu's armor, seemingly attempting to catch a whiff of his scent. What is that smell? Ugh. Cheng Qian suddenly detected a strong odor of blood wafting toward her, making her feel nauseous. It's nothing, just the scent of blood from a few monkeys and wolves. Mu Yu replied matter-of-factly. Wow, brother, you truly are impressive. Cheng Qian exclaimed. I suddenly feel that the person who sneaked onto my island has likely left. I shall take my leave now. Wait, you've just arrived. Mu Yu grasped her firmly, preventing her escape. Please, let me go. Cheng Qian implored, her expression tinged with bitterness. Don't be like that. Didn't you say you were willing to do anything for me? Let us go, Mu Yu responded, releasing her and steering the vessel towards a small island. What immense strength. Today seems to be a tough encounter, but he is merely an old lecher. I'll just consider this a mosquito bite and seek another opportunity to flee, Cheng Qian thought, her expression shifting to one of complexity as she gazed blankly at Mu Yu, her face a picture of innocence. Moments later, Mu Yu led Cheng Qian onto the island. This isn't right. There are people here and wild beasts. It's unsafe, Cheng Qian said, her expression troubled. That's precisely the point. The more people, the quicker the work gets done. Mu Yu replied earnestly. Cheng Qian's face paled in an instant, unable to believe that the man before her was so twisted. She pleaded softly, please. I can't handle too many people. What are you talking about? The more people for mining, the better, Mu Yu retorted. Mining? Cheng Qian's face flushed crimson, confusion written all over her features. Mu Yu guided her through a lengthy valley, arriving at the Wolf's Den plain, where dozens of robust savages rose to greet them. Goodness, there are so many wild men. Cheng Qian stared in astonishment at the throng welcoming them, as if heralding a returning king. Struggling to comprehend the connection between this man and the wild men, as well as how she might escape. We're done mining. Abu stepped forward to address Mu Yu. Is that so? Mu Yu exclaimed, moving excitedly to the mining area where two piles of ore lay neatly arranged on the ground. 2,000 iron blocks, 80 gold stones. So, do I not need to mine anymore? Surrounded by the fierce and intimidating wild men, Cheng Qian could only cling tightly to Mu Yu's side. Indeed, no more mining. Mu Yu nodded. Can I leave then? Cheng Qian asked, her face brightening with hope. Not so fast. We have one more task here, feeding the wolves. Abu, take her over. Mu Yu instructed with a slight smile. Feeding the wolves? Am I to feed the wolves, or be fed to them? Cheng Qian's face turned ashen, her voice trembling with dread. You'll find out once you go. Abu stepped forward, his imposing physique making Cheng Qian suppress any thoughts of escape. Gritting her teeth as she followed him into a cave. Inside the dimly lit cavern, dozens of glistening green eyes flickered to life, causing Cheng Qian to gasp as her legs trembled uncontrollably. While Mu Yu was not one to kill without cause, he would not hesitate to defend himself against any malevolent intent. Mu Yu produced a piece of meat fungus, an enticing aroma immediately wafting through the air, captivating the attention of all the wild men. Is it edible? Abu asked, saliva dripping from his lips. Yes, Mu Yu nodded and distributed the meat fungus. The wild men devoured it ravenously, their mouths stained red as if they were feasting on fresh flesh. Once the wild men were well fed and energized, Mu Yu distributed iron armor, iron blades, and spears. Abu received the iron armor along with Mu Yu's cold blade, the crescent moon sword. Well, this is starting to resemble an army, Cheng Qian observed. Mu Yu wore a satisfied expression as nearly 40 fully armed wild men stood resolutely, exuding an undeniable sense of intimidation. He retrieved the ultra-automatic stone excavator, now positioned on the plain, and his collection of stones had nearly reached 6,000, soon to surpass the significant threshold of 10,000. Leaving behind a wild chieftain and 7 of his men to guard the excavator and the young wolf pack. Mu Yu embarked with 30 wild men towards the medium-sized island. Fortunately, Mu Yu's vessel was a rare-grade ship, accommodating over 30 wild men. With several wild men contributing their strength, the ship's propulsion reached its maximum output, gradually bringing the distant medium-sized island into clearer view. Initially, Mu Yu had believed the small island was sufficiently vast, but as they drew closer to the medium-sized island, he realized the extent of his ignorance. This could hardly be termed an island. It was more akin to a small landmass adorned with several towering mountains. Upon their arrival on the island, Mu Yu and his band of wild men plunged into the forest. After an extended period, Mu Yu's expression grew somber. The island was simply too expansive. They had wandered aimlessly for quite some time, akin to headless flies, managing to hunt merely a few small beasts. It seemed imperative to first ascertain the distribution of resources and forces on this island. Just as Muyu found himself at a loss, jubilant cheers echoed from a distance. The massive tiger must possess at least mid-tier black iron strength. Did you, Brother Chio, dispatch it with a mere sliding shovel? This tiger pack has tormented us for far too long, and Brother Chio has avenged us. Truly worthy of the 11th Island Lord, Brother Chio, you are remarkable. Haha. It was just 2 little cows standing on their heads. Nothing too impressive. I appreciate your flattery, everyone. Brother Chio, your eloquence shines brightly. I hope you can lead us in counterattacking the tiger pack and re-establishing a force on this island to seize resources. Of course, of course. Those who can speak should speak more. Haha. You all hide first. Muyu instructed, noticing the wild men retreating into the forest. And he proceeded towards the gathering of voices. Ahem. Muyu cleared his throat, and 6 pairs of tense eyes turned toward him. Upon realizing the newcomer was also human, they finally lowered their swords and spears. Another armored figure has arrived. 5 of them exclaimed in awe, as 2 armored figures now stood before them, one being Brother Chio, who was basking in compliments. Brother, shall we collaborate? I am Chio Zei, the 11th Island Lord. Have you heard of me? The deep voice of the man in black armor resonated from beneath his mask. Chapter 52, The Copper-Armored Woman. Muyu was no stranger to Chio Zei, a frequent participant in the chat channel, with whom he had conducted trades, marking him as a figure of second-tier strength. Additionally, he had revealed in a previous chat that his island was relatively close. Those who frequently engaged in the chat channel were generally doing well. The top-tier figures, and those languishing at the bottom, rarely interacted in public forums. One group was preoccupied with survival, while the other sought advancement. The exception was Chong Sun-woo. He could not be deemed a savior, but rather someone aspiring to be a savior. However, the tone of the man before Muyu aroused her skepticism regarding his identity, as he resembled another frequent visitor in the chat channel. Isn't the island ranking limited to the top 10? Why do you claim to be the 11th Island Master? Muyu inquired, puzzled. Of course, Boss Chio's prowess warrants him the title of the 11th Island Master. Those on the ranking board are unmatched. Who could rival him? Just based on Boss Chio's formidable skill in executing a sliding tackle on a giant tiger, I would gladly bestow upon him the title of the 11th Island Master. There's no room for doubt. It is widely acknowledged. Several others began to defend Chio Zei passionately. See, this is the foundation of my claim as the 11th Island Master. They've articulated it for me, Chio Zei declared with an air of arrogance. Then turned to Muyu and asked, might I inquire your esteemed name, brother? My name? Muyu's eyes flickered as he prepared to adopt a moniker. But suddenly a wave of anxiety washed over him. Strange occurrences. Roar, roar, roar. The sound of tiger roars echoed through the forest, as if the very earth trembled. All eyes widened in terror as a dozen massive green-eyed tigers, each the size of an adult bison, leaped forth from the woods, their gazes fierce and their presence commanding. Charging like a flood. Boss Chio, help. A cry for help jolted Muyu from his stupor, and he turned to see only the silhouette of Chio Zei fleeing. Damn. Muyu felt utterly deceived and sprinted after him. A similarly anguished scream pierced the air, as the remaining four scattered like frightened birds. At that moment, everyone awakened their latent sprinting abilities. It was not about being the fastest, but simply having someone behind you, which offered a slender chance of survival. In the blink of an eye, Chio Zei noticed that Muyu had caught up with him. Despite exerting every ounce of strength, Muyu shadowed him closely. You are quite remarkable. Who exactly are you? Chio Zei inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Why does it matter who I am? Aren't you the 11th Island Master? Why are you running? Muyu retorted. That is obvious. With those dozen giant tigers, even the first Island Master would have to flee, Chio Zei replied, exasperated. True. Muyu conceded, unable to refute this. Just then, Chio Zei abruptly halted. Why have you stopped running? Muyu asked, intrigued. It's over. We've reached a dead end. There's a giant-toothed crocodile in the river ahead. Chio Zei spoke with a tone of despair. You seem quite familiar with this area. Why would you run this way? I have been navigating this region for 3 days. How could I not be familiar? This is sheer panic, running blindly. To think I might meet my demise in the jaws of a tiger after a lifetime of glory, Chio Zei declared with a tragic tone. Suddenly, he seemed to resolve himself, speaking firmly to Muyu. Brother, you must break eastward. I will distract the tigers for you. I implore you. Survive and remember to burn some paper money for me each year on this day. I want to go, Muyu replied, his gaze narrowed, remaining motionless. Brother, do not squander the chance I've risked my life to offer you. If you truly refuse to leave, then I shall. Brother, I beg you, flee quickly. There's truly no time left. Chio Zei pleaded desperately, on the verge of tears. It was too late. Muyu spoke in a deep voice. As a dozen towering blue-white tigers encircled the two, seemingly to toy with their final prey, slowly closing in rather than pouncing immediately. The approach of death, certain and inevitable, was a relentless torment to the human spirit. Chio Zei's face twisted in anguish, ultimately succumbing to despair. As the two ceased their struggles, the tigers lost interest in their game and, amidst a storm of blood and fury, lunged forward with the weight of a mountain. Just as Muyu prepared to call for the wild men, a blue arrow shot forth, striking one of the tigers directly in the head. The arrow exploded upon impact, flesh and blood scattering, transforming the forest floor into a chaotic scene of carnage. Simultaneously, several more arrows rained down, sending dust and splinters into the air, while two thick vines descended from the trees. Quickly, urged a woman clad in bronze light armor, standing on a branch, her intricate longbow drawn taut, a blue arrow coalescing in her grasp. This scene instantly invigorated Chiozei, who seized a vine and began to climb. Hurry! The woman, noticing Mu Yu's inaction, spoke with a hint of irritation, urging him once more. Mu Yu, his expression complex, ultimately chose to grasp the vine and ascend. The trio found themselves amidst the branches, as if entering another realm, where the ground was carpeted with green leaves and twigs. The bronze-armored woman led the way, weaving gracefully through the foliage, her slender form resembling a spirit of nature. Goodness, these tigers can climb trees, Chiozei exclaimed, a sense of dread washing over him as one of the towering tigers let out a fearsome roar, nearly causing him to lose his footing, only to be saved by Mu Yu's quick reflexes. Thank you, brother. Chiozei wiped the cold sweat from his brow, expressing his gratitude. But the tiger behind them was already closing in. Tuanchuan, the bronze-armored woman called softly, and Mu Yu finally noticed a black and white furry ball nestled against her chest. The seemingly harmless creature suddenly exuded a ferocious aura, growing to a height of over 10 feet, resembling an ancient beast of legend. Boom, boom. The fearsome creature swatted away two attacking tigers with ease, then let out a mighty roar at the approaching pack. Roar. The sound caused the tiger group to hesitate, momentarily deterred from advancing. With precision, the woman fired a red fire arrow, flames rapidly engulfing the area, forming a barrier of fire. On behalf of Chiozei, I express my deepest gratitude for your life-saving intervention. Though I have no means to repay you, I offer myself in service. Chiozei bowed deeply in thanks. Offering oneself can indeed be arranged. Tuanchuan, devour him, the bronze-armored woman said playfully to the furry creature at her chest. Haha, merely jesting. I am already bound to a beloved wife at home, so I must respectfully decline. Chiozei chuckled nervously, casting a wary glance at the woman's formidable weapon. Understand that it is but a jest, and do refrain from uttering further, or I shall have no choice but to extract your eyes. By the way, what is your name? The armored maiden directed her gaze towards Mu Yu. Me? I am Xinjian. Upon uttering this, Mu Yu sensed an immediate shift in the expressions of the two before him, their gazes turning peculiarly inquisitive. Xinjian? The one known for his sharp tongue online. Yet here he appears rather subdued, the woman queried skeptically. Ah, well, I am somewhat of a social butterfly online, but offline, I tend towards social anxiety, he replied. I am Peng Shui. The armored maiden hesitated momentarily before sheepishly revealing her name. Observing the two masked individuals before him, Mu Yu had nearly confirmed their identities, but chose not to expose them. Two old acquaintances. The chat group bore each member's avatar, and unless one possessed a means to alter their appearance, they could only rely on masks to conceal their true identities in reality. Ah, you are the one who ascended to the 7th rank by selling private photographs, adored by a legion of infatuated fans. Peng Shui, the goddess. I have had the fortune of perusing your works. Ahem, let us keep the conversation civil. Chiozei hastily interjected as Peng Shui had already aimed her bow at his head. I shall reiterate, those photographs belong to my best friend. Do not mention them again, lest I be compelled to tear your mouth asunder. I truly regret rescuing you, Peng Shui asserted through clenched teeth. All right, I shall not speak of it. I promise. Chiozei raised his hands in assurance, though he muttered under his breath, but they were your own photographs. Surely, your intent in rescuing us is not solely born of altruism, Mu Yu queried, voicing his skepticism. Indeed, I prefer dealings with the astute. There is a matter for which I require your assistance, but rest assured, the reward shall be ample. Pray, elaborate, they urged, intrigued. I have located an ancient den of tigers, wherein grows a fruit tree bearing 4 extraordinary yellow fruits, yet it is fiercely guarded by the Tiger King. I seek your aid in vanquishing him, and in return, each of you shall receive one of the fruits, Peng Shui explained. The Tiger King? How can this be possible? Chiozei exclaimed in disbelief. Setting aside whether we can even defeat the Tiger King, the mere presence of a dozen giant tigers would spell our doom. There are surely dozens more in the den. Are we to gamble our lives? From my observations, there are approximately 40 adult giant tigers within the den, Peng Shui nodded, then shifted her tone, continuing, however, I have studied the lair. The Tiger King resides alone in a stone chamber, which possesses a skylight. If we enter through there, you can defend the passage that accommodates only 3 giant tigers, while I confront the Tiger King. In the end, you would acquire at least 1 rare fruit, in addition to the extraordinary materials from the Tiger King. Does that not entice you? It is indeed tempting, yet I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Chiozei's internal conflict was palpable in his voice. An adult giant tiger possesses at least mid-tier black iron strength. The Tiger King must surely be of silver rank. What basis do we have to trust that you can defeat him? Mu Yu challenged. On what basis? With the prowess I possess, I have saved you all. My pet is a rare and formidable beast, and I also wield a unique compass of exceptional caliber, capable of unleashing a formation that diminishes the Tiger King's attributes by 30. Do you think that suffices? Brother, I believe this endeavor is feasible. Chiozei gently urged Muyu. Very well, let us proceed. Muyu nodded in agreement, eager to see what would unfold. You shall not regret the decision made today. Upon hearing this, Peng Shui's tone lightened considerably. The trio ventured through the forest, plunging into the towering mountains. How on earth did you discover this rugged path? Chiozei, entangled in resilient weeds, could not help but inquire of Peng Shui. Discover what? This is the path I forged, she retorted sharply. If you can navigate this to find a way to the Tiger King's den, I can only say that you must have 2 cows balancing on their heads. Chiozei praised. Get lost. In the blink of an eye, an hour elapsed, and the 3 had traversed the treacherous mountain trail to a deep pit nestled halfway up the slope, surrounded by trees. Gazing down, a verdant sea swayed, and compared to the valleys of smaller islands, it seemed rather insignificant. Lower your voice. The Tiger King's lair lies just below, Peng Shui cautioned. But why do I sense the roar of a tiger down there? Chiozei inquired, bewildered. I heard it too. Muyu nodded in agreement. Is that so? Peng Shui cautiously raised her head to peer into the pit, her curvaceous form accentuated by the position, yet both men were too tense. Their focus solely on the cave's interior to notice. What is going on? Just look for yourself. Chiozei and Muyu simultaneously leaned into the pit, revealing a damp cavern below, where indeed a fruit tree bore 4 yellowish fruits. However, the true scene stealer was not the tree, but the Tiger King and his consort, frolicking beneath it. At that moment, the Tiger King's primal instincts surged, and the fate of the 2 female tigers was rather grim, given the disparity in their sizes. The female tigers struggled desperately, but were utterly powerless, unable to escape the Tiger King's grasp. This is quite the eyesore. Indeed, Muyu agreed with a nod. What shall we do now? Must we wait for him to finish? Chiozei asked. That wretched beast, basking in his glory. I shall sever his manhood right now. Peng Shui's tone turned frigid as she readied her bow. Down we go. At these words, a chill ran through Chiozei and Muyu. Let us go. The 2 turned and leapt into the deep pit, with Peng Shui following suit without hesitation. Howl! The Tiger King roared, shaking the entire cave. Feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation as it lunged towards Muyu and Chiozei, the Tiger Queen attempted to rise, her limbs trembling, but collapsed like a puddle of mud. Another fearsome roar echoed as the beast grew larger, launching itself at the Tiger King. Seizing the opportunity, Peng Shui produced a black compass, its dark light bursting forth, and intricate patterns emerged on the ground. Vast clouds of black mist surging forth and entering the Tiger King's body. Secure the passage and grant me some time. Peng Shui spoke while her hands remained in constant motion, launching an arrow that exploded against the fur of the Tiger King. A howl erupted from the Tiger King, engaged in a fierce struggle with the Iron Eater, as it felt the sting of pain and roared in response, only to be met by the powerful paw of the Iron Eater. Muyu and Chiozei hurried to the entrance of the passage, where the sound of boulders rolling and echoed ominously from outside. Chapter 54, Slaying the Yellow Tiger King. Damn it, with over 40 of these giant tigers, it's like facing an army. Chiozei cursed bitterly. Fear not, in this passage. At most 3 can come at us together. Even a true army cannot maneuver here, Muyu reassured him, drawing forth his bloodthirsty fire ring blade. Positioning himself at the mouth of the passage. Brother, your great sword looks quite impressive. Is it of rare quality? Chiozei inquired curiously, brandishing his own orange longsword and glancing at Muyu. It's a rare grade blade, Muyu replied. Cut it out. Who doesn't know how to boast? Chiozei retorted skeptically. Yet, in a blink, the entrance was filled with tiger heads, and 3 giant tigers lunged towards them. Chiozei swung his longsword with precision, a flurry of orange light emanating from it, scorching the fur of one of the giant tigers. This caught Muyu by surprise. The lad indeed possessed some skill, albeit he was somewhat unreliable. Simultaneously, the remaining 2 giant tigers charged at Muyu, bringing with them a stench of blood. He swung his great blade at the 2, its sharp edge greedily drawing forth their blood with each cut. Truth be told, given Muyu's current strength, facing 2 ordinary giant tigers might seem a tad unfair. Yet he maintained the facade of struggling to fend them off. Can you handle this? Chiozei called out, observing Muyu's precarious situation. Then help me with one. Muyu countered. No way, you seem to be managing just fine. Chiozei quickly declined. Though many giant tigers yearned to charge in, the passage was limited in size. They couldn't trample over their comrades to advance, and were thus stuck in a stalemate. Meanwhile, Muyu and Chiozei, both seasoned fighters, toyed with the giant tigers, not intent on slaying them, but rather swapping out for a fresher opponent. Peng Shui, are you ready? Chiozei asked anxiously as he noticed the giant tiger before him was on the verge of collapse, its form now charred to a crisp by his orange glowing sword. Just a bit more time, Peng Shui replied, her tone fraught with impatience. With a swift motion, Muyu repelled the 2 giant tigers once again, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. The once massive giant tiger, akin to a full-grown bear in size, had been rendered gaunt by the bloodthirsty fire ring blade, barely able to stand. As if a mere gust of wind could topple it. While Peng Shui maintained the upper hand, the thick-skinned Tiger King remained locked in a fierce entanglement with the Iron Eater, proving difficult to subdue in the short term. Quietly, Muyu retrieved a water-explosive spear, coating it with a layer of water film, and hurled it at the Tiger King with all his might. Boom! The explosive sound instantly captivated everyone's attention. The Tiger King, faced with the sudden onslaught of the water-explosive spear, had no time to evade. The Tiger King twisted his powerful body, and the water-explosive spear struck his spine, tearing through his hide and revealing a large expanse of vivid crimson flesh. The massive frame, akin to that of a mature bull, was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Peng Shui was not one to be trifled with. A flurry of arrows struck the Tiger King's flesh, causing it to rend and bleed profusely. With a thunderous roar, the iron-eating beast leapt onto the Tiger King's back, sinking its teeth into him. Empowered by Muyu's lethal blow, Peng Shui and the iron-eating beast soon conspired to bring the Tiger King to his demise. "We must go," Peng Shui called out, tossing a grappling rope out of the skylight. "What about the two tigresses?" Qiuzhe inquired. Upon the Tiger King's death, the eyes of the tigresses were not filled with gratitude or relief, but rather with bitterness and hatred. "Forget them, let's move," Muyu urged, leading the charge as he grasped the rope and began to ascend. As he climbed out of the pit, Muyu extended his hand to pull Qiuzhe up. The imposing tigresses, witnessing the trio's escape, attempted to leap out but fell short. Some departed the lair to seek another route, while others, enraged, tore the two tigresses to shreds. Once the three emerged from the tiger den, they sprinted in the opposite direction. The mountains trembled as the roars of the tigers echoed like relentless waves, yet it was evident they were powerless. Muyu and his companions had already vacated the area. "Here, these are your fruits." Peng Shui handed over a yellow fruit to the two. Muyu accepted it, astonished to find a black king's symbol emblazoned upon it. "Tiger, rare. Consuming this fruit grants 5 strength and 5 physique, with a high probability of unlocking the advanced passive skill Tiger." Without hesitation, Muyu concealed his expression and swallowed it whole. Any boost to his attributes was welcomed. As the tiger settled in his stomach, a surge of heat enveloped him, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure emanating from within. Conversely, Peng Shui and Qiuzhe did not indulge so openly in front of one another. "I owe you my gratitude. Had it not been for your assistance, I would not have dispatched the Tiger King so swiftly. I shall forego the extraordinary materials. They are all yours," Peng Shui declared, handing over the water-explosive spear and the extraordinary materials from the Tiger King to Muyu. "Wait, what about me? What do I get?" Qiuzhe protested. You were merely engaged with one giant tiger throughout. Receiving a single fruit is already generous, even without your presence. Shunjian's prowess would have sufficed to handle 3 giant tigers, Peng Shui speculated, noting that Qiuzhe's true capabilities were likely more formidable than he had displayed. Yellow Tiger King's flesh. Rare. This meat is rich in extraordinary elements. Prolonged consumption can enhance strength and physique, with a slight chance of comprehending the basic tiger, augmenting its effects. Yellow Tiger King's essence. Rare. This blood contains a significant amount of earth elements, which, when mixed into crafted items, can enhance their earth attributes. The rare Yellow Tiger King's skin, imbued with formidable beastly power, can be fashioned into tiger skin garments or drum skins. The rare Yellow Tiger King's whip, a precious material infused with earth elements, is said to enhance vitality and bolster strength. While Muyu was willing to accept all other materials, he found himself unable to bear the thought of the Yellow Tiger King's whip, especially after witnessing the process involving the Tiger King. He reassured himself that it might yet have some unforeseen utility and reluctantly accepted all the materials. "Since we have cleared everything, let us bid farewell." Peng Shui spoke first. "Come on, beautiful, let us collaborate once more. We still have the frenzied crocodile swarm and the giant python group to tackle," Qiuzhe urged. "Not this time. I have other matters to attend to. Perhaps we shall find another opportunity to work together," Peng Shui replied. Once Peng Shui's figure vanished from their sight, Qiuzhe murmured to Muyu, "I can't shake the feeling that she is concealing something from us." "What are you implying?" Muyu retorted. "Should we follow her?" "Will you join me?" Qiuzhe suggested. "I want to follow. If anyone should, it should be you." Muyu shook his head. "Hey, I was merely jesting. A man of integrity like myself would never stoop to such obsessive behavior." "Let us go," Qiuzhe quickly clarified, waving his hand as he turned away from the direction Peng Shui had taken. Moments later, with Qiuzhe out of sight, Muyu surveyed his surroundings and began to pursue the path Peng Shui had taken. Chapter 55. The Grand Altar. Navigating through the lush mountains, Peng Shui traversed rugged terrain until she arrived at a desolate wasteland. "Come forth, I see you," she called out to the jungle behind her. Only the rustling of leaves in the wind answered her, devoid of any signs of life. Relieved by the absence of any threat, she pressed onward into the barren expanse. Before long, a colossal altar loomed in the wilderness, adorned with intricate and elaborate patterns, alongside an enigmatic stone statue of an unknown deity. However, after a moment, The white light emanating from the altar merely flickered, far from the expected brilliance of an activated altar. How can this be? Peng Shuai pondered, perplexed. Peng Shuai, you have concealed your intentions from us rather artfully. At that moment, Xiao Zhe's voice broke through as he approached the altar, brandishing a sword radiating orange light. You were following me. Peng Shuai's tone turned frigid. If I had not pursued you, would I have uncovered the magnitude of your secrets? Regardless, I demand my share of whatever rewards lie within this altar. Xiao Zhe asserted firmly. Why should I share with you? I could simply eliminate you instead. Come forth. Tuan Tuan, Peng Shuai commanded, as the fur ball at her chest swelled dramatically. Wait, who said I was the only one here? Xinjian, you must have arrived as well. Come out. Xiao Zhe called out urgently. However, a gentle breeze swept across the wasteland, and not a single figure emerged. Is this for real? You truly are a man of virtue. You have put me in quite a predicament. Xiao Zhe's expression fell, and he gritted his teeth as he began to retreat. Is someone calling for me? Just as Xiao Zhe and Peng Shuai were on the brink of confrontation, Mu Yu's figure emerged, shattering the tense standoff between the two. She has concealed such significant matters from us, Xiao Zhe remarked, approaching Mu Yu as if he had found a reliable ally. Miss Peng, perhaps you ought to elucidate this situation? Mu Yu inquired, her tone calm, reminiscent of casual banter among friends. There is nothing to explain, it is precisely as you see. This is a grand altar, yet the Tiger King's head has not activated it, Peng Shuai replied, her eyes betraying a hint of wariness as she regarded Mu Yu. I believe the Tiger King's head has indeed illuminated this altar to some extent. It cannot be entirely without merit. You mentioned that this island harbors a horde of ferocious crocodiles and giant pythons. Might we require their heads, as well, to fully activate the altar? Mu Yu speculated. At her words, Peng Shuai's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. If 3 beast heads are necessary, could there be 3 corresponding rewards? Then Xiao Zhe interjected, abruptly feeling a chill sweep over him as both women fell silent, gazing at him. What I mean is, could you possibly take me along to hunt the beasts? Just a share of the extraordinary materials would suffice, he hastily clarified, easing the tension in their gazes. That can be arranged, Mu Yu nodded. Peng Shuai stowed away the Tiger King's head, and the trio soon reached a consensus to depart the desolate expanse. The 3 journeyed back along the path they had traversed, with Mu Yu gleaning insights from the other 2 regarding the power dynamics on this medium-sized island. The only groups that could genuinely be termed formidable were the Tiger Clan, the horde of ferocious crocodiles, and the giant pythons. Additionally, there existed 2 tribes of primitive men, each comprising around 100 individuals, yet they were preoccupied with internal strife, rendering them less dangerous than the beastly groups. Before long, they arrived at the forest where Peng Shuai had previously rescued them, and just ahead lay a broad river. The river meandered gracefully, encircling the eastern side, while dozens of black stones jutted out of the water's surface. These were indeed the backs of the giant toothed crocodiles. Do you see that largest black stone in the center of the river? That should be the Crocodile King. However, in the water, they may roll and perish. They are not easy to confront, Peng Shuai pointed out, indicating a stone significantly larger than the others. Mu Yu counted carefully and estimated that there were at least 60 or 70 giant toothed crocodiles in the river. While these reptiles posed minimal threat on land, the situation changed dramatically in the water. Given the lethality of Peng Shuai's weapon, it would likely be akin to mere tickling against the rock-like hide of the crocodiles. Although he possessed formidable weaponry, he was reluctant to reveal it prematurely. Have you both comprehended the advanced tiger might? Mu Yu inquired. I have, they replied in unison. I surmise that the pack of giant tigers has gone berserk by now. Xiao Zhe, use the tiger skin to lure them over. Let the giant tigers engage the crocodiles first. In the ensuing chaos, we can confront the Crocodile King. With your formations and our combined tiger might, we should be able to swiftly dispatch it, Mu Yu proposed, noting that tiger might could diminish the attributes of beasts when facing them. Very well, but you must be sure to rescue me in time. Xiao Zhe, aware of his wrongdoing, tucked away the tiger skin bestowed upon him by Mu Yu and made his way toward the tiger's den. He wouldn't dare flee with the tiger skin, would he? Peng Shuai voiced her concerns. We should simply follow him, Mu Yu declared, turning to pursue Xiao Zhe, with Peng Shuai closely trailing behind. Should he escape, we might lose the chance to claim that tiger skin. Xiao Zhe pondered within himself, yet after a brief moment, his resolve solidified. Fortune favors the bold. What worth does a mere tiger skin hold? If I offend those 2, I may no longer remain on this island, a loss too great to bear. Stripping away his armor, leaving only a mask upon his face, Xiao Zhe felt a wave of lightness wash over him as he drew forth the tiger's skin and plunged into the depths of the tiger's lair. He's quite self-aware, Peng Shuai remarked in mild surprise, stowing her elemental bow. Let us allow events to unfold. We shall wait for him at our usual spot. A chorus of furious roars soon echoed through the air, as Mu Yu and Peng Shuai heard the wrathful cries of the tigers. Adorned with the skin of the Tiger King, Xiao Zhe felt as if he could sprout 3 legs and hasten towards the river. Chapter 56. The Slaying of the Rampaging Crocodile King. Quickly ascend, he shouted, tossing out vines, which Mu Yu grasped tightly to pull him up. The colossal white tiger beasts emerged from their lairs, surging through the forest toward the river. The crocodile horde, already at odds with the tiger clan, now faced the added fury of the Tiger King's skin among them. The giant tigers charged into the river as if they were dumplings dropping into boiling water. And in an instant, the waters turned crimson with blood as both sides became frenzied with rage. The tiger clan may not endure for long. We must act now, Muyu urged, as the trio leapt down from the trees, racing towards the river. Due to the massive size of the giant tigers, it proved relatively difficult for the rampaging crocodiles to execute their lethal role. However, this was no challenge for the Crocodile King. Its gaping maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth akin to a chainsaw, could easily crush a tiger's head. Rolling it into the water, a torrent of deep red blood surged forth, followed by the emergence of a headless tiger corpse. Without the presence of the Tiger King, no single giant tiger stood a chance against it. Yet at this moment, it faced a dire threat. Peng Shui extracted the black stone array compass, inscribing patterns upon the river's surface, as dark energy surged into the Crocodile King's body. Simultaneously, 3 manifestations of tiger might descended upon it, causing the creature to briefly mistake its adversary for a familiar foe. Whoosh, whoosh. Peng Shui unleashed a volley of blue arrows, which detonated against the Crocodile King's rock-like hide, emitting plumes of white smoke. Its skin is thicker than that of the Tiger King, Peng Shui warned urgently. Qiuzhe brandished the orange light sword, radiating a searing glow as it pierced the Crocodile King's skin. Sizzle. A cloud of white smoke arose. Yet the Crocodile King's hide remained unscathed. It lashed its massive tail, conjuring waves several meters high, and sent Qiuzhe hurtling through the air. Fiery malevolence. Witnessing the Crocodile King's formidable defenses, Muyu held nothing back. The bloodthirsty aura of her fiery blade ignited, swirling into a cloak of black flames enveloping the weapon. A surge of palpable malice erupting forth. Muyu's bloodthirsty fire ring blade not only drew the blood of 2 colossal tigers, but also absorbed a significant amount of blood from giant wolves yesterday, culminating in a moment of complete liberation. With a thunderous roar, the fierce flames descended upon the frenzied Crocodile King, which seemed to sense the imminent peril. A rumbling sound erupted from its mouth as its body radiated a yellowish glow, swelling with ferocity to confront Muyu. The frenzied Crocodile King underestimated the terrifying power of the blood-infused flames, akin to a blazing red blade striking a snowman. Its skin began to dissolve. Muyu felt no resistance as he severed the king's head, its flesh and bones engulfed by the raging flames. Disassembly successful. 1,000 pounds of frenzied Crocodile King flesh. 1,000 essence, 2 giant teeth, 1 skin. Run. After dismantling the frenzied Crocodile King, Muyu hastily urged, taking the lead in a frantic escape. From the moment he had slain the king, he sensed the gazes of all the frenzied crocodiles shift towards him, each one filled with a desire to devour him whole. What about the Tiger King's skin? Qiuzhe, having risen from the ground, hesitated to flee immediately. He glanced at the Tiger King's skin entangled with the tiger and crocodile masses and inquired. Forget it, let them have it. In a flash, he, injured yet determined, dragged the Tiger King's skin out. The trio regrouped, navigating through the verdant sea of leaves, the concealed environment swiftly shaking off the pursuing tigers and crocodiles. It's merely a tiger skin. Are you not afraid of death? Stopping in their tracks, Muyu questioned in confusion. It's better to give it to them than to keep it for myself. Besides, it's mine now, Qiuzhe exclaimed excitedly. Fine, it's yours. Now, let us divide the materials from the frenzied Crocodile King. Muyu replied helplessly, producing 4 extraordinary materials from the king for them to choose. I want the giant teeth, Qiuzhe declared. Give me the skin, Peng Shui added. After selecting their materials, the 3 resumed their journey towards the giant python cave. Are you familiar with the situation at the giant python cave? Muyu inquired along the way. You just arrived on this island. How do you know nothing? It's in that mountain ahead. There's a cave teeming with giant pythons. I took a glance but didn't dare to enter. Qiuzhe pointed towards the distant mountain, then turned his gaze to Peng Shui. Don't look at me. I know nothing. Peng Shui trembled slightly, a hint of fear evident in her demeanor. Then let us proceed cautiously. Assess the situation first. I fear the giant python cave won't be easy to breach. Take it slow. We'll hold our ground. As long as we aren't ensnared, we can wear it down. We must lure out fewer at a time. Too many will overwhelm us. Attack from a distance. Aim for the eyes and the vital spots. Avoid striking its body. It's covered in scales. The front line. Lift your shields and stand firm. Don't falter. If it approaches, you retreat. As Muyu and his companions neared the giant python cave, they discerned a cacophony of sounds and the clamor of battle ahead. Do not disturb them. Let us discern the situation, Muyu commanded, as the trio stealthily advanced, only to witness a figure directing nearly 100 others in a coordinated hunt for the giant python. I mentioned that we have been running around without encountering anyone, and it seems everyone has congregated here, Qiuzhe remarked with irritation. Do you not find the leader of that group somewhat familiar? Peng Shui inquired. Muyu glanced over to see a young man clad in light armor, standing atop a protruding rock. The man had fair skin and piercing eyes that exuded wisdom. wielding a crossbow and commanding his surroundings, ever ready to support those below. Isn't he the leader from the 9th rank on the island leaderboard, the Wise Tower? Muyu questioned uncertainly. Indeed, it is him, Chiyoze affirmed, sounding as if he were quite acquainted. This lad seems to be thriving. I suddenly have an idea on how to deal with the giant python. How do we handle it? You need not concern yourselves with that. Leave it to me. Let us take a detour to the python's lair, Chiyoze proclaimed confidently. For some reason, Muyu felt a chill from Chiyoze's tone, and she couldn't help but feel anxious for the group ahead. The three exerted considerable effort to reach the side of the python's cave, where they observed the Wise Tower's group luring a few giant pythons out of the lair with meat, and then surrounding them for the kill. What are you waiting for? Muyu asked, turning to Chiyoze, who was watching intently. Waiting for people. Here they come. You two stay here, Chiyoze said excitedly upon spotting several individuals approaching the python's lair with fresh meat. He hurried ahead towards the cave. Chapter 57. The Triad Assembles. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of several explosions echoed from the snake cave, leaving one to wonder what mischief Chiyoze had wrought that provoked such wrath. As dozens of giant pythons surged forth from their den. Let the show begin, haha. In the mountains, the trio carrying bloodied meat towards the cave exchanged glances upon hearing the explosions. Did you not feel the tremors? They asked in unison. Looking up, they beheld a mass of giant pythons advancing like a flood, overwhelming everything in their path. This is bad run. The middle-aged man cursed under his breath as he hastily took off. In the distance, the Wise Tower spotted the three fleeing towards him, followed by a relentless wave of pythons, his expression darkening. Those fools. He immediately shouted to the crowd below, run. The pythons are coming. Help. Wait for me. As they witnessed the swarm of pythons approaching, the crowd finally snapped to reality and began their frantic escape. Let us enter. The trio ventured into the snake cave, which was dark and damp, littered with debris from the explosions and reeking of a nauseating odor. Gritting their teeth against the stench, they pressed on, only to suddenly discover a mound of white snake skin ahead. Chiyoze eagerly picked up a piece and exclaimed in delight. This snake skin can be used as fertilizer. However, he soon noticed that the other two were not advancing. Instead, they were retreating with alarmed expressions. An icy dread washed over him as he rolled back, realizing the danger. Hiss. Above the serpent's lair, a colossal serpent head with vertically slit, triangular eyes fixated on the trio, extending its forked tongue towards Chiyoze. With a swift motion, Chiyoze gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, and looked up to see the gigantic Python King. Its massive form occupying a third of the serpentine passage, its scales densely packed and ominously dark. Sister Peng, activate your formation, Chiyoze urged. I've reached my limit for today, Peng Shui replied with an icy tone. Then I'll charge ahead. Peng Jia, provide cover. Brother, where's that rare-grade greatsword you had? Use it to strike. Chiyoze brandished an iron shield and cautiously advanced. The sword's properties have been exhausted. It won't deliver significant damage. You hold the line while I provide support from behind, Muyu declared, producing 3 water-burst spears and dousing them in water. Surely not. Chiyoze's expression soured as the enormous triangular serpent head, nearly half his size, lunged at him, prompting him to raise his iron shield defensively. Boom. An imprint of the serpent's head was instantly stamped onto the shield, sending Chiyoze hurtling backward. Whoosh, whoosh. The Python King aimed to press the advantage, but Peng Shui swiftly loosed several arrows towards its eyes. Hissing, the Python King shut its eyes in pain, opening its gaping maw. A nauseating stench assaulting the trio as it seemed intent on swallowing Chiyoze whole, shield and all. Now, seizing the moment, Muyu hurled a water-burst spear, the sound of an explosion resonating through the cavern as it plunged straight into the Python King's maw, emerging from its rear and embedding itself into the wall of the lair. Hissing, a foul stream of blood erupted from the Python King's mouth, its body thrashing violently as it writhed in agony, bearing down on the three. It's still not dead, Chiyoze exclaimed in shock, drawing forth his orange glowing sword and slashing at the serpent's body, producing a dense cloud of white smoke. The Python King recoiled in pain but ceased to open its mouth, its body coiling around Chiyoze. Help me, Chiyoze shouted in terror, knowing that if the massive python successfully constricted him, he would be crushed into a mere pulp. Suddenly, the tuft on Peng Shui's chest leapt into the air, expanding instantly, as her iron fist struck the serpent's head. Boom. The serpent's head collided with the stone wall. Yet it stubbornly refused to release its grip, instead tightening its embrace. Tuan Tuan, pry its jaws apart, Peng Shui commanded, as the iron-eating beast grasped the Python King's head, attempting to choke it. Nevertheless, the serpent, flicking its tongue, would not relent. The iron-eating beast relinquished its hold on the serpent's neck, thrusting its iron claws into the wound on its back. The Python King stiffened momentarily before thrashing wildly. I can't hold on much longer. Chiyoze's face turned purple, even his armor warping under the pressure. Endure just a little longer, Muyu shouted, as the iron-eating beast thrust both iron fists into the gaping wound on the serpent's back, its body swelling slightly as it let out a thunderous roar into the lair. Arg! The struggle intensified. The sound of flesh being torn echoed as the iron-eating beast basked in a rain of blood, its ferocity seemingly intensified. Ding. Disassembly successful. King Python flesh, rare, 1,000 pounds. King Python essence, rare, 1,000. King Python gallbladder, rare, 1. King Python scales, rare, 200. Muyu stepped forward to dismantle the corpse of the King Python, and Chiozei's previously ashen face began to regain color. To his astonishment, there was even a snake fruit here. Chiozei discovered, with surprise, that where the King Python had coiled, there lay a vibrant red snake fruit, its brilliance tantalizingly tempting. Muyu leapt up to pluck the fruit hanging in midair. Ding. Blood snake fruit, uncommon 1. The disassembly of the King Python yielded for extraordinary materials, and with the collection of the snake skin and this fruit, there were a total of 6 items. Let us each select 2, Muyu proposed. Agreed. You may choose first. Peng Shui nodded in affirmation, dismissing Chiozei's input. Muyu, without hesitation, chose the blood snake fruit and the King Python gallbladder. Blood snake fruit, uncommon, consuming it grants 3 strength, 7 constitution, with a high probability of inducing gigantism. King Python gallbladder, rare, consuming it detoxifies, providing 3 mental strength, 1 charisma. Subsequently, Peng Shui selected the King Python scales, hesitating for a moment before opting for the King Python flesh as well. Chiozei, by default, acquired the snake skin and the King Python essence, his joy evident as he beamed. All the pain he had endured was now rewarded. The significance of the snake skin was unquestionable, as it pertained to the cultivation of their land. Chapter 58. The wild men block the cave. Stop your foolish delight. Let us depart. Wait, there are so many treasures in the snake den, I must search further. Chiozei ventured a few steps deeper into the snake cave, suddenly shouting, "There is a rare mine here." Indeed there is. Even Peng Shui's eyes widened in surprise as they proceeded deeper, discovering a small earthen and stone mine. What are you waiting for? Start digging. Chiozei urged. You have a point. Very well, let us witness this moment of miracles. Chiozei exclaimed excitedly. It doesn't concern you, so why are you so thrilled? Muyu retorted with a glare. Observing is still permissible. With experience, I shall replicate this on other islands. The thought of soon activating a grand altar quickened their pace. What fresh air! Upon exiting the snake cave, the outside world appeared bright and free from the foul stench of the cave, and Chiozei felt invigorated. However, as the trio beheld the scene outside, they froze in shock, cold sweat trickling down their backs. The forest was teeming with wild men, numbering over 100, with several leaders even more robust than bulls, resembling human tyrannosaurs, wielding various weapons. Moreover, some of the wild men were carrying numerous captives, including Zhizhan, who was bound and cursing at the others. Which fool dared to venture into the wildmen's territory? Real people indeed. Zhi, stop cursing, none of us have escaped. Master Zhi, do you think those 3 at the entrance of the snake den might have lured out the giant python? They brought this upon themselves. Now they cannot escape. At this moment, countless eyes outside the forest are fixated on the 3 who have just emerged from the den, their expressions as dark as storm clouds. If the 3 of us charge together, do you think we could break free? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Chiozei's cheek as he spoke, his lips parched. Muyu narrowed her eyes, seemingly searching for something. She bit her lip and replied gravely, Do you see the leader ahead? I can only confront 1. And now there are 3, along with so many wild men. It's hopeless. What should we do then? Should we just surrender? Peng Shui asked, her tone icy. Look at that. The wild men merely captured people. If we lay down our weapons, we might find a chance to escape later. No. I believe we should attempt to charge out. Peng Shui objected, turning to Chiozei. What do you think? As the wild men closed in, Chiozei's gaze wavered, ultimately deciding to sheath his orange glowing sword. I'll heed Brother Shin's advice. Charging out in a desperate gamble is better than waiting for them to kill us. We can find another opportunity to flee. Humph. Peng Shui scoffed, her disdain for the 2 evident as she put away her bow and arrows. If the 3 of us rush together, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Alone, it's certain death. Moments later, the 3 bound individuals were swept away by the wild men, arriving at a vast wilderness where a grand altar stood. It was unclear where these wild men had acquired several large stone cages, but over 100 people were imprisoned within. Wow, Master Zhi, there is a large altar here. What good is it? We're all prisoners now and unable to activate it. I've heard that wild men eat people. Perhaps they have refrained from killing us because they desire fresh meat. Oh, how I miss the blue star. I long for my mother. Outside the cages, the wild men frolicked and played, while inside, a palpable sense of despair hung in the air. Hey, I'm Zhizhan, let us have a chat. After a long silence, Zhizhan addressed Muyu and her companions. What shall we discuss? Life or aspirations? Chiozei retorted. How lacking in sincerity. I've introduced myself. Shouldn't you do the same? I am Chiozei. This stunning beauty is Peng Shui, and my brother here is Shunjian. Chiozei introduced them. Shunjian. You rascal, was this despicable act you're doing? Upon hearing that name, Zhizhan, even bound, sprang forward in rage, baring his teeth like a worm writhing toward Muyu. How dare you speak like that? I find Brother Shun to be admirable, full of grace and noble intentions. Such slander is intolerable. Chiyoze retorted immediately. Who else but Shinjian would commit such self-destructive acts? We are all doomed now. We might as well await our fate as meals. The night is truly beautiful, Chiyoze remarked, gazing up at the sky, suddenly recalling something. Zizhan coldly countered, better to perish in the mist than be devoured. Woo woo woo. I don't want to die? Mom, where are you? Empty, empty, empty. In this moment, the atmosphere within the stone cage grew increasingly oppressive. Faced with the torment of impending death, some wept openly while others succumbed to despair, crashing against the confines of their prison. Rest assured, there will be no white mist on the island, Muyu suddenly declared, her words striking heavy as a 1,000-pound weight upon every heart. All eyes turned to her, eager for her to provide a basis for her assertion. Even Peng Shui, who had been silently observing from outside the stone cage, shifted her gaze toward Muyu. The wild men were oblivious to the tuft on her chest, her only chance at escape. Yet, if the mist enveloped them, fleeing would be futile. Why are you all looking at me? I'm merely guessing. I've never stayed outside my own island, she said dismissively. So what are you saying? It's just a false hope. You are a devil, giving people hope only to dash it. In the face of the crowd's accusations, Muyu remained indifferent, although the truth remained uncertain. Her outburst had somewhat alleviated the tension in the air. Look at what those wild men are doing. It smells delicious. Delicious? It could be human flesh. At some point, the wild men had ignited a bonfire, illuminating the desolate wilderness. As they feasted on unknown meat, the aroma wafting through the air. Observing the group of wild men, Muyu noticed an unusual presence among them. He walked with a stoop, adorned with a feathered crown, his body marked with intricate black and red patterns. Even the wild leaders showed him great respect. He was likely a shaman or some other form of priest. Once these wild men fall asleep, we must find a way to sneak away. Agreed. Just as the group was deliberating their escape, a synchronized roar erupted from the wild men. Hundreds of them scattered, forming a semicircle around an open space, as the wild shaman stood upon a grand altar, raising his hands high. All the wild men echoed his roars. Their voices deep and powerful, soaring into the night sky. What madness is this? Why are these wild men not sleeping at this hour? Chiyoze could not help but curse. Is there a fight? Are they infighting? It feels like a few leaders are brawling. Hit him hard, strike his head, kick him in the groin, poke his eyes. Give him no chance to retaliate. It drives me insane. The onlookers transformed into unwitting commentators, finding amusement in the spectacle. Muyu sensed a stirring in the tuft on Peng Shui's chest and urged her, do not move recklessly. Bear with it a little longer. After a moment's hesitation, Peng Shui nodded in agreement. All right. Muyu turned her gaze back to the wild men, and in the flickering light of the bonfire, two wild leaders were locked in a fierce struggle. With a resounding crack, a robust wild leader received a punch that made his chest resonate. His body began to boil with fury, his skin turning a vivid crimson as his ferocity surged. The other wild man, bearing scars on his face, did not relent, his body swelling with rage. The two berserk leaders fought with fervor, each punch landing with a sickening thud, causing the other's muscles to quiver and bones to creak. After a considerable duration, the scarred chieftain of the wild men was the first to emerge from the frenzy, succumbing to defeat. The wild men erupted into a cacophony of roars as a faction parted ways, allowing another wild chieftain to step into the circle. This new leader bore the weight of the world upon his visage, lacking the raw ferocity of his predecessor, but possessing a newfound finesse, deftly evading the middle-aged wild man's relentless punches while landing blows upon his adversary's face. What manner of creature is this? How astonishing, withstanding such a barrage as if unscathed. Have you not noticed he is throwing each punch with all his might? Is he not weary? Just as the onlookers surmised, the weary chieftain, having exhausted his vigor, found his strikes lacking the potency of before. Suddenly, his body faltered, unable to keep pace with his intent, and he was sent flying by a single punch from the middle-aged wild man. Even after enduring such a drawn-out confrontation, the middle-aged wild man remained in a state of frenzy, showing no signs of waning. Rising from the ground, the weary chieftain gazed upon his vibrant kin with a forlorn expression and voluntarily withdrew from the circle. The last female wild chieftain, slightly less robust than her counterparts, engaged in a few exchanges with the middle-aged wild man before retreating, acknowledging her limits. The middle-aged wild man, panting heavily, surveyed his surroundings. Not a single wild man dared to meet his gaze, nor did any step forward to challenge him, as his fervent form gradually began to cool. The wild priest let out a triumphant roar, nodding in satisfaction, which incited a stir among the wild men. Numerous corpses of colossal tigers, frenzied crocodiles, and giant pythons were transported to the altar. Responding to the wild men's cries, the middle-aged wild man approached the wild priest, humbly bowing his head. The priest nodded once more, murmuring incantations as if in prayer. Before their very eyes, the corpses of the beasts visibly shriveled, their life essence evaporating and coalescing into a blood elixir. The wild priest's form hunched further as he solemnly presented the blood elixir to the middle-aged wild man. Without hesitation, the middle-aged wild man swallowed it whole, his body radiating a crimson glow as blood seeped through his skin, culminating in a resounding roar directed skyward. This cry unleashed an overwhelming aura of ferocity, his body crackling like popping beans in a pan. Why do I feel a sense of unease? They surely cannot be selecting a wild king, can they? This individual is already formidable. If he were to amplify his strength further, even the gods would tremble. The system has birthed such a formidable entity, one that could crush with mere force. Look away, brothers, we are doomed. The onlookers, previously reveling in the spectacle, now found themselves gripped by panic, and even Peng Shui's expression began to waver, uncertain of their escape. After what seemed an eternity, the middle-aged wild man towered over 10 feet tall, resembling a true giant, his vitality robust, muscles solid as steel. He let out another resounding roar, imbued with an oppressive force, causing all wild men present, save for the priest, to kneel in a mixture of fear and reverence, joining in the chorus. It is over. The memories have returned. Chiozei's voice was laced with unending terror. A multitude of savages surged forth, ushering the 100 or so individuals to the clearing before the altar, encircling them in an impenetrable barrier. Roars echoed. The savage horde raised their hands and shouted, igniting the atmosphere with palpable ferocity. The specter of death loomed over every heart, and the overwhelming pressure caused many to collapse to the ground, weeping profusely. Stand up. Why are you crying? Bowing to a group of savages, do you still consider yourselves human? Surely they do not intend to use us for a blood sacrifice. I feel they mean to devour us. Stop with the morbid predictions. I shall not spare you even in death. Someone, a deity, save us. The crowd was spiraling into chaos. Peng Shui squeezed her way to Mu Yu's side, her voice tinged with urgency. What shall we do? If we do not make a move, it will truly be too late. Trust me, wait just a moment longer. Mu Yu replied with a tone of authority. Is it possible to be this unfortunate? The savage king is charging toward us. Sister Peng, Brother Shun, Brother Ji. Think of a way quickly. Chiozei trembled in distress as the savage king, under the watchful gaze of the other savages, approached with piercing eyes, each step echoing like the countdown to death, weighing heavily on their hearts, leaving them gasping for breath. What can I do? Is it not your fault for meddling with the snake pit? As for the one who ventured into the savage tribe, I would haunt him even in the afterlife. Zhizhan, his teeth clenched from anxiety, found himself powerless. If we do not act soon, we will be left to await our demise, once he draws near. Even we cannot withstand it. Peng Shui could no longer contain herself, on the verge of an explosion of emotion. No one could discern Mu Yu's expression beneath the mask. He merely observed the advancing savage king quietly, unaffected by Peng Shui's relentless nudging. Brother Shun, do not become paralyzed with fear. Shall we charge or not? Speak up. Are we truly resigned to death? Chiozei too was desperately imploring Mu Yu. Suddenly, the savage king quickened his pace, his towering physique and muscular form exuding an air of primal ferocity. As the astonished gazes of the group fell upon him, he halted before Mu Yu, raising his hands high in reverence, bowing his head, and kneeling on one knee. Chapter 60. Silence enveloped the arena. Even the savage hordes ceased their roaring, dumbfounded at the scene before them. A tempest of emotions surged within every heart. Zhizhan, Chiozei, Peng Shui, and others stared at Mu Yu in utter disbelief. What is happening? Has the savage king lost his mind? My goodness, what an exhilarating turn of events. Surely, these enraged savages will not tear us to shreds. Fear gripped the crowd, yet the savage horde indeed seethed with rage. The savage priest strode forward in fury, demanding, why this insolence? Kill him at once. Abu rose, declaring, he is my master. Friday shall never be a slave. The savage priest bellowed, addressing the assembled savages, kill them. Let their blood wash away the disgrace of Friday. Roars erupted. The hundreds of savages advanced menacingly, seemingly intent on tearing Abu and everyone else apart. What shall I do? Is there no escape from death? Who can rescue me? Just as the crowd prayed for survival, a commotion erupted among the wild men. A faction clad in iron armor clashed with other wild men, engaging in a brutal brawl. Yet, 3 other wild chieftains, filled with fury, surged forward to confront the masses. I am your chief. Let anyone dare oppose me. A thunderous voice erupted from Abu, momentarily halting all wild men in their tracks, leaving them indecisive. Kill him. In the name of my tribe's priest, kill him. He has become a dog to the small folk, unworthy of leading our tribe. The wild priest howled in a frenzy, his words laced with murderous intent. What is wrong with submitting to my great master? He can provide us with weapons and food, freeing us from the threats of beasts and the incursions of the Iron Bull tribe. Abu proclaimed loudly. Is he truly worthy? A frail little man, capable of shielding us from the Iron Bull tribe's attacks? The wild priest bit down hard, scolding, Abu, you have been blinded by the small folk. The great god of the wild men will not forgive you. At that moment, chaos erupted in the distance, and the wild men parted to make way for a blood-soaked figure who hurriedly approached the wild priest. What did you say? The priest asked in terror. But the man collapsed before he could respond. A chorus of voices surged from afar as a group of wild men armed with spears surrounded them. Iron Bull Chief. Do you truly intend to eradicate us entirely? The wild priest challenged, addressing the advancing group. A wild chief adorned in tiger skin stepped forth from the throng. Where is your new chief of the Iron Blood tribe? Let me see him. The Iron Bull chief disregarded the priest, turning to the wild crowd. What is happening? Another group of wild men. Trouble loomed. The wild king had been betrayed, and now they faced an onslaught from other tribes, leaving no hope of rescue. It's futile. Let whatever may come, come. The crowd felt a sense of numbness, resigned to their fate of death. Our Iron Blood tribe has no chief. He is a swine who serves the small folk and is unworthy of leading us. The wild priest seethed with anger. Ha! The chief of the Iron Blood tribe has become a slave to the small folk. Thus, what purpose does the Iron Blood tribe serve? The Iron Bull chief seemed to find great amusement in the matter, laughing heartily before his tone turned menacing. It is not too late to join my Iron Bull tribe as a swine. Otherwise, in a moment, we shall annihilate the Iron Blood tribe. Even such humiliating words swayed many wild men to defect, igniting the priest's fury as he glared with fiery eyes. Charge! Kill them all! He roared. The Iron Bull chief's voice thundered, and all the wild men of the Iron Bull tribe echoed his command, a palpable aura of bloodlust enveloping the desolate wilderness, heralding yet another blood-soaked night. Just as Abu was about to rush into the fray, Muyu finally made his move. He reached out to halt Abu, quietly retrieving the elemental conversion injector and loading all 5 crimson crystals into it. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Muyu aimed the injector's nozzle at Chief Iron Bull. Elemental conversion, condensation, release, a seamless execution. Instantly, a scorching wave of heat enveloped everyone. As a fiery dragon imbued with a sense of destruction surged forth, its crimson flames illuminating the entire island as it roared ahead. Boom! Chief Iron Bull stared in terror at the unfolding scene. His massive, bull-like form was engulfed by the flames in an instant. And the nearby tribesmen were not spared from being consumed by the inferno. A blazing path of fire stretched across the wilderness, extending to the horizon, radiating heat that reminded all of the recent devastation. This marked the debut of a weapon of extraordinary caliber, transcending the realm of mere conventional arms to become a weapon of mass destruction. The fire dragon, akin to a divine strike, compelled all the tribesmen to kneel in terror, arms raised high in a gesture of submission. In that moment, Abu puffed out his chest, casting a proud glance towards the tribal priest. Sigh, witnessing the inevitable defeat. The priest let out a forlorn sigh and slowly knelt down, acknowledging his surrender. However, it was the group of Blue Star individuals who were most astonished, fully comprehending the significance of what had just transpired. Incredible. A moment of witnessing a miracle. No, this is a weapon of extraordinary caliber, a manifestation of divine power. So, are we saved? Great One, divine being, please accept my homage. With one person leading the way, many others knelt in fear and relief at having survived. Brother, you are truly magnificent. Do you need a pendant to hang on your thigh? Xiaozhe stood in a daze, fixated on the elemental conversion injector in Muyu's hand, as if the force of that strike had drained his very soul. You cannot be Shenjian. In that moment, Zhizhan realized the truth. Who are you truly? Peng Shui gazed at Muyu's iron mask with a complex expression. Though she had her suspicions, she yearned to unveil his true identity. The moment had come. He removed his helmet, revealing a striking visage, akin to a savior, instilling hope for life in all present. Chapter 61. The Grand Altar Awakens. Is that not Mushen? Goodness, Mushen has been with us all along. If it's Mushen, I am not surprised at all. Brother Mu, do you need your sister to accompany you in the grasslands? Stop talking. Do you really think Mushen would notice someone like you? All hail Mushen. All hail Mushen. It was only then that the crowd realized, with some women even expressing their desire to bear Muyu's children, leaving him with a perplexed expression. So that's it. I knew it. There's no way Shinjian could be that formidable. Zhizhan appeared satisfied. You are actually Mushen, my idol. Xiaozhe let out an excited shriek, eager to rush forward and embrace Muyu. At Muyu's silent cue, Abu immediately stepped forward, his fierce gaze swiftly diminishing Xiaozhe's enthusiasm. Muyu turned to Jian Yuechong, who stood in silence, discarding the Tiger King's head and preparing to leave. You have concealed your identity from me as well? What is the reason? Muyu asked, perplexed as to the source of Jian Yuechong's anger. Now everything is in your control. I feel like a mere jester being toyed with at your whim. After all, you were the one who killed the Tiger King, and I have returned your belongings. What more do you desire? Jian Yuechong's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Please don't leave just yet. I have something important to discuss with you. Muyu implored, then turned to Abu, offering a few instructions. Abu promptly called upon the wild men to rise and began unbinding the more than 100 captives. Listen to me, everyone. This island is perilous, filled with ferocious beasts. I have arranged for the wild men to ensure your safety. You may remain by the campfire, roasting the meat from your hunts. Rest for the night, and come morning, the wild men will escort you off the island. Long live the god of Mu. Long live the god of Mu. Long live the god of Mu. The crowd erupted in joy and gratitude, settling around the campfire to roast the meat they had hunted, conversing as though they were on a leisurely vacation upon the island. Muyu, may I stay tomorrow? In one corner of the campfire, Muyu and the others sat together, tending to the raw meat roasting within the flames. The warmth of the fire dispelled the chill and fear, inexplicably drawing them closer together, prompting Zhizhan to inquire of Muyu, "What are your thoughts?" Zhizhan, having been met with cold dismissal, wore a dejected expression. "Brother Muyu, may I stay as well?" Xinjian, having removed his helmet, also asked. "What makes you any different from them?" Muyu countered, eliciting a resigned glance from Xinjian. "Ah, it's ready. This will be our dinner for the evening." Muyu presented a sizzling cut of the enormous Tiger King's meat to Jian Yuechang. She revealed her face beneath the mask, her prominent nose delicately inhaling the aroma. Though she wished to refuse, she found herself accepting it, savoring the feast. "Does that mean I must depart as well?" she queried. "What makes you similar to them? What distinguishes me? Is it merely because I am a woman? Or perhaps it is my potential utility?" Jian Yuechang shot back, drawing the attention of Xunjian and the others, who wore expressions of curiosity. "I wish to engage in a deeper collaboration with you," Muyu stated earnestly. "Uft." Jian Yuechang chuckled at this, inquiring, "What do you mean by deeper?" Muyu leaned closer to Jian Yuechang, whispering in a tone meant solely for her ears. "Is your talent related to the blueprints?" At this, Jian Yuechang's previously playful demeanor darkened. "What do you mean by that?" "As I mentioned earlier, mutual cooperation for our respective benefits. I can reveal a portion of my talent. If you wish for us to develop swiftly, we must collaborate. If you insist on leaving, I will not stop you. The choice is yours to ponder." "I will consider it," Jian Yuechang replied, her expression contemplative as she regarded Muyu. "One more portion of roasted meat, please." It appears that Mu has indeed succeeded, and I find myself rather disheartened. Perhaps it should be said Mu, the god of the wilderness, wooing maidens while mastering the art of barbecuing. After an entire day of tumult, everyone succumbed to a profound slumber. With the exception of the wild men who took turns safeguarding the group, a nightly ritual on their island. Abu, in particular, remained awake throughout the night, vigilantly watching over Muyu. As dawn broke over the island, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the faces of the slumbering individuals and gently rousing them from their dreams. Over 200 wild men bid farewell as the group departed in grand fashion, leaving only Muyu and Jian Yuechang, two solitary figures amidst the wilderness. "Are you certain you wish to leave?" Muyu inquired once more. "Indeed," Jian Yuechang replied with unwavering resolve. "Very well, take care." Muyu quietly gazed at the retreating silhouette of the boat, lost in contemplation. After a considerable time, a dark speck appeared on the tranquil sea, gradually making its way toward the coast. A triumphant smile graced Muyu's lips, as if he had foreseen this outcome. Everything seemingly under his control. On the ocean before Muyu, Jian Yuechang rowed her boat, the morning light reflecting off her lustrous black hair, as if it were adorned with golden threads, enhancing her aura of sanctity. Her exquisite face radiated joy, brimming with the vibrancy of youth. "I have given it some thought. Perhaps collaboration is indeed the way to go," Jian Yuechang exclaimed, her enchanting eyes sparkling as she spoke with a light-hearted laugh. "This is the wisest choice you shall ever make." Suddenly, the grand altar erupted with blinding light, and the engravings upon it seemed to come alive, intertwining to form a sequence of characters. Sequence 9, God of Nature and Hunting. The large altar activated, bestowing upon them the blessings of the God of Nature and Hunting. They were given the choice of one of the following rewards. 1. A blueprint for a blessed superior level building. 1. 2. 10 elemental spirit stones of one's choice. 3. A rare level hunting suit blueprint. 1. 4. A supreme level soil. 1. 5. A superior level beast egg. 1. Chapter 62, Jian Yuechang's talent. Ding, the fixed selection count for the altar has been corrected to 1. Items are non-negotiable. I have mentioned it once, so please refrain from reminding me again. Muyu said with a sense of resignation, harboring serious doubts about the deity's stinginess, fearing that he might end up with additional items upon a critical hit. Faced with the 5 rewards, Muyu unhesitatingly chose the blessed superior level building blueprint. The inherent value of the blueprint surpassed that of other items of the same quality by a tier, rendering it the most valuable option. Ding, congratulations. You have acquired the blessed superior level blueprint from the God of Nature and Hunting. Nature's Marvel Construction Blueprint. 1. Nature's Marvel Construction Blueprint. Superior birth from the miracles of nature. Blessed by the God of Nature, directly placed, and immediately effective. To his astonishment, no building materials were required. This revelation undoubtedly left Muyu astounded, its worth far exceeding that of a typical superior level building blueprint. As the blueprint came into his possession, the grand altar before Muyu dimmed, losing its divine essence. On a patch of grass on the island, Muyu and Jian Yuechang sat cross-legged. A crystalline blueprint in Jian Yuechang's hands exuded an extraordinary radiance, transforming into a dazzling array of colors as she smiled and handed it to Muyu. "Here, do not be overly astonished." Muyu took the blueprint, and it felt as though a thunderbolt had struck him, rendering him speechless for a moment. Natural Wonder Construction Blueprint. Supreme, a miraculous creation of nature. Blessed by the God of Nature, can be placed directly for immediate effect. Is this your innate gift? No wonder you possess such a rare blueprint that surpasses the ordinary. Humph, Jian Yuechang exclaimed, proudly lifting her chin. This is my unique legendary level talent. The blueprint can be upgraded, allowing me to enhance 2 blueprints daily, with each blueprint capable of evolving only once. By tomorrow, I should be able to upgrade 3 blueprints. After contemplating the timeline, Muyu realized that Jian Yuechang's talent upgrade schedule mirrored his own. If she could only evolve 2 blueprints each day, it indeed paled in comparison to his critical strike talent, which could increase in probability, while hers was fixed at a single tier of evolution. After a moment's thought, Muyu proactively declared, my talent is also a unique legendary level gift. I can use critical strikes for evolution twice daily, whether when opening chests or forging weapons. And by tomorrow, I will also have 3 uses. If you have high-tier chests, I can assist you in opening them. I possess high-tier blueprints that can aid in your upgrades, and I can also help you forge extraordinary weapons. Thus, our collaboration will undoubtedly be more than a mere 11. Alright, let us exchange once daily to begin with, and if it proves suitable, we may increase the frequency. Excellent. Muyu agreed, understanding that the commencement of any partnership necessitates gradual progression, and he quietly stored the blueprint. Suddenly, Jian Yuechang inquired. Jian Yuechang stated, alright. As a gesture of sincerity, Muyu personally escorted Jian Yuechang to the coast. Until we meet again, Jian Yuechang sat aboard the vessel, waving farewell. The waves crashed against the boat, causing her farewell to carry an extra layer of emotion. Until next time, Muyu watched her vanish once more into the sea, feeling a sense of relief within. Dealing with a shrewd woman can be troublesome, yet fortunately, I am impervious to all poisons. Before long, Abu arrived before Muyu, accompanied by 2 hunched wild shaman. He knelt on one knee, raising his hands high. The 2 wild shamans exchanged glances, their faces etched with bitterness, yet they slowly knelt as well, mirroring Abu's posture. Observing Abu's current physique, Muyu examined his panel. Friday, Chief, Abu. Age, 29. Strength, 54. Agility, 38. Constitution, 62. Blood crimson fruit. Spirit, 21. Charm, 10. Loyalty, 95. Below 60 may result in fleeing or rebellion. Reaching 100 will make him unwaveringly loyal. Talent, superhuman might. Strength increases abnormally, allowing an additional 40 of strength attributes and exerting pressure on foes. Active skill, superhuman frenzy. Consumes 30 of all attributes in breath. Significantly reduces spirit, becomes impervious to pain. And after the effect ends, all attributes drop by 40, resulting in weakness. Evaluation. The chief among Fridays, possessing normal intelligence and formidable combat strength, capable of leading no more than 500 wild tribesmen. Rise everyone, Muyu commanded, and the 3 slowly stood up, bestowing the flesh and blood serpent fruit upon Abu. He consumed it, and his stature surged once more, towering like a small mountain. The 2 priests behind him gazed on with heightened trepidation. After parting ways with Muyu upon their arrival at the island yesterday, Abu encountered a clash between the Iron Bull tribe and the Blood Iron tribe, resulting in the death of the latter's chief. Leading his band of wild men, Abu rescued the majority of the Blood Iron tribe and was subsequently invited to join them for the chief's ascension ceremony. Utilizing the blood-red fruit he had previously ingested, Abu successfully ascended to the role of chief, attempting to sway the entire tribe to submit to Muyu. Though ultimately unsuccessful, Muyu's devastating fire dragon strike shattered the spirits of all the wild men. Each wild man represented a personal treasure, and now only the prestige of the wild men as priests could rival that of their chief. Despite his unease, Muyu insisted that the 2 wild priests enter into a slave contract. Friday, Priest Kenhila. Age, 57. Strength, 22. Agility, 19. Constitution, 19. Spirit, 51. Charisma, 19. Loyalty, 80. Talent, Priesthood Legacy. Can designate a Friday priest whose spirit exceeds 10 to become an acolyte. Upon reaching a spirit level of 50, one becomes a priest. At 80, one ascends to high priest. Before death, can transfer half of one's spirit to a Friday with a lower level. Evaluation. Among the Fridays, the priest possesses extraordinary intelligence and spirit, holding immense prestige in the tribe, presiding over the chief's advancement ceremony. As for the other priest, named Dre, his attributes and talents are similarly commendable. Master, we have generally assessed the island's conditions, which can be divided into forest, river, highland, and wilderness regions. The forest is teeming with solitary beasts, the rivers are inhabited by crocodiles, and the highlands are home to tigers and giant pythons. Additionally, there are some unaccounted mineral deposits. Abu proactively reported on the island's terrain and the distribution of wild beasts. Chapter 63, Natural Wonders, Supreme. The crocodiles, tigers, and pythons are now leaderless. Take advantage of this moment to organize a team to eliminate them one by one, raising the young. Search each beast's lair for minerals, plants, and fruits. Mine the ores and preserve the fruits. I will return tomorrow to collect them, commanded Muyu to Abu and the 2 wild priests. Yes, the 3 wild men responded in unison. Currently, the island is home to over 260 Fridays, with as many as 8 leading Fridays among them. Even if all the beasts on the island united, they would pose no significant threat. After issuing his instructions, Muyu, accompanied by 30 ordinary wild men, boarded the Lifan nearshore vessel and made a brief visit to a smaller island. The moment Muyu produced the meat, Chi Rue and the 7 stationed wild men were moved to tears, their loyalty exceeding 60, which awakened their system panel. However, their attributes were still rather low at present. Only a wild leader of Muyu's caliber would be of interest to him. After leaving behind some meat, Muyu stored the mountains of stones he had excavated over 13 hours into his backpack. Total stones, 6,500. The stone has surpassed the momentous threshold of 10,000. Now, only sludge and rare-grade constructions remain before advancing to the island. Muyu remains uncertain whether the excessively superior ultimate-grade structures can meet the criteria, should the materials be gathered. The transmission mother tower cannot be constructed. Thus, Muyu plans to enlist Jian Yuechang's assistance in evolving a lesser rare construction blueprint. Upon opening the energy compartment of the super-automatic stone-digging machine, Muyu discovers that the thunder essence iron within has dimmed to less than a third. He decides to remain on the island to continue mining stones, as they may still be needed after the advancement. The thunder essence iron has indeed endured the baptism of stormy calamities, infused continuously with the essence of lightning for an entire day. So Muyu finds it unsurprising that it possesses such abundant electric elements. Continuing to pilot the Kylan sailing vessel, Muyu is yet to reach the island when a massive shadow lunges toward him. Do not attack. Muyu cautions the wildlings, spreading his arms wide. First, a fluffy initial snow is tossed into his embrace, followed by the entire body of Xiao Gu pressing against him. Oh woo. Howl. I missed you all too, haha. In a corner of the island lies a heap of mutated fish, lobsters, and crab corpses, alongside an enormous cloud bird, its feathers scorched and bound by vines. Quivering in distress. Could this be Xiao Gu's father? That would mean a familial conflict. Muyu's expression grows peculiar. Killing it would cause him guilt. So he opts to untie it, leaving its departure to chance. However, the enormous cloud bird, with its burnt feathers, bows its head and huddles on the ground, seemingly unable to move for some time. After pushing all the mutated corpses into the ocean, Muyu notices that Jian Yuechang had messaged him quite some time ago. He first leads 30 wildlings to the strength training room, each gaining an increase of 2 points in strength, and then constructs 3 water wells. Assigning 5 wildlings to fetch water and 10 to produce sludge in the mud hut, the work continues unabated, maximizing the efforts of 30 individuals in a relentless cycle. Upon completing these tasks, Muyu retrieves the blueprint for the natural radiance and begins the construction. A cyan light envelopes the entire island, dissipating moments later. Muyu senses a newfound vitality blossoming on his island, with some vegetation sprouting, a visual delight. Simultaneously, a new entry appears in his building panel, Natural Radiance. Natural Radiance, Ultimate 1. All low-tier plants on the island have a chance to automatically advance to rare. 2. The growth speed of all plants on the island is doubled. 3. All fields on the island are level 1, with an upper limit of excellence, but lack the characteristic to advance plants. 4. Every 3 days, 1 seed or plant can be advanced to excellence. Each effect is more formidable than the last, resembling an agricultural artifact. Muyu envisions an endless stream of superior plants beckoning to him. He also discovers that upon the completion of his natural radiance, the island's leaderboard has transformed into the Excellence Fire Dragon Island. The explosive effects of the natural radiance have significantly elevated the potential of the island. Ding. Jian Yuechang initiates a trade. Silver chest 1 for wood 1. Jian Yuechang states, "It is time for you to assist me." Muyu, am I to escape payment? However, that silver chest is quite dazzling. I find myself wanting to keep it. What should I do? Jian Yuechang, I would be quite enraged. Muyu, haha. Closing the chat and accepting the chest, Muyu certainly would not jeopardize their partnership for such trifling gains. With a flicker of thought, he opened the silver chest, achieving a critical success. Blueprint for the Ocean Water Element Collection Room, rare. Upon reviewing the blueprint materials, he noted that a water spirit stone was required as a core component, and subsequently returned the blueprint to Jian Yuechang. Time to witness my luck. Muyu arrived at the seaside, casting his resource rod into the waters. Ding. Congratulations, you have caught a decayed wooden chest. Ding. Congratulations. You have caught a solid wooden chest. Ding. Congratulations, you have caught a solid wooden chest. I am truly unlucky. Muyu exclaimed. Ding. Congratulations. You have caught a black iron chest. Ding. Congratulations, you have caught a black iron chest. Ding. Congratulations, you have caught a silver chest. Gazing at the shimmering silver chest on the shore, Muyu spoke dismissively. If only it had been this way from the start. Why force my hand? He opened the silver chest, achieving a critical success. Blueprint for the Mountain Armor Forging, rare. Mountain Armor Forging Blueprint, rare, requires 1 secret iron, 10 steel, 20 fine iron, and 1 rare leather. All forging blueprints provide merely the fundamental material framework. To enhance quality, one must substitute materials to incorporate extraordinary elements. However, The foundational materials for this blueprint are exceedingly precious. This made Muyu especially eager for the mountain armor, but lacking sufficient iron. It would have to remain dormant for now. He opened the black iron chest, achieving a critical success. Swordmaster's Teleportation Scroll, Rare, X1. Swordmaster's Teleportation Scroll, Rare, X1. Upon using this scroll, you will be transported to the Swordmaster's abode, where you shall duel with a top-tier swordsmanship master for 3 hours, enhancing your sword skills. This scroll seemed akin to that of the Ancestor's Island, though the latter transported one to an island, while this was more of a trial. He resolved to utilize it at the earliest opportunity. Currently, Muyu's intermediate swordsmanship was hardly effective, relying instead on weaponry or brute strength, with powerful weapons imposing limitations. He faltered in genuine combat. After stowing the scroll, Muyu continued to open chests. He opened another black iron chest, achieving a critical success. Arm of Strength, Advanced. Arm of Strength, Advanced gathers vitality into one arm, granting 50 strength for 3 minutes. Afterwards, if vitality is insufficient, all attributes drop by 10, but vitality recovers upon restoration. Muyu deemed it a divine technique for throwing spears, learning the skill immediately. Vitality surged into his right arm, causing his muscles to swell dramatically, and he felt as though he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. This bore resemblance to Wang Yang's skills. Suddenly, Muyu's expression turned peculiar. It seemed he had encountered a skill collision. If one were to directly open black iron chests, only excellent tier items would emerge, serving little purpose for him. Thus, Muyu decided to store the remaining 2 black iron chests. He mused that while others might earn minor profits, after his critical successes, he would undoubtedly not incur losses. Upon arriving at the Thunder Tower, more than a day had elapsed. The iron blocks within the tower were imbued with electrical energy, yet they had yet to reach the stage of fusion. Without extracting the iron blocks, Muyu proceeded to the fertilizer catalysis chamber. The system chimed, indicating the presence of fertilizer 3,000. 3,000 bags of fertilizer could yield 3 rare plots of land, and with the enhancement from the natural wonder, this would result in 3 plots of exceptional quality. Eagerly, Muyu made his way to the cultivation chamber, where the flesh spirit mushroom soared nearly 3 meters high, on the verge of touching the chamber's ceiling. With 2,700 units of fertilizer, the 3 plots had transformed into exceptional quality. Without hesitation, Muyu employed the natural wonder to evolve the flesh spirit mushroom. The system chimed again, announcing the evolution from flesh spirit mushroom, excellent, to blood flesh true spirit mushroom, exceptional. Blood flesh true spirit mushroom, exceptional produces 10 pounds daily, exceptionally nutritious, when consumed. It enhances attributes and potential, comparable to mild exceptional blood flesh, not recommended for direct consumption unless of gold grade, can be diluted in water or other food. Muyu watched as the 3-meter-long flesh spirit mushroom shrank to the size of a basin, and after harvesting, it weighed only 30 pounds, leaving him with a sense of regret. Indeed, one cannot expect to gain without paying a price. However, overall, it was still a commendable yield of exceptional quality blood flesh, a realm he had yet to touch with anything of gold grade. Nonetheless, Muyu suspected that the red dragon encountered upon his arrival on the island was at least an exceptional life form. He gathered 10 apples, 3 white radishes, and 9 tomatoes, all of which had advanced from excellent to rare, providing Muyu with a delightful array of flavors. Exchanging a small amount of resources, he obtained ordinary pear tree seeds, which he planted in the ground. With the enhancement of the natural wonder, the likelihood of them advancing to rare was high, and coupled with the growth speed of the exceptional plots, they would likely mature in a day. Muyu then turned his gaze to the tree of physique, which had grown over a meter tall, but had only produced a single fruit. With the acceleration from the natural wonder, it was expected to be fully mature by Sunday morning. Just as he stepped out of the cultivation chamber, Muyu recalled that he still owed Zhong Junfeng a blood ju fruit. He and Abu, along with Chuxue and Xiaogu, had each taken one, leaving 2 remaining. Zhong Junfeng had maintained an earnest demeanor, so Muyu wasted no time and transferred the fruit to him. After a moment without acceptance, Muyu surmised that he had likely left the island as well, so he kept the transaction pending. The current wave of island exploration was rife with both opportunities and threats. Following the previous calamity, no one wished to linger on the island awaiting their fate. Having completed these tasks, Muyu made his way to the earth fire furnace, braving the scorching heat to forcibly shut down the 9 dragons' earth fire. With Abu exploring a medium-sized island and the others too distant, Muyu found himself directionless. It was already the 5th day, and despite leveraging connections to find a good location, he might arrive only to find nothing left for him. Even the chat channel was nearly devoid of activity, prompting Muyu to draw forth the Assassin's Guild teleportation scroll. The scroll emitted a radiant white light, enveloping Muyu's feet as he vanished from Fire Dragon Island. In the next moment, he found himself in a spacious courtyard, golden autumn leaves swirling about, imbued with a sense of solemnity. "You have arrived," came the greeting. Before Muyu stood an elderly man of considerable age, clad in simple black robes, yet his presence exuded an undeniable aura of lethal prowess. The old man rose unceremoniously, tilting his head upward, Though slightly hunched, his gaze remained sharp as that of a hawk, and his face, weathered by time, bore the marks of countless battles. He drew a wooden sword from a nearby rack and tossed it to Muyu, then retrieved another, his grip steady as a rock. With a sudden burst of energy, the old man launched his attack, moving like a fierce tiger, his blade carving a menacing arc through the air. Just as Muyu prepared to counter, he realized with alarm that all of his attributes had been inexplicably locked at 10 points. A sharp crack resounded as his head was struck heavily, sending him crashing to the ground. Fueled by rage, Muyu scrambled to his feet, determined to retaliate. However, against the master of swordsmanship, his own skills felt as infantile as a child's, and he found himself retreating in disarray. After enduring a prolonged beating, Muyu transitioned from initial fury and helplessness to a gradual understanding. He began to observe the master's techniques, learning, imitating, and unraveling the essence of swordplay. As he immersed himself in the art of the blade, he entered a state of transcendence, seemingly merging with the sword itself. The master displayed a glimmer of satisfaction. With his guidance, Muyu's skills flourished rapidly. Yet, despite his swift progress, he found himself perpetually just a hair's breadth away from overcoming the master. Each encounter ending in near defeat. The master moved like a dragon through water, his every gesture embodying a state of effortless mastery, as if the flow of action was as natural as the tides. This realization left Muyu with a bittersweet understanding of their disparity. The mastery achieved by the old man was the result of a lifetime dedicated to the blade, far beyond what Muyu could hope to grasp in a mere crash course. After over 120 battles, Muyu had yet to last more than 3 minutes in each, suffering a relentless onslaught for 3 entire hours. Although the experience was fraught with pain and frustration, it yielded immense growth. His swordsmanship had reached an intermediate level, and he had learned how to practice effectively, poised to ascend to greater heights. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the island, Muyu prepared to cook dinner when a message from Wu Jingwo arrived. Wu Jingwo Muyu. There exists an island to the east, vast and mountainous, significantly larger than a medium-sized island, resembling a landmass. Many have ventured there to explore. Muyu, larger than a medium-sized island? Yet the announcement did not indicate this. Wu Jingwo, I cannot say for certain. Many have visited the eastern island, including myself. It is indeed a true island, teeming with countless beasts and vegetation. Wu Jingwo, once you finish exploring the surrounding islands, consider developing there. I would be open to collaborating with you. Muyu, very well, I will inform you in advance should I decide to go. An island dozens of times larger than a medium-sized one? Closing the private chat, a peculiar glimmer flickered in Muyu's eyes, and he began to formulate a hypothesis in his mind. This island may very well be one that has existed in this world all along. Chapter 65. The Tiger King's meat coated with the flesh of the spirit mushroom. After 2 days of bustling activity, Muyu had a restless night and finally sank into the therapeutic hot spring, allowing the tension in her body to dissipate. The warm water caressed her skin, and Muyu let out a long sigh of relief. As she reclined in the spring, she opened the chat channel and discovered that Zhong Junfeng had returned, sending her numerous messages. Zhong Junfeng. Mu, it's not a rare seed. How did it transform into a precious fruit? I am utterly astonished. Zhong Junfeng Mu. Perhaps I should return it to you. This single fruit holds more value than my seeds. Zhong Junfeng, are you there, Mu? Muyu, take it. Utilize it well to enhance your strength, and you can repay me when the opportunity arises. Zhong Junfeng. Thank you, Mu. You make me feel like family. May I call you brother Mu? Muyu. Sure. Zhao Shuiyo. Chui Teng. How dare you deceive me? Just wait. Chui Teng, you beast. I'll deal with you every chance I get. Zhao Shuiyo. Damn it. I regret selling you that water mixed with urine. Chui Teng, if I catch you, I'll make you drink 10 pounds of my concoction. Peng Anren. Pu Hongshan. Come out and face your demise. Zheng Wenxing. Yi man, darling, forgive me. Please don't blacklist me. I didn't intend to flee. Those savages were terrifying. Yi man. Do you know what I endured for an entire day and night? Get lost. Zhang Qi. Who has trespassed upon my island and taken my fertilizer? You left behind so little, thinking I wouldn't notice. I didn't realize you were so desperate. Xinjian. I formally report that it was Chui Teng who took it. He just mentioned feeding it to Zhao Shuiyo. Zhao Shuiyo. Get lost. I want to eat it. As interactions on the island unfolded, both new grievances and old grudges erupted, with debts incurred in the chat channel finally coming due. Tangyu. All the resources on the small island have been exhausted, and the larger islands have been claimed by the powerful. What are we ordinary folks to do? Zhizhan, indeed. Tangyu, you're just a hammer. You're the 9th island master. I heard you've been mingling with the great Long Sun today and gathered quite a bit of resources. Zhizhan, Long Sun merely offered me a meal. Songhai, I can't go on like this. My combat power is insufficient. I can't defeat the beasts. Can't seize resources, and thus can't enhance my strength. Trapped in a vicious cycle. Dai Chengwen. Those of us with some strength can still sip a bit from the great ones, but the weak are doomed. They can't fight the beasts. There are no mines to exploit, and they can only toil for basic resources, which isn't enough to exchange for food at the end of the day. Chiozei, Great Long Sun, where's our way out? Long Sun Wu. Since there are no resources left inside, we must venture outside to seek them. To the east lies a colossal island where we can mine resources. Tang Yu. To the east? But I can't see it. What if I get lost and miss it? Wu Jiangwo. That island is astonishingly vast. If you simply head east, you 1T lose your way. Changsun Wu. In truth, this island to the east has already been visited by someone, but it has remained unspoken for the sake of the overall situation. Today, I have decided to make it public. Tang Yu. Long Sun, may you live long. Qiuzhe. 1. Songhai. 1. Kongcheng. Your words are grandiose. But it is merely a diversion of conflict. If you truly cared for the collective, you would relinquish a portion of the island you occupy. Changsun Wu. Very well. Zhongxiong Island awaits your arrival. I shall allocate you a portion of land. Gao Yu. You are truly audacious, daring to mock a leader. Do you not fear the consequences of your insolence? Kongcheng. Long Sun. I have consumed too much horse urine and am speaking nonsense. Please do not take offense. Perhaps it is a reminder of the harsh reality we inhabit. A world governed by the survival of the fittest, where the weak are mercilessly oppressed, and the strong are treated like lambs to the slaughter, forced to grovel and apologize in abject humility. It seems tomorrow's colossal island will be quite the spectacle. Muyu speculates that even those leaders who have already divided the islands will venture to the colossal island for a share of the bounty. No one would ever refuse an abundance of resources. As the gathering concludes, Muyu prepares a hot spring bath, rising to reveal his chiseled physique, devoid of any excess flesh. Returning to the wooden lodge, he procures 100 pounds of tiger king meat for charcoal grilling, then slices off a pound of blood meat and spirit ganoderma, grinding it into a paste using a stone mortar, which he evenly spreads over the tiger king meat. The already fragrant roast bursts forth with an even more tantalizing aroma, enticing all who draw near, rendering them helpless against its allure. Owl, Chushue and Xiaogu arrive uninvited, and Muyu slices off 20 pounds of meat, offering 10 pounds to each beast for a taste. Gulu, aren't you usually quite the eater? Why are you not consuming any today? Observing Chushue, who after devouring half the meat appears full, Muyu questions her in confusion. Owl, Chushue lets out another hearty belch, leaving behind a piece of tiger king meat as she scampers away. Muyu turns his gaze to Xiaogu. You are larger, consume more to help you grow. Ow! Xiaogu stubbornly gulps down 10 pounds of roasted meat and bolts out the door, racing towards the heavens. What is happening? They are usually voracious eaters. Have they feasted elsewhere? In disbelief, Muyu slices off 10 pounds of meat for himself, ready to indulge. The tender, juicy roast, with its aromatic fat, ignites a grand banquet upon Muyu's palate, immersing him in ecstasy as he voraciously devours an entire platter of roasted meat. Upon finishing the 10 pounds, Muyu feels an overwhelming fullness, considering that he could easily consume 20 pounds in one sitting. Following the meal, he becomes engulfed in warmth, as if a tremendous energy is surging within him, relentlessly honing his physique. In no time, Muyu senses this potent energy threatening to burst forth, necessitating an outlet. Seizing the moment of this energy surge, he heads to the strength training room, gripping the last iron weight tightly. Ah, rise for me. The energy within Muyu appears to find its release, surging towards his arms. Chapter 66. The talent for critical strikes advances once more. The heaviest iron weight finally lifted off the ground under Muyu's relentless effort. With a surge of strength, he activated his arm of power, channeling a considerable amount of vitality into his arms. His muscles swelled, and he unleashed a newfound vigor, hoisting the iron weight above his head. Panting heavily, Muyu finally released the immense energy accumulated from the roasted meat. A glance at his attributes revealed an increase of 3 points in strength and 2 points in other areas. Although the initial consumption yielded the best effects, the blood meat truly possessed formidable properties, leaving ample room for further enhancement in the future. Jian Yuechang remarked, "Is today's dinner lacking due to insufficient meat?" Muyu replied, "You'll know once you eat. If it's not enough, I'll provide more." Jian Yuechang, filled with curiosity, soon sent another message. "Did you add something to the meat? It tastes wonderful, but I'm feeling quite hot all over." Muyu kindly advised, "Don't hold back, let it out." Whether Jian Yuechang heeded his advice was up to her. Swallowing the day's portion of stalactite essence, Muyu found it to be a gentle force compared to the energy released by the roasted meat. The stalactite essence, which had previously ceased to enhance his strength and physique, now resumed its revitalizing effects. Perhaps the energy unleashed from the roast had rigorously tempered his body. While the essence repaired it, the two worked in harmony, he mused, concluding that he was on the right track. After storing the remaining 50 pounds of roasted tiger meat for breakfast the next day, Muyu observed Chushue consuming the leftover half of the meat and thought it should not go to waste. He simmered it alongside ordinary meat for the working wildlings and also prepared a portion for the giant cloudbird. Upon returning to the wooden lodge, Muyu idly perused the chat group. Eventually, after tiring from their playful antics, Chushue and the little beast squeezed into the bedroom, falling asleep together. As dawn broke, with a chill lingering in the sea breeze, Muyu rose early. He reheated the leftover tiger meat from the previous night, trading 20 pounds to Jian Yuechang. consuming 10 pounds himself, and reserving the remainder for Chushue and the little beast. Running around the island while shouting, Muyu released his energy in a wild frenzy, outdoing the wildlings and leaving them bewildered. He mused that if he continued this way, he might awaken sound-based skills. Once calmed, Muyu made his way to the seaside, ready to fish for the day. Ding! Congratulations on catching a silver chest. Ding! Congratulations on catching a solid wood chest. Ding! Congratulations on catching a black iron chest. Noticing the weight of his fishing rod, Muyu felt a thrill. Could he have caught something extraordinary? With excitement, he pulled back on the rod, and despite his immense strength, the fishing line in the water rose slowly. After much effort, he finally dragged the chest onto the shore. A dazzling, drawer-sized box shimmered in the early sunlight. Ding! Congratulations on catching a golden chest. Had his strength been insufficient, he might have been dragged into the sea along with the golden chest. Gold has always been one of the most cherished metals among the denizens of Blue Star. Upon laying eyes on the golden chest, Muyu felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. First silver, then gold. If only the heavens could bestow upon me another unique chest, sparing my compatriots from this plight. I fear not. Let it all come my way. Ding! Congratulations on fishing out a decayed wooden chest. Clearly, the heavens have declined Muyu's unreasonable request. Nevertheless, he was filled with joy as he retrieved the 2 black iron chests stored within the wooden building. Ding! Opening the black iron chest. Critical success. Island Elevation Blueprint. Rare, X1. Island Elevation Blueprint. Rare allows for a single elevation or descent of the island, with a maximum limit of 1 meter. Without a doubt, Muyu opted for elevation, ensuring greater safety and stability in the face of natural disasters and the onslaught of waves. After using the Island Elevation Blueprint, Muyu felt the entire island tremble momentarily before the sensation dissipated. When he next gazed upon the sea, his view had significantly expanded. Ding! Opening the black iron chest. Critical success. Golden Crystal X1. A golden crystal? That is the precursor of the Golden Spirit Stone. Holding the translucent golden crystal in his hand, Muyu found himself momentarily perplexed, uncertain of how to replenish its energy. Perhaps I shall try at the furnace to see if it reacts with the molten metal blocks. With that thought, Muyu continued to open the chests. Ding! Opening the black iron chest. Critical success. Basic Blank Totem. Rare, X1. Basic Blank Totem. Rare engrave the image of extraordinary beasts to form a totem. Merging 3 blank totems of the same level allows for advancement. Alas, this enhancement can only be utilized on the island. With my Julong Fire and Elemental Tower, my defenses are ample, so there is no rush to employ it. I shall set it aside for now. Muyu stored the blueprint and began messaging Jian Yuechong. Muyu, do you have any chests today? I can help you open them. Jian Yuechong, what is going on? Why the sudden eagerness today? Muyu, I'm just a bit impatient. I want to help you open your chests first, and I'll give you any advancement blueprints when I need them. Jian Yuechong, honestly, are you trying to level up your talents? Muyu, absolutely not. I have already advanced. Jian Yuechong, I believe you not. Ding! Jian Yuechong initiated a trade. Black Iron Chest X1 for Wood X1. Despite having been seen through by Jian Yuechong, he still sent over the chest. It seemed her luck today was not in her favor, as she only had a black iron chest. The thought of having fished up 1 silver and 1 gold chest made Muyu beam with delight. Ding! Opening the black iron chest. Critical success. Spinach seeds. Rare, X5. Rare vegetable seeds. Had this been before yesterday, Muyu might have been tempted to trade something else with Jian Yuechong. However, now, even planting ordinary seeds would likely evolve into rare plants, rendering them no longer a novelty. He returned the spinach seeds to Jian Yuechong and opened the system's recent notification. Ding! Evolution Critical Hit has advanced. Current count has been refreshed. Evolution Critical Strike Epic. Uniqueness refreshes at dawn, 5 times daily. Actions capable of critical strikes will indeed trigger them. Current critical strike rate. 400, 100 can be upgraded. At last, I can confidently open the high-tier chests. Upon witnessing the new introduction of the talent, Muyu felt a surge of excitement within. With a chime, he opened the silver chest. Achieving a critical strike. Floating Island Map. Rare, 1. Chapter 67. Constructing the Mother Tower of Teleportation. Floating Island Map. Rare islands below the 4th tier can be relocated once within a radius of 100 kilometers. Can islands really change their positions? This is astonishing. What if I move my island right next to a colossal island? Muyu pondered, but after some consideration, he deemed it unwise. Should a creature comparable to a dragon emerge from such a massive island, his own would merely become its plaything. Stowing away the floating island map, Muyu retrieved the final golden chest and earnestly offered a prayer. Divine spirits, heed my call. May the exalted Lord Laozi respond swiftly. May fortune align with my desires. Critical strike. With a chime, he opened the golden chest, achieving a critical strike. Spatial Spirit Stone 4. Incredible. Muyu shouted towards the ocean, promptly retrieving the long-neglected blueprint for the Mother Tower's teleportation array, seeking out an open area. Fortunately, the 2 empty silver chests had provided him with 10 units of silver blocks, sparing him the trouble of scouring the platform. Stone 50, Mud 50, Silver Block 10. Spatial Spirit Stone 3. Construction successful. Mother Tower of the Teleportation Array. As the mist dissipated, a shimmering silver floating tower materialized before Muyu. Mother Tower of the Teleportation Array. The main tower of the teleportation array, capable of activating or deactivating the reverse teleportation of subtowers, currently in a deactivated state. Now, the underwater islands are completely mine. However, I lack the time today to deal with the lower tier pollutants. They will remain there for now, to be addressed when I find the opportunity. Muyu felt that he had a considerable amount on his plate today. The advancement of his island was pressing. And now there were also advancement trials to consider, the nature of which was still a mystery. 5 Mountain Armor Forging Blueprint. Exquisite Extreme Iron 5, Secret Iron 10, Secret Copper 10, Rare Leather 1. The foundational materials for armor have received an epic enhancement. Without a significant iron mine, crafting this exquisite armor would be impossible. But fortunately, an ancient mining site exists on the ancestral island. Ding, Mud 5000. Eagerly, Muyu made his way to the mud hut and collected the overflowing mud into his backpack, along with the previously sold 3,000 units. He now possessed over 8,000 units of mud. With 10 wild men producing mud at their current pace, they could generate 500 units each hour, likely surpassing 10,000 units before dusk. As for the soil needed for mud production, Muyu had arranged for some wild men to excavate it before his departure last night. He merely needed to find time to retrieve it. Arriving at the cultivation chamber, he noticed that the blood and flesh spirit mushroom had grown nearly 10 pounds. Muyu harvested it all and placed it into his backpack, casting his gaze toward the 3 fully matured water pear trees. The plump yellow pears hung abundantly from the branches, and Muyu reached out to gather them all, subsequently felling the pear tree. Ding. Divine Cleansing Pear, Rare, 21. Ding. Divine Cleansing Pear Wood, Rare, 15. Divine Cleansing Pear, Rare. Consuming it clears the lungs and alleviates coughs, detoxifies and beautifies, invigorates the spirit, and offers a sense of rebirth. Requires 5 pieces of mental energy before consumption. Divine Cleansing Pear Wood, Rare. Regular contact preserves mental clarity and sharpens thoughts. If apples are meant to dispel physical fatigue, then the Divine Cleansing Pear serves to alleviate mental exhaustion, preventing a dull mind. The Divine Cleansing Pear Wood can be fashioned into an ornament to wear, allowing for frequent contact. Muyu planned to gather a selection of these woods to create a wooden bed. With the 50 pounds of giant python king meat received as a gift from Jianyu, Muyu exchanged it for 3 ordinary peach tree seeds on the trading platform, planting them all in the fields. The giant python king meat emitted a faint, unpleasant odor, and he had no intention of consuming it. Adhering to the principle of waste reduction, Muyu utilized the remaining 300 fertilizer to cultivate 3 fertile plots of land, which, enhanced by the natural radiance, rivaled rare-grade fields. After planting some vegetable seeds, Muyu left them to their own devices. These plots were merely rare-grade, and nurturing plants to the precious grade would require 2 to 3 days. As for the Tree of Vitality, it was nearing maturity, with its green fruits beginning to blush ever so slightly. They would be fully ripe by tomorrow, a prospect that filled Muyu with anticipation. After leaving the cultivation chamber, Muyu proceeded to the geothermal furnace in the mining area, where he began by melting down 10 iron blocks, placing a golden crystal into the molten iron. Moments later, a trace of golden elemental essence emanated from the crystal. However, the molten iron transformed into a pitch-black slag, devoid of any utility. Following this method, it was evident that without at least 10,000 iron blocks as a foundation, one could not fully charge the golden crystal. Such extravagance was not feasible. Muyu winced at the thought, realizing he had no immediate need for the golden spirit stone, and thus ceased the melting of iron blocks, opting instead to purify them. Ding. Iron block 2000 successfully purified. Refined iron 200. Ding. Refined iron 200. Blood of Greyford Giant Wolf 2000. Blood of Silver Wolf King 200. Goldstone 20. Forging succeeded. Goldstone Wolf Spear. Rare 20. Goldstone Wolf Spear. Rare. A rare spear forged from the 9 Dragon Geothermal Fire, infused with a small amount of Greyford Giant Wolf blood and trace Silver Wolf King blood, significantly enhancing hardness, sharpness, and lethality. Lethality 120. Content. With his acquisition of the Goldstone Wolf Spear, Muyu turned back to reignite the 9 Dragon Geothermal Fire, continuing to charge 5 red crystals within. After addressing matters on the island, Muyu piloted the Li-Fawn vessel to the mid-sized island. Upon arrival, Abu and a host of wild men came forth to welcome Muyu. Master, we discovered 3 blue water plants in the territory of the crocodile herd, as well as blue stone mines. In the tiger's den, we found red stone mines, and in the snake's lair, earthy stone mines. We also located an iron mine and a copper mine on the mountain, which are currently being actively excavated. Abu eagerly reported the findings on the island, presenting the blue water plants to Muyu. Rare aquatic grass. Upon consumption, agility increases by 3, significantly enhancing aquatic abilities, with a chance to comprehend the underwater breathing technique. Muyu immediately ingested one, feeling a lightness envelop his entire being, and successfully grasped the underwater breathing technique. Excellent work, Abu and the others. What truly delighted Mu Yu were the mineral veins. Observing the weary tribesman, who had toiled throughout the night, he produced 9 pounds of blood and flesh spiritual Ganoderma, mixing it evenly in a water bucket, and distributed it among them. With a resounding roar, the mountains echoed with the fervent cries of the tribesmen, some sprinting wildly, others lifting weights, digging into the earth, while a few succumbed to primal impulses, a sight not for the faint of heart. Once the tribesmen regained their composure, the effects were undeniable. The vitality of the entire tribe surged, each individual brimming with energy, and many tribesmen ascended in rank. With the number of tribal leaders soaring to 10, Mu Yu entrusted the island to 2 tribal shamans for oversight and allocated 20 golden stone wolf spears to the 10 tribal leaders before departing from the medium-sized island, setting his course towards the east. Chapter 68, Threats from Other Regions. After a considerable time, Mu Yu finally beheld the so-called supersized island. The island's mountain range stretched endlessly, towering majestically like a sinuous dragon. Some peaks jutted skyward like sharp swords, while others rolled in undulating humps, some crowned with snow, and others lush with greenery. Mu Yu suspected this mountainous island spanned several dozen miles, rendering his small sailing vessel a mere speck in its presence. Simultaneously, Mu Yu noticed numerous small boats heading in this direction, most of them standard wooden vessels. Any ship that saw Mu Yu's vessel maintained a safe distance, wary of potential troubles. Within the waters close to the island, a myriad of identical boats clustered together, indistinguishable from one another. Big shot, over here. Suddenly, a man standing on the left side of the shore waved at him. Before him lay a designated docking area, notably vacant, occupied solely by a few unique vessels. Mu Yu navigated his ship into the area where the man stood and inquired, "Who are you? I don't believe we have met." "Big shot. My name is Zhou Bin. It's understandable that you don't recognize me. I'm just an insignificant figure tasked with guarding the vessels in this area and collecting a nominal docking fee. However, rest assured, we offer complimentary oversight for esteemed individuals like yourself. You can explore the island with peace of mind, and when you return laden with treasures, your beloved ship will be here, unharmed." Zhou Bin spoke with a tone of reverence, bowing slightly as he explained, "As long as you can keep my ship safe, your reward is assured." Mu Yu, feeling generous towards someone struggling at the bottom, promptly offered him 100 units of stone. "Big shot, this is too much. Thank you. Thank you," Zhou Bin exclaimed joyfully, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Mu Yu instructed Abu and the others to disembark from the ship and step onto the shore. As I gazed upon the 11 imposing figures, their robust physiques and menacing expressions evident as they descended from the vessel, my heart raced with a mixture of trepidation and awe directed towards the man clad in azure armor. Unperturbed by the gazes of others, Mu Yu strode forward confidently with several companions, only to discover the crowd ahead densely packed with individuals, no fewer than several hundred, their expressions solemn and faces shadowed. An atmosphere thick with sorrow and indignation permeated the air. Some displayed fear, others trepidation. Some were envious, others hopeful, while a few bore expressions of joy. Who could this prominent figure be? Such a grand spectacle. Did you not notice the wild man by his side? Many powerful figures accompany wild men. I am familiar with them all. Are your eyes blind? Can you not discern who that wild man is? He is none other than the Wild King. Aside from Mu Shun, who else could it be? Mu Shun has saved my life. Praise be to Mu Shun. Praise Mu Shun. The crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway, gazing at Mu Yu with a mix of reverence and amazement. Unfazed, Mu Yu, with steady steps, led Abu and the others into the throng. At the far end, Mu Yu's gaze fell upon 6 lifeless bodies sprawled across the verdant grass, their flesh torn and mangled, not a single part intact. Moreover, 9 ominous characters were etched into the grass. Step forward and meet the same fate. Who could have done this? Mu Yu's voice was frigid, his eyes sweeping over the crowd, incredulous that such inhumane acts had transpired right before him. The onlookers, overwhelmed by Mu Yu's formidable presence, dared not meet one another's eyes. Save for 4 individuals who remained composed, it was the remaining members of the first tier who had also arrived at this grim scene. "This must be the work of individuals from another district," spoke a refined middle-aged man, exuding a unique aura of scholarly elegance. Changsun Wu. "Individuals from other districts?" Mu Yu queried. Confusion etched on his face, before his tone shifted to one of anger. "Even if they are from another district, as fellow humans, how can they take lives and so brazenly humiliate us by casting them before our eyes? What do they intend? This is a threat aimed at us, seeking to intimidate us into retreating from this island." Changsun Wu's tone carried a hint of mockery, as though he found their predicament amusing. "Why should they have claim to this island? We shall never yield. We will fight to the bitter end." The crowd behind him erupted in fervent outrage, their voices raised in fervor. "This island is vast. Can they truly consume it all? They risk shattering their own teeth," sneered Wang Yang from the side. "Then let us unite. When we encounter individuals from other regions, we shall boldly declare our names, and those nearby must hasten to join forces and vanquish them. Should you falter when others have been slaughtered, The next will be you. Changsun Wu's calm voice resonated with a profound sense of foreboding, prompting deep contemplation among all present. Listen to Lord Changsun. Listen to Lord Changsun. Moments later, the 6 bodies were laid to rest by the gathered crowd. Individuals formed small groups of 3 or 5, or larger clusters of dozens, as they ventured deeper into the plains. The occurrence of this tragic event rendered solitary wanderers scarce. Mu brother, Bai brother, Wang brother, Wu brother. And Miss Jing, I shall take my leave now. If any unforeseen events occur, call out loudly. If we are nearby, we shall certainly arrive at the earliest opportunity. Changsun Wu clasped his fists in salute to Mu Yu and the others in succession. Good. Travel safely. Take care. May you reap a bountiful harvest. Brother Mu. To you and your companions, I bid farewell. Until we meet again. After exchanging solemn farewells with Mu Yu, Wang Yang, and El Fei Bai, accompanied by several wild men and the well-equipped island lord, vanished into the depths of the plains. I had thought I could still impart some knowledge to you, but it appears you have grown strong enough to this extent. If I were to accompany you now, I would merely be a burden, Wu Shu remarked. Not at all. Your hunting skills are exceptional, your experience in wilderness survival is vast, and your ability to tame animals is remarkable. There is still much I can learn from you. Mu Yu responded earnestly. All right, enough flattery. I shall take my leave now. You must ensure your survival. Wu Jiangwo waved as he mounted the back of a giant wolf, galloping across the plains with 3 wild men, as if the terrain were their rightful domain. Chapter 69. The one who draws the blade against the dragon. Stop looking. I am envious too. Mu Yu interjected, interrupting the wild men whose spirits had been captivated by their dreams. He comforted them, acknowledging Wu Jiangwo's impressive skills, and thought that if he could not achieve the same, he would seek to learn from him. The wild man leaders, akin to children, beamed with joy. Finally, Mu Yu turned his gaze towards a woman clad in bronze armor, tentatively extending an invitation. Shall we collaborate? Jin Yu hesitated for a moment before sincerely declining. No? My team is capable of both enduring and fighting. All the spoils belong solely to me. Being with you would mean taking advantage, and that is not my character. Very well, I respect your decision. Stay safe. Mu Yu nodded, and the two proceeded onto the plains, parting ways in different directions. With a thunderous crash, a majestic boar was pierced by a gray spear glimmering with a faint silver light, firmly impaled into the earth. The herd of boars, startled, began to scatter wildly. However, Mu Yu halted the wild leaders behind him from continuing their throwing motions. Let us observe if they flee back to their lair. Follow closely, Mu Yu instructed, preparing to lead the wild men in pursuit, when an instinctive sense of dread suddenly gripped him. He turned to see several wild leaders prostrated on the ground, trembling, with only Abu managing to remain upright. A resonant roar, filled with an overwhelming pressure, echoed through the sky, and Mu Yu witnessed an unforgettable scene. A colossal silver dragon, forged as if from steel, erupted from the neighboring peak. Its immense body radiated a cold, austere light, every inch of its skin covered in hard scales, exuding boundless strength and resilience. The silver dragon leaped from the heights, unfurling its wings, the vast membranes billowing in the wind, generating a powerful gust. As it landed upon the plains, it sprawled across the ground, the fierce winds sweeping Mu Yu and his companions several meters away. The dragon raised its head high, its sharp fangs glinting ominously, as if capable of rending apart any obstacles in its path. Every scale of the dragon shimmered with a metallic luster, while the porcupines beneath it cowered on the ground, paralyzed by fear. The immense silver dragon opened its cavernous maw, akin to a cascading waterfall, and devoured a majority of the porcupines in a single gulp. Even in the face of imminent death, the remaining porcupines dared not flee. After consuming its prey, the dragon tilted its head, its eyes radiating an aura of infinite majesty and dominance. As if sensing the presence of the insignificant ant, Mu Yu, it casually raised its colossal claw. Before Mu Yu lay a sharp talon, towering like a small mountain, descending towards him with overwhelming pressure that constricted his heart, rendering him powerless in the face of impending doom. With a roar, Abu erupted with fervor, swelling to a crimson hue, an aura of bloodlust rising around it. Suppressing its inner terror, it unexpectedly scooped up Mu Yu and hurled him away towards the distance, leaving itself to confront the dragon's claw alone. No, Mu Yu, now distanced from the dragon, was violently thrown to the ground, liberated from the dragon's oppressive weight. In a state of desperation, he watched Abu's plight, his heart racing with anxiety. This blow would surely spell doom for Abu. Abu, fall back. The command was the same, the words familiar, and without hesitation, Abu complied, crashing heavily onto the plain. Talent, critical hit, Mu Yu silently proclaimed, drawing the iron blade he had nurtured for 68 hours at his waist. With a 400% critical strike, a surge of azure blade energy erupted forth, akin to a torrent of blue rushing forward with resolute momentum. Whoosh! As the blade energy sliced through the air, it seemed to cleave the very atmosphere, producing a sharp whistle as it struck the talon of the dragon descending upon Abu. Hiss! Ding! For the first time, Mu Yu drew his weapon against an insurmountable foe, inflicting damage and earning the title Dragon Slayer. Dragon Slayer, Strength 5, Agility 5, Spirit 5, Charisma 5. You shall possess unparalleled courage, becoming immune to the oppressive presence of most high-tier beings. Before Muyu could revel in his achievement, the silver dragon cast a glance at him, seemingly bewildered as to why this insignificant creature had inflicted pain upon it, and extended its massive claw once more. The blade energy he had accumulated under the fourfold critical strike merely breached the dragon's defenses, shattering Muyu's hope entirely. Aside from the eruption of the 9 dragons' earth fire spectacle, he found himself devoid of any means to withstand its might. Motto, I'll give it my all. If I survive today, I vow to ride you one day. Just as Muyu prepared to expend most of his mental energy to unleash the Eye of Fire, a fiery red figure streaked across the sky, descending upon the silver dragon sprawled upon the plain. Boom. The 2 colossal creatures clashed in a frenzy of biting and thrashing. As the ground was plowed, revealing dark soil beneath the grass, while myriad beasts trembled, prostrating themselves in fear. Boom, boom. In that moment, the 2 dragons rolled upon the plain, only to reappear in the air, grappling fiercely, and then crashing into the ocean, creating towering waves that surged 1,000 meters high, stirring tumultuous emotions within Muyu. Confronted by these terrifying higher beings, even a mere aftershock could spell one's demise. To entertain thoughts of scavenging amidst such danger is tantamount to courting death. Observing the 2 colossal dragons battling fiercely, it was evident that neither sustained any injuries. Their struggle resembled a pure test of strength and endurance, devoid of any supernatural elemental assaults. The title of Challenger of the Threshers was relinquished, while the title of Dragon Slayer was assumed. Distancing himself from the titanic dragons, Muyu donned his new formidable title, and an invigorating courage surged within him. Though its origin remained a mystery, turning his gaze towards Abu, he noted the silvery sheen emanating from his skin, a subtle aura of draconic pressure coiling around him. How do you feel? Muyu inquired with concern. Master, I feel splendid. There is a force within me continuously enhancing my body and bloodline, Abu replied. That is excellent news. This must be a sign that great misfortune often precedes great fortune. Once you fully absorb this drop of dragon's blood, your strength will undoubtedly ascend to new heights, Muyu reassured him, pleased to find Abu's loyalty had surged to 100 at the moment he wielded his blade, solidifying him as an unwavering ally. His might was intrinsically linked to Muyu's own. Fortuitously, the encounter with the red dragon had allowed him to escape with his life. However, this vendetta could not be left unresolved. Although he would have to wait to settle the score, there was no harm in collecting some interest in the meantime. Muyu's gaze shifted towards the neighboring peak where the other dragon had just taken flight, a glint of avarice flashing in his eyes. Chapter 70. The Ambush on the Dragon's Lair. Legends spoke of dragons' lairs as treasure troves. Watching the 2 dragons drift further away from one another, Muyu's audacity grew. He resolved to seize the lair of the silvery dragon to compensate for his mental anguish. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards the towering peak alongside Abu and the other tribal leaders, weaving through the forest like a specter. Upon reaching the mountainside, Muyu was struck by a revelation. The exposed iron ore scattered across the slope suggested that the entire mountain was likely a colossal iron mine, with its core being a veritable iron mountain. The group hastened up the peak, the dense foliage giving way to a few resilient blades of grass stubbornly growing amidst the iron crevices. At the summit, the landscape transformed. The iron was no longer merely exposed but laid bare, revealing a vast expanse of the ore. How many units of iron could this contain? Hundreds of thousands? Perhaps even millions? Soon enough, Muyu discovered the mountain's iron reserves. Super giant iron vein, 9,000,000. 9 million. Now that was a true treasure trove. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the mountain, they encountered a vast cavern, saturated with the overwhelming aura of a dragon, its exterior glimmering with a faint silvery hue. Yet Muyu discerned that this was not mere silver, but a far more precious substance, high-purity iron, or secret iron. As he pressed forward, nearing the dragon's lair, he noticed that the 10 tribal leaders accompanying him began to tremble, hesitating to advance. You may remain here. There is no need to follow, he instructed. As you wish, Master. The group of wild leaders felt a profound sense of relief, and Muyu bore them no ill will. It was an innate fear of highborn bloodlines that held them back. Even if they wished to follow, their bodies could not endure it. Unless they could transcend their limits like Abu. Let us depart, Abu, Muyu urged, for each passing second increased their peril, and the 2 swiftly entered the dragon's lair. The metallic dragon was an extravagant sight. Muyu's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the entire passage of the lair, radiating a silvery luminescence. The cavern was crafted entirely from secret iron, and a mere fragment could fetch him a handsome sum. As Muyu ventured deeper into the lair, he was greeted by a massive dragon's nest, over 10 feet long and deeply recessed. The outer rim of the nest transitioned from the silvery secret iron to pure white metal blocks, and at the center lay a small area of profoundly deep black metal, embedded with dozens of fist-sized metal spirit stones. It is worth noting that typical elemental spirit stones are no larger than pigeon eggs, each harboring extraordinary elemental powers. Muyu could scarcely fathom the terrifying elemental forces contained within these stones before him. He felt that these were no longer mere spirit stones. They should be termed spirit blocks. The entire nest's worth must surely amount to millions of iron pieces. They say dragons are treasures in themselves. And this nest proved to be no exception. Without a moment's hesitation, Muyu brandished his steel pickaxe and struck the nest with all his might, sparking a flurry of sparks. The impact jolted his hands, leaving them numb, and when he glanced at the black metal block he had struck, he was left utterly astounded. Not even a dent. At that moment, a profound sense of helplessness washed over Muyu. Indeed, what did it matter how many precious treasures lay before him if he lacked the ability to claim them? Anxiously, Muyu circumnavigated the dragon's lair, hoping to uncover additional items. After all, a thief does not leave empty-handed. It would be absurd to risk his life for nothing. Just then, he was astonished to discover a smaller nest to the right rear of the larger one, measuring only 2 or 3 feet in length, atop which rested a grayish-white metallic egg. Muyu acknowledged that the brilliance of the metal blocks and spirit stones from the larger nest had dazzled his eyes, causing him to overlook the true treasure within the lair. He felt compelled to extend his sincerest apologies to the metallic egg. Hurrying forward, he caressed the egg's gleaming surface. Iron Dragon Egg. Extraordinary, the bloodline of a dragon can only pass on to one descendant throughout its lifetime, and they share a profound emotional bond with the preceding dragon, able to sense each other's presence across vast distances. Why is this unlike other beast eggs, which require blood to forge a contract? Muyu wondered, gritting his teeth. He sliced his palm, smearing a copious amount of crimson blood upon the dragon egg. No matter the outcome, he would first try and see. Whether he could become a dragon knight depended on this. The dragon egg, surely, could not be taken away, for the dragon would sense its location, an invitation to death, akin to offering oneself as a sacrifice upon Yama's altar. Uncertain of how to incubate the egg, Muyu felt a lingering sense of dissatisfaction at returning empty-handed. His gaze soon fell upon the dragon's nest. Together with Abu, they exerted their strength to push aside the heavy dragon egg, revealing a nest composed of mysterious iron and pure white metal. The nest was embedded with metallic spirit stones, with a particularly striking spirit stone the size of a fist at its center. Abu, you take the pickaxe and strike right at the center, Muyu instructed, handing the steel pick to Abu. In comparison to mining, he felt like a mere novice before him. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Abu, under Muyu's eager gaze, became invigorated and unleashed his fury, his muscles swelling beneath his reddened skin. Unlike before, a faint silvery sheen shimmered beneath his skin. With each strike, sparks shot up several meters into the air. However, Muyu was cognizant that these sparks erupted from the steel pickaxe, for no metal fragments had yet fallen. A distant, almost ethereal dragon's roar echoed, tightening Muyu's chest, prompting him to urge Abu onward. Hurry, Abu. Each of Abu's strikes was fueled by sheer determination, his muscles trembling from the recoil. With a resounding crack, the steel pickaxe shattered under the relentless blows, leaving Abu bewildered with the handle in his grasp. Another booming dragon's roar resonated, this time clearer, as though circling just beyond the mountain's peak. It's over, Muyu thought, darkness momentarily clouding his vision. Just then, a sound of shattering broke through the air. Chapter 71. Sequence 79. The demigod of puppets. Muyu saw a crack appear in the once unified dragon's nest, grabbing the fist-sized spirit stone and metal fragments. He barely had time to glance at the system notification before he and Abu dashed away. Quickly, once I become wealthy, I will certainly forge a pickaxe, shovel, and axe of supreme iron to keep at my side. Muyu gritted his teeth and sprinted, the light outside the dragon's lair cascading into the entrance, refracting dazzling silver hues. He and Abu leapt forth together. Let us go, Muyu called to the leaders of the wild men, urging them to descend the mountain in a frenzy. However, he suddenly caught sight of a mound of grayish-white mud in the forest, emanating a strong metallic essence, the soil beneath it shimmering with a hue reminiscent of iron. Could this mountain of iron be the result of the great dragon's flight? How much feces must it have produced? Muyu's expression turned peculiar, feeling as if he stood atop a mountain of dung, though the dragon's excrement bore no odor whatsoever. Stealing dung doesn't sound very appealing, he mused, yet it could be an extraordinary plot of land or 10 golden crystals. Gazing at the mound of mud, Muyu hesitated, torn for several moments, but ultimately prioritized profit and commanded the wild man leaders to package it for transport. Moments later, upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Muyu spotted the silver dragon landing atop the peak, filling him with relief. Before long, a thunderous dragon's roar erupted from the summit, resonating through the clouds with immense emotional intensity. The silver dragon soared from the mountaintop, circling around the peak as if in search of something. At this moment, Muyu had already delved into the dense thicket outside the mountain peak. Phew, it was fortunate I ran quickly. Had I remained on the mountain, it would have been troublesome. It was merely a few scraps of metal, not a dragon egg. Why the excitement? In the midst of the jungle. As Muyu caught his breath, he seized the opportunity to examine the system's notifications. Ding. Source of Goldstone 1. Ding. Extreme Iron 2. Source of Goldstone. Contains terrifying metallic elements. Extremely stable. An exceptional, extraordinary material. Extreme Iron. Exceptional iron refined to its utmost. Possessing extraordinary characteristics. When mixed into weapons, it can unleash unparalleled effects. A material of remarkable quality. A smile graced Mu Yu's face. At that moment, he felt that all his adventures had been worth it. Hiss. Hiss hiss. Just as Mu Yu reveled in his joy, an overwhelming cacophony erupted from the jungle, as if hundreds of figures encircled them. Among these figures, a silhouette clad in azure steel armor emerged, holding a crossbow in his left hand and a long sword in his right, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. How long have you been hiding here? Mu Yu inquired with curiosity. Since you ascended the mountain. I've been watching you. Consider yourself fortunate to have survived, the armored man retorted, his fiery gaze piercing through the visor, fixating greedily on the packages held by the wild leader. What treasures did you acquire on the mountain? Show me. Excrement. Do you want it? Mu Yu narrowed his eyes, a glint of murderous intent flickering within. Dare to toy with me? I am the third lord of Zone 2220. While you possess some strength, I advise you to contemplate the consequences of a confrontation. Share the spoils with me, and I shall depart immediately. I've told you, it's excrement. Do you want it? Mu Yu reiterated. Fine. If I don't beat you to a pulp, I won't bear the surname Pei. The azure-clad man seethed, waving his hand as dozens of crossbow bolts shot forth from the thicket, resembling a relentless rain of arrows. Mu Yu pointed at the azure man with disdain in his voice. Kill everyone except him. Boom, boom. Under the astonished gaze of the azure-clad man, 10 wild leaders hurled golden stone wolf spears into the shadows of the jungle, then raised iron shields to withstand the bolts. Charging forth with iron knives at the figures concealed within, Abu grew even bolder, neglecting to use his shield, charging into the thicket like a frenzied bull, producing a cacophony of sounds. Crack, crack, crack. The jungle echoed with peculiar noises. The azure-clad man, taken aback by the wild leader's ferocity, began to retreat slowly, his earlier bravado evaporating. Where do you think you're going? Mu Yu admonished lightly, startling the azure-clad man into turning and fleeing. Thump. The azure man felt as though he had collided with a wall. As he looked up, he met the gaze of large, bell-like eyes. Wind arrow. The azure-clad man aimed his crossbow at Abu's eyes, releasing an arrow imbued with the elements of the azure wind, propelled by a powerful gust directly towards Abu's eye. Whoosh. Abu extended his left hand to shield his eyes, as the crossbow bolt embedded itself in his palm, halting at half an inch. With his other hand, he struck at the head of the armored man clad in blue. The sound of impact echoed, and the blue-armored man was sent flying, disoriented and struggling to regain his footing. Some of the puppets wielded iron shields, others brandished iron blades, and yet others held crossbows, but they were now nearly dismantled. It became evident that these figures were not human after all. Mu Yu, slightly taken aback, unraveled his earlier confusion. Abu and several wild chieftains encircled the blue-armored man, who, realizing there was no escape, ceased his resistance and pleaded, Great One, we are all human, spare me. Only now do you acknowledge me as Great One. Even if you were unaware of my strength, seeing the wild chieftains beside me, you should have recognized the folly of your audacity, Mu Yu pondered, perplexed by the blue-armored man's actions. How could someone so feeble seek trouble with him? Had he forgotten his wits upon leaving the island today? Great One, how was I to know that your wild companions were so formidable? I thought they were merely large and intimidating. Had I known of their prowess, I would never have dared to trouble you. The blue-armored man earnestly declared. Are there no wild men in your territory? Mu Yu inquired, a peculiar glint illuminating his gaze. I've never heard of them. The blue-armored man responded, his desperation edging towards tears, which surprised Mu Yu. Then, a thought crossed his mind, prompting another question. You claim to be the third island lord of your region. Have you ever activated a medium altar? To which deity did you offer your sacrifices? Indeed, I have. It was a sacrifice to Sequence 79, the next god of puppets. At that moment, Mu Yu grasped much more than he had anticipated. He had not expected the man before him to genuinely be the third island lord of the region. It was no wonder he had never encountered wild men. Nor was it surprising that he possessed so many puppets. Yet, it was bewildering that, despite being a third island lord, his strength was comparable to that of Shun Jian and his ilk. Chapter 72, Gale Crossbow. It appeared that the deities worshipped varied by region, leading to significant cultural differences. However, the worship of these deities was not determined by area codes. Otherwise, the disparity between two neighboring regions would not be so pronounced. Mu Yu distinctly recalled that his own region's altar revered Sequence 9, a legitimate deity associated with hunting, possessing two authorities. Great One, have you finished your inquiries? The blue-armored man, unable to contain his curiosity as Mu Yu fell into contemplation, ventured to ask. One final question. Have you ever harmed anyone from another region? Never, never. Great One, I absolutely have not. The blue-armored man shook his head vigorously, assuring Mu Yu of his innocence. Very well, Abu, escort him away. Great One, There's no need for such formality. I can leave on my own accord. No trouble to you, the blue-armored man responded, astonished by the courtesy. Abu approached, raising his iron fists towards the man's head. Thud! The helmet crumpled inward, producing a crisp sound akin to a ripe watermelon bursting, splattering crimson juice. And the blue-armored man collapsed to the ground. Muyu stepped forward, searching for a moment but failed to locate his backpack space. It appears that the system does not advocate for mutual slaughter. Once a person perishes, the belongings within their backpack are irrevocably lost. Muyu expressed his regret, simultaneously realizing that this individual had undoubtedly committed murder before, for otherwise, there would have been no need for a lengthy verbal threat when a sudden ambush could have sufficed. The information Muyu obtained was substantial, for the mere fact that he could engage with individuals from District 2220 indicated their connections to at least 4 districts. Consequently, the one threatening them must have originated from one of those 4 districts. This effectively eliminated District 2220, as their overall strength did not support such audacious actions. It must be from a district with unwavering confidence in its own power that could act so recklessly. Additionally, there were 70 finely crafted iron crossbows and 700 iron bolts, all produced from standard blueprints, only slightly superior to Muyu's obsolete light crossbow. The most significant acquisition, however, was a steel longsword, a steel repeating crossbow, and a complete set of steel heavy armor. Muyu could only remark that, while the individual may have been inexperienced, their gifts were commendable. Ding. Qingren sword, rare, X1. Ding. Swift wind repeating crossbow, rare, X1. Ding. Armor of the wind, rare, X1. Swift wind repeating crossbow, rare infused with the element of wind. This extraordinary crossbow is crafted from steel mixed with refined silver, boasting considerable power and capable of absorbing ambient wind elements, releasing a swift wind arrow once every hour. Damage, 90,210. Muyu recalled that he still had 30 wind feathers at home. Should they be fashioned into crossbow bolts, their potency would undoubtedly increase. After securing all his belongings, Muyu, accompanied by the wild men, continued their expedition, seeking new treasures within the forest. After a prolonged wait, a hyena wandered into the area. Spotting a naked corpse with a shattered skull, it rushed over eagerly, licking the crimson blood, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. Suddenly, without warning, a sharp longsword pierced the hyena's neck, blood gushing forth. Fortunately, it had not been devoured by the beast. With the talent usable only once per week, he would need to exercise caution in the days ahead. How could such a monstrous existence be possible? Even a mere subordinate could incapacitate him without resistance. The young man, feeling his head had healed, stood up only to be struck by a chill as he surveyed the remnants of shattered puppets strewn about, his heart aching profoundly. In the dense forest, a plump elk was blissfully grazing on grass, oblivious to the impending threat. Whoosh! A sharp bolt pierced through the trees, embedding itself in the elk's skull, blood gushing forth as it fell heavily to the ground. A wild man leader sprang forth, hoisting the elk upon his shoulder. The power was commendable. With a smile, Muyu gazed at the recently fired swift wind repeating crossbow in his hand, deeming it perfectly suited for hunting feeble creatures. I am Qi Jinger from District 2222, requesting assistance. I am Peng Anren from District 2222, requesting assistance. I am Lu Kun from District 2222, requesting assistance. I am from District 2222. Suddenly, cries for help echoed from the depths of the forest. Muyu raised his gaze, murmuring to himself, "It seems the time for extra earnings has arrived." With wild men in tow, they dashed forward, 3 lifeless bodies strewn carelessly on the ground. A circle of 7 or 8 individuals, armed and visibly tense, surrounded them, outnumbered by merely 5. The more they shouted, the more would come to meet their demise. Among them, a young man clad in light armor bore a cruel smile, his companions' eyes fierce, unflinching despite their wounds. "Did we not warn you? How dare you set foot on this island again? It seems our words have fallen on deaf ears. Let this be your grave." At the forefront of the 5 stood a woman in formidable steel armor, her voice hoarse and cold. "This island is vast. Why must we resort to slaughter? Would it not be better for all to thrive together? We are all compatriots from Blue Star. Is such brutality truly necessary?" 2 women from the group of 7 questioned, their lips trembling. "Enough. They have been hardened by this world into beasts, their minds no longer resembling ours. Do you expect animals to comprehend human speech?" The leading man interrupted, a scar marring his cheek, staining half his face crimson, an arrow lodged in his left arm. Gasping, he gripped his sword tightly, fixated on the armored woman before him. "Enough talk. Kill." The armored woman's voice dripped with bloodlust. With a command, she charged forward, wielding a massive steel sword that left a long gash in the grass, aiming a downward strike at the middle-aged man leading the opposition. Clang! Sparks flew as the middle-aged man raised his large blade in defense. The immense force drove him to one knee, straining to withstand the impact. "Boss! Boss!" The others rushed to assist, yet the 4 adversaries pressed forward with their weapons, fighting fiercely and without fear, overwhelming the 7 and leaving them in peril. The middle-aged man bit down so hard his gums bled, suddenly feeling the pressure ease as the armored woman withdrew her sword. He sighed in relief. But she lifted her sword again, bringing it down with renewed momentum. Clang! The man's grip faltered. He was shaken loose of his weapon. As he looked up, his pupils dilated, the heavy sword descending upon his head. Bang! Chapter 73, Another Extraordinary Island. A crossbow bolt flew in from afar, striking the descending steel sword with precision. The armored woman staggered, her sword crashing down onto the vacant ground beside her. Thud! The crouched man broke into a cold sweat, disbelief filling his eyes as he realized he had narrowly escaped death. Who was that? The sudden arrow drew the attention of all towards its origin. The armored woman, demanding an answer from the dense thicket. Boom, boom, boom. Only the thunderous sound of golden stone wolf spears slicing through the air responded to her. 10 gleaming spears hurtled toward them. One man raised a massive shield in defense, but the shield was deformed upon impact, sending him flying. Subsequently pierced through by the falling spears, his eyes wide open in eternal shock. Someone turned and fled, only to be pinned against a tree by a swiftly thrown spear. In a heartbeat, the 5-member group was reduced to a solitary armored woman, with the other for having been gruesomely impaled. The sound of her heavy footsteps echoed, her expression grave. After a brief moment of hesitation, she sheathed her steel greatsword and sprinted into the dense forest. Suddenly, a water-blue spear landed in front of her, embedding itself in the ground and creating a deep crater, mere half a meter away from her. The armored woman recognized this as a warning, halting in her tracks, frozen in place. It was then that Mu Yu emerged slowly, accompanied by a throng of wildlings. It is the god Mu. The great god Mu has saved us. We worship the god Mu. I am so moved. The great god Mu has rescued me once more. With the iconic Wild King's appearance, the 7-member group erupted in gasps of astonishment, tears streaming from their eyes in overwhelming emotion. Surrounding the armored woman with the remaining wildling leaders, Mu Yu finally inquired. Who are you? Which district do you hail from? Just kill me if you must. There is no need for idle chatter. I shall not divulge anything. The armored woman retorted, her voice unwavering and defiant. Mu Yu furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback by the woman's tenacity. Very well then, Abu. Strip her of her armor. You lot, form a line and approach one by one. You despicable fiend. The armored woman exclaimed in anger as several wildling leaders advanced. Seizing her limbs, Abu yanked off her helmet, revealing a youthful visage with a strikingly fierce countenance. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. God Mu, may I also join the line? A middle-aged man from the group raised his hand, his eyes gleaming with a lewd light, which immediately drew disdainful glances from the 2 women nearby. Lu Kun, I never imagined you to be such a person. Truly disgusting. One scorned. Look at the others, and then at yourself. Peng Anren, say something. God Mu, may I cut in line? The man named Peng Anren chimed in. God Mu, I too wish to join the queue. For men from the 7-member group clamored to be included, leaving the leader with a bitter expression, unsure of how to respond. I never expected all of you from District 2222 to be such lecherous individuals. The armored woman seethed with a mix of fury and trepidation, her body trembling. Humph. We are already enemies in life and death. What need have I for discussions of virtue? Abu, hurry up, Mu Yu coldly urged, observing that the imposing wildling chief was ready to act. The armored woman, feeling defeated, gritted her teeth and declared, I am Zheng Yuezhi, from District 2223. Abu, stop. Would it not have been easier to cooperate from the start? Mu Yu flashed a disdainful smile, akin to a dagger piercing deeply into Zheng Yuezhi's heart. Why did your district seek to slay those from ours? This island belongs solely to our District 2223. No one from other districts is permitted to trespass. This is what our leader has decreed. As she mentioned her leader, admiration gleamed in her eyes. To whom does your district's altar pay tribute? What do you mean? I do not know, Zheng Yuezhi replied, her expression one of confusion. Have you never activated the intermediate altar? What position do you hold in your district's island ranking? Mu Yu suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. The intermediate altar could only be activated by the leader, and I was merely an inconspicuous nobody in our district. Zheng Yuezhi's tone shifted to one of humility and reverence, which only deepened Mu Yu's frown. Who are the top 3 island lords on your leaderboard? And what is the tier of their islands? Ku Yuan, Long He, and the esteemed leader Shirt Sangtian. The island tier is rare, not to mention the leader's excellence. Even when confronted by the crowd, facing uncertainty, Zheng Yuezhi spoke with an air of pride. This is remarkably similar to our district situation. Mushan also possesses an island of exceptional quality. I believe Mushun is even more formidable. You are unaware of the events of that night when Mushun effortlessly summoned a fire dragon, a memory that remains vivid to this day. Upon hearing Zheng Yuezhi's words, the others began to murmur amongst themselves. Yet when the words reached Zheng Yuezhi's ears, it was as if a thunderclap had struck her, and she muttered in disbelief. How could this devil possess an extraordinary island? That is impossible. Only the esteemed Shirt Sangtian deserves such a tier. You have no understanding of the true power of an exceptional island. You must be deceiving me, deluding yourselves. There is no hope left, just kill me. Mu Yu sighed softly, clearly seeing that this woman had been thoroughly brainwashed. I have said all that needs to be said. Why must you kill me? I can ensure your pleasure. All I ask is for my life. Mu Yu's tone was icy, as if regarding a corpse. Kill her. Bang. Zheng Yuezhi suddenly erupted. Breaking free from the grasp of 4 wild leaders, a steel greatsword manifesting in her hands as she swung it fiercely at Mu Yu. Die. Boom. Abu was quick on his feet, leaping into action, his powerful iron fist striking her unprotected head. Zheng Yuezhi's head burst like a balloon, her headless corpse collapsing directly before Mu Yu. Throughout the entire ordeal, Mu Yu's eyelids had not even flickered. With his current swordsmanship, even without Abu's intervention, he could have effortlessly countered her. Ding. Steel greatsword, rare, 1. Ding. Steel heavy armor, rare, 1. Ding. Fine iron wolf armor, excellent, 1. Ding. Eagle strike bow, excellent, 1. Chapter 74, The Ambushed Coast. As the saying goes, a horse does not grow fat on night grass, and a person does not grow rich without unexpected fortune. Indeed, killing and plundering is the fastest path to wealth. Aside from the 2 rare pieces of equipment on Zheng Yuezhi, Mu Yu collected an additional 10 pieces of excellent gear, causing him to reflect. Thank you, Mu Shun, I am Zhang Yunjie. Thank you, Mu Shun, for saving me. I am Peng Anren. Thank you, Mu Shun. I am Lu Kun. Zhang Yunjie was the first to speak, and the others followed suit, expressing their gratitude profusely. It was merely a trivial matter. What are you all doing here? Mu Yu gestured dismissively and inquired. We found a rabbit warren nearby, and were preparing to gather some meat when they set their sights on us, explained Zhang Yunjie. Oh, a rabbit warren? Mu Yu's gaze drifted past them to the ground, where numerous holes were visible. Had they not mentioned it, he would have assumed they were rat burrows. Whoosh. The crossbow bolt soared forth, striking a wild hare that had just poked its head out from a burrow, piercing its skull. Successful disassembly. 30 pounds of rabbit meat. 1 rabbit pelt. Continue your efforts, but do exercise caution. Mu Yu felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. There was no need to vie for such inferior provisions. He tossed the rabbit meat to Zhang Yunjie and turned away with the wildlings. Mu, take care, Zhang urged. Hurry, we must catch more hares. This place is no longer safe. We need to leave swiftly. After Mu Yu departed, Zhang Yunjie hastened the remaining 7 to hunt the hares, aware that numerous matters would require his attention following the island's advancement. If the island proved sufficiently expansive, he intended to relocate all the wildlings and their young to it. Who could say whether the newly emerged islands would still exist after this week? Mu Yu retraced his steps, traversing dense forests, passing through Iron Mountain, and crossing the plains until he neared the coast. Suddenly, the sound of clashing weapons echoed from the shoreline, causing his heart to race as he quickened his pace alongside the wildlings. At the coast, a middle-aged man wielding dual shields led a group of individuals and a multitude of puppets, wreaking havoc upon the coastal guards, who suffered severe losses. Some fled by boat. Jobin, get on the ship, shouted a companion already aboard. No, we cannot leave. If we do, they will destroy all the vessels. Jobin, bracing himself with an iron shield against the rain of arrows, felt the overwhelming force pushing him back, inching him closer to the shoreline's edge. Preserve the green hills. And we need not worry about firewood. What madness drives you to fight for over 100 basic resources? His companion questioned, perplexed. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt struck Jobin's arm, causing him to drop his shield hand. He crouched down, leaning against the back of his iron shield. Witnessing this, his comrades dared not dissuade him and swiftly rode away. As the coast appeared on the brink of falling, Jobin's expression turned bitter. He awaited his fate beneath the iron shield in silence. Moments later, he was astonished to notice a significant reduction in the number of arrows, and those adversaries did not advance to finish him off. Cautiously, he peered from behind his shield, only to behold a stunning sight. A dozen wildling captains descended like divine beings, shields in their left hands and weapons in their right, charging through the throng of puppets as if in an uninhabited realm. The wildling king was even more formidable, his thrown spear striking true as though it were the hand of death itself. The dual-shielded leader, struck by a cerulean spear, lay on the ground, groaning and unable to rise. You dare to come from Zone 2220 to Zone 2222 to steal and destroy our vessels. Mu Yu confronted the dual-shielded man, standing before him with authority. Humph, so it is acceptable for you to destroy our vessels, but not for us to retaliate? Death is the least of my concerns. The fallen man, fueled by indignation, seemed on the verge of exploding with pent-up resentment. Stealing and destroying your vessels? Surely you must be mistaken. Mu Yu was slightly taken aback, suddenly realizing that others seemed unaware that the murderer hailed from District 2223. Humph. He even left his name on the ground. Xiaozhe from your district, claiming we killed your people as revenge. What utter nonsense. When have we ever harmed your people? The man spoke with anger, then added, except for just now. Xiaozhe? A particular individual surfaced in Mu Yu's mind. After a moment's contemplation, he promptly commanded, Lord Mu. Lord Mu, I am immensely grateful to you. How else would I explain this to everyone in the district? A rotund man rushed over. standing beside Muyu and incessantly wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Are you the head of the ship administrators? How come you haven't fled? Muyu scrutinized the individual, noting that despite his disheveled state, he bore a semblance of familiarity, seemingly a businessman from Blue Star. Lord Mu, you jest. I am merely Chao Qian Kong, unworthy of such a title. The entire district entrusted the ships to me. How could I dare to flee? If the people perish, so do the ships. Chao Qian Kong repeatedly thumped his chest in affirmation. You possess a modicum of intelligence, yet you cannot feast upon such a large cake alone. Remain here, Muyu remarked with a cold smile, causing more cold sweat to bead on Chao Qian Kang's forehead as he stood respectfully in place. Before long, the wild men had cleared the scene, presenting Muyu with a mountain of iron shields, swords, and crossbows. Rare item, double shield, 1. Rare item, heavy armor, 1. Iron shield, 40. Iron sword, 40. Crossbow, 80. What happened? Did someone ambush us? Long Sun Wu inquired upon seeing the scattered puppets and those sprawled on the ground. Let him speak, Muyu said, tossing out a man who had been stripped bare. Under the gaze of the crowd, the man felt a sense of social death but recounted the events nonetheless. Slander. He is slandering me. A voice rang out from the crowd. Chapter 75, Bluefish Pond Construction Blueprint. The crowd parted, and Xiuzhe, clad in light armor, stepped forward with a look of grievance. Slander. I did not sneak attack your ships on your coast. You are Xiuzhe. I will kill you. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, became exceedingly agitated and charged at Xiuzhe. Swish. Muyu swiftly dispatched him with a single strike, the blood absorbed by the bloodthirsty fire ring blade. It no longer matters whether it was you or not. The current reality is that aside from our own district, all others are enemies. Muyu then relayed the encounter with Zhang Yuji. Thus, Shirtsong Tian is indeed a man of great ambition. He must possess a formidable talent for influencing or brainwashing others. Long Sun Wu remarked gravely. A perilous individual indeed. Who knows what other schemes he harbors? We must exercise utmost caution. Wang Yang could not help but interject. Indeed, at this coastline, one among the 4 of you must remain behind. Otherwise, a few capable individuals could sever your retreat entirely, Muyu advised. Very well, I shall remain on guard for the remainder of today. Zhizhan, you may continue with our previous strategy. Starting tomorrow, the 5 of us will take turns guarding the coast. Should anyone be unwilling to participate in the rotation, they may pass the duty to another, Changsun Wu instructed Zhizhan. He then called over Chao Qian Kong and commanded, from tomorrow onwards, ships arriving will be charged per head, at a rate of 10 units of basic resources per person. You will still be responsible for arranging personnel to oversee the vessels, but you must yield 80% of the profits. 80%, Changsun, with so many ships, I will need to find numerous individuals to oversee them. Isn't that a bit excessive? Chao Qian Kong hesitated. Our district still has over 3,000 people remaining, even if 2,000 arrive daily. That amounts to 20,000 basic resources. This is sufficient for half the resources needed for one person to ascend to a 4th-tier island. Is 4,000 a day too little for you? If you are unwilling, there are plenty of others eager to take on the task, Changsun Wu replied, his eyes narrowing with a smile, exuding an enigmatic pressure despite his cultured tone. All right, I will do it. It's adequate. Chao Qian Kong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hastily nodded in agreement. Muyu also concurred with Changsun Wu's proposal. Recognizing that with such a substantial resource allocation, those initially reluctant to guard the coast would likely be enticed to do so. Muyu, are you leaving now? Suddenly inquired Lu Feibai. Yes, is there a problem? Muyu asked, her brow furrowed in suspicion. Indeed. I'll be able to catch up with you by tomorrow. Very well, I shall await your arrival, Muyu replied with a gentle smile, finding his enthusiasm reminiscent of a child. Continuing onward, Muyu spotted Zhobin seated on the ground, recuperating. His arm was bandaged, and upon seeing Muyu approach, he hastily attempted to rise. Mushun, you need not stand. Please remain seated. Looking up, Muyu noticed that her Lifan ship was still intact by the shore. Well done. You have kept a watchful eye. This is your reward, Muyu said with a light smile, leaving behind a finely crafted iron crossbow and 10 bolts. The bolts, produced in District 2220, were made with plastic fletching, allowing for mass production, though lacking extraordinary enhancements and only possessing basic damage. Mushun, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Zhobin exclaimed, taken aback, and quickly pushed it away. While it may seem valuable to you, it is of little consequence to me. Take it, and seize your opportunity. Remaining here, merely guarding the ship, holds no future, Muyu replied. Moments later, her figure vanished from sight, leaving Zhobin clutching the iron crossbow to his chest, as if it were an invaluable treasure. Muyu, accompanied by the wildlings leaders, arrived at the wilderness of the medium-sized island, where heaps of ores, beast carcasses, and soil awaited her collection. Ding. Decomposition successful. Giant tiger meat, 15,000 pounds. Giant tiger essence, 15,000. Giant tiger hide, 30. Ding. Decomposition successful. Giant tooth crocodile meat, 15,000 pounds. Giant tooth crocodile essence, 15,000. giant tooth crocodile teeth, 60. Ding. Decomposition successful, giant python meat, 15,000 pounds, giant python essence, 15,000, giant python gallbladder, 30. Giant python gallbladder, cools and detoxifies, invigorates the mind. Excessive consumption can enhance physical strength and promote growth. Upon glancing at the dark serpent's gallbladder, Muyu recognized its considerable value and decided to keep it, leaving the entirety of the giant python's flesh behind for the wild men to utilize as sustenance. While they could indeed hunt for themselves, their efforts often resulted in sporadic feasting and hunger, significantly impairing their work efficiency. As a formal worker under Muyu's employ, he naturally would not allow them to suffer from starvation. With the resources in hand, Muyu noted, flint, 100, water stone, 100 earth stone, 100 iron blocks, 6,000 copper blocks, 3,000 soil, 10,000 at this juncture. All valuable resources on this medium-sized island had been secured. Muyu retained 10 wildmen leaders and took only Abu with him to Fire Dragon Island. Upon returning, greeted by the first snowfall and little goo, Muyu generously rewarded them with 200 pounds of Tiger King meat before sending them off. Subsequently, making his way to the mud hut. Ding, mud, 1,500. Just as Muyu prepared to upgrade the island, he realized he possessed only 9 rare buildings, falling short of the requirement by 1. He promptly announced a substantial reward in the chat channel, offering a heavy earth armor, a pair of mother and son shields, and an eagle striking bow, which ultimately procured a suitable rare blueprint. The price of building blueprints was inherently higher than that of items of equal quality. Thus Muyu did not consider it an excessive expenditure, especially since these items were not his own and caused him no regret. Basic equipment could be smelted into metal blocks for reforging, as Muyu's furnace produced higher quality items. However, these extraordinary weapons were not amenable to such processes. Once reforged, their extraordinary properties would be entirely lost, leaving only the basic metals. Spirit Fish Pond Building Blueprint, Rare Stone, 100, Water Stone, 20, Extraordinary Ingredients, 100 pounds. Chapter 76, Island Ascension Trial. Observing the name of the blueprint, Muyu surmised that this was a rare structure for fish farming. He immediately chose a location near the sea for its construction, facilitating the filling of the pond with seawater later. Ding, stone, 100, water stone, 20. Giant tooth crocodile meat, 100 pounds. Construction successful, Spirit Fish Pond. A veil of white mist wafted from the ground, revealing a 50 square meter deep pit pond. Its surroundings and base paved with stone, interspersed with chaotic blue water stones, and at its center lay a substantial lump of crocodile meat. Muyu promptly commanded the wild men to cease the production of mud and gather at the shoreline to collect seawater for filling the pond. Before long, the pond brimmed with seawater, causing the crocodile meat to float. Spirit Fish Pond. By placing marine fish within and feeding them extraordinary ingredients, evolution will occur. Are only fish viable? I wonder if other marine creatures can evolve within. Consuming meat daily might indeed enhance the flavor. It then occurred to Muyu that he had a self-made fish pond, containing several small fish he had caught, which he had neglected due to his busy schedule. He instructed the wild men to retrieve the fish from the old pond and transfer them to the Spirit Fish Pond, thus fulfilling all the conditions for ascension. Island Ascension. Muyu softly declared, selecting the necessary materials for consumption. The soil, 10,000 units. The stones, 10,000 units. The mud, 10,000 units. The source stone of gold, 1 unit. The island terrain editing blueprint, 1 unit. Upon meeting the conditions, the island trial was initiated. The system detected the island's rating as exceptional, unlocking the strongest trial of the 3rd tier. Muyu, feeling a sense of unease, waited for a moment, yet the surroundings remained eerily silent. What is happening? Just as Muyu's impatience began to mount, the previously playful Chushua and Xiaogu fell silent, their gaze fixed intently upon the surface of the sea. Gurgling sounds echoed as the once azure waters transformed into an inky blackness, boiling violently like a cauldron, threatening to engulf the nearly 2-meter-high coastal island. As the first grotesque fish broke the surface, a myriad of other aberrant creatures followed suit, surging towards Muyu's island like a relentless tide. Their presence exuded chaos, malevolence, and brutality, their forms twisted, distorted, and uncanny. The large fish bore the hooves of a pig, crabs had the heads of dogs, and lobsters were cloaked in the wool of sheep. Everything was a cacophony of confusion. Simultaneously, a massive dark cloud drifted down from the sky, revealing a swarm of blackbirds with serpent heads and monkey tails. Roaring, Abu seized the cold blade crescent moon knife, rallying the wildlings to resist. Chushue transformed into a lion the size of a buffalo, her body engulfed in crimson flames as she charged at the aberrant beings. The fire condensation tower unleashed flames to incinerate the grotesque creatures, while the wood condensation tower's entwined vines spread relentlessly, ensnaring one after another of the aberrant seafood. Resembling a packed seafood market. Howling, Xiaogu prepared to soar into the sky to confront the monstrous birds within the cloud, but was halted by Muyu. Muyu retrieved the element conversion sprayer, inserting a charged red crystal, aiming at the grotesque avian swarm. Elemental energy coalesced, and a wave of searing heat erupted forth. Boom! Like a fiery dragon, the flaming tongue surged into the grotesque birds, erupting in a violent explosion, a foul black smoke wafting over the island. Numerous birds were reduced to charred remains, and Muyu swiftly replaced the dim red crystal with a new one, aiming once again at the avian horde. Boom! This fiery blast obliterated the flock, their flaming carcasses plummeting to the ocean like fireworks, leaving only thick gray smoke in the sky. Chushue, Abu, retreat at once. Muyu commanded, and they immediately fell back, most of the wildlings following Abu's lead. However, some wildlings had already been ensnared by the tentacles of these grotesque beings, unable to free themselves. In such circumstances, Muyu could only assist them in ending their suffering swiftly. Boom! A soul-piercing shot from the element conversion sprayer unleashed a ferocious flame, sweeping over the crawling, aberrant creatures. These monsters showed no fear of death or pain. Only by incinerating them completely could their assault be halted. Boom! Boom! The elements within the sprayer acted as a massive cleansing apparatus, each blast reducing a swath of aberrant monsters to ash. After 5 shots, Muyu hurried to the fire-melting furnace, retrieving 5 remaining red crystals and loading them into the element conversion sprayer. Boom! 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 The scorching tongues of flame erupted incessantly until the last burst, roasting all the grotesque seafood on the island to perfection. Soon, the inky waters began to bubble once more. Surely, there can't be more. Muyu, feeling cornered, placed the Thunder Spirit Stone into the elemental converter. Blue lightning danced at the nozzle, resembling mischievous sprites. Aiming the nozzle at the sea surface, the accumulated lightning surged forth. A bolt as thick as a tree trunk diving into the ocean, fracturing into countless blue strands that instantly spread across the island's periphery. The crackling continued for nearly a minute before it finally subsided, leaving a multitude of grotesque sea creatures floating on the surface, the waters calming down. Just as Muyu exhaled in relief, a spider leg, as thick as a utility pole, rose from the depths, its sharp tip piercing a savage's chest and embedding him into the ground. What is this abomination? Muyu's pupils constricted as a towering bubble erupted from the sea, revealing a massive aberration with 3 serpent heads and a spider's body. Its 6 lengthy legs stretched an impressive 10 yards each. The 3 serpent heads, each over a yard long, hissed menacingly at Muyu, who surprisingly felt a surge of exhilaration. At last, you have arrived. Behold the grand gift I have prepared for you. With a swift thought, Muyu activated his critical hit, 9 dragons of earth fire. This formidable technique was meant to be unleashed weekly, and today marked the 7th day. As the 9 dragons of earth fire reached its most ferocious state, combined with Muyu's critical hit talent, the resulting 400 increase was sufficient to unleash a terrifying might. With Muyu's call, the 9 dragons of earth fire at the island's center surged to heights of over several dozen yards, and Muyu felt engulfed by the searing flames. Xiaogu, take Chushue and leave immediately. Abu, jump into the water pool with the savages, he called out, leaping into the old reservoir himself. Xiaogu whisked Chushue skyward. Abu and the other savages plunged into the spirit fish water pool like dumplings, while one savage, in a panic, leapt into the fiery therapeutic spring. The boiling waters of the spring scorched the savage's body to a vivid crimson, and before he could escape, he was already partially cooked. The 9 crimson fire dragons, vivid and alive, soared forth from the spectacle of the 9 dragons of earth fire, which now diminished in intensity, returning to its original state. However, all the heat concentrated upon the 9 fiery dragons. Chapter 77, Successful Advancement, Tier 4 Island. The 9 fire dragons collided with the grotesque behemoth, unleashing a searing temperature. The air turned dry and distorted, the pools on the island ran dry, and even the sea was largely evaporated, massive plumes of steam rising into the sky. As for the grotesque creature, it gradually dissipated in the scorching flames, leaving not even ash behind. Ding, ding, ding. A series of system notifications rang out. But Muyu had no time to check. He only felt that his back was nearing the point of being thoroughly roasted. As Muyu cast a glance back at the still glowing orb of heat, he gritted his teeth and hurled 10 exhausted fire element crystals into the blaze. The air erupted with crackling sounds, the searing heat rapidly dissipating until only the 10 vibrant red crystals remained on the ground. Ding! Trial successful. The island has ascended. Congratulations to Muyu from District 445 for being the first to promote to a Tier 4 island, earning additional rewards and unlocking the District Island leaderboard. Additional rewards. Wonder Level 1. 9 Dragons of Earth Fire, Rare, and True Fire of 9 Dragons, Exquisite. Additional rewards. Wonder Level 1. Iron Vein, Rare, and Secret Iron Vein, Exquisite. Ding. The Island Terrain Editing Blueprint has been activated. Please complete the editing within 1 minute. Receiving the prompt, Muyu had no time to revel in joy and quickly closed his eyes. In the recesses of his mind, the model of the entire island emerged. Muyu gradually elevated the island to its maximum height of 9 zhong, with a central earth column resembling a towering pillar, lifting the entire island into the sky, appearing as a floating isle from a distance, grand and magnificent. Though the illustration was not flawless, following the enhancement of the island's coast, the island's body now boasted a thickness of over 2 meters above sea level. Muyu also designed a stone staircase leading directly to the water's surface for the construction of a dock for ships to enter and exit the island. By securing this singular passage in the future, he could fend off most marine creature invasions. He then fine-tuned the island's terrain, delineating several uniquely styled zones, such as a construction area, mining area, agricultural zone, leisure area, river area, plains, and a wildling habitation area. Once these tasks were completed, Muyu opened his eyes to find Xiaogu returning with the first snow. At the moment Muyu opened his eyes, dense white mist enveloped the island, and it trembled as it ascended to its lofty height of 9 zhong, its area continuously expanding, welcoming newfound expanses of land. As the white mist dissipated, the entire island appeared rejuvenated, with Xiaogu soaring in the air, marveling at the island, while the first snow playfully dashed across the newly added land. The central earth fire had transformed into 9 vividly lifelike fire dragons, and Muyu felt an enhanced control over their emitted temperature, strengthening his dominion over the entire island. At that moment, he realized that all his efforts were well worth it, especially as the island now boasted 2 wonders. With a mere thought, he opened the island panel. Name: Fire Dragon Vein Island. Level: Tier 4 Small Island. Area: approximately 30,000 square meters. Structures: miniature water well, mud hut, wooden dock, luxurious wooden tower, lightning tower, rare. Pressurized water well, fertilizer catalysis chamber, rare. True fire furnace, rare. Fire refining hot spring, rare. Cultivation room, rare. Water reservoir, 3. Strength training room, rare. Fire condensation tower, rare. Wood condensation tower, rare. Water condensation tower, rare. Natural wonder, supreme. Teleportation array mother tower, rare. Spirit fish pond, rare. Resources: rare level farmland, 1, 3. Rich level farmland, 1, 3. Excellent level farmland, 1. Medium firestone mine, medium goldstone mine, small secret iron mine. Special outputs: 4th order resource rod, 9 dragons true fire, excellent wonder. Iron secret vein, excellent wonder. True fire melting chamber, rare. Iron element gathering tower, rare. Buildable: level 3 workbench, furnace, sailing dock, various wooden houses, various stone houses, water pump, watchtower, fishing platform. Automatic crossbow tower. Affiliated islands, 03. Belongs to Muyu. Advancement requirements: full capacity of affiliated islands. Pass the advancement trial. 200,000 soil. 200,000 stone. 200,000 mud. 1 rare wonder. 10 rare buildings. 3 excellent buildings. Extraordinary element stones can be added freely. 4th order islands possess a crushing enhancement compared to 3rd order islands. The fire melting furnace and fire therapy spring automatically upgrade to rare level buildings, and 2 additional rare level specialty buildings are added. The requirements for advancing to a 5th order island seem almost insurmountable, and Muyu speculates that the 5th order island will be a watershed moment for the majority. Meanwhile, Muyu examines the changes in wonders. 9 dragons true fire. Excellent wonder, a superior grade high-level true fire, containing terrifying fire elemental forces. Controllable by the island's master regarding temperature and intensity. Requires weekly discharge of flames, either actively or passively, for defense. Damage: 700,06,3000. Iron secret vein. Excellent wonder, a high-level geological vein of superior grade, containing terrifying gold elemental forces, capable of refreshing a small secret iron mine daily. The might of 9 dragons true fire was within Muyu's expectations, but Iron's secret vein proved equally formidable. The daily refresh of a small secret iron mine signifies a value of 100,000 units of iron blocks. If Muyu were patient enough to harvest only 10 pieces of secret iron each day, in a few weeks or months, he could amass additional quantities of secret silver or weekly. However, Muyu considers himself lacking in such patience. As the current situation demands immediate action, the future remains uncertain. After comprehending the wonders, Muyu shifts his focus to the new feature of the island, the affiliated islands. Affiliated Island 03, with the consent of the island master. Islands of the same tier or lower can become your affiliated islands. Once affiliated, this status is irreversible unless actively rescinded. You possess higher island privileges than the affiliated island master, and the tier of the affiliated island cannot exceed that of the main island. This feature of affiliated islands proves advantageous for island masters lacking a competitive spirit and seeking reliance. Ding Fire Spirit Stone 10. After perusing the island information, Muyu quickly rises to collect the Fire Spirit Stones on the ground, noticing a piece of jet black flesh, the size of a fingernail, writhing on the surface. Is it still alive? Muyu is astonished, gently grasping the small piece of black flesh, which immediately begins to struggle in his hand. Inferior pollutants, pseudo-legend, a small quantity of flesh and blood from an evil deity, possessing a high grade and strong pollution, capable of inducing genetic mutations in living beings. The factors of strength and weakness are uncontrollable. Even superior beings that consume this flesh cannot escape the consequences of contamination. Upon reading the description, Muyu hastily discarded the dark meat onto the ground. It was then that he recalled the enhancement he received from the system after eliminating that large, deformed beast in the 9 Dragons fire. However, he had not had the opportunity to check it at the time, so he began to rummage through his records. Ding. You have successfully slain an inferior pollutant. Mission accomplished. Reward: 1 golden chest, 100 hidden sequence points. Ding. Congratulations. Your sequence rank has risen to 1997. Chapter 78. Settling the Young Beasts and the Savage Tribe. Ding. You have slain an inferior pollutant for the first time. You have earned the title, Vanquisher of Evil. Ding. By slaying a higher tier enemy, the silver level pollutant, the 3-headed serpent, you have earned the title, Overachiever. Vanquisher of Evil. All attributes 3, 10 damage against pollutants. Overachiever. All attributes 5 against enemies 1 tier above, 10 against 2 tiers above, 15 against 3 tiers above, and so forth. Truly, one need not search far and wide to find fortune. This bounty came effortlessly. Muyu never anticipated such substantial additional rewards. Originally preoccupied with the 7-day mission, he found it had been completed in an instant. He promptly exchanged the title of Hunter for that of Vanquisher of Evil. As for the title of Shark Survivor, which came with a swimming skill, he decided to retain it for future encounters with formidable foes, opting to switch to Overachiever then. After all, this was flesh from a legendary being. It should not go to waste. A purification process should still render it usable. Gazing at the dark flesh of the evil deity, which sought to escape into the sea, Muyu had a sudden inspiration. He fetched a wooden barrel and clean water, placing the Fire Sun Jujube wood inside. Along with the corrupted flesh, the flesh began to ooze black blood, instantly tainting the clean water into a pitch-black liquid. Gurgle, gurgle. Meanwhile, the Fire Sun Jujube would begin to exhibit its purifying properties, bubbling as it worked to cleanse the ink-like water. Observing the purification process was not as potent as he had hoped, Muyu added 4 more pieces of Fire Sun Jujube wood into the barrel, causing the black water to bubble as if boiling. Now this is more like it. Muyu nodded with satisfaction. In another expanse of boundless azure sea, the situation was far more dire. The air above the island was thick with choking black smoke. Beneath the island, the seawater had turned inky, littered with numerous mutated sea creatures and dismembered human limbs, crimson blood staining the island's surface. On the island, hundreds of well-equipped humans displayed joy in their eyes. Though their faces bore the marks of exhaustion, they were either gravely injured with severed limbs, collapsed on the ground, or barely managing to stand, having just endured a harrowing battle for survival. Compared to their fortune, hundreds of their comrades had already been cast into the sea. We have won, boss. Under your leadership, we have triumphed over evil. Long live the boss. Amidst the cheers and jubilations of the crowd, Shirt Sangtian, standing at the highest point of the island, concealed his bitterness. Yes, my beloved brothers and sisters, our families, we have bravely vanquished evil together. The departed friends shall become stars in the heavens, watching over us. Let us embrace the jubilant cheers that follow our victory. Oh, long live the leader. Subsequently, Shirt Sangtian paid no heed to the fervent shouts of the crowd below, but rather focused on the glaring ranking that placed the Fire Dragon's secret vein island at the top. In a voice only he could hear, he muttered through clenched teeth. If it weren't for my need to gather 20 elemental spirit stones, I would never have succumbed to you. Just wait, I shall make you my subordinate island. He gazed towards the east, his eyes gleaming with a manic defiance. After ascending the island, Muyu did not immediately explore the new structures. Instead, he and Abu descended the stone steps of the island, arriving at a piece of land floating upon the sea, spanning over 40 square meters. Ding. 200 wood, 50 stone, 50 rope, 50 iron, 30 cloth. Construction successful. Sailboat dock. As the mist dissipated, a sailboat dock emerged, nestled upon the land and connecting seamlessly with the sea. Ding. 60 wood, 20 rope, 10 cloth. Manufacturing successful. Single-mast sailboat. Ding. 60 wood, 20 rope, 10 cloth. Manufacturing successful. Single-mast sailboat. After a brief while, Muyu utilized 150 pounds of giant tiger meat to procure a substantial quantity of rope and cloth, ultimately crafting 40 single-mast sailboats, each capable of accommodating 78 individuals. He then secured all the sailboats to the Lifan nearshore vessel, and together with Abu at the helm, they set sail towards the medium-sized island. Muyu's intention behind constructing such a fleet was to transport the wildlings and their young in one go. After all, maritime voyages harbor risks. Minimizing trips was paramount. For each wildling represented his personal wealth. Should they encounter danger and capsize, these inexperienced sailors would face certain demise. Upon reaching the medium-sized island, Muyu instructed Abu to notify the wildlings to bring all the juvenile beasts to the shoreline. Previously, Muyu had relocated a batch of wildlings, leaving only 220 behind, along with over 30 tiger cubs, 30 crocodile hatchlings, and 40 python hatchlings. The Lifan nearshore vessel, combined with the 40 single-mast sailboats, could comfortably accommodate over 350 individuals, sufficient for transporting all creatures. Once the juvenile beasts and wildlings were settled aboard, Muyu and Abu taught the wildlings how to row in the direction of the Lifan nearshore vessel, guiding the assembly of humans and beasts towards the small island. Upon arrival, Muyu squeezed the juvenile beasts together, ensuring that over 60 gray wolf pups were also boarded as they made their way back to their own island. Fully laden, upon returning to his island, Muyu instructed Abu to maintain order among the wildling leaders, directing them to sequentially place the juvenile beasts into the designated plain area constructed specifically for them. This plain area spanned over 20,000 square meters, enclosed by a 1-meter-thick stone wall. During feeding times, they could climb atop the wall, while the interior was divided into several sections by rivers. Since the island's elevation had increased, retrieving seawater had become a cumbersome task. Fortunately, Muyu had ample laborers, creating dozens of wooden barrels for the wildlings to take turns fetching water. Soon, the rivers within the plain area brimmed with water, as the young crocodiles frolicked joyfully within. The presence of so many carnivorous creatures in this confined space is somewhat overwhelming, and the daily meat consumption is no trivial matter. Currently, Muyu's strategy involves feeding tiger meat to the ferocious crocodiles and gigantic pythons, while nourishing the colossal tigers and gray wolves with crocodile meat, creating a cross-feeding system. Once the polluted creatures of the underwater island are eradicated, he plans to relocate these young beasts to restore the local ecosystem, while nurturing only the most promising, extraordinary young beasts here. After settling the young beasts, the wild men, under Abu's guidance, experienced the power training room, resulting in a significant increase of 23 points in strength. Subsequently, they arrived at the living area Muyu had specially crafted for them, sprawling over 3,000 square meters. Ding. 3,000 wood. Construction successful. 2-story 6-unit simple wooden houses x6. Ding. 800 wood. Construction successful. Oversized simple wooden houses x2. Ding. 400 wood. Construction successful. Simple wooden houses x2. Ding. 100 stone. 50 wood. 50 mud. Construction successful. Ordinary stone house x1. Muyu constructed 6 2-story, 6-unit simple wooden houses in the wild men's living area, each room capable of accommodating 10 wild men. He then built 2 oversized simple wooden houses for 10 wild men leaders to reside in, while 2 wild men priests were accorded due respect with their own separate wooden houses. As for Abu, he naturally received a dedicated stone house, though he could also rest in the hall of the wooden building whenever he pleased. For these wild men, who had always dwelled in the open air, having wooden houses was undoubtedly a refreshing experience. Furthermore, Muyu established 2 pressurized wells, 3 water pools, and several cooking stations throughout the living area to enhance their quality of life. The settled wild men priests were astonished and immediately began discussions with Abu regarding the tasks for the wild men. 30 wild men continued to be responsible for making mud, while 10 leaders took turns patrolling the island with 30 wild men chiefs, working around the clock. The remaining wild men were split into 2 groups. One prepared roasted snake meat for dinner, while the other ventured off to mine. Muyu calculated that with 30 wild men working tirelessly day and night, they could only produce over 40,000 units of mud in a week. To meet the requirements for advancing to the 5th tier, 5 weeks would be necessary, prompting Muyu to explore new channels for acquiring mud. Once the lower-level pollution sources of the underwater island were addressed, he could have Abu lead the wild men leaders and chiefs to cleanse the island of its polluted beasts, while some wild men would be tasked with resource extraction. However, with such a large number of wild men, the underwater island lacked ecological balance. Raising the question of food sources, Muyu pondered that cultivating arable land on his island was certainly not feasible, as any seeds planted might ascend to rare levels, and there wouldn't be enough fertilizer to develop high-tier fields. Once the underwater island was cleared, perhaps he could reclaim the 1,000 acres of farmland and plant basic seeds to supply the wild men with food. As Muyu contemplated this, his gaze turned towards the sea, and a spark of inspiration illuminated his expression. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that while Xiaogu reigned over the skies, it was also a nightmare for the creatures of the sea. With it watching over him, he felt reassured, and it seemed fitting to assign it some tasks, allowing it to feast without exertion. As twilight descends, the notion of undertaking this endeavor must be postponed until tomorrow. After settling the wildlings, Muyu made his way to the construction zone. Situated adjacent to the right side of the wooden tower, where most edifices, including the Thunder Tower, Elemental Tower, and Teleportation Tower, were erected. He retrieved 10 thunder iron blocks from the Thunder Tower, inserted the now dim spirit stone of thunder within, and selected a vacant area to construct the true fire refining chamber. With a notification echoing, stone 300, firestone 100, construction successful, true fire refining chamber, rare, Muyu felt a twinge of regret, even for a specialty building. It had consumed a small firestone mine. A grand stone abode materialized amidst the white mist, and Muyu pushed the door open to enter. Inside, the red glow emanating from the firestones enveloped him, creating an illusion of being engulfed in flames. True Fire Refining Chamber, rare, a specialty building of the True Fire Wonders, recommended for daily use. Upon completion, immediately proceed to the Fire Refining Spring for recuperation. Once activated, the occupant will undergo true fire refinement, evaporating blood essence, enhancing potential, and fortifying mental strength. The chamber will automatically shut down once the user reaches their limit. Activate. With the prospect of enhancing his mental fortitude, Muyu felt intrigued. This attribute was one he desperately needed, yet found exceedingly challenging to augment. The temperature within the True Fire Refining Chamber surged abruptly, with fire elements penetrating his skin and pores. Muyu felt as though he were ensconced in searing flames. His inner vitality ablaze, as an excruciating heat engulfed him. This was not Muyu's first encounter with such sensations. The recurrence was laborious, akin to roasting his very flesh in a conflagration. As his vitality burned and his will was honed, the previously consumed blood jus fruit played a pivotal role at this moment. To his dismay, just as Muyu believed the suffering was nearing its end, he felt an immense surge of vitality within, accompanied by a resurgence of blood essence. The external true fire seemed provoked, its temperature escalating dramatically. Muyu, once merely half-cooked, was now on the brink of being fully done. A copious amount of crimson mist enveloped him, his consciousness undergoing a crucible of flames, intensifying relentlessly while his body bore the weight of excruciating agony. After a prolonged period, the seemingly crisp exterior of Muyu emerged from the chamber. He was engulfed in searing pain, his blood essence nearly depleted, leaving him with only a sliver of strength to crawl towards the fire refining spring. Upon stepping into the rejuvenating waters, Muyu's suppressed will and bodily torment began to ease. He hastily retrieved 3 divine water pears from his backpack and devoured them voraciously. The sweet, watery flesh of the pears flowed into him like ethereal nectar, soothing his fatigued body and weary spirit. In the midst of this exquisite juxtaposition of suffering and comfort, Muyu experienced an exhilarating sensation akin to transcending earthly bounds. Perhaps I should cultivate more divine water pear trees in the future. Their restorative properties post-True Fire Refining Chamber usage are immensely beneficial. As he contemplated this, he was astonished to discover that his mental strength had surged by 13 points in such a short span, with 3 of those points attributed to the divine water pears. This significant increase, apart from being attributed to the novelty of the experience, is also linked to the blood cherry fruit, which compelled me to endure much longer. Muyu harbors a complex affection and resentment toward it. Although it enhances various attributes, the accompanying suffering is doubled. The True Fire Refinement Chamber recommends usage once daily. And having endured today's agony, a now tranquil Muyu examined the newly upgraded Fire Refinement Spring, noting its distinct differences from its former self. Fire Refinement Spring, rare, a unique edifice of the true fire marvel, allowing 1 hour of immersion each day to restore the physical deficits and mental oppression induced by the True Fire Refinement Chamber, alleviate fatigue, and stimulate the vitality of flesh and blood, thereby enhancing physical constitution and potential. It appears that this truly complements the usage. Muyu observed that while the effects of the Fire Refinement Spring had indeed been amplified, its primary benefit lies in its synergy with the True Fire Refinement Chamber. Once rejuvenated, Muyu rose from the Fire Refinement Spring and ambled around the island, first arriving at the agricultural region. The harvest from the cultivation chamber would only be revealed by tomorrow morning, and the current beast meat must be reserved for the wild tribes and their young. Thus, it could not be converted into fertilizer. Departing the agricultural area, Muyu ventured into the mineral zone, a key area for his development, spanning a considerable 2,000 square meters, albeit still underutilized. In accordance with Muyu's directives, the wild tribes had excavated 100 units each of medium-sized firestone and goldstone, neatly stacking them in the rare or storage pit he had constructed while editing the terrain. Ding. Firestone 100. Ding. Goldstone 100. Muyu collected all the rare stones. Noticing the wild tribesmen gathered anxiously around the secret iron mine. What seems to be the trouble? Muyu inquired. One of the wild tribal leaders stepped forward, presenting a chipped iron pickaxe to Muyu while gesturing towards the silvery gleam of the secret iron mine, prompting Muyu to comprehend the situation. Wait, Muyu called out, proceeding into the True Fire Furnace. True Fire Furnace, rare, fueled by true fire, it produces items of quality below rare level, capable of crafting metal shovels, pickaxes, axes, knives, swords, shields, etc., and can refine to exceptional grade metal blocks. Chapter 80, Extreme Iron Exquisite Pickaxe. Approaching the furnace, Muyu fed in all 20 of the fine iron shields, 20 fine iron knives, 40 iron shields, and 40 iron knives he had acquired. As for the crossbows and fine iron crossbows, they were crafted from standard blueprints, and once melted, Muyu would be unable to recreate them. Moreover, the materials were not entirely iron, resulting in scant iron blocks upon complete melting. Ding. Fine iron 400, iron blocks 800. Ding. Iron blocks 6,000, refinement successful, fine iron 600. Muyu retained several hundred iron blocks for daily use, refining the remainder. Ding. Fine iron 1000. Refinement successful. Secret iron 10. Ding. Extreme iron 2. Secret iron 3. Goldstone 80. Critical success. Extreme iron exquisite pickaxe. Exceptional. To put an end to future misfortunes where high-grade ores could not be mined, Muyu decisively crafted an exceptional grade pickaxe with today's final critical success. The Supreme Iron Pickaxe. Exquisite, forged with the essence of the 9 Dragons' true flame and crafted using quadruple critical strike techniques. This remarkable tool is fashioned from supreme iron and secret iron blocks. It excels in both excavating exquisite iron and mining supreme iron, making it an indispensable companion for any household engaged in stonework and mining endeavors. Muyu emerged from the true flame forge, presenting the supreme iron pickaxe to the chief of the wild men. He observed as the chief wielded the pickaxe, effortlessly extracting large chunks of secret iron. Ding. Secret iron 100, came the notification. With a smile, Muyu remarked on the inconvenience of carrying it back and forth daily, suggesting it would be more practical to leave it in the forge. Should he need it when venturing out, he could retrieve it with ease. A triumphant roar erupted from the wild chief as he departed the mining area with his companions. Ding. Secret iron 100, purification successful. Supreme iron 10. Supreme iron represented the pinnacle of purification achievable by the true flame forge. Only through critical strikes could one aspire to purify it further. The materials for the 5 mountains heavy armor had been assembled, save for a rare hide. Though a substitute of rare fur could suffice, it would undoubtedly diminish the quality. Moreover, having exhausted his critical strikes for the day, Muyu chose to exercise patience, aspiring to craft the perfect 5 mountains heavy armor. Upon leaving the true flame forge, Muyu first collected the dung of the iron dragon, mixing it with 10 stones to bury underground, anticipating its transformation into golden crystal within a week. Checking the construction materials for the iron element gathering tower, he traded 150 pounds of giant python king meat on the marketplace for 5 silver ingots, leaving him with 800 pounds of meat remaining. Ding. Silver ingots 5, iron blocks 100, goldstones 100, construction successful. Iron element gathering tower, rare. As the white mist dissipated, a tower of iron stood resolutely in the mining area, its base entwined with the subterranean secret veins. Iron element gathering tower, rare, a marvel of the iron secret veins, capable of converging metallic iron elements. It can be utilized to energize golden crystals, enhance the quality of iron to secret iron, or transform other items into iron. The description read, Muyu, uncertain of the speed at which the iron quality could be enhanced, immediately placed 100 iron blocks within it, awaiting the outcome the following day. Departing the mining area, he ventured into the wild men's living quarters, strategically located nearby for their mining convenience. Currently, the idle wild men had begun roasting giant python meat over their fire pits, gazing at the boundless ocean from the island's edge, relishing a newfound sense of belonging. Without disturbing the majority of their merriment, Muyu retrieved 100 pounds of tiger meat and 100 pounds of frenzied crocodile meat. Applying a pound of blood meat true spirit mushroom, he summoned Abu to enlist several wild men to assist in dividing the meat, which would be fed to the young beasts in their designated area. Despite the modest amount, the energy imbued by the blood meat true spirit mushroom rendered it highly nourishing. The younglings would be satiated with merely a pound. Having laid a solid foundation for these young beasts, Muyu envisioned the eventual creation of a wild beast cavalry, destined to be unstoppable. Leaving the wild men's area, he proceeded to the adjacent plain, home to the young beasts in captivity. Scaling the stone wall, he observed the carefree frolicking of the younglings within, blissfully unaware of their surroundings. Perhaps, I too am akin to the young beasts behind this stone wall. Muyu pondered thoughtfully as she departed from the plains, arriving at the juncture between the flatlands and the leisure zone. This place marked the pathway leading down the stone steps toward the sailboat dock. 2 wild chieftains, along with their leader, stood vigil here 24 hours a day. Should any marine creature dare to approach, a single roar would alert the entire island. The leisure zone, as its name suggests, serves as a splendid locale for Muyu to fish, revel in the scenery, and enjoy the bounties of nature, with the spirit fish pond nestled within this area. At the island's periphery also lay stone pillars and tables, and Muyu contemplated erecting a sunshade there, envisioning a perfect retreat. Gazing out toward the sea, the lingering rays of the setting sun danced upon the shimmering water, cloaking the ocean in a golden veil, both mysterious and alluring. In the distance, Muyu discerned a few dark specks, likely the islands of others. Over the past fortnight, Muyu had meticulously crafted this premier island in the 445th district, standing atop the pinnacle of thousands. In that moment, the weight upon her shoulders felt significantly lighter, granting her a sense of belonging in this fantastical world. Chapter 81. The Fourth Order Resource Rod. A desperate gamble. Even if she were to encounter her parents now, she could bring them here to live a tranquil life. Muyu sighed, her thoughts lingering until Chushue and Xiaogu arrived, seeking dinner, prompting her to bury her musings once more. Back in the kitchen of the wooden house, Muyu retrieved 100 pounds of crocodile king meat, slathering it with a pound of blood spirit mushroom juice, and prepared a pot of vibrant tomato soup. After trading 20 pounds of meat for stalactite spirit liquid, Muyu set aside 5 pounds of roasted meat for Chushua, 10 pounds for Xiaogu, and kept 10 pounds for herself. At that moment, she suddenly recalled the enormous cloud bird, which had vanished since the island's advancement. She wondered if it had fled or been consumed by the mutated pollutants. In any case, she had never intended to slay it. So Muyu dismissed the thought and swiftly devoured 10 pounds of roasted crocodile meat, followed by the sweet and delectable tomato soup. The flavor was delightful, though it lacked a certain essence, as she had yet to encounter any living chickens. With a hint of regret, Muyu set down her wooden bowl and swallowed the stalactite spirit liquid. Curiously, the energy within the roasted meat, which should have surged forth, softened under the influence of the spirit liquid, gradually enhancing Muyu's physical condition. With her current attributes, coupled with the bonus from her title, she had reached the threshold of silver-tier combat strength. Weapons would require separate consideration. After enduring numerous potential enhancements, the silver bottleneck should not be so severe, right? Now, her only concern was the bottleneck upon advancing to silver rank, as the last one had nearly led to her demise. Once she had digested her meal, Muyu approached the nearby water well, retrieving a wooden box to fill with purified water. After the box brimmed with water, she extracted a bottle containing extreme cold water and allowed a few drops to fall. Instantaneously, the water within the box froze into blocks of ice, exuding a chilling aura. Having utilized an entire bottle of extreme cold water, Muyu produced dozens of thick ice bricks, radiating a white frost. All the ice blocks were transported to the basement, transforming it into a veritable ice storage. Muyu then placed his substantial cache of meats, 900 pounds of silver wolf king, 700 pounds of tiger king, 800 pounds of giant python king, and 900 pounds of frenzied crocodile king, within. These meats had already been decomposed for several days, and even in the backpack, they would spoil. Although extraordinary flesh could be preserved for a longer duration, prolonged storage would adversely affect its flavor. Thus, it was far better to freeze them for gradual consumption. Upon returning to his bedroom on the second floor, Muyu opened the chat channel and discovered a new regional chat group featuring only 2 participants, himself and Shirt Sangtian. Since Shirt Sangtian had not initiated any conversation, Muyu would not demean himself by messaging in the group. He closed the regional chat and opened the channel for Area 2222, crafting a message to sell off his crossbows. Such items were of no use to the wild men. And with the current fervor for island exploration, the demand had increased, ensuring a profitable sale. Muyu, currently offering a batch of 80 high-quality crossbows for sale, including 69 fine iron crossbows, each accompanied by 10 bolts. Supplies are limited, first come, first served. An excellent choice for island exploration and beast hunting for self-defense. Muyu, the price for the crossbows is set at 20 units of iron each, while fine iron crossbows are at 200 units of iron. Other resources may be exchanged for iron blocks, including mud 101, copper blocks, 15, silver blocks, 150, and common tree or vegetable seeds, 110. Dai Qingwen, I've acquired a fine iron crossbow. Mu God, do you have the schematics for these crossbows? Muyu, no, that's all there is. The quantity is limited. A gift from a friend. Song Hai, such a good friend. Please, ID like 10,000. Zhizhan, you indeed have 10,000. Go ask in the neighboring area. Xiaozhe, I know, these were confiscated by Mu God from people in other areas. Chungkong, Wah, Mu God, could you please lift my ban? I can't see anything. Peng Anren, how could they be sold out so quickly? Chuitung, apologies, I got 2 for myself to alternate usage. Mu God is impressive. Peng Anren, you lot, at least leave 1 for me. Just 1 will suffice. Tengyu, did I miss something again? Qin Hongda, it's all right, child. Just go back to sleep. The community proved quite supportive, as within half an hour, the crossbows were completely sold out, and Muyu received numerous commendations. Transaction confirmation, mud 50, 000, iron blocks 8, 000, copper blocks 300, silver blocks 10, various common seeds 40. After closing the trading platform, Muyu noticed another message from the first team. Zhangsun Wu, starting tomorrow, I will guard the coast, followed by Miss Jian, then Uncle Wu, and after that, it will be Mu God's turn. Is this rotation agreeable? Wang Yang, you faced some losses this afternoon, I concur. LV Fei Bai, agreed. Wu Jiangwo, agreed. Jian Yuechong, agreed. Muyu, I have no objections. After responding, Muyu closed the chat channel, contemplating that he might not necessarily guard the coast, and would pass the duty to LV Fei Bai instead. He dispatched the wild men to excavate soil and stones from the underwater islands, ensuring that Muyu could obtain no less than 20,000 units of basic resources each day. Unbeknownst to the masses, this benefit was solely enjoyed by Changsun Wu for a single day. The fiery glow of the 9 dragons' true fire illuminated the islands outside as if it were midday, complemented by the elemental tower and the patrolling wild leaders, allowing Muyu to sleep particularly soundly that night. With the dawn's first light, Muyu stood at the edge of the leisure area, relishing the invigorating sea breeze that swept over him, mingled with the distinctive briny scent of the ocean. The surface of the sea appeared like a vast sapphire, tranquil and beautiful, enticing one to lose themselves in its serenity and forget all worries. Muyu retrieved the fourth-tier resource rod, its shaft radiating a dazzling aquamarine glow, and its functionality had undergone a transformation. Fourth-tier resource rod, island specialty. Progresses with the island. Usable 8 times within a day, solid wood box 20, black iron box 55, silver box 20, gold box 5, exceptional box 001, special box 0001. Night fishing, box 20, low-level pollutant source 50, eerie pollutant source 30. All in, stacking multiple fishing opportunities doubles the probability of obtaining silver and higher-tier boxes. The removal of the decayed wooden boxes from the fourth-tier resource rod was undoubtedly a positive change. Every time Muyu caught a decayed wooden box, it felt less rewarding than a mere empty catch. Additionally, the resource rod now displayed clear probabilities for night fishing, instilling a sense of caution in Muyu about attempting it at night. Most importantly, the fourth-tier resource rod unexpectedly came with a skill, prompting Muyu to experiment immediately. Stacking once yielded a 40 probability for a silver box and a 10 probability for a gold box. Therefore, stacking 4 times guaranteed a silver box, which, if all proceeded as planned, would indeed bless the unlucky fisherman. Elated by his thorough understanding, Muyu realized that even catching 8 black iron boxes would pale in comparison to the significance of a single silver box. He did not possess an abundance of critical hits to waste on black iron boxes, and the resources contained within them had become rather inconsequential for him. Although the probability of success with 3 stacked fishing attempts was already substantial, a failure would squander all chances. To play it safe, Muyu decided to stack the fishing attempts to 4 and cast towards the sea. Strangely, despite being over 10 fathoms above the water's surface, the white line of the resource rod descended straight into the ocean as if it could extend infinitely. In an instant, a box that shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight was dragged from the sea by Muyu. Chapter 82, Earth Bear Bloodline Elixir, Exceptional. Ding. Congratulations on catching a gold box. To Muyu's astonishment, he struck gold on his first attempt. Filled with confidence, he cast his rod once more. Ding. Congratulations on catching a silver box. He secured a safety catch, which was still quite commendable. The silver box would yield far greater value in his possession than its original worth. Upon opening the gold box, a critical success was achieved. Earth Bear Bloodline Elixir, Exceptional. Earth Bear Bloodline Elixir, Exceptional. A pass to advance to the exceptional level, upon use, grants the Earth Bear Bloodline, with greater efficacy corresponding to higher compatibility, significantly enhancing strength and physical potential and comprehension of traits. Another new treasure? Gazing at the brown blood elixir in his hand, Muyu wore a perplexed expression, for he had never encountered such a substance before. Produced by the system, it must be a premium item. Strength and physical prowess were indeed the paths I sought to enhance, so I shall proceed without hesitation. With a determined gulp, Muyu swallowed the Earth Bear Bloodline Elixir, and an overwhelming sensation of hunger surged throughout his body, as if he could devour an entire cow. His flesh and blood began to wither due to the depletion of vital energy. In haste, Muyu retrieved the blood jus fruit and consumed it, followed by 10 pounds of blood flesh true spirit mushroom. However, fearing that he might overindulge, he restrained himself to only 3 pounds. Thankfully, just as Muyu began to catch his breath, his flesh seemed to swell uncontrollably. His skin bulged, veins protruded, yet the flesh beneath continued to grow, threatening to burst through his skin. In an instant, a tearing sensation spread throughout his body, as if his very flesh were being torn apart piece by piece. Damn, indeed, I have overindulged. Muyu cursed inwardly, disregarding the pain as he rushed into the true fire refinement chamber, activating the true fire process. At this rate, if I do not dissipate this energy, my body may very well explode. After a considerable time, Muyu, now resembling a being of blood scabs, emerged trembling from the true fire refinement chamber. Upon entering the fire refinement spring, he finally exhaled in relief, consuming 10 spirit-refreshing water pairs to restore his clarity of mind. With a sense of comfort enveloping him, Muyu felt an abundant strength coursing through his being, as if he were connected to the very earth beneath his feet. Standing on the ground bestowed upon him an unending source of power. He promptly examined his status panel. Name, Muyu. Age, 24. Strength, 59114. Totem, Agility, 3512. Physique, 586. Spirit, 4533. Charm, 1511. Serial number, 1997. Concealable. Island ranking, 445. Central District 1st. Talent, Evolutionary Critical Strike. Unique Epic. Equipment, Wind and Cloud Chi Cultivation Scabbard. Rare. Bloodthirsty Fire Ring Blade. Rare. Diving Armor. Uncommon. Water Blast Spear. Uncommon. Elemental Conversion Injector. Excellent. Gale Crossbow. Uncommon. Active Skills, Fire Eye. Super Tier. Arm of Strength. High Tier. Passive Skills, Intermediate Swimming Technique. Intermediate sea fishing technique, semi-superior swordsmanship, high-tier silver skin technique, high-tier tiger might, high-tier underwater breathing technique. Titles: Shark Mouth Survivor, Evil Slayer, Dragon Slayer. Advanced Pollution Source Observer, Sequence Candidate. Bloodline: Earth Bear, excellent, grants exceptional growth potential in both strength and physique. When standing upon the earth, your strength becomes inexhaustible. Your physique continually recovers, and your rage state will proliferate. Combat Power, Silver Tier, Intermediate. Evaluation: You possess the potential to become the Earth's sovereign. Unleash your power. Like Abu, I have leaped directly from the Black Iron Rear Tier to the Silver Intermediate Tier. Looking at my now formidable attributes, Muyu felt that all his suffering had indeed been worthwhile, even without resorting to weapons. I can proudly assert that I can endure longer when confronted with the lowly sources of pollution on the seabed islands. These inferior pollutants possess a bizarre effect, granting a full attribute enhancement of 100, alongside an indestructible nature. Were it not for the grotesque mutations and loss of sanity induced by consumption, Muyu might have been tempted to devour the corrupted flesh of the malevolent deity still undergoing purification. However, once tainted by the flesh of the dark god, one's power becomes uncontrollable. Even a mighty dragon may find itself outmatched by a mere hyena, and the reverse holds true as well. After a whirlwind of activities, Muyu, having regained his composure, once again employed his talent to unlock a silver treasure chest. The unlocking was met with a critical success, a rare blueprint for the Golden Blade Tang Dao. Golden Blade Tang Dao Blueprint: 1 pure gold, 2 mystic silver, 3 mystic copper, for mystic iron, 1 golden crystal. The consumption of these foundational materials is even more extravagant than that of the previously rare mountain heavy armor. Without hesitation, Muyu traded this blueprint to Jian Yuechang. Even if Jian Yuechang were to be enamored by the blueprint, he would lack the requisite resources to forge it, and would naturally not be foolish enough to jeopardize their collaboration by hoarding it. Having just indulged in a hearty meal, Muyu found himself devoid of appetite, leaving the remainder for Chuxue and Xiaogu. In a short while, Jian Yuechang completed a trade, acquiring a unit of stalactite essence, a lustrous superior blueprint, and a piece of a black iron chest. Upon consuming the stalactite essence to enhance his constitution and bolster his charm, Muyu opened the exquisite blueprint, revealing a complex expression on his face. Extreme Tang Dao Blueprint: Superior 1 steel gold, 2 extreme silver, 3 extreme copper, 4 extreme iron, 1 spirit stone of gold. It was opulent, too opulent, to the extent that crafting it in the near future was utterly out of the question. After accepting the blueprint, Muyu assisted Jian Yuechang in opening the black iron chest. Opening the black iron chest: Critical success, electric windmill, rare. Upon inspection, Muyu noted that the construction materials required included azure crystal, which could simultaneously absorb wind elements and convert them into lightning elements. While it lacked the brute force of his thunder tower, it excelled in its steady and gentle flow. Returning the blueprint to Jian Yuechang, he cast a glance at the wooden barrel that had been boiling throughout the night. The viscous black fruit within had significantly diminished, revealing streaks of fresh red from the corrupted flesh of the dark god. Chapter 83: Earthblade Body, Superior. However, it was still far from the completion of purification, so Muyu decided to disregard it and walked straight out of the wooden building, passing through various oddly shaped architectural zones. He glanced at the thunder crystal within the thunder tower, noticing that its luster had only slightly increased. It seemed that without a significant thunderstorm, the thunder crystal would require some time to fully charge. With a gentle sigh, Muyu arrived at the agricultural area. This vast space contained only a cultivation chamber and a fertilizer catalysis room, while the rest was barren land. Entering the cultivation chamber, Muyu was immediately captivated by the bright red fruits adorning the tree of bodily essence. Suppressing his excitement, he first harvested 10 pounds of the flesh true spirit mushroom. Then, his gaze swept over the 3 plots of fertile land, where the fruits and vegetables continued to grow. In the nearby rare field, 3 peach trees were laden with enticing, vibrant red peaches. Muyu approached and plucked them one by one. The blood peach, a rarity, was noted at 30, while the blood peach would held a value of 15. The blood peach, rich in vital energy, when consumed, could enhance vitality and aid in recovery from injuries, thus fortifying the blood vessels and improving physical constitution. The blood peach wood, imbued with abundant vital energy, could hasten recovery with prolonged contact, possessing properties of exorcism and purification. The blood peach served as a milder substitute for the blood jus fruit, suitable for use within the true fire refinement room. The thought of enjoying blood peaches while basking in the true fire sent a shiver down Muyu's spine. As for the blood peach wood, having already crafted a bracelet from bloodwood, he decided to utilize it as a diminished version of the fire sundate wood. Muyu stored all these items in his spacious backpack, glancing towards the final tree of constitution. He gently plucked its sole fruit. The notification chimed: Constitution Fruit X1. Constitution Fruit, exceptional. Consuming this fruit may yield an exceptionally compatible constitution, and repeated consumption can enhance and advance this constitution. Muyu promptly swallowed the constitution fruit, feeling a surge of pure energy coursing through him, weaving and transforming his very being. Moments later, an epiphany struck him. He sensed a profound connection between himself, the blade, and the earth. Simultaneously, a new attribute appeared on his status panel: Earth Blade Body. Exceptional while in contact with the earth. All attributes 10, Blade Skill Rank 1. Trait: while standing on the ground, you can unleash the dominant Earth Splitter, Extreme Tier, with a cooldown of 12 hours. Damage: Attack Power Blade Strength. In just a brief morning, Muyu felt as if he had undergone a metamorphosis, capable of easily overpowering 10 versions of his former self. Just as he prepared to fell the Constitution Tree, he noticed something unusual about its state. Constitution Tree, exceptional Constitution fruit, is in the process of maturing. Fortunately, he had glanced at it. He nearly made the mistake of chopping it down. Could it be that fruit trees of exceptional grade and above could bear fruit repeatedly? Muyu was overjoyed. The maturation period, originally 7 days, was now reduced to 3.5 days due to the natural brilliance enhancement. Coupled with the benefits from the cultivation room, another mature constitution fruit would be born by the morning of the 3rd day. Muyu selected 3 water pear trees to plant in the rare field before departing the cultivation room and heading towards the mining area. Within the mining district, outside the true fire furnace, 100 units of secret iron had accumulated, indicating that the wild chief had arrived to mine quite early. Secret iron X100. After collecting all the secret iron, Muyu did not enter the mining area, but instead approached the iron element gathering tower. Steel X100. In just one night, the value of 100 iron blocks had multiplied 100-fold, leaving Muyu pleasantly astonished. Truly, the speed of metal element condensation in this rare specialty building was remarkable. He promptly placed the golden crystal within to charge it, preparing to forge an exceptional Tang Dao. Iron blocks X8000, purification successful, steel X80. The clang of metal resonated as Muyu successfully refined 180 units of steel into 18 units of secret iron. With another clang, 120 units of secret iron yielded 12 units of extreme iron. After completing the purification at the true fire furnace, Muyu now possessed 22 units of extreme iron and 5 units of secret silver, amounting to a staggering total value of 220,000 units of iron blocks, an unfathomable wealth that eclipsed the combined resources of an entire district. Such is the terrifying nature of an extraordinary level marvel. With another clang, Muyu combined 10 units of extreme iron, 10 units of glass, and 1 fire spirit stone, achieving a critical success in forging the blood purification device. Exquisite. This rare blueprint had been acquired days prior, but Muyu had struggled to accumulate the necessary critical hits until today, when he found himself with surplus resources to forge it. Blood purification device. Exquisite, capable of purifying a large quantity of bloodlines, with the potential to reach extraordinary level pure blood. A large hourglass-shaped apparatus materialized before Muyu, who promptly placed all the blood of the gray-furred giant wolf and the silver wolf king into it for purification. The notification chimed. Gray-furred giant wolf blood 46,000, silver wolf king blood 800. Purification successful. Diamond wolf king blood. Exquisite, 64. Next, Muyu continued with 15,000 units of the blue-white striped giant tiger blood and 1,000 units of the yellow tiger king blood, resulting in purification successful. Overlord mountain tiger king blood. Exquisite, 25. Following that, he processed 15,000 units of the giant tooth crocodile blood and 1,000 units of the crocodile king blood, yielding purification successful. Songlong crocodile king blood. Exquisite, 25. Lastly, he purified 15,000 units of giant python blood, achieving purification successful. Swallowing river python king blood. Exquisite, 15. After refining all the surplus blood, Muyu gazed at the 4 vials of potent, extraordinary blood, emanating a fierce aura of beasts, eagerly anticipating the effects of infusing them into his armor and Tang Dao. Departing from the mining area, Muyu ventured into the wild man living quarters, where most of the wild men gathered outside, roasting stored giant python meat for breakfast. He called for Abu, noticing that the silvery sheen on his skin had completely settled. Have you fully absorbed the dragon's blood? Muyu inquired. Yes, master. I feel I have completely absorbed it, Abu replied. Upon inspecting Abu's panel, Muyu found his attributes significantly enhanced, along with the addition of a new bloodline. Bloodline, Iron Dragon, Extraordinary, 001. Attributes enhanced, substantial increase in defense, with a certain immunity to the pressure of high-tier creatures. Once fully activated, the bloodline will grant complete augmentation. Excellent. Muyu nodded in satisfaction after reviewing Abu's panel, pleasantly surprised to see the nascent awakening of the Iron Dragon bloodline. However, complete activation required a daunting 10,000 drops of dragon blood, a feat only achievable if he could defeat the creature and forcibly extract its blood, a rather impractical endeavor. Chapter 84. Farewell, Black Armored Man. Arrange for some individuals to feed these foods to the cubs, and gather all the leaders along with 20 of the most formidable fighters. Bring all your current weapons and convene in the construction area, Muyu instructed, retrieving 600 pounds each of giant tiger meat and crocodile meat. On average, each cub requires 20 pounds of meat per meal, which is already quite sufficient. The beast meat had been slaughtered and left to rest for a day. After all, there was nearly 30,000 pounds of it. To create a cold storage capable of preserving such an immense quantity of meat would require a substantial amount of frigid water. After some contemplation, Muyu decided to allow the wild men and their young offspring to partake first, intending to procure a new food source later. Yes, master, came the obedient reply. As Abu departed, the wild priest Kinjiro was summoned before Muyu. Gather 40 of the less dim-witted wild men. I wish to instruct them on fishing at sea. Fishing. Kinjiro appeared slightly taken aback, but promptly set to work. In no time, 40 wild men stood before Muyu, excluding the 30 tasked with creating mud and another 30 responsible for cleansing the polluted creatures. Muyu retained over 160 wild men at his disposal for digging, collecting soil, and logging. Little Gu flew to Muyu's side. Together with Little Gu and the 40 relatively astute wild men, he descended the stone steps towards the dock. Upon reaching the flat ground by the sailboat pier, there was insufficient space for all the wild men, with many still crowding the steps. Muyu retrieved a fishing net fashioned from hemp rope and cast it upon the sea. The net unfurled in the water like a grand tapestry, and Muyu gazed intently at the surface, where ripples began to form, suggesting fish were struggling within. He produced 40 nets he had prepared earlier that morning and instructed each wild man to attempt casting from the shore. Once they mastered the art of throwing and retrieving the nets, they would ascend the single-masted sailboats to fish. After nearly a morning spent, Muyu successfully had all 40 wild men aboard. At this moment, he surveyed the surrounding waters, where 40 single-masted sailboats were bustling with activity, engaged in the fervent pursuit of fish. Suddenly, Muyu remembered the golden treasure chest awarded for defeating low-level pollution sources, which he had yet to open. He promptly retrieved it from his backpack. Congratulations. You have opened the golden treasure chest. Critical success. Blueprint for the Thunder Fishing Rod, exquisite. Thunder Fishing Rod Blueprint. Exquisite 10 thunder iron, 1 soft thunder line, 1 rare leather, 1 thunder spirit stone. Who in their right mind would expend such resources to craft this fishing rod? The golden chest had yielded such a trivial item after a critical success. It felt rather underwhelming. I must find an opportunity to trade it with Jianyu for something more worthwhile. With a hint of regret, Muyu stored the blueprint for the thunder fishing rod, along with the water bucket, and departed from the wooden building. In the construction area, 160 wild men had gathered with shovels and picks. Muyu retrieved the exquisite iron pickaxe and entrusted it to the daily leader among them. Abu led the 30 wild men, each fully equipped with iron wolf armor, iron wolf daggers, iron spears, and stone wolf spears. They emanated an air of formidable intent, and Muyu was confident they were the most powerful hunters among the wild men. Little Chushua, safeguard our home. Abu, lead everyone to follow me. Muyu called to Chushua, who was playing nearby, before stepping into the maternal tower of the mother-child teleportation array. A flash of white light flickered, and Muyu found himself on an underwater island. He gazed up at the cerulean sky, where sunlight refracted into a dreamlike spectrum of colors, leaving him utterly astonished. To sustain such a vast island beneath the ocean must surely be a marvel of extraordinary caliber. Yet, he pondered, what could have led to the pollution that plagued this isle? With a sigh, Muyu departed from the sub-tower of the mother-child teleportation array. In a heartbeat, the wild men emerged from the sub-tower, stepping onto the underwater island, their expressions filled with awe as they beheld this magnificent sight for the first time. Divide into 5 teams, each led by 2 captains and 4 leaders, to systematically scour this island for all pollutants. Should you encounter particularly formidable contaminants, shout for assistance. Abu, you will provide support from behind, Muyu commanded. Understood, master, Abu and the captains replied, promptly springing into action, fanning out into 5 groups. Kinjira Dre. The remaining 160 wild men will follow your lead. Do not venture beyond this area. Excavate the iron and copper ores first, followed by soil and stones. Yes, master, the 2 wild men priests responded respectfully. After organizing the wild men's tasks, Muyu sought a vacant area within the mining zone to deploy the super-automated excavator. Previously, the excavator had labored tirelessly on Silver Wolf Island for a full day and night, hollowing out the surrounding hills and yielding 500 units of stone. Now, with the underwater island at his disposal, he wondered how much stone he could extract from it. Subsequently, Muyu proceeded alone towards the manor, eager to settle a debt that had lingered for 7 days. Upon arriving at the construction site he had previously visited, he was taken aback. What had once been ruins had transformed into a mere heap of construction debris. What on earth is this? Muyu marveled, discovering a dark, fleshy tumor at the center of the debris. Just as he made a sound, the tumor abruptly ruptured. A pair of black, fleshy wings unfurled from within, and the armored figure was covered in grotesque growths. The tips of these growths opened multiple eyes, eerily scrutinizing Muyu, while its right hand morphed into a thick, Grotesque appendage. Chapter 85, The Ocean Well. Why does it seem to have become uglier yet stronger? Mu Yu mused, feeling a twinge of envy for Wang Yang's reconnaissance ability, which could unveil the enemy's essential information, aiding in the decision to flee or fight. Upon switching to the title of Overcomer, Mu Yu noticed that his attributes had not increased at all. Instead, he felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, he had not reached the golden tier. There was still hope. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from the armored figure, which leapt into the air, vanishing from sight. In the next instant, it reappeared directly above Mu Yu. The thick, club-like arm, resembling a utility pole, descended towards him with tremendous force. Quickly, Mu Yu raised his bloodthirsty fire ring blade, igniting it with crimson-black flames that enveloped the blade. Positioning it defensively overhead. Boom. A tremendous force struck with the weight of Mount Tai, causing the ground beneath Mu Yu to crack and his body to sink toward the earth. The bloodthirsty fire ring knife emanated a colossal strength that nearly overwhelmed him. It is worth noting that with Mu Yu's current power, augmented by his titles and physical enhancements, he boasted a staggering 89 points. Yet even so, he could not match the grotesque figure of the black-armored man before him. The flesh of the evil god was terrifying. The all-encompassing attribute enhancements had transformed a silver-tier being into one possessing nearly golden combat prowess. Fortunately, thanks to the characteristics of the Earth Bear, Mu Yu's strength was inexhaustible, allowing him to barely withstand the assaults of the warped black-armored figure. Had he faced this blow yesterday, he would have sustained severe injuries, if not death. In that moment of resistance, Mu Yu swiftly drew the hilt of the blade from its scabbard at his waist. The blade, nurtured for 12 hours, unleashed a torrent of azure energy, its sharp brilliance slicing through the air as it struck the head of the deformed black-armored man. With a crunch, the black mass of flesh tumbled to the ground, yet not a single drop of blood was shed. The grotesque figure seemed undeterred, the immense gravity pressing down relentlessly upon him, threatening to pull him entirely under. Such was the nature of the bloodlock. Its reputation was well-deserved. Gritting his teeth, Mu Yu summoned the vitality within him to surge into his arms. The muscles in his arms swelled, coiling like a dragon, and his strength increased dramatically, forcing the grotesque black-armored man to stagger back. Dominating Earth Cleave, a torrent of elemental earth surged into Mu Yu's body from beneath, intertwining with the power of his arms and clinging to the bloodthirsty fire ring knife. As Mu Yu swung the blade toward the warped figure, it charged forth like a wild stallion unleashed. Boom. Bolstered by the power of his arms, a terrifying force akin to an earthquake erupted, causing the ground to tremble. A wave of earthy energy exploded forth, obliterating the black-armored man in an instant. Truly, this extreme-tier skill was far more formidable than I had anticipated. The earth continued to pour forth a ceaseless flow of energy, replenishing Mu Yu's waning strength and preventing him from collapsing. This was the most terrifying aspect of the Earth Bear bloodline. As long as one stood upon the ground, they were an indomitable humanoid behemoth. Mu Yu seized the flesh of the evil god and placed it into a bucket of water infused with Fire Sun Jujube wood. Gurgle, gurgle. The clear water instantly turned black, swirling violently, reminiscent of the situation in the wooden building's bucket. A notification chimed. You have slain a low-level polluted source. Reward, 1 silver chest. Hidden sequence points, 10. Another notification followed. Congratulations, your sequence rank has risen to 1996. Though not as substantial as the rewards following a completed task, it was certainly better than nothing. Mu Yu accepted the silver chest, intending to open it the next day. A new notification chimed. Polluted black water sword. Rare, originally an exceptional quality great sword. It has degraded to rare status due to prolonged pollution by a low-level contaminated source. Trait. When strength exceeds 60, each swing of the sword consumes energy to unleash a black water slash. Damage, 60, 850. Mu Yu picked up the great sword left behind by the deformed black-armored man, slightly astonished. With the black water sword secured in his bag, Mu Yu made his way towards the opulent manor situated at the heart of the island. Given the expansive area of this submerged isle, it was undoubtedly categorized as a 5th-tier island. Though much of its contents lay in ruins, the most valuable marvels still remained, and as the residence of the island's lord, the manor might still harbor some treasures. Mu Yu, filled with anticipation, crossed the azure stone walls and arrived at the core of the estate. Here, a cluster of castles formed a majestic complex, at the center of which stood an enormous well, spanning over 100 square meters. Surprisingly, this well was not intended for drawing water. Rather, it functioned as a fountain. To be precise, it was a geyser, with a robust column of water soaring to heights of 20 to 30 zhong, cascading outward like waves and enveloping the island in a translucent shield, effectively segregating the ocean from the land. The formidable spectacle compelled Mu Yu to reach out and touch it. Ocean well, exquisite marvel capable of extracting water elements from the ocean to form a protective water shield around the island. While excess water elements can be condensed into water essence for storage, under normal conditions, it produces 1 unit daily. Defense, 30,000,000. Ding. Unmanned 5th-tier island detected. Would you like to annex? Annexation. The island's tier exceeds that of the main island. Annexation failed. What nonsense. The joy that had just blossomed within Mu Yu was swiftly extinguished by the system's disheartening response. Such a powerful, exquisite marvel. Located in this unique setting, how could the once golden-tiered black-armored man have succumbed to pollution? Mu Yu pondered in confusion. As the ocean well's extraordinary defensive capabilities were so formidable that even his island's 9-dragon true fire, at the brink of eruption, coupled with critical strikes, could not breach its ultimate defense, let alone any lower-tier sources of pollution, and the protective shield remained intact and operational. Enough of this, he resolved. I shall regard this island as a resource extraction site, and once my Fire Dragon's secret pulse island ascends to 5th tier, I shall attempt annexation then. Shaking his head, Mu Yu circled the massive well and, indeed, discovered a platform amidst the well's outer walls, piled high with deep blue water blocks. Ding. Water essence, exquisite, 300. Chapter 86. The mining area on the opposite side of the island. The platform retained nearly 100 blocks of water essence that Mu Yu chose not to take. In the event of a powerful marine creature assaulting the island, lacking sufficient water essence for support could result in devastating losses if the protective shield were breached. It was uncertain whether the island had previously withstood attacks, and Mu Yu could not ascertain how long this underwater isle had been abandoned. But it was evident that it had been for at least a year. Water essence, exquisite compressed from supremely pure water elements, containing terrifying water elemental energy. Can only be used for forging equipment of exceptional grade or higher. Items below exceptional grade cannot harness its energy. The stipulation of requiring exceptional grade or above for use was sufficient to illustrate the power of this substance, marking Mu Yu's first encounter with exquisite grade materials. With an unwavering determination to seize every treasure, Mu Yu conducted a thorough sweep of the entire estate, yet found himself empty-handed. It appears that one should not be overly greedy. Perhaps when the opportunity arises, we shall conduct a thorough search. My master, we have discovered 3 more veins of ore on the opposite end of the island. Oh, could it be that there is yet another mining area on this side of the island? Mu Yu pondered, slightly perplexed. But upon reflection of the vast expanse of the island, he found solace in the thought that it might indeed be capricious in nature. Let me there, he instructed. Following Abu towards the island's far end, Mu Yu observed a considerable amount of dark liquid splattered across the ground, leading him to conclude that the island harbored a significant presence of contaminated creatures. Upon reaching the new mining site, Mu Yu was taken aback by the sight of numerous contaminated wild men, their bodies punctured and rendered as if through a sieve. Among them stood 3 contaminated wild men leaders, their heads impaled by water-explosive spears and thrust into the earth. They were not yet dead. Should the spears be removed, they would rise once more, Abu lamented. It is a pity there are no structures that merely require destruction. Otherwise, these pain-immune, tireless contaminated wild men would serve perfectly. With a slight sigh, Mu Yu retrieved a bucket and immersed it in blood peach wood, placing it on the ground. He instructed Abu, in a while, pour it over them. If they do not perish, add more water for soaking. A few repetitions should suffice to eliminate them completely. Understood, Abu replied. These contaminated wild men, despite possessing several peculiar traits, lacked the combat prowess of true wild men. Their muscles had been ravaged, preventing them from exerting their fullest strength. The sight of the 3 veins of, or within this mining area left Mu Yu astounded. Medium silver mine, 3,000. Small gold mine, 100. Large waterstone mine, 10,000. The most valuable among them was the large waterstone mine, which Mu Yu suspected had emerged from the wondrous ocean well during the island's ascension. Once the veins over there are exhausted, you shall personally escort them here to extract the ore from this site, ensuring that 1,000 units of the large waterstone mine are extracted and the remaining ores are entirely mined. Mu Yu directed Abu. Yes, sir, Abu responded respectfully. Once these 2 veins are completely depleted, I will have gathered all the materials necessary to forge the ultimate Tang Dao, merely awaiting the completion of the golden crystal charging. Even a derelict 5th-tier island is a realm filled with surprises. One can never predict what might be discovered in the next moment. And every action undertaken is exceedingly lavish and extravagant. After departing from the underwater island, Mu Yu utilized the teleportation array to return to his own island. Upon reaching the wooden building, he glanced at the corrupted flesh of the evil god previously undergoing purification, noting that the process was not yet complete. He promptly added another piece of flesh into the mix, channeling the purifying power of 10 Fire Sun Jujube wood simultaneously. Subsequently, Mu Yu retrieved a new bucket, filling it with fresh water, and placed the contaminated black water sword alongside the blood peach wood within. Black bubbles began to rise in the water. Realizing that purification would take some time, Mu Yu made his way to the leisure area. The wild men were pouring bucket after bucket of fish into the spirit fish pond, where countless tiny fish feasted on the floating meat of the frenzied crocodile. Do not send them here. Pour them into the reservoir or the river instead. Mu Yu intervened to prevent the wild men from continuing to dump fry into the spirit fish pond, a place where he nurtured high-quality spirit fish. The sudden influx of ordinary fish would require an immense amount of meat to cultivate properly. However, this incident also indirectly validated the feasibility of having the wild men fish. Their inherent strength allowed them to haul in a net full of fish with ease. Muyu turned his gaze toward the expanse beyond the island. It was afternoon, and the sun blazed with its usual ferocity, the sea's surface calm and tranquil, creating an atmosphere of serene beauty. Approaching his workbench, Muyu fashioned a sunshade from several tattered wolf pelts, positioning it beside the stone table in the leisure area. He then moved in an unused rocking chair beneath the shade, placing a few crisp water pears on the stone table. From within the wooden lodge, he retrieved the 100-foot sea pole, reattaching a 10-jong-long fishing line. After completing his preparations, he reclined in the rocking chair and cast his line into the water. Having no playful companion in Xiaogu, the little snow fox, Shushue approached and leaped into Muyu's embrace, resting quietly. As Muyu savored the ocean breeze while munching on the water pears and fishing, he felt a profound sense of leisure and joy, the likes of which he hadn't experienced even after working back on Blue Star. Congratulations to LV Fei Bai from Zone 445 for being the fourth to promote to a fourth-tier island, earning an additional reward. Congratulations to Chong Sun Wu from Zone 445 for being the seventh to promote to a fourth-tier island, earning an additional reward. Congratulations to Wang Yang from Zone 445 for being the eighth to promote to a fourth-tier island, earning. In this blissful moment, Muyu dozed off, only to awaken later in the evening, as the sun cast its last romantic rays upon the horizon. His fishing endeavors for the afternoon yielded no results, not because he failed to catch any fish, but rather, the ones he did catch had been devoured by the little glutton. Shushua. Retrieving his fishing rod, Muyu made his way to the wild men's living area, where the fishermen had returned. Abu, along with the other wild men from the underwater island, had also come back, and they were now preparing a python meat soup for dinner. Master, all the ores have been transported to the mining area. I saw you were sleeping, so I didn't disturb you. Would you like some soup? Abu stepped forward as Muyu arrived. No, thank you. You've done an excellent job. Please arrange for some of this meat to be sent to the young beasts. Get some rest. Muyu declined Abu's kind offer and once again extracted 1,600 pounds of giant tiger meat and 1,600 pounds of frenzied crocodile meat, instructing him accordingly. Understood. Abu replied, promptly summoning several wild leaders to distribute the meat. Ding. Iron ore, 30,000. Ding. Copper ore, 4,000. Chapter 87. The mysterious invasion of the island. The medium-sized copper mine had been completely excavated, and a significant portion of the large iron mine had also been depleted. However, Muyu estimated that it would take until the day after tomorrow to fully extract the metals from the underwater island. Returning to the wooden lodge, Muyu cleaned some potatoes and cut 50 pounds of tiger king meat, preparing to make a potato stew. He intended to treat Shushue and Xiaogu to a taste of Blue Star's culinary delights, as a small reward for Xiaogu. As he added half a pound of blood meat and true spirit fungus into the pot, the enticing aroma of the potato stew wafted through the air. He packed 2 portions to send to Jian Yuchong, who soon responded with a message and some stalactite essence. Jian Yuchong. Today, we are having potato stew. Muyu. Indeed, tonight marks the onset of a new calamity. What if we cannot survive? It is better to savor a hearty meal while we still can. Jian Yuchong. So this is your farewell feast for me? Jian Yuchong. If you have nothing to say, then silence is golden. You have utterly ruined my good mood. Muyu. Jian Yuchong. Closing the private chat channel. Muyu distributed portions of potato stew to Chu Shui and Xiaogu, then partook of the meal himself. Moments later, having consumed over 10 pounds of potato stew, Muyu felt the energy within him surge forth, and promptly swallowed a vial of stalactite essence. Oh, it felt as though he had ingested a tranquilizer. A pair of soft hands caressed the turmoil within his belly, gradually soothing it. Returning to his bedroom, Muyu opened the chat channel. A new week dawned, and the group engaged in lively conversation. Dai Qingguan. I have no idea what this new calamity entails. I dare not sleep, not even a wink. Tang Yu. If I could ascend to a 4th-tier island like some of the esteemed ones, I would sleep soundly. Zhizhan. Don't stay up too late. Those who survive need not fear, and those who do not need not worry. Let fate decide. Xinjian. I suspect tomorrow will bring a meteor shower. Cui Teng. Why not mention the resource boxes that will fall tomorrow? Songhai. Is it possible that it will snow? Xinjian. What does snow matter? Who doesn't he have a few animal pelts for warmth? If it were to snow, that would be delightful. Qiuzhe. Cease your ominous predictions. Even if it does snow, it will not be like the normal snow of Blue Star. Seeing them bicker endlessly, Muyu chose to close the chat channel. The nature of the impending calamity would be revealed by midnight. A sudden chill swept into the bedroom, stirring an inexplicable sense of unease within Muyu. He rose and stepped onto the balcony, only to discover, in the distance below, a wild man smiling up at him. The visage of this wild man felt strangely foreign. As Muyu focused his gaze, he realized the wild man had inexplicably drawn closer. Silently, he had traversed from the open ground to the building area, staring blankly and grinning at Muyu. It was only then that Mu Yu discerned the wild man's smile was grotesquely contorted, with the corners of his mouth stretching to the vicinity of his eyes, and his pupils bulging, revealing a hint of crimson. A bone-chilling sensation washed over Mu Yu, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Ding. Warning. The island has been invaded by a bizarre source of contamination. Ding. Warning. The island has been invaded by a bizarre source of contamination. Ding. Warning. The island has been invaded by a bizarre source of contamination. Could you cease the incessant notifications and instead provide me with a solution? Mu Yu gritted his teeth and demanded, yet the system fell silent. Xiaogu, did you just see someone standing over there? Mu Yu inquired of the head peeking out from behind. Xiaogu shook his head. His eyes filled with confusion as he gazed at Mu Yu. This only intensified Mu Yu's anxiety. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a sudden knocking echoed from outside the bedroom, causing Mu Yu's expression to shift. No one had entered or exited the building's main door. The one knocking could not be human, but rather the strange source of contamination. Creak, creak. It seemed that half the day had passed without anyone opening the door. The presence outside was growing impatient, and it gently pushed the door open. Let us go. Mu Yu called to Chu Shui and Xiaogu, and together they leaped from the second floor. Standing firm upon the ground, Mu Yu felt a surge of strength, not wishing to damage the wooden structure. With each step on the wooden floor, the heavy sound of their footsteps echoed. Soon, a bizarre figure resembling a wild man appeared on the balcony, still smiling at Mu Yu. At such a close distance, Mu Yu could see more clearly. The creature's cheeks trembled, seemingly unable to sustain such a forceful grin. Yet it could not stop. Its smile stretched higher, nearly reaching its brow, forming a grotesque circle, with 2 streaks of blood trailing from its mouth. Come down. Mu Yu shouted, his expression grave. The wild man finally let out a chilling laugh, a horrifying sound that reverberated across the island. As he tilted his head back toward the sparse night sky, his body bending almost to a 180-degree angle. Mu Yu, unable to suppress his own expression, began to laugh in mimicry, causing Chu Shui and Xiaogu to exchange anxious glances. Just as Mu Yu felt his composure slipping, his lips curling upward, a bloodwood talisman was hurled from above. With a hiss, the bloodwood struck the bizarre wild man, and a plume of black smoke erupted as the creature vanished in an instant. Without hesitation, Mu Yu launched several more bloodwood talismans at the spot. Each impact produced a sound akin to fire igniting, sending forth clouds of black smoke as the strange entity scrambled to escape the wooden structure. Mu Yu pursued relentlessly, casting bloodwood talismans in hot pursuit. The bizarre source of pollution seemed taken aback by the abundance of talismans in Mu Yu's hands. Unable to withstand the onslaught, it crashed into the white mist beyond the island. A notification chimed. Detection of a bizarre source of pollution near the sequence candidate. Task initiated. Eliminate the bizarre source of pollution. Time limit, 7 days. Completion reward. Exceptional chest 1. Sequence hidden points, 300. As the strange entity retreated, Mu Yu exhaled a sigh of relief and reviewed the previous system notification. A new task has arrived, Mu Yu murmured, noting that the reward for eliminating this bizarre source was significantly higher than that of lower-level pollutants, indicating its greater difficulty. Chapter 88. The Intense Cold Wave. It seems I must cultivate more jujube and peach trees in the future. If the bizarre entity returns, I'll simply bury it beneath a pile of talismans. Mu Yu returned to the wooden structure, collecting the bloodwood talismans scattered along the way. He gathered 7 pieces, each tainted with a hint of blackness and a dull sheen. It appeared that the flesh of the evil god had drawn it in, yet it dared not approach with the fire sun jujube wood nearby. Upon returning to the wooden hall, Mu Yu observed the ongoing purification of the evil god's flesh, promptly placing the used bloodwood talismans within to hasten the purification process. The bizarre invasion occurred silently and stealthily, evading even the elemental tower's detection. However, with these bloodwood talismans, it would not be so easy for it to breach their defenses. Once I acquire sufficient exorcistic wood, I shall construct a fence and a dwelling, alleviating any concerns of strange intrusions. Thus mused Mu Yu, feeling a touch of weariness after the recent tumult. While most in the chat were enduring sleeplessness, he found himself exempt from such torment. If he could not survive, the entire region would surely perish. With that thought, Mu Yu quietly closed his eyes. In the stillness of midnight, a sudden chill enveloped him, prompting Mu Yu to place the first snow as a cushion beneath his head, while he grasped Little Goo's wings to drape over himself. Yet, despite these measures, he could not stave off the shivers. Then, a startling knock at the door roused him, and he quickly surveyed his surroundings, realizing it was merely his heightened reflexes. Master, he heard Abu calling from downstairs, which brought a sigh of relief. Mu Yu tightened the woolen blanket around him and peered out the window, only to find it cloaked in a veil of white snow, obscuring all view. Songhai had indeed guessed correctly. However, the snow was far too frigid. Descending to the hall, he found Abu anxiously awaiting him, his brows crystallized with ice, his body appearing as if carved from frost. Master, the weather is unbearably cold. They cannot endure much longer. Could we spare some wood for them to light a fire? Abu inquired as soon as Mu Yu arrived. There is no need for such trouble. Muyu thought, summoning the 9 dragons' true fire from the island's center, which soared several feet into the air, radiating intense warmth. The feathery snowflakes descending from the heavens melted before they could touch the island. "Thank you, master." Abu expressed his gratitude, the chill dissipating around him. "Wait a moment before you depart," Muyu instructed, proceeding to the cellar to retrieve 200 pounds of crocodile king meat and 200 pounds of wolf king meat, along with 3 superb radishes, which he combined in a large pot to simmer a hearty stew. He added over 17 pounds of blood meat true lingji to the mix. An enticing aroma wafted through the hall, and Muyu savored a bowl of the stew, feeling warmth surge through his body, enough to break into a light sweat. He set aside some of the radish and meat stew for breakfast, placing the remainder into a large wooden box. "Understood," Abu replied, visibly moved, hoisting the box onto his shoulder as he departed the wooden building. It was prudent to prevent any illness among the wildlings young, for he would be powerless to treat them should they fall ill. Since the establishment of the wildling tribe, his burdensome labor had been wholly alleviated, and he wished to avoid losing any of their workforce. Feeling overheated, Muyu pushed open the wooden door to the balcony, discovering that the snow had accumulated to over a meter in height. Fortunately, the 9 dragons' true fire emitted a searing heat, beginning to melt the snow on the island, which flowed away as water. He gazed skyward, where the vast expanse was cloaked in gray, snowflakes swirling in the air, the cold wind howling like a blade, intertwining with the blizzard. The night had transformed into a pale white. It was barely an hour past midnight. He feared that by morning, or perhaps even now, the sea might have already frozen over. Muyu affirmed that this sudden cold wave arrived with alarming swiftness. In such a brief span of time, the temperatures had plummeted to this extent, and it was likely that the group chat would soon erupt in a frenzy. Songhai remarked, "I can't sleep due to the cold. I feel as if I'm turning into a popsicle." Zhijian retorted, "Shenjian, you cursed prophet. Come out and face your doom." Shenjian replied, "Cold? Indeed, it is cold. Warmth is reserved for those with heating devices." Songhai queried, "Do you possess such a device?" Shenjian countered, "Thus, I too am quite cold." Peng Anren exclaimed, "Which brother has a heating device? I'm willing to pay a high price. I'm freezing to death." Gao Yu scoffed, "What is there to fear? I've boiled a pot of water in my room. Tonight, I plan to soak in it while I sleep." Tang Yu teased, "You're a tough one. Stewing yourself in an iron pot. Don't forget to add some spices." Qin Hongda boasted, "If it's cold, one should exercise at home. I just completed 10,000 push-ups. I feel incredibly strong." Muyu remarked, "Then you won't be sleeping tonight?" Qin Hongda replied, "Mushan, are you also unable to sleep due to the cold?" Muyu clarified, "No, I'm sweating from the heat. I'm just enjoying the cold breeze on the balcony." Songhai exclaimed, "Mushan, you're utterly inhuman." Tang Yu lamented, "This highlights the gap between the elite and us. Woe is me." Xiaozhe advertised, selling firestone heaters, limited stock, highest bidder wins. Zhang Qi criticized, "You're heartless, pricing a rare item so high. Why not just seize it?" Xiaozhe quipped, "Brother, you jest. Nothing can compare to my speed in this." It seemed that everyone, to varying degrees, was troubled by the cold, with only a select few in the top tier feeling slightly better. The prices of heating devices were bound to soar, yet it appeared that Muyu had no such devices to profit from this situation. As he stood on the balcony, absorbing the cold air to dissipate his excess warmth, Muyu regretfully closed the chat channel and suddenly noticed a system notification he had previously overlooked. Ding. You are ranked first on the 445 Central District Island leaderboard. This week's rewards have been settled. You have obtained a Tier 4 special chest. A Tier 4 special chest. Muyu distinctly recalled that it was the opening of a Tier 2 special chest that had granted him the 9 dragons of Earthfire, propelling him to the pinnacle above all others. Now, with another Tier 4 chest, he felt a sense of anticipation for what treasures it might contain. Never mind. There was no rush. He would wait until tomorrow to open it along with the fishing resource chest, which included a silver chest as well. Muyu stored the special chest in his backpack and opened the announcement to check the latest information for the week. Announcement 1. Intermediate Catastrophe, Extreme Cold Wave, has been activated. 2. This week's limited time event, the Sea Fishing Leaderboard, is underway. Rankings are based on quality, with daily rewards calculated. After 7 days, rewards for Grand Slam or Best Angler will be distributed. 3. When the number of Tier 4 islands in the 445 Central District reaches 10, the Central District Spirit Pet Dragon ranking and Unmatched Divine Weapon ranking will be activated. There is no limit on the number of entries, with weekly rewards for the top 10. 4. Resource islands are disappearing, and the confinement of extraordinary beasts is weakening, increasing the likelihood of their arrival on islands. Chapter 89, Island Leaderboard. Muyu selectively disregarded the other 3 pieces of information, fixating intently on the second one. He subsequently retrieved the blueprint for the thunder fishing rod, scrutinizing it repeatedly with a complex expression. He was merely 1 rare leather short, and he also lacked a substantial amount of lightning elements needed to energize the thunder crystals and extreme iron, relying solely on a lightning tower. And without the arrival of a large-scale thunderstorm, it seemed he might have to wait an eternity for the opportunity. With a sigh, Muyu tucked away the blueprint for the thunder fishing rod, deciding not to allow Jian Yuechong to further evolve it. Given the current materials, he found it quite difficult to gather what he needed, and once the event concluded, he would be unable to forge it again. He hoped that the morning's treasure chest might provide him with a delightful surprise. In the early morning, the sky remained somewhat overcast. Muyu heated the radish stew he had made the previous night, packaging 2 portions to trade with Jian Yuechong. Jian Yuechong, radish stew, I love it. Muyu, a new week begins. It's time for you to provide the supplies. Jian Yuechong, understood. I know there's always extra meat. I 1 tea shortchange you. Will 1,000 pounds suffice? Muyu, that works, but I only require meat of rare quality or higher. Jian Yuechong, all right. After concluding his communication with Jian Yuechong, Muyu indulged in another large bowl of radish stew and consumed the stalactite spirit liquid. Although a warm current still flowed within him, it lacked the ferocity of the previous night, merely maintaining a gentle warmth in his body. After preparing breakfast for Chuxua and Xiaogu, Muyu departed from the wooden building, awestruck by the devastation wrought by the calamity. The island was left with only a thin layer of ice covering the ground, while the expanse beyond was a blinding white, blurring the line between sky and sea. The biting wind whipped through the swirling snow, with visibility reduced to less than half a meter. It was a chilling sight that evoked a shiver. Though Muyu no longer felt the cold, he still trembled slightly. It seems the sea has frozen over. I hope the storm subsides soon, he lamented, reflecting on the significant loss that would ensue if he could not fish for resource boxes. Yet, he quickly reassured himself that the storm would eventually cease. Otherwise, this fishing event would be rendered impossible. Stowing away his fishing rod, Muyu made his way to the cultivation room in the farmland area. Fortunately, he had a cultivation chamber. Otherwise, many of these plants would have perished in the frost last night. 10 pounds of blood meat true spirit mushroom, exquisite. 21 rare clear water pears. 15 rare clear water pear wood. 3 rare fruit cucumbers. Explosive fire chili. It was indeed a rare and bountiful harvest. Muyu rummaged through his backpack and planted 6 ordinary peach tree seeds. He currently needed ample exorcising wood to construct a wooden fence for the island. Otherwise, he would be left wondering when the next ominous invasion would occur. Arriving at the barbarian living area, he found that the inhabitants were gradually waking up to prepare breakfast. Perhaps due to the radish stew they had consumed the previous night, Muyu noticed that the barbarians radiated vitality, their faces flushed and filled with vigor. The barbarian tribe had even gained 2 new leaders, and the loyalty of the majority had exceeded 60, awakening their attribute panels. The blood meat true spirit mushroom was, after all, an exquisite ingredient. Without his intervention, the barbarians would never have had the chance to savor such delicacies. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that they would not be able to venture out to sea for fishing today. After distributing the usual tiger and crocodile meat to Abu for the young cubs, Muyu and his 200 wild men set forth towards the underwater island. Upon entering this submerged realm, Muyu gazed upwards, noting that the sky above the island remained as it typically did. It appeared that the intermediate natural disaster of extreme cold was merely a regional calamity rather than a global one. This underwater island must be situated far from our area. Reassured by this realization, Muyu felt relieved, as he feared that the frigid temperatures within the island might hinder the wild men's mining efforts. The capricious nature of the weather truly astounded him. Muyu lamented, casting his gaze beyond the island. Though sunlight did not pierce through the clouds, the day was still bright, shrouded in a silvery blanket, devoid of the azure sky and ocean. Looking down from the leisure area, he observed that the thick layer of snow was at least a yard high, and he could only wonder how deep the ice beneath it might be. At that moment, Muyu was astonished to discover that the fishing leaderboard had already been updated. Fishing leaderboard: 1. White Lotus Spirit Fish, Rare, Angler, 22-23 District Shirt Santian. 2. Golden Silk Catfish, Excellent, Angler, 22-22 District Chin Hongda. 3. Tricolor Swallow Fish, Excellent, Angler, 22-24 District Xiachili. 4. Empty, Shunjian, Brother Chin. How did you manage to catch fish? Isn't it frozen over there? Chin Hongda. It's quite simple. Just break through the ice surface. Songhai. But how can one break through such thick ice? Even with a fine iron pick, I can't get a response. Chin Hongda. That's merely a reflection of your lack of strength. Being able to break the ice is the prerequisite for participating in this activity. Songhai. Well, I'm out, brothers. Jijan. More importantly, I am curious about the rankings for divine weapons and spirit pets once the top 10 of the island rankings are revealed. By the way, our district has 4 prominent figures on the leaderboard. Can we expect another to join and claim half the rankings? Jijan, Jianda Wuda, Jian Yuechong. Don't hold out hope for me. I estimate it will be tomorrow before I can advance. Wu Jiangwo, about right. Jijan, alas, it's a pity. So soon, 9 individuals have already advanced to the 4th tier islands. Muyu had not checked the island rankings for the central district in the past few days, so he casually opened the leaderboard for a look. 445 Central District Island Leaderboard. 1. Fire Dragon Secret Vein Island. Exemplary 22-22 District Muyu. 2. Battle Bear Waterwood Island, Exemplary 22-23 District Shirt Sangtian. 3. Thunder Eagle Storm Island, Rare 22-24 District Xiachili. 4. Golden Tiger Floating Island, Rare 22-22 District El Feibai. 7. Earth Turtle Myriad Island, Rare 22-22 District Changsun Wu. 8. Blue Whale Swallowing Sea Island, Rare 22-22 District Wangyang. It seems that having 4 fourth-tier islands emerge from a single district indicates the remarkable talents of my 3 old friends. After closing the island leaderboard, Muyu lowered his gaze towards the depths of the island, lost in thought. Indeed, breaking through the ice surface was essential. He had previously contemplated this notion, but the howling winds and blizzards outside had hindered him from taking any practical action. The power of strength, swallowing a blood peach. A surge of vitality coursed through Muyu, gathering in his arms, his iron fists swelling like mighty hammers. He leaped from the towering island, a height of 9 zhang. With a resounding crash, the ice beneath him cracked and shattered, rippling like waves upon the sea, while the heavy snowfall trembled and slowly sank into the ocean, revealing an expanse of over 100 square meters of azure waters. Ah, how cold it was. Chapter 90, The Elemental Conservation Conversion Chamber. Muyu was astonished by the stark contrast in temperature between the outside and the island. The water was nearly as frigid as that of extreme cold. Even with his formidable physique, he found himself shivering uncontrollably. Upon returning to the island, he fashioned a magnificent coat from the hide of a giant tiger to warm himself. Upon re-entering the leisure area, he noted that only a few fragmented ice floes floated upon the vast sea below, a testament to his overwhelming strength. Muyu retrieved a 4th-tier resource rod and, with the boldness of 4 stacked attempts, hurled it into the depths of the ocean. Ding! Congratulations! You have fished out a silver chest. Ding! Congratulations! You have fished out a silver chest. To his surprise, both were guaranteed rewards. Muyu felt a tinge of disappointment. His luck today seemed lackluster, and he wondered if his fishing would yield similar results. First, he unsealed the 4th-tier special chest, and with a thought, activated it. Critical success. Blueprint for the Elemental Conservation Conversion Chamber, exquisite. Blueprint for Elemental Conservation Conversion Chamber, exquisite, bestowed by the elemental deity, placed directly to activate immediately. Another exquisite level architectural blueprint. He promptly made his way to the construction area, selecting a spacious plot of land to utilize the blueprint. A mist dispersed, revealing a structure with 2 platforms, reminiscent of a seesaw. Elemental Conservation Conversion Chamber. Supreme insert items rich in elemental properties of supreme level or below to extract and convert them into any of the 5 elemental forms, including wind, clouds, thunder, and lightning, without depleting the original energy tier or quantity. This meant he no longer needed to worry about his Thunder Iron and Thunder Spirit Stone. Now, he only lacked a rare-grade leather, which would undoubtedly be obtained from the decomposition of beasts with golden tier strength. The thought of this caused Muyu some distress. While silver tier was manageable, golden tier exceeded his current capabilities. However, having not encountered such foes, he dismissed these thoughts, focusing instead on continuing to open chests. He opened another silver chest, achieving a critical success. Blueprint for a medium-sized refined copper mine. A non-rare medium metal mine, with resource units ranging from 3,000 to 5,000, should suffice for the Extreme Dao Tang Knife's extreme copper resources. Muyu's face lit up with joy as he continued to unveil more treasures. He opened a silver chest, and critical success. Fire Sun Plant Bloodline, rare. Fire Sun Plant Bloodline Agent. Rare. Inject this bloodline into plants of rare level or below, and the plant will ascend to rare status, gaining the Fire Sun bloodline, resulting in altered fruit production. Muyu recalled his fiery eyes, which had been cultivated using the fruits of the Fire Sun plants. Tomorrow, the natural radiance will allow a plant to ascend to the level of excellence. At that moment, if I inject the Fire Sun plant blood essence beforehand, will it result in a plant possessing dual attributes of excellence? Muyu felt a sense of anticipation as he stored the Fire Sun plant blood essence in his backpack and picked up the last chest. Upon opening the silver chest, a critical success was achieved. Rare Island Stabilization Blueprint. Rare Island Stabilization Blueprint. Once utilized, your island will become significantly more resilient, offering enhanced protection against winds, waves, destruction, and natural disasters. Without hesitation, Muyu tore open the Island Stabilization Blueprint. A rumble ensued. After a tremor, everything around him appeared unchanged. Muyu was uncertain where the alterations to the island had occurred. However, since the system indicated that it had become more stable, he trusted that the changes were internal. No longer dwelling on it, Muyu heard a notification sound and opened the trading platform, discovering that Jian Yuechong had sent him a silver chest. After receiving the silver chest, Muyu activated his talent. He opened the silver chest, achieving another critical success. Rare Mud Pit Resource Point Blueprint. Rare Mud Pit Resource Point Blueprint. To be utilized, it requires an area of 500 square meters. This was likely one of the production channels for mud. Although important, it occupied considerable space. Since it wasn't his concern, he decided not to fret over it. After reviewing the information, Muyu traded it to Jian Yuechong. Before long, Muyu received a private chat notification and reopened the panel, finding that Jian Yuechong had sent him a message. Jian Yuechong, I evolved this mud pit blueprint once, transforming it into a mud pond blueprint, which now requires an area of 10,000 square meters for placement. Quite frustrating. Muyu, is that so? If you have no use for it, you can sell it to me. Jian Yuechong, but isn't a 4th-tier island only 3,000 square meters in area? This one building takes up so much space. Muyu, don't worry about that. Just consider it my act of kindness. What do you want? Speak, and I shall consider it. Jian Yuechong, I desire a rare-grade fishing rod. Is that possible? Muyu, I don't even possess a rare-grade fishing rod myself. How about I trade you a rare-grade sword sheath? You need a weapon with significant damage. And to be honest, that elemental bow still falls short. Jian Yuechong, well, throw in those 3 blue spears you have. I'll use them for the team. Muyu, it's a deal then. Jian Yuechong, I can't shake the feeling that I've been duped. Muyu, trading is not merely about the value of items, but rather their utility to oneself. Jian Yuechong, thank you for enlightening me. Without giving her a moment to hesitate or reconsider, Muyu promptly completed the trade with Jian Yuechong. The girl, inherently sensitive and suspicious, would still harbor doubts despite not being at a disadvantage in this transaction. The wind and cloud chi blade sheath was increasingly falling behind his growing strength and required prolonged cultivation to unleash a strike. Furthermore, it could only deliver commendable damage when utilizing his talent, rendering it less effective than his ultimate skills and elemental conversion sprayer. Once he crafted his ultimate Tang Dao, the sheath would hold even less significance. As for the 3 water explosive spears, they are merely rare-grade weapons, capable of inflicting significant damage only through one's formidable strength. It is indeed time for a change. Stowing the mud pond blueprint into his backpack, Muyu planned to later deposit the copper mine and mud pond resources on the underwater island. The space occupied on his own island was excessively vast, disrupting the overall layout. The wild men had yet to exhaust the metal mines and were not preoccupied with gathering mud, so Muyu felt no rush. Returning to the leisure area, Muyu reclined on a rocking chair and retrieved the sea wave 100-foot rod. He baited the hook with a piece of tiger king meat and cast it into the water. Ding! You have caught a sea sand fish. It is not ranked. Ding! You have caught a yellow spiked spirit fish. Excellent. It is not ranked. Ding! You have caught a hydrodynamic horned fish. Excellent. It is not ranked. Despite wielding a rare-grade fishing rod paired with rare-grade bait, why were all his catches merely of excellent grade? Chapter 91. The Giant Polar Bear. Muyu was puzzled. He opened the chat channel to peek into the group discussions, as many were sharing insights on how to catch high-quality spirit fish for the fishing leaderboard. Oh. It dawned on him. It was due to his failure to create a fishing spot. After observing the messages within the group for quite some time, he finally grasped where he had gone awry. First, he should establish a feeding ground to attract the superior spirit fish before fishing. With so much meat used for bait, surely he would hook a rare-grade giant fish. With renewed confidence, Muyu cast his rod once more, but after a lengthy wait, there was no response from the rod. This was unexpected, or had he gone wrong again? Doubt crept in, yet he resolved to persevere for a while longer. Moments later, Muyu glanced down from his island and saw that the meat of the oceanic python king had been completely devoured, leaving only the bait on his hook untouched. Could it be that he had overfed them, satiating their hunger? With a complex expression, Muyu decided to employ his trump card, the blood and flesh true spirit mushroom. He affixed 1/3 of a pound of the mushroom to his fishing rod and cast it out once again, his gaze fixed intently on the enticing bait. In a flash, a white whirlwind surged by, and Muyu felt an immense force pulling him unexpectedly from the edge of the island. Crack! He released his grip, only to find himself tumbling onto the icy surface, disoriented. As he looked up, he beheld a colossal polar bear, its size akin to that of a massive elephant, gazing at him with eager eyes. Its enormous form resembled a towering white wall. Hastily donning the title of supremacy, Muyu felt his attributes increase by 5%. Ignoring the pain and the icy ground, he wasted no time and scrambled to his feet, sprinting towards the island. Now on the ice rather than solid ground, his combat capabilities were already diminished, and facing a golden-grade beast would surely be a recipe for disaster. Roar! Although the giant polar bear was immense, its speed was astonishing, resembling a white whirlwind as it lunged towards Muyu. Realizing he could not outrun the beast, Muyu swiftly drew forth his elemental conversion jet, inserting a fire spirit stone. Observing the brilliant silver-white nozzle, the giant polar bear sensed the impending threat and halted its pursuit. Muyu Sung took a deep breath and gazed down at the island, where a colossal polar bear stood defiantly, baring its teeth in a provocative manner. Showing no intention of retreat, with swift precision, he unleashed a bolt from his windstorm crossbow, aimed directly at the creature's eyes. Yet, the bear remained unmoved, merely closing its heavy eyelids to deflect the projectile. With a thunderous roar, the giant polar bear directed a chilling growl towards Muyu. A biting wind laced with ice and snow rushing towards him, rendering his eyes nearly unseeing. In a flurry, Xiaogu flapped its wings, lifting him towards the sky. Moments later, a massive ice spear, over 10 feet long, shot towards Muyu's previous position, embedding itself deeply into the ground. Exhaling with relief, Mu Yusung was taken aback by the bear's cunning. It had cleverly misled him. Just as his rage flared and he contemplated incinerating the beast with his 9-dragon true fire, a sudden calm enveloped him. Reducing it to ashes would be too merciful. He desired its pelt, which would serve a greater purpose. Without hesitation, Muyu made his way to the Thunder Tower to retrieve a Thunder Crystal, subsequently heading to the Elemental Conservation Conversion Room to place it inside, along with a water element. He activated the mechanism. In an instant, the room completed its task, and Muyu extracted the fully charged Thunder Spirit Stone, glancing at the water element, whose deep azure glow had only dimmed slightly. Truly, this was an exquisite elemental material. Even charging a single elemental stone consumed merely a fraction of its energy. Satisfied, he placed the Thunder Spirit Stone, now infused with electrical energy, into the elemental conversion ejector. A cruel glint appearing in his eyes. Approaching the edge of the leisure area, he observed the giant polar bear still prowling beneath the island, and a sense of reassurance washed over him. The ejector's nozzle brimmed with a menacing aura, blue lightning crackling eagerly, as if yearning to be unleashed. Sensing the imminent danger, the bear hesitated and began to retreat slowly. Retreat, you say? Let us see how far you can go. A pillar-like stream of blue lightning surged forth, completely engulfing the massive creature. With a heart-wrenching howl, the giant polar bear collapsed to the ground, motionless, its breath shallow. Its fur stood on end like iron bristles. Muyu drew forth his bloodthirsty fire ring blade and leaped from the island, delivering a powerful strike upon the bear's broad back. Yet, it only carved a minuscule gash, sending a tingling sensation coursing through Muyu's body. Once again, the bear erupted with newfound energy, swatting Muyu away with a single paw as it bolted into the distance, vanishing into the vast, white expanse. It was one thing for it to consume the precious blood-flesh spirit mushroom, but to devour an entire elemental stone's worth of thunder energy, as well, was intolerable. The bloodthirsty fire ring blade lacked the vital essence of blood, rendering its inherent lethality pitifully feeble. The giant polar bear's resilience was formidable, recovering swiftly from the onslaught of the Thunder Spirit Stone's energy. Although the damage cap of the elemental conversion injector is not particularly high, Muyu speculated that it might be related to the blood and flesh true spirit mushroom he had consumed. Once more standing at the boundary of the leisure area, Muyu observed a colossal polar bear peering curiously from behind a snow mound, clearly undeterred, yet too cautious to approach. With no suitable method to eliminate it, Muyu could only temporarily disregard it, as long as it did not disturb his fishing endeavors. Reattaching the fishing line, he affixed 1/3 of a pound of blood and flesh true spirit mushroom to the fishing rod and cast it safely into the water. As the bait adorned with the precious mushrooms sank into the sea, the surface erupted in tumult, and soon, a flurry of crimson blossoms ascended from the depths. Let the battle commence. Only the mightiest fish is worthy of such a delicacy. Muyu waited, exhilarated yet anxious. After a prolonged interval, the sea finally calmed. With both hands gripping the fishing rod tightly, Muyu focused intently. Suddenly, the line snapped taut. A tremendous force surged from below, dragging the rod downward. The arm of strength. Muyu swiftly swallowed a blood vitality peach, feeling the vigor course through his arms, amplifying his strength. He clung tenaciously to the rod, engaging in a fierce struggle with the strongest spiritual fish beneath the waves. Chapter 92. The duel rankings commence. With a sudden jolt, Muyu was thrown backward, landing heavily in the dirt, still gripping the severed fishing line tightly. I should have known from the fishing resource box that luck was not on my side today. But I never anticipated it would be this dismal. This fishing rod is utterly useless. Once I forge the extreme Daotang blade, I shall first slay that bear and craft the thunder fishing rod from its hide before returning to my fishing pursuits. Frustrated, Muyu abandoned the idea of fishing altogether. Let those who desire the leaderboard contend for it. I shall return as a king once I create the thunder fishing rod. Arriving at the mining area, Muyu glanced at the iron essence gathering tower, discovering that the golden spirit stones within had completed their charging. After retrieving them, he inserted 100 iron blocks, eagerly awaiting their transformation into steel by the next day. Ding. Secret Iron X100. Before the true fire forge, Muyu collected his 100 pieces of secret iron for the day. Ding. Secret Iron X5. Forging successful. Secret Iron Pickaxe. Rare. X1. Ding. Iron Blocks X30,000. Forging successful. Steel Pickaxe. Uncommon. X60. Entering the true fire forge, Muyu crafted a rare secret iron pickaxe from the leftover 5 pieces of secret iron, and subsequently forged 60 rare steel pickaxes from the 30,000 iron blocks he had mined the previous day. The Wildman's ordinary iron pickaxes suffice for extracting iron blocks, elemental stones, and copper blocks, but they struggle when it comes to mining fine copper, silver, and gold. Since it was all for his own benefit, Muyu decided to assist them in upgrading their tools to expedite their progress. If that great bear dares approach the island again, one of you should venture to the underwater island to find me. Muyu instructed the playful little Gu and Chushua. hoisting the secret iron pickaxe and entering the teleportation tower to arrive at the underwater island. In the mining area of the underwater island, 200 wild men were fervently engaged in extracting from a large iron vein. Next to the iron mine, Muyu utilized the blueprint for a medium-sized fine copper mine, causing a mound of earth to rise from the ground. Medium fine copper mine, 5,000 units. It was astonishing to discover a fully realized vein. Evidently, the feng shui was indeed amiss. Muyu was slightly surprised and found a flat area adjacent to the mining zone, utilizing the mud pond blueprint. A vast expanse of land instantly sank, transforming into a marsh-like muddy terrain. The mud pond resource point, exemplary, allowed for a maximum daily input of 20,000 units of soil and 20,000 liters of water, generating 20,000 units of sludge. With such quantities, in merely 10 days, he could amass enough sludge to elevate the island's status. However, the demand for soil had also doubled. It was prudent to finish extracting the mineral veins first before proceeding. Muyu calculated that an ordinary wild man could, at most, extract 600 units of soil in 12 hours. Once the mineral veins were depleted, half of the wild men would mine stone while the other half would gather soil, sufficiently meeting the utmost requirements of the mud pond. Given the current pace, it would be challenging to deplete all the minerals today, as the remaining ones were considerably tougher to extract. Muyu distributed 60 iron pickaxes to the wild chieftains, noticing that the wild men, after a morning of strenuous mining, appeared somewhat fatigued. He took out 9 pounds of blood meat spirit fungus and dissolved it in a water bucket, calling upon the wild priest to distribute it accordingly. Upon consuming the spirit fungus water, the wild men were instantly revitalized, fervently resuming their mining efforts. Muyu, wielding the secret iron pickaxe, joined their ranks. Clang. 2,000 iron blocks. Clang. 3,000 fine copper. Clang. 3,000 silver blocks. Clang. 100 gold. At this moment, the sky darkened, and snow and wind returned. The island shrouded in a desolate white. Activating the true fire to temper his body, he consumed 8 blood energy peaches and battled for an hour. Eventually, Muyu couldn't endure any longer and crawled into the fire-refining hot spring. After consuming 5 spirit-rejuvenating pears, his mental state returned to normal, only to realize that his spiritual power had only increased by 5 points this time. It appeared that as one's spiritual power grew, further enhancement became increasingly difficult. Congratulations to the Blue District 445 for the 10th upgrade to a 4th-tier island, receiving additional rewards and unlocking the unmatched divine weapon ranking and the spirit pet potential ranking. Ding! Congratulations, your elemental conversion ejector, exemplary, and the supreme iron refined pickaxe, exemplary, have entered the unmatched divine weapon ranking. Ding! Congratulations. Your Skyhawk, exemplary, and Friday Chieftain, rare, have entered the spirit pet potential ranking. As Muyu lay in the fire-refining hot spring, a series of notifications disrupted his thoughts. Observing the information, he appeared perplexed. The supreme iron refined pickaxe, could Abu also make the list? Curiously, Muyu immediately opened the rankings. Unmatched divine weapon ranking. Blue District 445. 1. Ancient Dao Longsword, exemplary, Shirt Sangtian. 2. Void Slashing Profound Sword, exemplary, El Fei Bai. 3. Thunderbolt Twin Hammers, exemplary, Xia Chili. 4. Elemental Conversion Ejector, exemplary, Muyu. 10. Supreme Iron Refined Pickaxe, exemplary, Muyu. These creatures. Wait until I forge the supreme Tang Dao tomorrow, and I shall dazzle your eyes. Muyu anticipated fierce competition, but he never imagined it would be this intense, with each contender brandishing exemplary-grade equipment. Had he not been diligently collecting materials, he wouldn't have fallen so far behind. Subsequently, Muyu opened the Spirit Pet Potential Ranking, which was somewhat elusive. Spirit Pet Potential Ranking, Blue District 445. 1. Skyhawk, exemplary, Muyu. Chapter 2. The Sea-Swallowing Whale, exquisite. Wang Yang Chapter 3. Bloodthirsty Battle Bear, rare. Shi Sangtian Chapter 8. Fierce Iron-Eating Beast, rare. Jian Yuechang Chapter 9. Friday Chieftain, rare. Muyu Chapter 10. Twin Blade Mantis, rare. Wailon subsequently. Muyu opened the chat channel, and as expected, the discussions ensued. Zhizhan, is Shirt Sangtian's ancient long sword truly that formidable? It has surprisingly subdued the renowned Fei Bai's Void/Sword. Zhizhan, I have witnessed Fei Bai wielding the Void/Sword. It cleaved through the shell of a giant sea turtle over a yard long. Chiuze, it's just a slightly better weapon. If it came to a real confrontation with Fei Bai, the outcome is far from certain. Tangyu, am I the only one concerned that Mu Shun occupies 4 positions on both lists? Is it really necessary to craft a pickaxe into an exquisite level? Such extravagance must be for undermining someone's standing. Songhai, let us set aside the pickaxe. Using it to strike could still classify it as a weapon. Why is the Wild King on the list as well? Is he considered a spirit pet? Peng Yanren, my strongest weapon is merely of rare quality. Yet Mu Shin employs an exquisite one for mining. Why is there such a disparity in the world? Xinjian, fortunately, Mu Shun's weapon has not topped the charts, nor is he fishing. Otherwise, we would truly be without a path forward. Zhizhan, Do not tempt fate with such words. Honestly, how did you manage to catch the rare fish on your list? Shenzhen. In truth, I am the president of a sea fishing club on Blue Star, currently. The best sea fishing resources are available for just 998 iron blocks. Limited stock. First come, first served. Elfei by sea fishing? Isn't it just casting a line into the ocean and letting the fish hook themselves? What need is there for such resources and techniques? Dai Chengguan. You lucky ones should refrain from provoking Mu Shun, the Air Force. It might sadden him to see such talk. Chapter 93. Forging the ultimate Tang Dao. The following morning, the wind and snow persisted. Mu Yu arrived at the elemental conservation conversion room, placed a unit of iron blocks into the other end, and activated the function, producing a piece of thunder lava iron block. Upon observation, Mu Yu noted that the iron block, infused with lightning elements, divided into thunder iron block, thunder water iron block, and thunder lava iron block. He had never attempted to explore further, as ordinary iron blocks could not withstand such immense lightning elemental energy. Upon reaching the underwater island, Mu Yu inserted the thunder lava iron block into the energy compartment of the ultra-automated stone digging machine, which instantly erupted with new power and began digging energetically. Mu Yu also collected all its labor results from the past few days. Ding. Stone blocks, 12,000. After returning to the island, Mu Yu once again approached the elemental conservation conversion room, replenished the spirit stone of thunder, and converted 10 brand new water element materials into gold element materials for future use. Ding. Gold element. Supreme compressed from the purest metallic elements. It contains terrifying metallic energy. Only suitable for forging equipment of exquisite quality or higher. Items below exquisite quality cannot harness its energy. With the materials prepared, Mu Yu proceeded to the cultivation room. The fruits of the physique fruit would not mature until the next day, while the blood peach trees in the 3 rare plots would mature the day after tomorrow. The blood peach trees in the 3 exquisite plots were already ripe. 10 pounds of blood flesh, true Ganoderma. 20 blood chi peaches. 10 blood chi peach wood. At this moment, only the last blood chi peach tree remained in the field. Mu Yu extracted the fire sun plant blood essence and injected it into the tree trunk. The originally crimson peaches transformed into an unripe green, while the blood chi peach wood grew more robust. The fire sun blood chi peach tree, rare, evolved into the blood fire dragon peach tree, exquisite, utilizing the natural luminescence's opportunity for plant evolution every 3 days. After evolving the fire sun blood chi peach tree into the blood fire dragon peach tree, the once green fruit vanished. To Mu Yu's surprise, 3 blossoms of blood red and fiery hues emerged on the tree. It appeared that they would not mature until the day after tomorrow, indeed rendering any advantage elusive. Mu Yu departed the cultivation chamber with a sense of regret and was the first to arrive at the wild man living area, distributing 3,200 pounds of meat from the juvenile beasts of the day. Master, yesterday we completed the thorough cleaning of the underwater island. Only the central estate remains unentered, Abu reported to Mu Yu. Then today, ensure the estate is cleaned as well, Mu Yu commanded. Yes. With the pollutants from the underwater island entirely cleared, Mu Yu contemplated testing whether white mist would appear after nightfall. The vast expanse of the island should not be wasted. It could nurture juvenile beasts and sea fish as a source of meat reserves, and the barren fields could also be cultivated. 100 units of secret iron. Upon arriving in the mineral area, Mu Yu collected today a share of secret iron. The 100 pieces of steel within the iron element gathering tower remained untouched. Mu Yu planned to wait until they transformed into secret iron before utilizing them. Mu Yu, I have some urgent matters today. I won't be trading talent opportunities. If needed, I can trade twice tomorrow. Jin Yuechong. All right, I'll save 2 golden boxes for you to open tomorrow. Mu Yu, I'll wait for you. Closing the chat channel and entering the true fire smelting room, Mu Yu's expression turned grave. 200 units of secret iron successfully refined into 20 exquisite iron. 3,000 units of fine copper successfully refined into 3 exquisite copper. 1,000 units of silver bars achieved a critical success in refining into 1 exquisite silver. Another 1,000 units of silver bars also achieved a critical success in refining into 1 exquisite silver. 100 units of gold bars achieved a critical success in refining into 1 exquisite gold. After refining the secret iron from yesterday and today, Mu Yu processed all materials in succession, then took a deep breath and selected all materials required for forging the supreme Dao Tang knife. Warning: excessive addition of gold essence may lead to blade shattering. Please add with caution. The abrupt system notification startled Mu Yu momentarily, prompting him to cancel 1 piece of gold essence, causing the system's warning to dissipate. It's just a weapon. There's no need to be overly anxious. Maintain composure. This gold essence truly is an exceptional material, only allowing me to add 9 pieces. Otherwise, I would have surely added 100. 1 secret gold, 2 exquisite silver, 3 exquisite copper, 4 exquisite iron, 1 spirit stone of gold, 25 drops of blood from the river-swallowing python king, 64 drops of blood from the diamond wolf king, 15 drops of blood from the Tsanglong crocodile king, 25 drops of blood from the Basha tiger king, and 9 gold essences. Critical success. Supreme Dao cutting gold knife. Extraordinary. A deep black tang Dao, adorned with a golden spirit stone, materialized before Mu Yu. The notification echoed. Your extreme Dao gold-slaying blade, Supreme, has ascended to the pinnacle of the divine weapon rankings. As he grasped the extreme Dao gold-slaying blade, a weighty sensation enveloped him, and a glimmer of golden light danced along the blade's edge, momentarily causing a stinging pain in his eyes, prompting him to swiftly close them. Extreme Dao gold-slaying blade, Supreme, crafted from the finest metals, the essence of high-tier life forms, the golden spirit stone, and fearsome golden elements, utilizing a quadruple critical strike technique. Characteristics: 20 damage enhancement against beasts. Characteristic: wounds inflicted on beings of supreme grade or below cannot heal normally. Characteristic: a mere swing of the blade can unleash exceptionally sharp golden blade energy. Characteristic: each attack has a 10 chance to sever equipment of the same tier, and a 50 chance for equipment of a lower tier. Characteristic: by channeling the golden spirit stone, one can unleash the extreme Dao slash, which can naturally gather over 3 days or be charged in advance for reactivation. Lethality: 9, 999, 999. 5 exceedingly useful characteristics, each more formidable than the last. With lethality reaching its zenith, Mu Yu wielded the blade, executing several strikes towards the door, releasing slender, golden-hued blade energies that effortlessly leveled a vast expanse of land, filling his heart with joy. Everything was splendid, save for its considerable weight. Even with his current strength, he found it exhausting to wield for long, only able to maintain its use while firmly planted on the ground. Now, he fervently wished for the snowstorm to cease, so he could slay the colossal polar bear and skin it for its hide. Intelligent Forum. Shunjian, you ravenous cynic. Mu Yu's new weapon is at the top of the divine weapon rankings, holding first place across 3 lists. What more can you say? Shunjian, patience. As long as we maintain our position on the fishing rankings, Mu Yu can only fret. Tangyu, are you referring to yourself? In our district, only you and Bai Fei have made it onto the fishing rankings. Qin Hongda. Goodness, I just glanced at the divine weapon rankings. It's a staggering dominance. Could Mu Yu's talent possibly be that of a divine weapon forger? Qiuzhe, is Mu God engaging in weapon forging? Providing rare blueprints and materials? Seeking an extraordinary weapon? Peng Yanren, what nonsense are you spouting? Have you struck it rich selling firestone heaters? Truly heartless. Qiuzhe, isn't Shunjian's sea fishing information just as dubious? Shunjian, what I possess is called knowledge value. You wouldn't understand. Yesterday, I ranked 3rd and was rewarded with a golden chest. Those in need should hurry to purchase from me. Shunjian, Mu God, why not join in? You might secure first place across 4 lists. Qiuzhe, Mu God, I bought the original data from him. I'll share it for just 10 units of iron blocks. Mu Yu, no need. Without any data, I will still claim first place across 4 lists. Shunjian, it's over. Mu God, you can't be serious. Intelligent Forum, you won't admit to being a cynic, will you? Closing the chat channel, Mu Yu patiently awaited the cessation of the snowstorm. By noon, the tempest gradually subsided, and the world seemed to press the pause button in that moment. Chapter 94. The corpse of a wild iron-winged vulture. Mu Yu stood at the edge of the leisure area, scanning for any sign of the giant polar bear. He remained unperturbed, knowing that soon he would lure it forth with the blood-flesh, true spirit mushroom. Holding the formidable blade of the extreme path, Mu Yu no longer needed to leap down to shatter the ice as he did last time. Instead, he carved 4 square arcs of blade aura into the layer of snow and ice below, followed by an intersecting line in the center, and then casually slashed a few more times beside it. With a swift motion, the heavily snow-laden ice surface gradually shifted aside, revealing the layer beneath. As per usual, he took a gamble, discarding 2 of his rods into the icy depths. Ding! Congratulations on catching a silver chest. Ding! Congratulations on catching a silver chest. Once again, it was merely a consolation prize. It seemed he must seek a gap in the massive polar bear instead. Mu Yu filled the elemental transformation injector with a thunder spirit stone, then retrieved 1/3 of the flesh and spirit mushroom he had left from yesterday, tossing it onto the ice like a seasoned hunter awaiting his prey. After a brief moment, stirred by a sound, Mu Yu opened his eyes to see a colossal polar bear peering curiously at the flesh and spirit mushroom from a distance. Come on, he silently urged as the massive bear drew nearer. In an instant, a 2-meter-long iron-winged vulture swooped down from the sky, snatching up the flesh and spirit mushroom before darting away. Startled, the giant polar bear trembled and hurriedly retreated into a mound of snow. Damn it, Xiaogu, take me after it, Mu Yu commanded in frustration. With a powerful flap of its wings, Xiaogu lifted Mu Yu into the air, hot on the vulture's tail. With a swift motion, Mu Yu unleashed a series of slashes, releasing 2 golden threads of blade aura. The vulture, sensing danger, maneuvered sharply to evade Mu Yu's attacks. Xiaogu, throw me over. The biting cold wind pierced through Mu Yu's heart, and ice began to form on the exterior of his clothing. If this continued, his blood would surely freeze within him. He had no choice but to take a desperate risk. If he failed, he would retreat. With a piercing cry, Xiao Gu's commanding voice momentarily immobilized the iron-winged vulture. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Gu accelerated and flung Mu Yu towards the vulture. Mu Yu landed on the broad wings of the vulture, his long blade slicing effortlessly through its head, akin to cutting through tofu. A spray of blood glimmered in the air as Xiao Gu hurriedly caught the falling Mu Yu. So cold. I'm freezing to death. If it weren't for the resource chest, I wouldn't have bothered to break this wretched ice, he complained, exhaling a puff of white vapor while shivering in his wolfskin coat. Nevertheless, he grasped his iron pickaxe and began to strike the ice surface, sending shards flying. Upon inspection, he found that only a small dent had been made in the thick ice. Why does it feel harder than yesterday? He grumbled. Suddenly, a heavy iron-winged vulture carcass crashed down before him, revealing a silver chest. Wow, a wild vulture carcass. A wild silver chest. Hu Yangjin exclaimed with excitement. Just as he was about to rush forward to collect the silver chest when he felt a chilling wind above him. Looking up, Hu Yangjin beheld a strikingly handsome young man clad in a tiger skin coat, being lowered gently by a magnificent eagle with majestic wings. The young man radiated a fierce, killing intent, particularly with the black long knife in his hand, which glimmered with a hint of golden light, momentarily causing his eyes to sting. Mu, is this your doing? Hu Yangjin asked, his expression one of shock. What do you think? Mu Yu replied with a playful smile. So it's not wild after all. A trace of regret flashed in Hu Yangjin's eyes. Ding. Disassembly successful. Iron-winged vulture flesh, rare, 800 gene. Iron-winged vulture essence, rare, 1000. Iron-winged feathers, rare, 100. Mu Yu disassembled the iron-winged vulture and collected the silver chest as well. There should be a wild eagle head nearby. Xiao Gu grabbed Mu Yu and soared in the direction they had come from, prompting Mu Yu to cheerfully remind him. Thank you, Mu God. I worship you. Hu Yangjin expressed his gratitude repeatedly, discarding his pickaxe to search the surroundings. As they approached his island, Mu Yu gazed out and noticed that both the fire condensation tower and the wood condensation tower on his island had been dismantled, causing his heart to lurch. Chushua. Xiao Gu, hurry. The urgency of the situation dawned on Xiao Gu, and he accelerated. A howl echoed as Mu Yu, burning with anxiety, reached his island, only to find Chushua standing atop the enormous Arctic bear, howling at the sky. Upon seeing Mu Yu return, Chushua gracefully leaped down from the bear's back and climbed onto Mu Yu's shoulder. You dare to invade my island and destroy my structures. You have sealed your fate. Mu Yu brandished the elemental conversion injector, its nozzle crackling with lightning, as if ready to erupt. The giant Arctic bear, agitated, pounded the ground and let out a long roar. No matter what you say today, I will not spare you. Mu Yu shouted in fury. Chushua gently tapped Mu Yu with its paw and communicated with him. What? You mean he wants that food from yesterday and needs my help to lure in a beast of similar stature? Mu Yu asked, his expression puzzled, and Chushua nodded. Humph. I could slay you for an equal exchange and still have a portion of blood flesh true Ganoderma left. Mu Yu scoffed disdainfully. You claim you can bring one over each day? Mu Yu inquired with excitement. The giant Arctic bear nodded vigorously, extending its paw. Bring it first, and then I shall give it to you. Mu Yu asserted, unwilling to engage in a losing bargain. If the bear consumed his Ganoderma and fled, where would he find it again? The giant Arctic bear nodded in apparent agreement with Mu Yu's words, then turned and raced toward the island's edge. With a thunderous leap, a resounding splash echoed across the island. From now on, do not play with strange beasts. What if they harbor ill intentions? Mu Yu warned Chushua sternly. Chushua let out a soft call, nuzzling Mu Yu's face with its fluffy head, the ticklish sensation causing Mu Yu to smile. No need for such affection. That won't work, and there's no room for negotiation. Even so, Mu Yu showed no leniency towards Chushua. After reprimanding Chushua, Mu Yu proceeded to the construction area, gathering the wood spirit stones and fire spirit stones from the remnants of the shattered ruins. Regrettably, the rare-grade structures possess some efficacy against silver-tier creatures, yet when faced with gold-tier entities, they crumble like flimsy constructions. Chapter 95, Slaying the Ice Enigma Seal. Upon returning to the leisure area, Mu Yu patiently awaited the giant polar bear to fulfill its promise. He was confident that having tasted the flesh of the blood essence spirit mushroom, the giant polar bear would go to great lengths to acquire more. Thunderous sounds echoed. It had arrived. Mu Yu rose to observe as the giant polar bear thundered across the ice, leaving colossal paw prints with each landing. Behind it, the ice shattered in pursuit, hinting at an enormous creature lurking beneath. Roar. Approaching the island, the giant polar bear ceased its flight, instead turning to unleash a mighty roar at the ice. A towering icicle emerged, piercing into the depths of the sea. Roar. From the ocean's depths came a tremendous roar, as a black seal, comparable in size to the giant polar bear, burst through the ice, leaping towards it. With a crackle, a bolt of blue lightning, as thick as a beam, surged forth, striking the black seal. The giant polar bear, sensing danger, retreated to observe from a distance. The black seal, enveloped in wisps of white smoke, lay motionless on the ground like a defeated beast. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Yu brandished the extreme blade of gold, leaping from the leisure area to stand atop the massive body of the black seal. With a swift stroke aimed at its head, warm blood gushed forth, splattering Muyu's face. The disparity between the extreme blade of gold and the bloodthirsty fire ring blade was stark. The former's potential surpassed the latter's limit, prompting Muyu to contemplate selling the bloodthirsty fire ring blade. Ding! You have achieved your third consecutive overlevel kill, slaying the gold tier ice enigma seal. Title: Ascendant Enhanced. Ascendant. All attributes of hostile creatures exceeding your tier by 1 increase by 10, by 2 tiers by 15, and by 3 tiers by 20, and so forth. The title granted a significant enhancement. Muyu collected the golden chest from the ground and proceeded to decompose the ice enigma seal. Ding! Decomposition successful. Ice enigma seal flesh, rare, 5,000 pounds. Ice enigma seal essence, rare, 3,000. Ice enigma seal hide, rare, 1. Ice enigma seal teeth, rare, 2. Ice enigma seal teeth, rare. A rare material rich in ice elements. Incorporating it into equipment forging can enhance ice attributes and bestow ice-related traits. What a treasure trove. Finally, rare grade fur. Muyu reveled in his bounty, noticing the hesitant giant polar bear lingering nearby. He promptly tossed 1/3 of a pound of blood essence spirit mushroom before it. Well done. Let us continue tomorrow. Roar. The giant polar bear howled at the sky, nodding in agreement, swallowing the blood essence spirit mushroom before burrowing into the snowdrifts, vanishing from Muyu's sight. Upon returning to the island, Muyu first approached the workbench, transforming the ice enigma seal's enormous hide into 3 pieces of leather. The leather was exquisitely smooth and cool to the touch. Crafting an outfit from it would undoubtedly be comfortable in the sweltering heat. Muyu marveled as he caressed the leather made from the ice enigma seal. Upon entering the elemental conservation conversion chamber, Muyu utilized the antiquated water essence to fully charge the thunder spirit stone. Subsequently, he placed 10 pieces of extreme iron within, continuing the conversion of the lightning element. In the blink of an eye, the water essence dimmed significantly, and the lightning element within the extreme iron seemed to reach its utmost capacity. Ding! Thunderous extreme iron, exquisite, X10. Ding! Water essence X10 conversion successful, thunder essence X10. To err on the side of caution, Muyu prepared an additional 10 thunder essences and proceeded to the true fire forge. Ding! Extreme iron X4. Forging successful, silken extreme iron wire X4. Each silken extreme iron wire measured 10 meters in length, and with his island towering over 30 meters high, Muyu opted to craft 4 wires. Ding! Ice Spirit Sea Leopard Blood, rare, X 3000 purification successful. Ice Spirit Sea Leopard King Blood, exquisite, X 300. After purifying the freshly acquired Ice Spirit Sea Leopard Blood, Muyu selected all the materials necessary for forging the Thunder Fishing Rod. Ding! Excessive addition of Thunder Essence may render the rare leather incapable of withstanding. Please add with caution. The forging of the Thunder Fishing Rod differed from that of the Extreme Daotang Knife. Muyu could only add 3 Thunder Essences before further additions were prohibited. Ding! Thunder Extreme Iron X10, Silken Extreme Iron Wire X4, Ice Spirit Sea Leopard Leather X1, Lightning Spirit Stone X1, Ice Spirit Sea Leopard King Blood X300, Thunder Essence X3. Critical success. Ice Spirit Thunder Fishing Rod, Supreme. Before Muyu stood a fishing rod of exquisite quality, entwined with thunder, embedded with the Lightning Spirit Stone. Its entire body glimmered in a crystalline ice blue, while the grip was wrapped in black Ice Spirit Sea Leopard leather, imparting a refreshing sensation upon grasping. Ice Spirit Thunder Fishing Rod, Supreme, crafted using the ultimate Thunder Extreme Iron, embedded with the Lightning Spirit Stone, blended with Ice Spirit Sea Leopard King Blood, and Supreme Grade Thunder Essence, forged through a quadruple critical success technique. Traits. The current activates the aroma of the bait, making it more enticing to high-quality fish. Traits. Upon hooking, it releases a current that can stun supreme quality fish for 50 seconds and fish of lesser quality for 100 seconds. Traits. Activating the Lightning Spirit Stone releases an electric net. If allowed to naturally condense for 3 days or charged prematurely, it can be released again. There were a total of 4 traits, all pertaining to fishing. With the exception of the last trait, which could not be employed on the fishing leaderboard, the other 3 were applicable. Muyu beamed with satisfaction, knowing this rod would allow him to exclusively catch high-tier fish, eliminating concerns of low-quality fish devouring the bait prematurely. Furthermore, upon hooking a fish, the current could instantly stun it, unlike the Sea Blue 100-foot rod, which risked snapping the line in a struggle. Arriving at the leisure area, Muyu meticulously affixed 1/3 of the blood and flesh true spirit mushroom onto the hook. The mushroom, stimulated by the current, erupted with a potent fragrance, tempting Muyu to take a bite himself. It should be about ready. In this initial attempt, Muyu dared not adjust the voltage too high, fearing it would deter all fish from approaching. After a brief wait, the sea beneath began to froth, with blossoms of crimson rising to the surface. This time, you shall not escape. Muyu patiently awaited the outcome of the underwater struggle, unaware that a grand gift awaited them. The surface of the sea calmed, and suddenly a powerful force surged through, tightening Muyu's fishing line. In an instant, a robust blue thunderbolt darted down the line, The immense force beneath the waves abruptly vanished, and Muyu raised his hand to haul up a striking red fish with a silver-white back, measuring 40 centimeters in length. Ding! Congratulations, you have caught a rare Ime Dao fish, ranking second on the fishing leaderboard. Chapter 96, Blue-Faced God of Wealth Fish. Ime Dao fish, rare and exceptionally rare spirit fish, known for its ferocity and immense strength. Consuming it can enhance one's power and provides a certain probability of comprehending the silver spine technique, thus increasing back defense. Only second place? It seems my voltage settings were insufficient. Muyu mused, somewhat dissatisfied. He placed the unconscious Ime Dao fish into the spirit fish pond and reattached the hook with a piece of blood meat and true spiritual fungus. Casting it into the depths, he raised the voltage and awaited patiently, executing the process in one smooth motion. Before long, the sea surface bubbled once more. A fresh wave of fish drawn to the bait. However, after the new struggle subsided, Muyu felt no movement from the rod. It appeared the victor was merely another rare spirit fish. Unperturbed, he continued to wait. As time passed, the waters near the hook turned crimson. With numerous fish corpses floating to the surface, Muyu lost count of how many tumultuous waves had surged beneath. These high-quality fish are indeed difficult to catch. If I keep waiting, I may not reel in anything all day. I can't be left empty-handed. Just as Muyu lamented internally, the surface of the sea erupted violently, more tumultuous than any previous disturbance. Yet, as swiftly as it had begun, the chaos subsided, leaving the water tranquil once again. With a sudden snap, power arm. At that moment, Muyu activated his skill, significantly enhancing his strength and averting the risk of being pulled under by the spirit fish. Simultaneously, the robust thunder surged down the line. The seafloor erupted in a plume of white smoke, and the once taut fishing line slackened. The rebellious spirit fish, subdued by the electric shock, became docile. With a firm tug, Muyu landed a slumbering spirit fish, measuring over 30 centimeters, with a triangular head, golden tail, and blue stripes across its body, onto the island. Ding! Congratulations, you have caught the blue-faced God of Wealth fish, ranking first on the fishing leaderboard. Blue-faced God of Wealth fish, exquisite, a remarkably rare and exquisite fish. When raised in captivity, it gradually enhances the luck of its caretaker. However, consuming it brings misfortune. How unfortunate that it's not for consumption. Muyu, a true gourmand at heart, felt a twinge of regret, having wished to savor the taste of a broth made from such exquisite fish. After safely placing the blue-faced God of Wealth fish into the spirit fish pond, he noted the time was getting late, and it seemed unlikely he would catch another large fish. Hence, Muyu decided to stow away his fishing rod and proceeded to the true fire refining chamber, commencing his training for the day. In the chamber, he consumed 10 blood chi peaches and 5 divine clarity pears in the fire refining spring, finally completing his regimen of body refinement for the day. Muyu felt fortunate to possess such an exquisite architectural marvel as the natural wonder. Otherwise, who could afford the luxury of consuming rare-grade fruits as sustenance? While Muyu indulged in the warmth of the hot springs, he discovered that the typically quiet Central District chat group had erupted with activity. The Central District comprised only the island masters of 4-tier islands, totaling merely around 20 individuals. Xia Qili, Muyu from Zone 2222, are you cheating? Tell me how you did it. Qingqing, first on the leaderboard, what more can I say? You must be the fated one. I'll gladly play the role of your subordinate. LV Fei Bai, it's truly agonizing to share a zone with him, no matter how hard I strive. His brilliance overshadows all. Wei Lan, I wish to request a zone transfer. I cannot bear to be associated with this cheat. The first on the divine weapon leaderboard is a sword, and I shan't even mention it. Why is the second a fishing rod? Others rob banks with firearms. Yet you resort to intercontinental missiles. Shirt Songtian, Muyu, your strength has earned my recognition. I invite you to my island for discussions on potential collaboration. Muyu, I'm sorry, but you have not earned my acknowledgement. Shirt Songtian, what do you mean? Wang Yang, it means you're unworthy. If you were worthy, how worthy would you be? I am but Mu Shun's mouthpiece. Thank you. Shirt Songtian, you will regret this. Wang Yang, such tired rhetoric, old man. Your body may have regained youth, but must your outdated thoughts also be restored? Evidently, Shirt Songtian was incensed by Wang Yang's words, falling silent for quite some time. Muyu strategically underestimated Shirt Songtian, but tactically regarded him with great respect. After all, he had the ability to transform an entire zone into a legion of killing machines. After closing the Central District chat channel, Muyu imagined that the chat in Zone 2222 must have been ablaze with excitement. It had been far too long since he had tasted the spicy flavor, which he greatly missed. The last time he had successfully cultivated chili peppers, a strong wind had swept them away. Subsequently, Muyu retrieved 100 pounds of roasted wolf meat, preparing it, as before, for Jian Yuechong and Chu Shui Xiaogu. Once the roasted wolf meat was sliced and ready, he traded it to Jian Yuechong. In return, Jian Yuechong sent over stalactite spirit liquid and 1,000 pounds of rare-grade ice knife penguin meat as this week's food allowance. After reserving portions of wolf meat for Xiaogu and Chu Shui, Muyu savored a delicate fish soup, as white as milk, made from the exquisite eyebrow fish. The fiery spice intertwined with the savory fish broth, creating a unique sensation that stimulated the dopamine within Mu Yu's body. He finished the entire bowl of fish soup in one breath, relishing the tender fish meat that blossomed with new flavors upon his palate. As the warmth surged through his limbs and body, Mu Yu checked his attributes and discovered a substantial increase of 5 points in strength. Simultaneously, he acquired a new passive skill, Advanced Silver Spine Technique. After concluding his dinner, Mu Yu proceeded to the cold storage, retrieving all the long-preserved rare meats. He then stored 5,000 pounds of fresh ice mist seal blood meat, 800 pounds of iron-wing vulture blood meat, and 1,000 pounds of ice knife penguin blood meat. Following this, Mu Yu made his way to the wild man living area, where the wild men were gradually returning. Ding. Copper 2000. Master, I have thoroughly explored the manor, which has lain in desolation for many years, yielding no valuable discoveries. Upon returning, Abu reported to Mu Yu, who was collecting refined copper. Very well, summon 2 wild men to stay overnight on the underwater island. Let them embrace these 2 pieces of peach wood while they sleep. Prepare a grand feast for them tomorrow, Mu Yu commanded, producing 2 pieces of blood peach wood. Yes, master, Abu replied unconditionally. By the way, I've noticed that some of you are growing weary of consuming giant python meat daily. Given the sufficiently cold weather, I shall construct a house specifically for storing meat. You may take whatever meat you desire, but do not forget to arrange for 2 meals of young beast cub meat each day, Mu Yu instructed, promptly erecting a large, rudimentary stone house on the spot. Ding. Stone, 1,000. Mud, 1,000. Wood, 100. Construction successful. Large rudimentary stone house. Ding. Giant tiger meat, 8,200 genes. Giant tooth crocodile meat, 8,300 genes. Silver wolf king meat, 400. Tiger king meat, 650. Giant python king meat, 700. Crocodile king meat, 500. Ding. Congratulations. You have been awarded today's title of Best Angler, receiving a reward, 2nd level special box. A notification chimed at midnight, while Mu Yu remained sound asleep. Chapter 97. Adapting to Thorns. Truly, the flesh of the pseudo-legendary grade has not yet been purified after so many days. In the morning, as Mu Yu gazed at the several pieces of evil-repelling wood in the water bucket, now dimmed and dulled, he sighed in contemplation. Removing the ineffective pieces of evil-repelling wood, he replaced them with 13 pieces of blood peach wood. The black water in the bucket had undoubtedly lightened significantly. He believed it would soon be completely purified. Then Mu Yu turned his attention to the water bucket containing the black water sword, noticing that the water in which it was soaked had become clear. Black water sword, exquisite, a supreme sword of exquisite quality, forged from extreme iron, water essence, and the blood of high-level aquatic creatures, long contaminated by lower-grade pollutants, rendering the water essence ineffective and difficult to restore its former glory even after purification. Characteristics. Soaking in water imbues it with water elements, causing a temporary damage increase of 50 upon extraction. Characteristic. When strength exceeds 80, each swing consumes stamina to unleash a black water slash. Characteristic. Ineffective. Damage. 400-3000. What a pity. Once I acquire additional water essence stones, I shall embed them. For now, I will let Abu use it. Grasping the black water sword, Mu Yu noted its weight surpassed that of his extreme Dao cutting blade, making it quite suitable for someone with great strength. Next, Mu Yu proceeded to the kitchen, reheating the leftover roasted wolf king meat from the previous night, distributing it among others while quickly consuming a portion himself. Stepping out of the wooden building, he noticed the snowfall had ceased unusually early today, leaving everything blanketed in a vast expanse of white. After visiting the underwater island, Mu Yu found the 2 wild men who had stayed there the previous night to be safe and sound, rewarding each with 100 genes of ice seal blood meat. Thereafter, Mu Yu sought out Abu, entrusting him with the black water sword and instructing him to assign a portion of the wild men to cultivate the land on the underwater island, dig channels for rivers, and once they could venture out to fish, to greatly enhance the ecosystem. After meticulously arranging his plans, Mu Yu arrived at the leisure zone, where he skillfully employed the extreme path blade to delineate today's fishing pond. Extracting his 4th-tier resource rod, Mu Yu took a bold gamble, casting 2 rods into the water. Ding. Congratulations on catching a silver chest. Ding. Congratulations on catching a silver chest. Once again, it was a guaranteed outcome. It appeared that his fortune was rather dismal, and the blue-faced god of wealth had not brought him any luck. Observing the 5 silver chests already in his backpack, Mu Yu felt overwhelmed, as if he could never open them all. With a flicker of inspiration, he opened the chat channel. Mu Yu, I'll trade 4 silver chests for 1 golden chest. Interested parties, please message me. Tang Yu, a golden chest? Who would exchange a golden chest for silver ones? Zhizhan, you don't understand, do you? The items from a golden chest are of far superior quality. Sometimes, they are not immediately useful and must be left to gather dust. However, silver chests yield items that can enhance one's strength right away. Zhizhan, moreover, the price set by the esteemed Mu Yu is quite fair. Trading 4 silver chests for 1 golden chest is, quite frankly, a loss for him in exchange for promotion. Tang Yu. Hearing you say that makes me feel that Mu Yu is truly magnificent, making such a significant contribution to the development of our entire realm. Song Hai. Am I the only one who thinks Mu Yu is quite extravagant? He even looks down on silver chests. Shinjian. For silver chests. Mu Yu is so impressive. I'll trade with you. Initiating the transaction now. Xiaozhe. You're always one step ahead, kid. Next time. Let me know about such opportunities first. Peng Yanren. 3 black iron chests for 1 silver chest. Any takers? Xiaozhe. Little brother. Just go play over there with the kids. Still, as I've said, while you might make a small profit, I will not incur any losses. Mu Yu closed the chat channel and finalized the transaction with Shinjian, 4 silver chests for 1 golden chest. Upon utilizing a critical hit, the value equated to that of 4 golden chests, resulting in substantial profit for him. With a sudden thought, Mu Yu took out a second-tier special chest, which was even more valuable than a golden chest. Upon opening it, he achieved a critical success. Earth Spirit Stones, X12. Mu Yu stared at the 12 Earth Spirit Stones in his hands, momentarily bewildered. What was once a rare sight had now become a wholesale affair. However, he realized that this talent was indeed reliable. Before evolving, he had obtained 9 Fire Spirit Stones, and after evolution, he acquired 12 Earth Spirit Stones, demonstrating precise calculations. After stowing away the Earth Spirit Stones, Mu Yu retrieved the golden chest to continue his opening spree. Upon opening it, he achieved a critical success. Water Dragon Scales, Exquisite, X1. Water Dragon Scales, exquisite scales shed by the ocean-dominating water dragon, characterized by their hardness, stability, and high affinity for water elements. When incorporated into armor, they provide enhanced defense and water attributes. Ah, splendid. Mu Yu recalled that he possessed a blueprint for heavy armor. If he incorporated the water dragon scales, he would undoubtedly gain an advantage in battle should he ever find himself submerged in the ocean. He opened another golden chest, achieving yet another critical success. Adaptation Thorn, Exquisite. Adaptable Thorn, excellence when planted on an island. It will encircle the island, instinctively absorbing various elements for growth. However, when confronted by invaders, it will automatically unleash the stored elements to retaliate. Thus, yet another guardian has arrived, a plant guardian of exceptional caliber. One can only hope for a delightful surprise. The underwhelming performance of the Elemental Tower S. Mu Yu still lingers in memory. Immediately, at the edge of the leisure area, he planted the Adaptable Thorn, which swiftly sprouted and expanded wildly, encircling the island in the blink of an eye. The Adaptable Thorn grew luxuriantly, its branches reaching outward, embracing the cold winds and drawing upon the elemental forces of ice and snow. Before long, the Adaptable Thorn had transformed into a striking icy blue. Its ability to adapt to various elements piqued Mu Yu's curiosity. Could it also absorb and purify exorcising elements? Without hesitation, he placed a piece of blood peach wood among the branches of the Adaptable Thorn. With a sharp crack, the branches erupted with a myriad of spines, shredding the blood peach wood into sawdust and absorbing it entirely. At that moment, Mu Yu discovered the attributes of the Adaptable Thorn. Name: Adaptable Thorn. Ice element damage stored, 100 absorbing. Purification damage stored, 10. Combat power, Black Iron level 1. Evaluation: a thorn of insatiable greed, with an exceptionally high limit. Nicknamed the Little Black Hole. Chapter 98. The Colossal Beast Beside the Island. It truly can absorb purification damage. If I can amplify its purification damage, I need no longer fear bizarre invasions. Mu Yu gazed at the purification damage and the stellar evaluation on the panel, feeling immensely satisfied. He promptly placed the remaining 9 pieces of blood peach wood into the Adaptable Thorn. The Adaptable Thorn erupted with an abundance of spines, shattering the blood peach wood and siphoning the purification damage. Ding. Jian Yuechong initiated a trade. 2 golden chests for 1 wood. This girl has indeed managed to fish out 2 golden chests in just 2 days. Mu Yu felt a twinge of bittersweetness but accepted the chests nonetheless. Upon opening a golden chest, he received a critical success. Physical Trial Scroll, Excellence. Physical Trial Scroll, Excellence. Upon activation, you will enter the Physical Trial Tower. Each tower cleared grants substantial attribute or skill rewards, can be activated 3 times. And it is advisable to have a physique of at least 120 for the first activation. Mu Yu calculated. Disregarding the benefits from standing on solid ground, his physique stood at a mere 75. This scroll felt far beyond his reach, let alone Jian Yuechong's. Upon opening another golden chest, he achieved a critical success. Wind Control Tower Blueprint. Rare, 1. Wind Control Tower Blueprint. Rare Stone 100, Mud 100, Wind Stone 20. Spirit Stone of Wind 2. Subsequently, Mu Yu sent the Physical Trial Scroll and the Wind Control Tower Blueprint to Jian Yuechong. He rummaged through his backpack and found only a flying island map that could still be evolved. Mu Yu, I shall evolve once today. I have no blueprints for further evolution, so I shall save it for later. Jian Yuechong, alright. Jian Yuechong. The items I have today are of no use to me. Would you like to buy them at a discount? Mu Yu, no, I have no use for them either. I'll seek you out when I need something. Zhang Yueyang sighed. Well, alright. The notification read, Islands of level 5 and below can be relocated once within a straight line of 100 kilometers. Even if my island advances to the next tier, I will still be able to utilize it, without the concern of my blueprints becoming obsolete. He received a fruit of vitality, 10 pounds of blood and flesh true spirit fungus, 20 bloodchi peaches, and 10 bloodchi peach wood. The haul mirrored yesterday's earnings, with the sole addition of a fruit of vitality. Upon consuming the fruit, Muyu felt a deeper connection to the earth and his blade, achieving a boost of 15. The Bloodfire Dragon Peach Tree's fruits would only mature by tomorrow, and the Bloodchi Peaches in the 3 rare plots were likewise unripe. Observing that the Vitality Tree could continue to bear fruit, Muyu spared its life, refraining from converting it into timber. Checking his inventory, he noted that only 10 divine clear water pears remained, prompting him to plant 2 more water pear trees before departing the cultivation chamber. He collected 100 pieces of secret iron while passing through the mining area, having exhausted his critical strike chances, thus opting not to enter the true fire furnace again. In the Iron Origin Gathering Tower, only 10 out of 100 steel pieces transformed into secret iron, which Muyu retrieved. Meandering through the Wildman's living area, he eventually arrived at the leisure zone. Where's today's giant polar bear? He mused, slightly surprised, suspecting that he might have arrived too early. Carefully, he attached 1/3 of the blood and flesh true spirit fungus to his thunder rod and cast the bait into the waters, commencing his fishing endeavor for the day. After a moment of tranquil waiting, Muyu sensed something was amiss. The sensation, while fishing, felt distinctly different from before. Approaching the edge of the leisure zone, he peered down, only to discover that his bait lay atop the ice. It seemed that during his brief wander, the sea had frozen over again. Today was evidently colder than yesterday. Oh dear, those struggling at the bottom would face yet another hardship. Following this calamity, it remained uncertain whether 3,000 souls could survive in District 2222. Muyu sighed, aware that his island boasted an extraordinary fire-based spectacle emitting warmth. Yet he felt no change in temperature. Drawing forth the extreme path slashing golden blade, Muyu carved out a pond on the ice and cast his bait anew. As with yesterday, he heightened the voltage and settled into a waiting posture. More than an hour passed, and just as Muyu was on the brink of boredom, he finally felt a movement on the fishing rod. However, it seemed the fish merely brushed against the bait without taking the hook. Containing his excitement, Muyu remained composed. Perseverance bore fruit, and soon, the rod was met with tremendous force. Lightning surged down the line into the depths, a flash of blue light illuminating the surface, which then calmed. Just a little one, Muyu scoffed, pulling the rod upward to reveal a shimmering, 1-meter-long golden shark. Congratulations. You have caught a golden shark, exquisite. Securing the top position on the fishing leaderboard. Suddenly, the ice trembled. Muyu watched in awe as a massive hand, several feet in length, emerged from the snowbank below. Seizing the golden shark within its grasp, lightning net, Muyu, quick-witted and agile, hastily activated the maximum power of the thunder fishing rod. Knowing that if he waited for the giant hand to exert its force, he would surely be flung away. Crackling sounds reverberated as the formidable current erupted from the thunder spirit stone, coursing through the fishing line. Thick, white smoke and the scent of charred flesh emanated from the massive hand. In that moment, Muyu realized that what lay by the sea was not a layer of snow, but rather the white fur of an enormous beast. This colossal creature rose to a height nearly equal to that of the island. Its thighs were interconnected with sinewy muscles, its bones resembling brass tubes, and its limbs appeared as robust as iron rods, all covered in a blanket of snow-white fur. With an odd expression, it approached Muyu's island, each step sending tremors through the icy surface. This creature was undoubtedly a beast of extraordinary caliber. Each step it took weighed heavily on Muyu's heart, instilling a profound sense of oppression, as the frigid air seemed to freeze in that moment. Even if the beast did not rival a dragon, Muyu understood that it was beyond his current capabilities to confront. With a crackling sound, the creature advanced, prompting the thorn adaptation to launch an attack, unleashing a deluge of ice spikes that enveloped its massive form. In an instant, the beast was encased in ice, transformed into a colossal sculpture. However, the ice spikes continued to thicken the layers of frost upon it. Before Muyu could revel in this moment, the beast shattered the ice, pressing forward against the spikes toward the island. If only the thorn adaptation had sufficient time to absorb the icy elements, perhaps it could have immobilized this giant. Muyu lamented silently. The beast halted at the island's edge, extending its massive hand toward Muyu. With resolve, Muyu drew forth the Extreme Path Gold Cutting Blade to confront the terrifying giant hand. The title of Superclass bestowed a 15 enhancement upon him. After consuming 3 Vitality Peaches, a surge of energy coursed through his being. Arm of Strength, Destructive Earth Splitter, Extreme Path Slash. A torrent of earthy energy erupted from the blade, intertwined with a brilliant golden arc that seemed capable of rending the very fabric of space, eliciting a sharp sensation in the onlooker's eyes. Roar! The giant's massive palm was now a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled, with a deep gash exposing bone, crimson liquid splattering like ink. Yet, even this could not inflict a fatal wound. Muyu recognized the vast chasm between himself and the extraordinary beast. After all, he possessed only silver-tier combat prowess, and no amount of audacity could bridge two significant realms. Abandoning any delusions of luck, he silently invoked 9 dragons' true fire. Flames surged in the center of the island, and 4 vividly animated fire dragons erupted forth, exuding a destructive aura that raised the temperature of the frozen landscape. Hiss! Hiss! The 4 blazing dragons collided with the colossal beast, releasing intense heat and dazzling flames. Its white fur ignited, transforming it into a creature of fire. The accumulated snow melted away, turning into vapor, accompanied by the acrid scent of burning flesh emanating from the towering beast. The creature thrashed wildly in the snow, but alas, the flames were too searing, and they could not be extinguished. Boom! Muyu speculated that the nearly 3/4 cooked behemoth suddenly smashed through the ice surface with both fists and plunged into the depths of the sea with a resounding splash. Even underwater, the flames of the 9 dragons' true fire clung to its body like maggots to carrion. Muyu watched helplessly as a flickering glow of fire faded into the distance beneath the ice, disappearing from sight. Although the outpouring of 9 dragons' true fire did not deliver a critical hit, it surely inflicted nearly 30,000 points of damage. Yet it failed to completely slay the creature. This indicated a substantial qualitative shift between the golden and exceptional tiers. Muyu felt a pang of fear. Had it not been for the 9 dragons' true fire, this island would have been as vulnerable as a lamb awaiting slaughter. While elevating the island had spared it from numerous marine creatures, it also significantly increased its exposure, leaving Muyu uncertain whether his actions were right or wrong. Before Muyu could regain his composure, he spotted a colossal polar bear sprinting toward him from a distance, accompanied by a black musk ox, resembling a moving fortress. Its body cloaked in thick fur. With 2 curved, razor-sharp horns, it charged toward the rear of the massive polar bear. It seemed that the white-furred giant had barely left when this new threat arrived, indicating that it had been lurking nearby, eager to witness the spectacle. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Muyu retrieved a thunder element core and inserted it into the elemental conversion jet. He aimed it steadily at the giant polar bear and launched a thunderball. The bear was instantly paralyzed, frozen in place, while the musk ox collided with it, causing it to leap up in surprise. Roaring, the colossal polar bear waved its paws in agitation, seemingly questioning Muyu's accuracy. After all, the polar bear was its financial benefactor, and Muyu could not afford to truly provoke it. He swiftly redirected the jet toward the musk ox. A beam of lightning erupted forth, cascading over the musk ox. The creature collapsed onto the ice, its fur standing on end as if electrified, resembling a spiny hedgehog before the discharge ceased. Indeed, the elemental material was of the utmost quality. However, the limitations of the elemental conversion jet prevented it from being a true weapon of mass destruction. Muyu sighed softly, stowing away the jet and drawing the extreme Dao blade, leaping from the island like a celestial being. With a thud, Muyu landed on the ice and sprang to his feet, brandishing the tang knife as he charged forward. The sound of flesh being torn echoed as the heavily furred head of the musk ox fell to the ice. Success. Decomposition successful. Rare heavy musk ox flesh, 5,000 pounds. Rare heavy musk ox essence, 3,000. Rare heavy musk ox hide, 1. Rare heavy musk ox horns, 2. Rare heavy musk ox horns, a rare material rich in earth elements. When incorporated into equipment forging, can enhance earth attributes, granting traits such as impact, valor, and gravity. A bountiful harvest. The heavy musk ox had significantly enriched Muyu's reserves of meat, essence, and materials. The giant polar bear approached, demanding its share of the spoils. Tossing 1/3 of a pound of blood and spirit mushroom to the bear, it swallowed it whole, yet did not leave. Instead, it presented its rear to Muyu, revealing 2 blood-red puncture wounds, oozing crimson liquid, seemingly soliciting compensation for its injuries. Muyu gazed at the colossal polar bear, noting its noticeably larger physique compared to just a few days prior, its fur now even more resplendent and pristine. With such an impressive display of intelligence, could it be on the brink of evolving into an extraordinary beast? Should it indeed undergo such an evolution, it would become a significant asset to Muyu. After a moment of contemplation, Muyu tossed the final 1/3 of his blood-meat spiritual mushroom to the bear. Following the consumption of the last piece, the giant polar bear joyfully rolled in front of Muyu before scampering away into the snow-laden terrain. A plan began to form in Muyu's mind. He needed to devise a way to tether the creature permanently to his island. Upon returning to the leisure area, Muyu resumed his fishing, this time undisturbed by any wild beasts. An hour later, he successfully reeled in another extraordinary quality spirit fish. Congratulations! You have caught a silver dragon fish extraordinary, securing the top position on the fishing leaderboard. The silver dragon fish extraordinary is an exceptionally rare fish of extraordinary grade when raised. It generates a small silver mine on the island each week, with non-extraordinary grade fish at risk of perishing from silverization upon consumption. Amazed by the potential of cultivating a silver mine, Muyu marveled at the 20-centimeter long, delicate silver dragon fish, carefully placing it into the spirit fish pond. As he observed the two remarkably unique, extraordinary grade spirit fish within the pond, he found himself increasingly enamored with the art of fishing. The depths of the sea held an endless array of surprises just waiting to unfold. He picked up the baited hook once more and cast it into the ocean. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away from Muyu's island lay a vast island, entirely cloaked in silver, transformed into an icy realm by the thick layer of snow. A figure, wrapped in heavy bear pelts, traversed the plains and stepped onto the shores of Zone 2222, shattering the tranquility of the snow-covered world. As he faced the ground, a white mist dissipated, revealing a portal reminiscent of a teleportation tower. Subsequently, thousands of individuals draped in various animal skins emerged in a steady stream. Hurry! We must act swiftly. Once the blizzard arrives, it will all be over. Divide into 20 teams to seize 20 islands and await the orders of the leader. We must not reveal our presence, commanded the man clad in the bear skin, as the group, their pelts dusted with snow, split into 20 teams and advanced towards Zone 2222 through the vast expanse of snow. Chapter 100, Bloodfire Dragon Peach. The Arm of Strength. Muyu encountered a peculiar situation. His once infallible thunder fishing rod had unleashed 3 waves of thunder, yet the fish beneath the surface continued to dart about energetically. Fortunately, the fish's strength was not overwhelming, allowing Muyu to utilize his skills to forcibly drag it to the surface. A translucent blue spirit fish, measuring over 10 inches in length, was flung onto the island, still crackling with arcs of lightning. Congratulations! You have caught an electric fish extraordinary, securing the top position on the fishing leaderboard. The electric fish extraordinary is an exceedingly rare fish of extraordinary grade that produces a substantial amount of lightning elements daily, forming lightning blocks. Consuming it carries a small probability of mastering extreme tier lightning skills, while non-extraordinary grade fish are likely to perish from electric shock upon consumption. An electric fish? How intriguing. Muyu placed it carefully in a bucket, fearing it might inadvertently electrocute the other spirit fish. Alas, only one fish could make the leaderboard, otherwise the top 2 would have been mine. Observing that the second place on the fishing leaderboard was merely a rare level spirit fish, while he possessed an extraordinary level spirit fish capable of overshadowing it, he felt a pang of regret. Continuing to fish for a while longer, snow suddenly began to drift outside the island, followed by a chilling wind, as if an intense cold front was approaching. Muyu, standing on the edge of the island, sensed an extraordinary chill. Looking down, the sea surface was no longer visible, and fortunately, he reeled in his fishing line to avoid being frozen in the ocean. As usual, he entered the true fire refining chamber, expending 10 blood peach and 5 divine clear water pairs to increase his mental strength by 5 points. Before reclining in the fire refining hot spring to enjoy himself. Songhai, I suddenly feel even colder. Chiozei, do you have any firestones for heating? Chiozei, yes, I have some. Currently, there are 20 portions available. Supplies are limited. First come, first served. Peng Anren, clearly, you could take it by force. Yet he still chooses to give you a firestone heater. What a good person. Chiozei, Xiao Haizi, stop causing trouble. Chang Sunwu, for those feeling too cold, you can start a fire in your rooms for warmth. At night, build a fire bed using stones and lay animal skins on top, leaving a small opening for ventilation. Chang Sunwu, just now, this sudden cold wave has claimed nearly 100 of our brothers and sisters. Our District 2222's population has plummeted below 3,000. As long as it doesn't affect ourselves, let's try to help each other as much as we can. Yiqian, I feel something knocking on my door outside, but I'm too scared to open it. What should I do? Peng Anren, it might just be the strong wind and snow. Ignore it. Xinjian, don't be afraid. It could be a wild beast. Yiqian, now you've made me even more frightened. It feels like it's breaking down my door. Peng Anren, are you alright? Chang Sunwu, sigh, wild beasts have been appearing more frequently lately. Everyone must pay attention to their safety. A sigh was enough to convey the gravity of the situation. Closing the chat channel. Muyu noticed that the population of District 2222 had dwindled to 994. Just this morning, there were over 3,100. In a mere day, more than 100 lives had been lost. These were not mere newcomers to the island world, but seasoned island masters with some expertise who had survived until now. If only I could save the world, I would certainly do so. Regrettably, I cannot. It is better to ensure my own comfort and strength. He prepared 50 pounds of fresh beef, blanching it before adding chili, reishi mushrooms, and salt to stew. If only there were soy sauce or sugar. A caramel glaze would have been perfect. Separating the initial snow and little goo, Muyu tore apart the tender, stewed beef and stuffed it into his mouth, instantly experiencing an explosion of fiery, exquisite flavor. This was far superior to Kobe beef. He indulged in a hearty feast of 10 pounds, which contained energy more potent than that of rare-level flesh. Even after consuming the stalactite spirit liquid, he could barely contain himself. The stalactite spirit liquid was only effective at silver level. Once I reach gold level, I will need to renegotiate the chef's fee with that girl. Muyu focused on ensuring he didn't incur losses, digested his food, and then retired to his bedroom to sleep. Congratulations. You have been awarded today's Best Angler and received a second-tier special box. The following morning, Muyu casually prepared a modest breakfast before departing from the wooden lodge. It was already the fourth day, and the relentless wind and snow showed no signs of abating. Was this cold snap destined to persist for an entire week? Gazing out at the vast expanse of ice and snow beyond the island, even though Muyu felt little chill, a weighty sense of oppression enveloped him. On the island, the wild folk were migrating with their juvenile beasts to the underwater island. These young creatures had grown significantly since their capture, nearing adulthood. Thanks to Muyu's several foundational nurturing sessions with the blood and flesh true spirit mushroom, they were set to become even more formidable than their predecessors. Muyu harbored hopes that a couple of them would evolve into special bloodline offspring. Once the next generation flourished, the chieftain's ceremony of the wild folk could commence. While the storm continued to rage, Muyu attended to other matters. He first visited the Elemental Conservation Conversion Room, where he converted 10 Earth Essence units in preparation for forging the 5 Mountain Heavy Armor. Subsequently, he made his way to the Cultivation Chamber, where he experienced a bountiful harvest. Blood and Flesh True Spirit Mushroom, Exquisite, X10, Blood Chi Peach, Rare, X30, Blood Chi Peach Wood, Rare, X15, Divine Clearwater Pear, Rare, X14, Divine Clearwater Pear Wood, Rare, X10 with the seeds of water pear and peach trees depleted. Muyu casually planted a few vegetables to enhance his palate. Then, he put up tattered wolf and giant tiger skins on the trading platform to exchange for seeds. Once the seeds arrived, he would catalyze some fertilizers, allowing for the establishment of extensive fields on the underwater island, coupled with fishing excursions. This would enable the wild folk to achieve self-sufficiency and thrive. Finally, Muyu turned his gaze toward the Blood Fire Dragon Peach Tree, which bore 3 fruits, a fusion of crimson and fiery hues. Blood Fire Dragon Peach, Exquisite, X3, Blood Fire Dragon Peach, Exquisite, an exceptional fruit containing dual bloodlines of vitality and fire. It may be consumed once a week by those below the exceptional tier. After consumption, Physique 10, Strength 5, Fire Elemental Affinity increases, and Physique Potential enhances. High probability of comprehending or enhancing fire-related skills, with a small chance of awakening a fire physique. High probability of comprehending or enhancing vitality skills, with a small chance of awakening a vitality physique. With experience guiding him, Muyu refrained from devouring all the Blood Fire Dragon peaches at once, instead taking a single bite. It felt as though molten lava coursed down his esophagus into his stomach, a sensation akin to an ordinary person drinking boiling water at 100 degrees. Better to embrace brief pain than endure prolonged suffering. Gritting his teeth, Muyu swiftly consumed the remainder of the Blood Fire Dragon peach. The scorching heat flushed him crimson, and he sensed a small universe igniting within him. To prevent himself from being incinerated, Muyu retrieved a bottle of extreme cold water and doused himself from head to toe. The contrasting experience of ice and fire was both euphoric and agonizing, lasting for an extended period until it finally subsided. Your Fire Eye True Sight, Super Tier, has evolved into Fire Eye True Sight, Extreme Tier. Your Arm of Strength, Super Tier, has evolved into Vitality Inferno, Extreme Tier.